villa's main building had instantly shattered under the impact of a powerful airstream. Rain narrowed his eyes, stretched out his left hand, and the hardened essence gold instantly transformed into a tower shield, blocking the splattering dirt. Once the dust had settled, there was a hole with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters in the ground. The monster had disappeared, seemingly retreating back underground. In front of him appeared dozens of monks in black robes, emerging one after another from an underground passage. Seizing the moment while the guards were still dazed, they immediately launched an attack. The level of these black flame monks was at least at the level of a knight, and with their ability to cast black flame fireballs, the battle began. Except for a few guards who had decent strength and could hold their ground for a bit, most crumbled upon contact. Rain's gaze was firmly fixed on two of them. One held a snake staff, his lips adorned with a metal snake ring, clearly a follower of the secret snake sect, probably the great priest Ganon. The other had a blood-red flame mark on his forehead, most likely the bloodburner of the black flame cult, Raxel. From the respectful attitude and the positions of the other black flame monks, these two were evidently core members. As he had predicted, the two cult organizations had indeed joined forces. Raxel had originally wanted Ganon to control the earth snake to burst up from the ground beneath the villa, directly destroying Earl Hab's mansion's main building, but Ganon had refused. After all, Holden might have been imprisoned in the main villa, and Ganon wanted to rescue him. This great commotion naturally alarmed everyone in the mansion. Clea and the 3 members of the Blade team, as previously arranged with Rain, quickly guarded the entrance of Earl Hab's room. What was that just now? But he was still in shock, recalling the massive creature. If I'm not mistaken, that must have been the legendary species, the earth snake. Clea said, her expression serious. Weren't they supposed to be extinct? How could such a thing still exist? Alex, who seemed to also know of the earth snake, couldn't help but express his surprise. Perhaps you should first focus on those 2 guys. Captain Langler said gravely. Neither Ganon nor Raxel were ones to rush into the fray given their high status, especially not initially. Moreover, they also wanted to observe the fighting capabilities of Rain and his team to avoid any unforeseen problems. Among the Black Flame monks, there were also guardians at the level of Great Knight. Seeing Rain at the main gate of the villa, several of them charged forward, casting several black flame fireballs with a gesture. Facing the incoming black flames, Rain slightly shifted his feet and easily dodged them. Immediately after, Rain's chest ballooned like a balloon, his neck veins bulging out, and the next second, his mouth opened wide. Roar! A deafening sonic boom, mingled with a white airwave, swept through the surroundings like a tsunami. Instantly, the 4 black flame guardians within a 20 to 30 meter radius around Rain froze in place with shocked expressions, and the spells they were chanting were naturally aborted midway. Not only their faces were severely distorted by the shockwave, but their eardrums also burst instantly, as if their heads had been hammered. Pop! Pop! Before they could react, darkness fell upon them, and they lost consciousness. In the eyes of Clea and the others, the scene was crystal clear. After Rain's sonic attack, he quickly charged towards the 4 men, and in the span of a second, smashed their heads with the warhammer. On the scene, almost transparent human-shaped silhouettes emerged from the bodies of the newly deceased Black Flame Guardians, exhibiting expressions of agony. Soon after, for transparent silhouettes, like rivers flowing into the sea, dragged along lengthy silhouettes, struggling as they circled around Rain several times before rushing into his white miniature skull warhammer. This eerie scene halted the ongoing battle, causing both sides to pause and stare in astonishment. Hey, didn't they say he was a Metal Series wizard? Why does it seem like necromancy? Both had been slightly distracted by the scene. However, the sight of dead souls swirling around was too striking, and after Ganon collected his thoughts, he couldn't help but ask in surprise. This. Raxel was momentarily speechless. He hadn't expected this Lord Rain to be so troublesome. Previously, whether it was the internal support from his own church or the Black Snake messages from the secret snake sect's Holden, the comprehensive assessment indicated that Rain had some kind of physical talent, was adept at close combat, and was also a rare metal-based wizard. But now, not only is he good at close combat, judging from the power of the sound wave-based secret technique just now, it seems his long-range combat is also formidable. Furthermore, there's the effect of extracting souls. He didn't know if it was some kind of witchcraft that the opponent wielded or if there was something odd about the hammer in his hand. The 4 Black Flame Guardians were all comparable to a Great Knight, yet they hadn't quite fathomed the depths of their opponent. But all in all, this was becoming a bit troublesome. Of course, it was only troublesome because his combat power had already exceeded that of a typical peak knight and an ordinary wizard, and he was just a small step away from becoming a titled knight. Titled knights also had another name, that is, legendary fighters. That is to say, Raxel could be called a quasi-legendary. Moreover, while he was proficient in the typical shadow-based witchcraft such as weakening spell and slow technique, he was also specialized in the niche blood control witchcraft like boiling blood magic and blood-sucking magic. Although this category of witchcraft belonged to the broader shadow category, very few people specialized in it. That means, any enemy who wants to get close for hand-to-hand combat would be at a significant disadvantage, not only affected by spells like weakening spell and slow technique, but also disrupted by the blood-based witchcraft during the fight. So, this was also why Raxel, despite seeing how strong Rain's combat power was, still felt he could handle the opponent. Meanwhile, Rain glanced at the skull warhammer in his hand and silently muttered, "For soul fragments." Just after killing that first Black Flame Guardian, Rain quickly glanced at his attribute panel and saw that his strength was 46, plus 4. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the increment gained from killing different enemies varied. To know, when he killed Holden, it was a boost of plus 5. Now, with these 4 soul fragments, Rain had received a total of plus 16 strength enhancement. This made Rain feel full of power at that moment, feeling restless until he swung the hammer again. In the main building of the villa, Flay excitedly said to the team captain Langler next to him, "Captain, do you think we can annihilate the enemies right here?" Annihilate them? Flay's words took Langler by surprise. When Langler first saw the enemies appear, his only thought was how to hold off there for a bit longer. And, once they could no longer hold back, which route to take to lead the team and count Habs away swiftly. But now, he was already considering the possibility of annihilating the enemy? That was quite a leap. Langler looked at the excited Flay, thought for a moment, and decided it would be better not to dampen the young man's fighting spirit, saying, "That will depend on Lord Rain's performance." "Captain, aren't we going to rush out to give Lord Rain a hand?" Flay said eagerly, because Rain's recent move had not only looked cool but indeed had greatly boosted morale. "It's not that we're not helping, but we're more useful staying here. Think about it. Why wouldn't the one controlling the Earth Snake just destroy the villa outright?" Interjected Alex at this point. "Do they want to capture Count Habs alive?" "Not exactly. Have you seen Count Habs' injuries? They wish him dead more than anything else." Alex shook his head and explained. "I see. So they want to rescue Holden?" Flay's eyes lit up as he said, "That's right. Controlling the Earth Snake is the great priest Ganon of the Secret Snake sect, who naturally prioritizes rescuing Holden, a fellow sect member. That's most likely the situation," Alex revealed. This was also why Rain had asked him to keep this information a secret, to force the enemy into a dilemma. "Correct. Alex's analysis is spot on." Langler nodded in agreement. As everyone was discussing, the situation on the field changed once again. The Secret Snake sect's great priest Ganon smiled faintly and said, "Lord Raxel, do you need my help to resolve this reign for your church?" "Thank you, Lord Ganon, but I think I can handle it. Besides, you should go check on Lord Holden to ensure he's unharmed. After rescuing Lord Holden, there would be no more need for this mansion. At that point, I'll trouble you to use the Earth Snake to destroy it," Raxel said. Executing 4 Black Flame Guardians in front of him, Raxel knew if he couldn't retrieve the situation now, and instead asked for assistance from the Secret Snake sect, never mind how Ganon might view it. Even his own subordinates would become suspicious, diminishing his authority. That naturally was something Raxel couldn't tolerate. "Of course, then I will go check on Holden now." Ganon nodded and took out something, looked at it, then curved around Rain and headed towards one side of the villa's main building. Just as Rain was about to intercept the Secret Snake sect's great priest Ganon, suddenly, Raxel in front of him took a step forward. In an instant, a powerful aura locked onto Rain. This made Rain's gaze sharpen as he focused his attention on Raxel. It was the second time Rain encountered such a palpable scrutinizing gaze. The first time was when he faced the Sea-Tide Piercer Rolljats. Of course, by comparison, Raxel's gaze brought much less pressure to Rain. At that moment, inside the main building of the villa, Langler's eyes were dead set on Ganon, the great priest of the Secret Snake sect, who walked towards him composedly, his expression solemn as he said, "He's arrived. Flay, you and Lady Kreia stay here. Alex and I will intercept him. Captain Langler, let Lord Flay join you. You are a team." and the three of you together can exert the greatest combat strength. Kreia, however, voiced a different opinion. At this, Langler's expression hesitated. I am already a great knight. Protecting my father won't be much of a problem, and the later they discover that Holden is dead, the safer we will be. Kreia continued, glancing at the uncertain Langler. Very well. Lady Kreia, be careful on your own. This Ganon is very difficult to deal with, and we might not be able to attend to you. Langler's expression solidified, he said. At that moment, Alina and Shadia, the chief maid, also arrived at Kreia's side, panting for breath. Suddenly, they were captivated by Kreia's focused gaze and followed her line of sight toward the chaos in the center of the garden. Raxel, confronting Rain, was instantly surrounded by a shield glowing with a blood-red light, his innate wizardry manifesting instantaneously. But that wasn't all. He was seen chanting under his breath, and the next second, a black membrane appeared around him. Finally, with a wave of Raxel's hand, black flames, like vines, entwined around him. This was something Rain was familiar with, likely the Black Flame Refuge, a special spell from the Black Flame cult. Clearly, Raxel was wary of the power of Rain's secret techniques. He layered 3 types of spells or cursed defenses over his body alone. Galena must have died at your hands, right? Raxel then seemed to remember something and asked, You mean that woman who used the phantom art? Yes, she did die by my hand. I heard that the tragedy at Flash Gold Town was your planning and execution. Rain nodded in acknowledgement and asked in turn, That's right. What, did you have family who died there? Raxel looked at Rain, face showing realization, and laughed. This time, Rain did not answer Raxel's query. Because he knew who the culprit was, he naturally could take action. Moreover, Rain currently had a strength boost of plus 16 from the Soul Smasher Warhammer effect, and naturally wouldn't waste time. Whoosh. He tapped his foot on the ground, the mud exploded, and he shot toward Raxel like an arrow released from a bow. Raxel, faced with Rains, showed no hint of panic, his expression calm. His fingers moved quickly as he chanted under his breath. The next second, 3 babies' head-sized black flame fireballs appeared out of thin air in front of his fingertips. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The black flame fireballs hurtled towards Rain. Rain moved sideways to dodge, but he found that the 3 black flame fireballs, like burrs on bone, were chasing him. They turned sharply and continued to head toward him. This caused Rain's eyes to narrow. The hardened essence gold attached to the surface of his knight's gauntlet instantly turned into a tower shield. Iron wall. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 black flame fireballs hit Rain almost simultaneously, exploding continuously, smoke and dust billowing. But in less than half a second, a familiar figure emerged unscathed from the smoke and continued rushing toward Raxel. This was a curse attack beyond 35 degrees, and it was blocked so easily. Raxel's eyes showed surprise as he mused. Although he was astonished, his movements were not slowed. A black mist quickly formed from the tips of his fingers, and then shot toward Rain at a high speed. Rain knew that the opponent was boosted by a special spell that resembled spiritual power guidance. Merely dodging would not avoid the witchcraft attack, so he continued straight ahead at full speed. Only when he saw the black mist nearing did he wave his shield in defense. However, the moment the mist touched the shield, it dispersed. A chilling force suddenly filled the air, causing Rain to momentarily feel weak. Weakening spell. Rain immediately recognized what spell had been cast, his eyes squinting. He glanced at the attribute panel. He saw that his strength, constitution, and agility attributes were all reduced by about 20%. The reduction in agility caused Rain's speed to falter. Seeing this, Raxel's face brightened. He quickly chanted under his breath, and then pointed at Rain again. This time, a blood-red mist rushed at Rain, striking him instantly. Suddenly, Rain felt that the blood throughout his body was under some peculiar influence, flowing erratically, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Although the change was not large, it was extremely uncomfortable, causing him to stop abruptly. At that moment, the remaining few members of the Black Flame Guardians glanced at each other, their faces lighting up, sensing a good opportunity to attack, and immediately surrounded him. However, they were cautious of Rain's previous sonic attack, so they did not get too close, halting about 20 to 30 meters away before quickly stopping and manipulating the black flames. Seeing this situation, Raxel's face showed a smile as he took a black and red bottle from his robe. He quickly uncorked the bottle, chanted a spell, and the liquid inside, resembling corrupted blood, began to flow out, changing shape in midair, spreading a strong stench of decay. Seizing this opportunity, Raxel began to cast a relatively powerful witchcraft, Rotten Blood. Struck by 2 negative witchcraft effects and facing 4 incoming Black Flame Guardians, Rain remained calm on the surface, silently adding a point to his agility. As the remaining attribute points decreased from 9 to 8, agility also increased from 36 to 37 points. A warm surge powerfully pumped from his heart and spread throughout his body. In an instant, the unusual stir in Rain's blood calmed down. Good. Rain showed a faint smile. Just as anticipated, such internal abnormalities were directly eliminated with the addition of attribute points. Now that made things easier. Rain flipped the skull warhammer upside down, with the hammerhead pointing downward and the handle end pointing upward. The hardened essence gold covering the armored gauntlet swiftly extended upwards along the handle's end. In a blink of an eye, a dual-handed greatsword, using the skull warhammer as the hilt, appeared before everyone. But that wasn't the end. The smooth surface of the greatsword's blade suddenly protruded numerous tetrahedral darts, leaving the several Black Flame Guardians momentarily dumbfounded. What was this maneuver? For they had never seen such a move before. Rotten Blood. Raxel, feeling slightly uneasy, quickly pointed a completed witchcraft at Rain. A mass of foul-smelling blood suddenly rushed towards Rain, explosively bursting and splattering when it was just over 10 meters away from him, droplets densely falling like raindrops. This kind of rotten blood was highly corrosive and poisonous. In Raxel's view, even if Rain could block with metal transformation, he would inevitably be injured. But the next second, Raxel's expression froze. Rain, grasping the strange greatsword, violently began to spin at high speed like a top, with intense air currents swirling around him, accompanied by sharp hissing sounds. Nearly 100 tetrahedral darts shot out in all directions. At the same time, a tornado-like powerful wind, mixed with a large amount of mud, instantly extinguished the rain like rotten blood. Rain, by leveraging the metal morphing spell combined with the advanced secret skill sword Blade Storm, modified, directly turned defense into offense. The 3 Black Flame Guardians who had just been eager to try out were now howling in agony as they clutched their wounds inflicted by the tetrahedral darts. Although they did resist, the sheer number of tetrahedral darts and their potent force allowed many darts to the Black Flame's protection and directly injure them. Some hit their eyes, others their necks, but their strong vitality left them injured, but not dead. Even in front of Raxel, 6 tetrahedral darts were spinning at high speed about a meter away from his body. The tetrahedral darts had already penetrated his outermost layers of vine-like black flames, intensely frictioning against the black membrane. This power. It's already at the level of an advanced secret skill, Raxel muttered to himself, squinting his eyes. Just now, the hammer skill secret technique, the sonic wave type secret technique, and now the swordsmanship secret technique. Raxel stared into the dust-clouded area, his face solemn. Suddenly, clear sounds of smashing gourds echoed from within the dust. Soon after, a figure holding a white skull warhammer slowly emerged, surrounded by 3 elongated, semi-transparent human-shaped airflows, each with a face contorted in agony and ferocity. Raxel, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. How could he not understand that his 3 subordinates had already been cruelly dealt with as Rain used the attack of the tetrahedral darts as cover to rapidly follow up and kill each of them? Indeed, once the dust settled, the 3 Black Flame Guardians had already turned into headless corpses, lying in pools of blood. Having just finished killing those Black Flame Guardians, Rain quickly glanced at his attribute panel. Strength, 46, plus 27. Strength had startlingly reached 73 points. Shouldn't 4 7s be 28? Why only 27? It seems there was a dud mixed in, just filling numbers. Rain immediately realized. Additionally, a very important point was that Rain had just discovered a trick to extend the soul-crushing Warhammer buff effect. Just after he had killed the 7th enemy, the Strength plus 27 buff effect began to reset, or rather, refreshed a minute's duration. Rain instantly thought of the best way to utilize this soul-crushing Warhammer buff effect. That is, after reaching the 10th layer, to pause in the last few seconds, then kill another soul-bearing enemy to refresh the buff effect once more. 8 portions now. Rain murmured softly. 8 portions? What do you mean by 8 portions? Raxel asked, puzzled. You wouldn't understand. Rain shook his head. Actually, I'm quite pleased to see you today. Oh? Why is that? Raxel asked with a slight smile, very cooperatively. With a swift turn, Rain spun his body toward an empty spot behind him and backhandedly delivered a fierce warhammer strike. Smack! Suddenly, a transparent figure appeared in the blank space. Meanwhile, the transparent figure also rippled like water. As the invisibility effect quickly faded, it revealed a black flame guardian who had been about to attack Rain from behind. At that moment, the attacker was still poised with an overhead scythe, chopping down, his face a picture of shock as he looked at Rain. But now, at this moment, Raxel's skull, just above his forehead, had been completely smashed by Rain. This caused Raxel's mouth to twitch uncontrollably. Not only had his surprise attack failed, but it also resulted in the near extinction of the black flame guardians he had brought with him. Because I finally got to avenge my friend. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Rain charged at Raxel with great speed, clutching the skull warhammer, leaving behind a silvery shadow. Raxel's pupil shrank as his lips rapidly moved, and when Rain was still 4 or 5 meters away, a mass of bloody mist formed out of thin air, rushing towards Rain. But the next second, Raxel's expression changed. How could boiling blood magic have no effect at such a close distance? How was this possible? Rain, having gained a bit more agility, immediately calmed his agitated blood, and his speed faintly increased even more. In an instant, Rain gripped the skull warhammer with both hands, his muscles bulging, and the hardened essence gold on the surface of the knight's gauntlets quickly gathered and extended at the hilt, transforming into the shape of a hammer handle. Rain, now wielding a 3-meter-long skull warhammer, drove it down with force. Pop! Pop! The miniature white skull shattered 2 layers of shields before coming to a halt just before the 3rd layer, the blood-colored shield. But now the blood-colored shield was left with a basin-sized dent, nearly on the verge of breaking. The white skull warhammer was only mere centimeters from Raxel's eyes, and at that moment, he could clearly see the patterns on the miniature skull. This terrified Raxel immensely. 3 layers of shields, which together should withstand a 50-degree attack, were almost shattered by a single hammer from Rain. This is unreal. The next second, Raxel quickly retreated, while at the same time, he drew out a blood-colored crystal ball and crushed it in his hand. With the immense chi and blood from the crystal ball infusing into the blood-colored shield, the once-dim bloody light, now substantially weakened from blocking Rain's hammer strike, became more intense and substantial. Meanwhile, Raxel slid his wrist with a dagger, chanting rapidly. As his face turned pale, a large amount of bright red blood shot out from the wounds on his wrists, forming a dimly glowing blood spear, and a surge of powerful energy fluctuated through the air. Blood ignition strike. This intense energy fluctuation immediately drew the eyes of everyone present. At this moment, Ganon, the great priest of the secret snake sect in the manor's main building, had arrived at the prison cell door, while Langler and Flay's conditions were very grim. Langler's thick metal shield had cracked, his left arm was broken, and a conspicuous dent marred the solid knightly breastplate on his chest. Flay was shaking uncontrollably, his head tilted to one side, a sign that his neck had been broken. His strong vitality meant that he would not die immediately, but he had clearly lost all fighting ability. Alex was the only one still standing, gasping for air, looking at Ganon with a face full of terror. Then, Ganon, holding the winning hand, couldn't help but look out the window in surprise. What a strong energy fluctuation. Alex followed Ganon's gaze as well. In the center of the area, Rain's hardened essence gold quickly morphed into a kite shield, but a cylindrical bulge rapidly appeared on the shield's surface, growing layer upon layer, like sesame flowers blooming one after the other, and again formed a kite shield, and finally, one more. In an instant, 3 kite shields made of hardened essence gold blocked the path of a blood-colored pyramid emitting intense bloody light. Boom! The first shield shattered in an instant, and though the blood-colored energy storm was substantially weakened, it still rushed towards Rain. The second shield broke soon after. The shockwave weakened further, and Rain's muscles coiled as he stood firm, even as his armor-clad boots plowed 2 trenches nearly a meter deep into the ground. Iron wall. The third shield twisted and deformed, but ultimately held fast. What Raxel hadn't expected was that because the explosion was too close to him, he also endured an explosive shockwave nearly as strong as the one Rain faced. At that moment, the richly colored blood shield that had just been energized, like a leaf in a storm, dimmed considerably. Pop! The blood-colored shield burst like a bubble. Raxel's eyes went wide as he stared ahead, freezing in place. His forehead was in intimate contact with a white bone warhammer. The 9th. said a familiar voice. Ganon's eyes narrowed as he stared in shock at the scene unfolding before him. Had all the high-end forces of the Black Flame Church and Raxel just died? Though Raxel belonged to a different sect, Ganon had enjoyed their collaboration over the past 2 days and acknowledged his strength, which was just slightly inferior to his. But it had been less than a minute since he had parted ways with him, right? And now they had all been killed by Rain? Indeed, Raxel's excessive reliance on witchcraft and preference for long-range attacks made him too vulnerable to being targeted. Once witchcraft fails to defeat or control the opponent outright, he becomes very passive, Ganon analyzed inwardly. However, their current situation gave him quite a headache. The surprise attack operation was almost entirely executed by Black Flame Church, with only him representing the Secret Snake sect. Now with Raxel dead and his high-end forces nearly wiped out, there were still about 30 people at the scene, but each of them was like a scared bird. If no one stabilized the situation, they would likely scatter like birds and beasts soon. But he hadn't managed to rescue Holden, who was imprisoned in the room, and although the strength of the 3-member sword-bearer squad before him wasn't a significant threat, they had delayed him for nearly a minute. At that moment, the 2 to 3 dozen Black Flame practitioners on the field had stopped moving, each of them showing a fearful expression. They exchanged glances as if waiting for someone to flee first, which would immediately trigger a retreat. The first to flee would be held responsible and would surely die. Those who fled later would bear less responsibility, at most receiving a punishment, but that was still better than losing their lives. The main issue was that the current situation was vastly different from what Lord Raxel had described. According to the plan, this battle was supposed to be an overwhelming victory. They were to handle the rabble while the leaders took care of the enemy's high-end forces. But now, their own leaders had been eliminated. Even Lord Raxel himself had met his demise. Inside the villa's main building, Lord Rain is truly formidable. Alina, a sharp-witted young woman, was dumbfounded. The level of strength Raxel demonstrated should already be nearly legendary, yet he died at the hands of Lord Rain? Nearly legendary? Clea nodded. No wonder she felt his gaze had a tangible intensity when she looked at him. A wizard on the verge of entering the liquefaction phase? Viewing it this way, Rain was indeed formidable. Seeing that her guardian knight was so strong, Clea was naturally overjoyed. However, Clea also felt a bit deflated inside. She had thought that upon becoming a great knight, she would close the gap in combat strength between her and Rain, but now it seemed the gap had only widened. But it should be soon. Clea thought about the abnormalities in her body since becoming a great knight, which must be the initial signs of her bloodline awakening. Meanwhile, Alex, who was by the door of the prison, naturally saw this scene and was ecstatic. Just moments ago, he had been shocked by the formidable power of Ganon, the great priest of the Secret Snake sect, and thought they were in dire straits. But Rain had managed to eliminate the main force of the Black Flame Church in such a short amount of time. Alex tore a gilt-edged tome in his hands forcefully, and with a strong surge of energy fluctuation, the defensive witchery of the prison was significantly strengthened. Alex wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "Trying to rescue your companion seems quite impossible now. I further strengthened the defensive array." Sensing the strong energy fluctuations here, Rain immediately turned around, his gaze through the window fixating on Ganon, pointing his skull warhammer directly at him. Ganon also looked at Rain, his eyes narrowing. Self-destructing a witchery artifact to strengthen the defense? Too bad. You didn't strengthen your own defense. No sooner had he spoken than a gust of wind swept the spot, leaving behind a residual image. The next second, Ganon appeared abruptly in front of Alex, maintaining the motion of a swung punch. And Alex's eyes bulged out, mouth agape, as his body was folded in half, with a clear large bulge on his back. Boom. Alex's body embedded into the hallway wall. With just one punch, Ganon had broken through Alex's protective body witchcraft, rendering Alex incapacitated. Taunting requires strength. Otherwise, you only have to pay the price, Ganon stated calmly, and then turned around, walking toward Rain in the center of the field. Because Rain's actions were also a challenge. In Ganon's view, Rain's challenge seemed foolhardy. He wasn't like Raxel, who relied on witchcraft and preferred long-distance attacks. In Ganon's view, having only long-range attacks without a corresponding close combat capability was a fatal flaw. Sometimes, that kind of inadequacy could cost lives. Raxel was a perfect example just now. But if it had been him just now, he wouldn't have feared Rain's close combat at all. As Ganon walked through the villa gates, Rain's focus was fixed intensely on Ganon. Even before the fight, he had sensed that the power of this great priest of the secret snake sect was even greater than Raxel's. However, the current situation was much better than he had anticipated. At the very beginning, the worst scenario was both of them attacking him together, yet both, considering their own status, did not join forces against him, thus providing him with the opportunity to defeat them one by one. Suddenly, right before everyone's eyes, Ganon disappeared in an instant. While everyone was still puzzled, Rain's pupil shrank abruptly, with a violent warning from his danger perception rising in his heart. Iron Wall, a fist covered in snake scales, surrounded by a black aura, fiercely struck Rain's kite shield made of hardened essence gold. Even the hardness of hardened essence gold was left with a light imprint from Ganon's fist in that instant. Suddenly, although Rain had fended off the attack, the alarm in his heart grew even more intense, making his eyes narrow even more warily. Swoosh! A red shadow unexpectedly bypassed the shield and sprayed something viciously at Rain's head from above the shield. In the blink of an eye, Rain's right hand wielding the skull warhammer extended its reach, suddenly elongating to block the red shadow's jaw. This block deflected the other's charged breath, which grazed the top of Rain's head and spat onto the bushes behind, instantly burning the flowers to charred black. Only then did everyone see clearly. It was a long snake covered in red scales. The snake had just protruded from behind Ganon's collar, its body as thick as an adult's wrist, launching an attack at Rain. The attack was a sophisticated coordination between the man and the snake. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Langler, after being treated by Clea, managed to get up with difficulty and shouted from the window to Rain, "Lord Rain, be careful of there." But the next second, he couldn't continue his warning, because Langler saw that at that moment the red snake was rearing up high, flicking its tongue. It was clear that the move had already been used, and moreover, it seemed to have no effect on Rain. One should know, it was just because of the red snake that Langler had been at a great disadvantage a moment ago. It was actually blocked, not bad reaction, but too slow. Ganon's voice drifted unpredictably. His strike missing did not stop him. Instead, he took a step back, then diagonally retreated another step with great speed, leaving 7 or 8 afterimages, though he had rapidly moved over 10 meters away. Rain naturally did not allow his opponent to widen the distance. From the situation just now, it was clear that Ganon was proficient in close combat, and with the cooperation of the red snake, he could also perform powerful witchcraft attacks. The two blurred figures were seen clashing rapidly, and from an aerial view of the garden, one could see black and silver lines intermittently crossing and flashing away, moving extremely fast. Cling, clang, clang. The intense sounds of battle were incessant. But while the noises were heard, the combatants were unseen, and in an instant, the ground was riddled with several potholes, dust billowing. In just over 10 seconds, the garden was littered with dozens of pits of various sizes. Ganon was slightly faster, currently having the upper hand, while Rain alternately used the advanced secret techniques, Iron Wall, Flash Cut, and Crushing Hammer, to fight back against Ganon. But this process was extremely draining on stamina. Rain had once again added a point to agility, thereby successfully raising his agility attribute to 39 points, and his physical condition was restored to its peak. After another fierce clash, the two sprang apart and steadied themselves. Indeed, you have some kind of stamina talent. Otherwise, your energy should have worn out by now. Ganon took a deep breath and squinted as he said to Rain. Ganon himself felt rather uncomfortable fighting up to now. Although he had known beforehand about Rain's stamina talents or special skills, he had never imagined Rain's stamina to be this formidable. In the course of fighting him, Rain usually deployed a secret technique every 2 or 3 moves, using shield-based secret techniques for defense and either axe or hammer skills for offense. Furthermore, the power of the secret techniques was substantial, not merely at the beginner's level of familiarity, but at least of an intermediate level. Add to that, Rain's strength was also tremendous, even slightly exceeding his. Combined, Ganon dared not rely on the snake scale defense of his skin or the divine arts for defense to directly withstand Rain's secret technique attacks. This was somewhat like an adult facing a 12 or 13-year-old child armed with a sharp knife. If the adult can't take the knife away, he might get injured at any moment. Rain's eyes were bright and intensely focused as he watched Ganon, not saying a word. Up till now, the fight felt exuberantly exhilarating to him. At the same time, Rain also realized the benefits of mastering multiple secret techniques. When facing different opponents, he could adopt various tactics. Ganon, incredibly difficult to deal with, was not only extremely fast, but also possessed short bursts of extremely powerful attacks, seemingly having some special enhancement in his moves, which made them especially hard to counter. Moreover, his red snake was very tricky, appearing unpredictably long from different angles, taking breaths at him. Luckily, he could transform his weapon at any time, elongate it, or form a shield, and even before the red snake could spit, he could deflect or block its attack. Unlike when he could only use dual-hand weapons, he had no choice but to adopt an attack-for-attack strategy. Especially this time, when the enemy's speed was superior to his, even trying to trade for was difficult. After a brief pause of a few seconds, the two quickly resumed their exchange of blows. Another 20 or 30 seconds passed, and Ganon was feeling somewhat annoyed because he hadn't expected that Rain seemed to be getting more spirited as the fight went on. Moreover, the other party's speed had actually become a bit faster than at the beginning. This, he was certain, was not due to his own physical decline, but rather, the opponent was indeed speeding up, which could be seen from how easily they dodged the attacks of the red snake. But this was something he couldn't understand even if he racked his brain. Aren't you supposed to be known for your stamina? Isn't stamina supposed to be about endurance? Then why is it that the longer we fight, the faster you become? This made Ganon feel that the young man before him was shrouded in a layer of fog, emitting an air of mystery. He wasn't planning on continuing to fight like this any longer. He intended to pay a small price to directly end this battle. Because he still had to break through the formation, go save Holden, and afterwards, he needed to control the Earth Snake to leave, so it was better not to drag on for too long. Suddenly, Ganon's snake-scaled arm stretched out for about 10 centimeters, and then, the originally normal-sized palm also suddenly expanded, becoming as large as a wash basin. He caught Rain's elbow as it was swinging down with an axe, lifting with the whole palm, but at that moment, Rain was executing the axe's secret technique, Flash Cut, with great strength, not so easily resisted. Rain's axe blade still heavily chopped toward Ganon's shoulder. But at the same time, Ganon's shoulder muscles tensed, fibrils straining and quivering dramatically, the deltoid muscle inflating out of nowhere, the snake scales on his body violently shaking. Thump! A muffled chopping sound reverberated. After being resisted by the force of Ganon's palm and the muscle technique to offload the force from the shoulder, Rain's intermediate secret technique, Flash Cut, did not sever Ganon's right arm, but lodged about 3 or 4 centimeters into the opponent's shoulder before being caught by the muscles. At this point, Ganon's left hand, which had been supporting Rain's forearm, began to exert force, and he quickly leaned toward Rain, once again grabbing Rain's shield-bearing arm with his right hand. This time, the red snake was not deploying flame breath, but instead shot down from above toward Rain's neck, biting down on it like lightning. In the blink of an eye, Rain barely managed to shift his body slightly, allowing the red snake's attack to move from his neck to his shoulder. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Ganon's face. His red snake was extremely poisonous, and once, but in an instant, Ganon's smile froze. Because a certain sound of bone cracking echoed, the red snake painfully opened its mouth wide, flicking its tongue and hissing a hissing sound. It could be seen that its 2 fangs were both broken off. This truly shocked Ganon. How could this be possible? Because on Rain's shoulder, where the steel shoulder armor was covered in a layer of water membrane, 2 large holes had been bitten by his red snake, but no blood was flowing out. Instead, it was the red snake's fangs that had snapped? He hadn't felt any fluctuation of witchcraft energy at all. Could it be that Rain possessed some kind of bloodline talent, like a body of stone? Or was he wearing some kind of strange inner armor? Complications arose one after another. At this point, Ganon stopped caring about face. Because the battle had progressed to this extent, he felt that the face that needed to be lost had been lost. So, he decided to use an overpowering approach to resolve the fight. Ganon suddenly released his hands, stepped down hard with his left foot on Rain's shield, and rapidly retreated using that leverage. Just as Rain buffered the force and was about to pursue, suddenly, he felt a slight tremor of the pebbles on the ground, and immediately, Rain thought of something and swiftly sidestepped. Boom! The ground where he had been standing gave way to a huge earth snake that out its menacing, petal-shaped mouthparts. This time, after attacking, it did not dive back under the ground but stood upright like a cobra, raising a small part of its body. Even so, it was higher than a 2-story building, and its shadow in the sunlight engulfed Rain's entire body. And atop the earth snake's head appeared a figure. It was none other than the great priest of the secret snake sect, Ganon. Ganon looked down at Rain from above, a smile on his face as he commented, "Impressive strength for your age. Given more time, you might even surpass me. But sadly, this is where your journey ends. To die at the hands of a legendary species earth snake is quite an honor, isn't it?" At this point, upon seeing the appearance of the giant earth snake, the remaining Black Flame monks exchanged looks and gathered towards the tunnel entrance previously dug by the earth snake before leaving. For them, although Ganon was an ally, he was an outsider without any hierarchical relationship with them. Furthermore, staying would not be of much use in the fight. They were more likely to become cannon fodder. So they thought it best to retreat first. As a legendary species, the earth snake's pressure felt as tangible as reality itself. Rain felt as if he was trapped in something viscous, as if the resistance in the air had suddenly increased more than twofold. In such a situation, fighting against an ancient legendary creature increased the pressure tremendously. This feeling. Rain couldn't help but recall the time he had faced the high priest of the Meister County using dark magic to ascend. Rain scanned around. He had been thinking of taking down another night-level Black Flame monk to collect 10 parts and try out the core skill effect of the newly learned Soul Shatter Strike. But unfortunately, the so-called elite of the Black Flame Church had all run away without a trace. If that's the case, it seems that there's only one solution left to use that thing. Rain quickly took out the replica Imperial Scepter from his waist and threw it straight over. In an instant, a white meteor shot directly at the colossal earth snake. At the same time, a royal aura representing human supremacy also dissolved the legendary level pressure, which, by comparison, was merely a firefly's light. At the same time, roar. A deafening scream rose into the air. At this moment, the platinum replica Imperial Scepter hit the gigantic body of the earth snake with ease. Instantly, it created a hole as big as a bucket, which, in terms of size relative to the earth snake's massive body, should not be considered significant at all. But it seemed that the imperial power contained within the scepter was causing it unbearable pain. The agonized earth snake kept rolling around, the ground splitting and cracking as if mountains were crumbling. Then, it quickly shrank into the earth and fled. And Ganon, the great priest of the secret snake sect, also hurriedly and awkwardly clambered down. In such a situation, his command sorcery was no longer of any use. Furthermore, he understood that because of the clash between the imperial power within the scepter and the divine power within the earth snake, the control effect was greatly weakened and was unlikely to recover anytime soon. This made Ganon's gaze towards Rain fill with rage in an instant. He had not expected Rain to have something like that. Now, his plan to control the earth snake back to Gnome Province was shattered, and Holden was not rescued. And the cause and arch-criminal of it all was the young man in front of him. Die, great serpent of devouring, please heed your servants. Ganon's deep voice began. Serpent transmutation sorcery. Rain narrowed his eyes. He had experienced this move before at the hands of Holden, and now, Ganon's aura as he executed it was much stronger than Holden's. However, it must be his killer move as well. It seemed that there were adverse effects or after effects on the caster, as both used it only as a last resort. With that in mind, Rain glanced at the attribute panel. Constitution, 39 Strength, 46 Agility, 40 Spirit, 55 remaining attribute points, 5. Suddenly, the remaining attribute points dropped from 5 to 1, and Agility surged to 44 points. Rain's speed suddenly increased sharply, and a white arc dashed from above, hurtling towards Ganon. At this time, Ganon, already multitasking with chanting and concentrating on whether Rain's weapon would transform, had not anticipated that Rain's speed would surge so abnormally. Facing Rain's sudden advanced secret skill Hammer of Crushing, he could only instinctively cross his arms to block. But with no time to gather strength, the result of facing Rain's strike was... Exclamation point. Just like that, both his wrists shattered instantly. The momentary agony, bone-shattering, flesh-rending and blood spattering across Ganon's face was unbearably painful, and his eyes were filled with blood, rendering him unable to see. Retreat. Retreat quickly. All Ganon could think of was this one thought. Thoughts of rescuing people or the earth snake were completely forgotten. But how fast could he possibly retreat, bleeding profusely from his wrists and blinded? A silver arc flashed across horizontally. Thud. A heavy thump sounded. Ganon's legs had been severed at the knees. Now, Lying on the ground, Ganon was still desperately trying to escape, his legless limbs flailing about as though they were fish still twitching on a chopping board. Rain had stopped. Seemingly recalling something, he slowly walked over and said, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you. Holden was killed by me a long time ago. Although the confinement room was cast with a sorcery array, it only has his corpse inside." At these words, Ganon's eyes widened dramatically, his lips fluttered as if to say something, but no sound came out. A sound akin to a watermelon splitting echoed. "The 10th is complete." However, at that moment, Lord Rain looked around and walked over to inspect the huge holes in the ground, only to find that the legendary Earth Snake had already fled without a trace. Lord Rain casually picked up the replica Imperial Scepter that had fallen on the ground. The Imperial power contained within it was almost completely depleted after this use. Clearly, to use it again, he would need to return to the Sword-Bearer's branch to recharge it. Yet he was somewhat hesitant, unsure whether to pursue the injured legendary Earth Snake or stay behind to protect Clea and the others. Of course, although the Earth Snake had been injured by the replica Imperial Scepter, the injury was not severe, and, as a creature from the ancient legendary species, its strength exceeded his. Even if Lord Rain managed to catch up to it, he was not confident that he could kill it with a single strike using the Warhammer special effect, Soul Shatter Strike. At that moment, Clea and Alina, among others, had also come to stand next to Lord Rain at the entrance of the hole. Throughout their journey, the sight of densely packed holes and the chaotic scene on the garden floor had greatly shocked them. "Rain, your strength has grown incredibly." Clea walked up to Lord Rain, tilted her head, and observed him. "Two nearly legendary-level warriors, both defeated by you, one after another. Especially that Ganon from the Secret Snake sect. I feel he was only a step away from being a legendary warrior." "He was indeed tough to handle," Lord Rain nodded and said. Just as Lord Rain was about to ask Clea about the near-legendary matters, Alina approached from his other side and said with a smile, "Yes, Lord Rain, you have killed Raxel. I will report this immediately to the Sword-Bearer's branch. Moreover, his strength exceeded our expectations. I think rating the mission 3.5 stars is not fair, and I will suggest to Lord Umaz to upgrade it to 4-star gold. TSK, that Raxel who caused multiple small-town tragedies in Meister is now dead by the Meister Siegehammer. He truly died as he deserved," Alina chuckled. "By the way, Lord Rain, you also killed the great priest of the Secret Snake sect, Ganon. However, as a task of the Gnome Province Sword-Bearer's branch, I still need to discuss the rewards with them." Alina glanced at the 3 members of the Blade team undergoing treatment and said, "Thank you, Lord Alina. As for the credit for killing the head of the Secret Snake sect, Ganon, the Blade team played an indispensable role," Lord Rain said. "Ah, I understand what you mean, Lord Rain. I will speak with Captain Langler about this first," Alina nodded. At this moment, Clea, seeing Lord Rain's gaze fixed on the large tunnel in the ground, immediately thought of something and asked, "Rain, are you thinking of pursuing that legendary Earth Snake?" "Yes, I am worried about the legendary Earth Snake. If we do not eliminate it, it might come back for revenge at any time." Lord Rain frowned slightly and nodded. Alina first glanced at the headless body of Ganon on the ground and then turned to Lord Rain and said, "Lord Rain, that legendary Earth Snake probably wasn't a battle pet of Ganon from the Secret Snake sect, but it might have been controlled by some form of his dark magic. Now that Ganon is dead, the Earth Snake, having gained its freedom, likely left of its own accord and probably won't come back to trouble us," she added. "Oh, is that so?" Lord Rain pondered. If that was the case, it would really be unnecessary to risk entering the tunnel to try and kill it. It's just a bit of a pity. The effect of Soul Shatter Strike didn't get tested. After all, if the enemy's strength is too weak, its power cannot be rightly assessed. In hindsight, I should have killed another Black Flame monk earlier and used the Soul Shatter Strike directly on the great priest of the Secret Snake sect, Ganon. Thinking of this, Lord Rain glanced at the headless body of the great priest of the Secret Snake sect, Ganon, feeling somewhat regretful. At this time, Chief Mage Shadia stood calmly behind her mistress Clea, not speaking a word, but her eyes occasionally stared blankly at Lord Rain. However, the tightness and slight rubbing of her legs seemed to prove that her heart was not as calm as her face suggested, revealing some inner turmoil. As a common person, Shadia could barely follow the battle between Lord Rain, Raxel, and Ganon from the Secret Snake sect. Their movements were simply too fast, surpassing the limit of what her eyes could capture. The chief mage saw only blurry shadows, splashing mud, holes in the ground, sparks flying, whirlwinds and flames, which to her felt almost like a battle of gods. But one thing the chief mage did understand was that Lord Rain's stamina was truly remarkable. This was easily proved as, through 2 bouts of fighting, his face still showed no signs of fatigue. Furthermore, this was corroborated by what Ganon, the manipulator of the Earth Snake, had said, affirming that Lord Rain possessed some kind of exceptional stamina talent. This couldn't help but make the chief mage glance at Lord Rain again. In her heart, she shyly thought, aside from his stamina talent, could Lord Rain perhaps excel in other areas as well? In the intervals of conversation between Clea, others, and Lord Rain, the nearby guards also began to help their companions up and started cleaning and tidying up the garden. However, when they saw the bodies, nearly all exploded heads of the Black Flame Guardians, as well as the bodies of Raxel and Ganon from the Secret Snake sect, many guards whispered among themselves, "Hey, do you guys think? Why does Lord Rain love using his warhammer to smash his enemies' heads so much? It makes such a bloody and brain-spattered mess, it's really nauseating to look at." Scared. Huh? Good. Being scared is the right response. Lord Rain must want to intimidate his enemies with this way of fighting, a young guard said with a know-it-all expression. The other guards glanced at each other and instantly showed an expression of sudden realization. Exactly. That must be it. It's just that. With this being the case, I don't think his old nickname, Meister Siege Hammer, is suitable anymore. Right? What do you guys think about calling him Skull Crusher instead? That fits well. Agreed. A guard nodded in approval. Agreed. At this moment, Langler, too, walked over with his wounded body. He first looked at Ganon's body with shock, then at Rain, and exclaimed, "Lord Rain, your strength is really..." While speaking, Langler made a thumbs-up gesture. Just now, their Blade Squad 3 had joined forces against this Ganon, but were completely crushed in less than a minute. Yet when Ganon faced Lord Rain, he also ended up a headless corpse in roughly the same amount of time. This left Langler at a loss for what to say. Both were golden-level sword-bearers and team captains, but the disparity between them was just too great. The conclusion was all too clear and obvious, given the nearly identical conditions and time frame of the comparisons. Of course, Langler's compliment was not because he was skilled at flattering and fawning, but because while sword-bearers enjoyed very good treatment in many respects, there was one condition, that one had to come back alive after a mission. So within the sword-bearers, there was a great respect for those with strong abilities. Because sometimes, having a strong companion lend a hand could be the difference between life and death. Captain Langler, you flatter me. Without the 3 of you holding him off, Ganon might have discovered that Holden was already dead sooner and would have immediately ordered the Earth Snake to destroy the villa, Rain said. Upon hearing Rain's words, Langler felt as sweet as if he had drunk honey. He was well aware of their situation as 3. Despite their full effort, they were beaten like dead dogs by Ganon. But in Lord Rain's words, they had put up a valiant resistance with significant impact. Listen, that's emotional intelligence. By the way, Captain Langler, as a matter of fact, I have a question for you. What is the greatest difference between a quasi-legendary or legendary and us great knights? Rain asked. Huh, Lord Rain, you haven't researched this? Langler looked at Rain in surprise. In his view, someone like Rain, who was about to step into the legendary level, should have a more comprehensive and profound grasp of this knowledge. However, Rain had only officially become a great knight a little over 2 months ago and had not yet had the chance to look into this matter. 4 great knights, completely comprehending Will's brilliance and entering the realm of titled knights is to become a legendary strongman. Langler pondered and said concisely, if one has only grasped a trace or a small part of it, then that person is a quasi-legendary strongman. Will's brilliance? Rain frowned slightly. It seemed like the second time he had heard this term. The last time Master Ganther had mentioned it briefly. Yes, that's right. Simply put, the sense of oppression you felt during your fight with these 2 is the influence of Will at the entry level. Langler pointed to the bodies of Ganon and others as he said. If you master the basic use of this Will's brilliance, you could be said to have entered the quasi-legendary level. But Langler felt a bit awkward as he explained this. He quickly realized where the awkwardness came from. For him, these 2 were on a higher quasi-legendary level, but for Rain, they were defeated foes. And now, he was suggesting that Rain should learn from these two. That type of oppression? Rain nodded. Being a wizard as well, he had much sharper senses than Langler. He could feel that this oppression was a demonstration of some sort of spiritual power. Captain Langler's right. But Rain, you're also a wizard. For wizards, the distinction of a quasi-legendary strongman is simpler. It's the liquefaction of spiritual power, taking 1 to 2nd level wizard. And a legendary is when spiritual power crystallizes, Clea said from aside. If we liken spiritual power to a multifaceted crystal, then perception is one of the facets, an external manifestation of spiritual power. Will's brilliance is another facet of this crystal, another external manifestation of spiritual power. This is exactly what I heard from the Ranger Queen, also called the Windwalker, Lady Sapphirus, when I was at the Royal Academy. She, too, embodies both the ways of the wizard and the knight, and I think her words should be helpful to you. Lady Crea's beautiful eyes were fixed on Rain as she spoke. Two sides of the same coin, huh? Rain nodded and said, "Thank you, Lady Crea. Lady Sapphirus's words are very enlightening to me." But Rain also knew that these were merely overarching summaries. For him to master Will's brilliance, he still had to start from the very beginning. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'll leave this place to you. I need to go back and ponder over this." "Of course, Lord Rain, please proceed." Back in his room, Rain thought for a moment, then began to check the system prompts. "You have been involved in a battle, Warhammer Wizard, Legendary. Experience plus 2,491. You have been involved in a battle, Weapon Master, Legendary. Experience plus 1,387. Note: the above skill experience has enjoyed a 30% increase due to the exclusive talent, Junior Extraordinary Understanding. Congratulations, you have defeated a formidable enemy and gained 3 golden skill points. Congratulations, you have defeated a formidable enemy and gained 4 golden skill points. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, profession level has increased. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, profession level has increased. The profession level of Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, had risen from LV1 at the time of the job change, going up 4 levels, reaching LV5, 591/2000. As the profession level of Weapon Master, Legendary, was already at LV8 and close to leveling up, this substantial gain in experience also attributed to a level increase, achieving LV9, 198/10,000. This was indeed an unexpected delight. This perfectly satisfied one of the prerequisites for the epic level profession. King of Thousand Blades, Epic, Weapon Master LV9 or above. Moreover, it allowed Rain to gain another 5 attribute points and 5 skill points, plus 7 golden skill points. It was a grand harvest. Adding to his original remaining points, Rain now had 6 leftover attribute points, 6 skill points, and 8 golden skill points. This also meant that Rain could now elevate either Crushing Hammer or Sword Blade Storm modified from an advanced secret skill to a top-secret technique. In addition, regarding Will, Rain also vaguely grasped a hint of its essence. At once, Rain stood with one hand across his chest and the other supporting his chin, pacing back and forth in the room deep in thought. Several hours later, the 20 or so fugitive Black Flame monks saw a group of familiar figures at the other end of the original tunnel, led by another notable person from their sect, Lord Freeman. However, there was a stranger standing beside him, towering like a small giant. In the dim light of torches, the stranger had disheveled hair, making it hard to see his face. He wore an exceedingly ancient-looking bronze breastplate, and the exposed skin was grayish-white and wrinkled, not elastic like that of a normal person. What the Black Flame monks found even more daunting was the intimidating aura emanating from the stranger, preventing them from daring to approach him. "Lord Freeman, it's terrible. Lord Raxel has been killed by Rain." Raxel is dead? Freeman's initially great mood was clouded with gloom. So, the plan to attack Earl Hab's mansion has also failed? The Black Flame monks exchanged glances before responding. It can't be said to be a complete failure. Lord Ganon from the Secret Snake sect is still fighting. And you fled? A bunch of... Freeman's eyes twitched as he fumed with rage. Suddenly, the ancient hero had advanced several meters without anyone noticing. His arm, as thin as a stick yet clearly muscular and thick dash, pierced through the chest of a Black Flame monk who had returned. The monk was utterly confused, never expecting to be attacked amidst his own sect members. At this moment, he was lifted like a chicken by the arm that had breached his chest. Red lines of blood began to densely appear on the arm, and the black flame monk's mouth wide open seemed like he wanted to scream, but his body rapidly contorted and shriveled, withering and dehydrating before one's eyes. Soon, his limbs turned grayish-white like a dried corpse, hanging limply, and his neck titled to one side. The clearly more ruddy arm threw the body aside like discarding trash. Then it's useless, in ancient common language. A deep, hoarse voice came from the ancient hero, as if he had killed not a person, but merely a chicken. The cold tone made all the black flame monks who had returned turn deathly pale with fear. Lord, although they are still faithful believers of the sect, in ancient common language, and can be put to some use, Freeman hurriedly explained. At the same time, he cursed himself quietly. I forgot the big guy was here. Just saying the word, and the big guy heard it. Of course, the issue was that many words in ancient common language sound the same as in modern common language, including the word. Lord, let me take you to a place where there are plenty of strong ones for you to recover your strength. Not more of this kind of? Certainly not. Those are the elite of the Dragon Empire. Upon hearing this, Freeman was startled, then chuckled awkwardly, saying, Meanwhile, Mingster, the administrative building's top floor at the Sword-Bearers branch. In Admiral Edward's office, a middle-aged man in an army uniform, with a pair of golden oak leaves and 4 crescent moons on his epaulets, reported respectfully, Admiral Sir, we just received urgent military intelligence from Meister. The sealing gate has been opened by the Sea Clan and the Sea God sect. However, they did not expect a demon-tail sea dragon with 3 heads to be sealed inside. The Imperial Guardian, caught off guard, let the creature escape into the deep sea. Never expected it to be a demon-tail sea dragon with 3 heads. Escaped? Admiral Edward, clad in a military officer's uniform, raised an eyebrow, finding it a bit hard to believe the outcome. Because he understood that regarding whatever was sealed behind the sealing gate, the upper echelons of the Empire should have been aware. Moreover, ever since the news of the sealing gate was reported, it was said that the Empire had already started making preparations and had sent an Imperial Guardian here. Yet, incredibly, they still let the other party escape. Which Imperial Guardian came this time? It was Dragon Knight Minia, sir. Eh? The Red Queen herself? I can't believe that even she couldn't capture that magical 3-headed sea dragon. As an admiral of the Empire, Edward naturally knew about Minia's background. She was the current Empire Emperor's aunt, and her steed was an adult female red dragon, covered in red scales. Combined with Minia's royal status, that was why she was honored with the title Red Queen. In the ranks of Imperial Guardians, she was also counted as one of the top-level powerhouses. Unexpectedly, even she failed. Yes, it is said this magical 3-headed sea dragon has gained a trace of divinity, likely favored by some evil god. Hence, Colonel Stanley explained. A divine being? No wonder. Admiral Edward's face showed comprehension. However, the crow's feet at the corner of his eyes deepened. Yes, sir. Times of trouble. Edward couldn't help but sigh. This pointed out that the situation the Empire was facing had gradually slipped out of Imperial control. Otherwise, even if the 3-headed dragon was a divine creature, it wouldn't have been possible for it to escape. Did Duke Mingster and Archbishop Gomez know about this matter? Duke Mingster should be aware. Archbishop Gomez probably doesn't know yet. Inform Archbishop Gomez. Tell them to be more vigilant. As you command, sir. And what did the higher-ups say? The order from above is for us to diversify our branches, to issue more assignments related to the Sea Clan and the Sea God sect, aiding the operations of the Empire's Navy and Army. Carry it out as instructed. Meister County. In the garden of Earl Hab's mansion. The secret agent planted by the Black Flame cult within Earl Hab's mansion was busily shoveling soil into the large hole dug by the legendary Earth Snake. After more than an hour, his forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat. Yo, Arya, you're quite diligent today. Haven't rested at all. The agent, under the alias Arya, clearly didn't wish to engage in banter with a fellow guard. Because at this moment, his mood was in shambles. He did not expect the cult's meticulously planned attack to end this way. And when he saw Raxel die at Rain's hands, he felt a chill to his core. Fortunately, he had not immediately turned traitor when the attack happened. Otherwise, he'd be lying on the ground, too. He made up his mind to lay low for a while and not to pass any messages or intel back to the cult. After the deaths of Raxel and another Black Flame Guardian at Rain's hands, in truth, the remaining elite members of the cult did not know his real identity. After much effort, the massive hole was finally filled almost completely. Arya wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and looked at his work, feeling quite satisfied. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, as the ground beneath his feet, which had just been filled in, seemed to quiver slightly. HM? Could it be the earth snake coming again? Find Rain, not me. Upon noticing the change, Arya's face paled, and he turned to leave the pit. But in an instant, an unexpected terror struck. All at once, loose soil sprayed in all directions and a thick, desiccated gray-white arm suddenly reached out from the ground, grabbing onto his ankle. In an instant, Arya felt a bone-chilling cold shoot from his tailbone straight to the back of his head. Swoosh. The next second, Arya disappeared from his spot. Arya was yanked by a powerful force, dragged from the surface straight into the ground, and the mound that had been filled showed a small hole less than a meter in diameter. The guards who witnessed this suddenly changed their expression. 2 hours ago, inside a room on the second floor of Earl Habs's mansion. After pondering for a long time, Rain decided to first upgrade the advanced secret skill-crushing hammer to a top-level secret technique. There were 2 reasons. The first was that the soul-crushing warhammer of the Warhammer Wizard, legendary, required enemies to die by the warhammer to trigger its enhancement effect, according to the system description. Obviously, the stronger the hammer skill, the more powerful the enemies that could be killed by the warhammer, and the greater the enhancement. The second reason was what Langler had said before, that the key for a great knight to step into the realm of legendary lay in mastering the Radiance of Will. And the same-level secret skill sword Blade Storm Modified was a combination of innate wizardry and a secret technique. It couldn't be considered a pure swordsmanship mystery. Rain vaguely felt that to grasp the Radiance of Will, it might be better to focus on pure hammer skill or swordsmanship mysteries without mixing in witchcraft. Having made up his mind, Rain checked the conditions for promoting Crushing Hammer to a top-level secret technique again. 1. Any extraordinary hammer technique LV18 or above. 2. Bear King breathing method LV18 or above. 3. Strength 45 points, Agility 38 points, Constitution 40 points or above. 4. Consume 4 golden skill points. He then checked his attribute panel. Constitution, 39 Strength, 46 Agility, 44 Spirit, 55. Rain found that he was only lacking 1 point in Constitution to meet all the conditions. Naturally, he didn't hesitate and quickly added 1 attribute point to his Constitution. As his Constitution also reached the threshold of 40, Rain completely satisfied the attribute point requirements for the top-level secret technique. Next came the consumption of 4 golden skill points to level both the hammer skill and the Bear King breathing method to LV18, and then selected Promote. Instantly, a torrent of memories from the training of Crushing Hammer surged into Rain's mind. In a mysterious space, it was as if Rain, undistracted, had been diligently practicing the advanced hammer skill Mystery Crushing Hammer for 3 or 4 decades, and in the final moment, achieved a breakthrough. The system prompt appeared again. Congratulations, you have comprehended the top-level hammer skill mystery. Annihilating Hammer. Annihilating Hammer? Has the name changed as well? However, seeing the words top-level secret technique, a smile couldn't help but appear on Rain's lips. He had finally mastered a top-level secret technique. On the Weapon Master, Legendary panel, the hammer skill Mystery Crushing Hammer also synchronously changed to Annihilating Hammer. The icon underwent significant changes as well. The figure now depicted a dark, heavy hammer swinging downward, and around the head of the hammer, ripples spread out like waves in concentric circles. Unlike the previous lifelike depiction of shattering boulders, this picture looked more like an abstract painting. After all, the extent of the ripple's power was unknown. The small print at the bottom right of the icon had also changed. Annihilating Hammer, top-level secret technique, effect, employ a primal force combined with shock techniques, with the addition of a sliver of the will's power, to deliver a mighty strike that can annihilate both the tangible and intangible. Note: to advance Annihilating Hammer to basic annihilation field, the following conditions must be met. 1. Strength 60 points, Agility 50 points, Constitution 55 points, Will 3 points or above. 2. Consume 8 golden skill points. This is a field? Has it started to transcend the scope of a mere technique? Rain keenly noticed the keyword field in the remarks, Although it only spoke of a basic annihilation field, it was evident that the power of this annihilation field was above that of a top-level secret technique. At the same time, Rain immediately thought of the elementary fire-type witchcraft high-temperature field that he had learned before, which also contained the word field. But clearly, there was a huge difference between the two. Additionally, Rain noticed that the subsequent promotion of the top-level secret technique Annihilating Hammer had deviated from the requirement of hammer skill, and it even moved away from the breathing method requirement. Displayed were only two prerequisite conditions, attribute points and golden skill points. There was a sense of moving from complexity to simplicity. Will 3? Rain quickly noticed this newly emerged attribute item. But I don't have will as an attribute. Rain, with a slight frown, immediately called up his attribute panel. His eyes abruptly widened as the panel now surprisingly included a new will attribute. Constitution, 40 Strength, 46 Agility, 44 Spirit, 55 Will, Hidden Attribute 1. Note: will is a hidden attribute and cannot be improved by adding attribute points. How did I suddenly have 1 point of will? Rain appeared thoughtful. Could it be that this 1 point of will comes from the process of upgrading my advanced secret skill Crushing Hammer to the top-level secret technique Annihilating Hammer just now? It seems that's the only explanation. While Rain was contemplating this question, a knock suddenly sounded on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Rain? Clea's familiar voice came from outside the door. Rain opened the door to see Lady Clea holding an ancient-looking parchment scroll, standing at the doorway with a smile. Miss Clea, please come in. Clea nodded and stepped into the room. Rain, there's something I'd like to discuss with you, she said. But before that, I have something for you which might provide some inspiration for grasping will. This is a manuscript written by an ancestor of the Habu's family based on their own experiences on how they comprehended the radiance of will, Clea explained as she handed the parchment scroll to Rain. Lady Clea, isn't it too valuable? Clea's smile became even more radiant. Rain, don't forget, you are now my guardian knight. The stronger you are, the safer I will be, right? Before, when I was still a peak knight, it was not convenient for me to give you certain items from our family. However, it's different now. After my promotion to Great Knight, according to the agreement my father had with the elders of the family, I am now the primary heir to the Habu's family, with much greater authority than before. Otherwise, even I wouldn't have been able to give you this manuscript, I'm afraid. Thank you, Lady Clea. Rain took the manuscript and bowed slightly. Now, with 1 point in will attribute, having a manuscript about the understanding of will from predecessors for reference naturally greatly benefited Rain. It could potentially accelerate his subsequent comprehension and usage of will. Moreover, I've spoken to my father about you. He's both happy and surprised by your growth. He hopes to talk to you when he's feeling a bit better after some time. Of course, at any time. Please convey to Count Hubs that I hope he recovers soon. At that moment, Clea's expression became serious. Rain, as a wizard, haven't you noticed anything unusual lately? Something unusual? Rain couldn't help feeling puzzled. Yes, like the concentration of mystical side energy particles you felt. Perhaps you can try to recall, compare 1 month ago with now. Clea looked at Rain with a puzzled expression. Rain sensed carefully. It seemed that the energy particles around him were easier to mobilize. But the problem was, his spiritual power from a month ago and now had increased by at least 10 points or more. Rain suddenly realized. He understood. The incredibly fast improvement of his spiritual power left him no time to pay attention to the changes in these mysterious energy particles around him. All along, he intuitively believed that the enhancement of his witchcraft power was solely due to his own strength improvement. In fact, as Clea mentioned, a small part of the reason was indeed the change in energy particle concentration. Lady Clea, do you mean to say the concentration of mystical side energy particles has become denser for some unknown reasons? Yes, although I am a knight, my spiritual power is not weak. I have felt this change over the past 6 months, let alone the wizards. Moreover, don't you find it strange? Legendary species such as the earth snake, these ancient creatures, have suddenly appeared. I thought it was a coincidence, but now that you mention it, this isn't coincidental. It's not a coincidence. When I was at the Imperial City's Royal Academy, reports of the resurgence of such behemoths from across the vast territories of the Empire have come up at least a dozen times. Even many children of great nobles are discussing this issue, Clea said, her face turning solemn. Spiritual energy revival? a term from his previous life inexplicably cropped up in Rain's mind. Of course, that's just a metaphor. The real reason behind it might be far more complicated. But regardless, the current situation indicated that an increase in energy particle concentration seemed to lead to the gradual awakening of behemoths. Although he was progressing rapidly, he still had a substantial gap compared to the legendary Earth Snake. The question was, apart from the behemoths, behind those active cults. This caused Rain's brows to furrow, a sense of urgency emerging. Hasn't the Empire discussed any solutions? Rain inquired. I don't have access to the Empire-level response plan yet. According to one theory at the Royal Academy, it's a mix of opportunities and challenges. The increased concentration of energy particles will not only directly enhance the combat power of wizards, but will also subtly reduce the difficulty for us knights to advance in rank. It means that breakthroughs have become easier. Many believe that experts from within the Empire will emerge like bamboo shoots after a rain, Clea said. I see. Rain mused thoughtfully. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least the rapid improvement in his own strength had another satisfactory explanation. After Clea left, Rain began to look through the manuscript written by Haps, one of Clea's ancestors who was among the few in Habu's family history who had comprehended the brilliance of will. In fact, the content in the manuscript regarding how to comprehend the brilliance of will wasn't extensive, just a few fleeting words. Understand why you fight. Understand where your longsword points. After pondering over this phrase several times, perhaps due to the one point of will that Rain already possessed, he had an epiphany. He stretched out his right hand and activated his primal force, with his palm emitting a faint white glow. But the next moment, a formless power of the mind and spirit settled in his hand. The light of the primal force suddenly underwent some kind of change. It wasn't a quantitative change, but rather it seemed as if the previously chaotic primal force molecules had suddenly become orderly. It was as if the primal force had found a leader, had gained a soul. Was the primal force previously soulless? To explain it using an analogy from Rain's past life, it was as if the former primal force was like the carbon atoms in graphite, while now with the addition of will, it had become the carbon atoms in diamond. The carbon was still carbon, but it had transformed in essence. Rain ran his hand, radiating with primordial force, in a karate chop motion gently across a corner of the wooden table. Smack! The thick corner of the solid wood table fell to the ground, its cut surface smooth beyond measure. Rain's face was thoughtful. Clearly, the infusion of primordial force before hadn't been able to achieve this effect. Suddenly, a loud boom came from outside the window. Rain immediately went to the window to check. He saw that the previously sealed tunnel entrance had burst open, with dirt flying everywhere. The Earth Snake is back? Rain's first thought was that the legendary Earth Snake had returned. Well, this is good, just the right moment to test the core skill effect, Soul Shatter Strike of the Warhammer Wizard and experience what real damage is. However, to Rain's surprise, his keen vision observed a particularly burly figure slowly emerging from the smoke and dust. The figure had wild red hair similar to a lion's mane and wore an extremely ancient, bronze-colored breastplate. The design somewhat resembled the muscle cuirasses worn by Spartacus, the warrior from Rain's previous life, made from front and back bronze plates. In his right hand, he carried a cube-shaped giant warhammer. The warhammer, equally ancient in style, had a perfectly square metallic head and blue faces on both sides, with stripes of blue and white on the handle. Suddenly, dozens of guards, in their shock, immediately surrounded the figure. But in the next second, all guards, as if frozen by some invisible force on the spot, seemed unable to move even a finger. The figure blinked and was instantly beside a guard. Pff. He drove his hand directly into the guard's heart. As wisps of red blood spread over his large, withered arm, the figure slightly tilted his head and said in a muffled voice from his chest cavity, "Freeman, you are deceiving me. These are not the Empire's elites." At that moment, Rain saw a group of black flame cultists were emerging in a single file from the tunnel. Langler, Flay, and Atlas rushed over quickly from the side. But upon their first glimpse of the ancient hero, they were stunned. That aura of authority. Freeman quickly pointed at Langler and the others and immediately explained to, No, Lord, those are the Empire's elites. Instantly, as S gaze landed on Langler and his company, the group immediately felt their hairs stand on end and a chill shoot from their spines directly to their crowns. They instantly felt as though they were being targeted by a natural predator. Langler, the Peak Knight, looked desperate and said to the two teammates beside him, "You two escape separately in a moment. I'll hold them off." "Captain, is he really that strong?" Flay, slightly panicked, asked. It was his first time seeing his captain like this. They hadn't even clashed with the enemy, and he had already given up hope of victory. "Captain, even with Lord Rain, it's no use?" Flay pursed his lips, unwillingly. "No use. It's impossible to win. He is a true legendary fighter, maybe even beyond." Langler shook his head, his complexion turning pale. At that moment, Clea also arrived behind Langler. Following her, Rain. Not escaping separately? Off to the side, Freeman, seeing this, couldn't help but rejoice and silently cheered. Come on, come on. All the elites of the Dragon Empire, the more the better. This way, Lord can swiftly regain his full strength. The ancient hero had been asleep for far too long, although trapped in the Amber Barrier spell, which slowed the passage of his life. Still, his vital essence gradually weakened with the passage of time. Moreover, while the crystallized blood from the previous blood ceremony, refined though it was from thousands of mere mortals mixed with a few knights, wasn't enough for a being of S caliber. Most of it was mere dross. After absorbing it, he had barely awoken. The strength of the ancient hero was now at a mere fraction of what it once was. From formerly an epic fighter, he was barely at the threshold of a legendary fighter. Needed to absorb the essence of as many powerful beings as possible to quickly regain his strength. For instance, if he could absorb a legendary fighter now, he should be able to recover a small portion of his strength. If there were 10 legendary fighters, basically, he would be able to regain the strength of an epic fighter. Just as was about to launch an attack, suddenly, he tilted his head toward the sky. 2 Griffin Knights were routinely flying from Fishing Port Town to Meister County City. At this moment, they were nearly at Meister County City when suddenly, they noticed a large plume of dust rising from the noble district of the city. This caused the 2 Griffin Knights to glance at each other and immediately become alert. From their vantage point in the sky, it was clear that the dust affected a large area on the ground. "Fish, let's go down and check it out." Viscount Filk, that seems to be Count Hab's mansion. Could it have been attacked? Immediately, the 2 Griffin Knights maneuvered their griffins towards the source of the dust at high speed. "It's the Black Flame Cult." Viscount Filk instantly saw the unmistakable robed figures and the tall, hammer-wielding figure in front. From the perspective of those on the ground, suddenly, a powerful and majestic cry came from the sky. Before them, a mighty creature with the body of a lion and the head of an eagle, sporting an enormous wingspan, dove from the sky, its incredibly sharp talons reaching straight for the red-haired fiend. Boom! A translucent shockwave burst forth from the square hammer. With just a single, the griffin, at least 4 meters in length, was grievously injured, crashing into a nearby annex like a downed aircraft and collapsing several walls. And in the humanoid eyes of another griffin, fear showed as it hastily gained altitude. A single hammer had slain a griffin, and the red-haired fiend's terrifying attack power left everyone too scared to move forward for the moment. "Lord Rain, Lady Clea, the enemy is a true legendary fighter. You must run," Langler said, anxiety clear on his face. "Is a legendary fighter?" At this point, everyone's gaze, more or less, turned to Rain. As another strong warrior who wielded a hammer, Rain, having just been given the title Skull Crusher, seemed to be the only one on their side who might be able to defeat the enemy. But the problem was, the enemy was just too strong. A legendary fighter. Not a pre-legendary like Raxel or Ganon, but a true, bona fide legendary fighter. A Black Flame monk stepped forward and whispered something in Freeman's ear, after which Freeman fixed his gaze on Rain, sneering sinisterly. "Are you Rain? Since you've killed Raxel, you'll be the first to die. To die at the hands of the great hero is an honor for you." At this moment, Rain's attention was fully focused on the ancient hero. Having just grasped a glimmer of the will, he could see more than the others. Around S' towering figure, the field was chaotic. Such a field resembled a magnetic field around the human body, something Rain had never seen on anyone else. It was as if visible to the eye. This field, like a powerful magnetic force constantly emanating in all directions, resembled a mass of brightly colored, dense ribbons fluttering in the wind. When S' eyes locked onto Rain, Rain suddenly trembled as if a great bell resounded by his ear. This was a pressure from a higher order of life, much stronger than when facing the legendary Earth Snake. This was an absolute powerhouse. However, Rain knew he had no way out at this moment. Leaving aside his role as Clea's guardian knight, Just the speed the enemy had just displayed mid-escape was highly unlikely. If that was the case, it seemed there was only one choice left. Face death with equanimity, fight if you cannot comply. Rain gripped his skull warhammer even tighter. Moreover, he wasn't without a trump card. In an instant, boom, the imposing figure on the other side tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. The soil exploded. The entire figure shot towards Rain with a gray shadow trailing behind him, carrying a giant warhammer tinged blue and white, his speed so fast that visible white airwaves surrounded him. Rain's pupil shrank, his danger perception never before issuing such a strong alert. Facing the crisis of life and death. Instantly, Rain felt his scalp tingle as if an electric charge had passed through it. At that moment, he felt no pressure from the enemy at all. In the eyes of the bystanders, they saw Rain suddenly charge towards the enemy as well, drawing a silver line in the air. Logically, if the enemy dodged, Rain's hammer would have a hard time hitting, but perhaps in the eyes of the ancient hero, Rain was merely an ant that was a little stronger than usual. Just think, when faced with an ant's challenge, a normal person would certainly not retreat or dodge. They would just step down harder. Perhaps they would even roll their foot left and right a little. Boom. And so, in an instant, two hammers, one large and one small, collided heavily. A powerful and visible shockwave spread rapidly around the impact point like a storm at the muzzle of a 406mm battleship's main gun. In an instant, Rain was sent flying backward faster than he arrived, the white skull warhammer in his hand crumbling into fine sand from end to end. But what concerned the crowd more was Rain's right arm, muscles bursting apart, blood splattered as he was thrown back. The Black Flame monks, including Freeman, watching this unfold, had smirks appear on their faces. At the same time, for words rose in their hearts, biting off more than he can chew. Daring to counter the great hero? Who do you think you are? The Imperial Dragon Knight? What a joke. But the next second, the smirk on their faces suddenly froze. Because the ancient hero, who had been unharmed, suddenly let out a pained, low growl. Behind his tall frame, there appeared a solid, lifelike transparent phantom that had been knocked out from his body by Rain's hammer strike. At this point, it was at least a meter away from the body. That wasn't all. In an instant, the transparent phantom that had left the body had dozens of fist-sized holes appear up and down its form. Following that, the now much dimmer transparent phantom seemed to be pulled back rapidly into ancient hero's body by some gravitational force. Even though the transparent phantom had returned to the body, ancient hero was vomiting dark red blood in great gulps, kneeling on one knee, barely supporting his quivering body with his warhammer, suffering in torment. This. Freeman and the others all wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost as they watched this scene. According to the records in the sect's scriptures, this ancient hero wasn't just any ordinary legendary figure, but an epic-level warrior from their sect's ancient past. Even in his far-from-recovered state, retaining scarcely 1/10 of his strength. But surely, 1/10 of an epic fighter's remaining power would still comfortably reach the level of strength of a legendary fighter. A starving camel is bigger than a horse. Therefore, they could never have imagined that such a top ancient warrior from their own sect could be wounded by a young man from the Empire who was clearly not yet a legendary figure. The problem was, the injuries looked quite severe. Clea had originally seen Rain's arm muscles burst open inch by inch, her eyebrows slightly furrowed as she worried, but she had not expected the situation to turn so quickly. That enemy, who was clearly at least of legendary level, seemed to be even more seriously wounded. No, his injuries were worse. The shadow that had just appeared seemed to be his soul, and a direct injury to the soul, obviously, would be much harder to heal than Rain's physical wounds. Meanwhile, in the arena, Flay wore an expression of pleasant surprise and immediately turned to his team captain Langler. "Captain, I told you. With Lord Rain on our side, we could still put up a fight." At this moment, Langler's mind was also buzzing. He couldn't understand why such a legendary fighter, and obviously not just an ordinary one, could be hammered into such a state by Rain. Could Rain be a legendary fighter too? But that was impossible. Rain's battle with Ganon of the Secret Snake sect had been a long, drawn-out affair. In terms of strength, Rain was still some distance from being a quasi-legendary. He managed to win over Great Priest Ganon of the Secret Snake sect more due to the blessing of his extraordinary stamina than anything else. How exactly did Rain manage it? Langler truly could not understand. ZZZT Rain's legs adopted a defensive posture as his muscles bulged, digging 2 trenches, each several meters long and nearly half a meter deep, into the garden's ground before he finally steadied himself. His right hand throbbed with bone-piercing pain, but Rain's eyes were firmly fixed on the ancient hero, unwavering. When he saw that the other's transparent phantom had been knocked out and clearly severely injured, he immediately revealed a trace of a smile. True damage. Is it that it actually affects the soul directly? It seems like there's still a fight to be had in this battle. Rain could clearly feel that not only was the other's aura rapidly declining, but also the once tight, seamlessly encompassing aura around him had now weakened substantially. It was like watching ribbons that had been neatly drifting in one direction, now becoming disordered and fluttering off in all directions, leaving many gaps in between. However, I need to heal my wounds first. Adding attribute points could only restore energy but not heal injuries. Rain quickly glanced at his Beast Priest, Legendary, panel and focused his attention on the core skill, Beastly Vitality. Previously, in order to improve his Weapon Master, Legendary, strength as soon as possible, he had spent most of his skill points on Extraordinary Battle Technique, so the core skill, Beastly Vitality, remained at level 1. Of course, another reason was that at that time, Rain thought level 1 was sufficient. But today, the situation was different. There were no large ferocious wild beasts nearby for him to draw from, so if he wanted to heal his injuries, he would have to rely on drawing from the vitality of the 3 battle pets under his command. Without any hesitation, Rain added 2 skill points to Beastly Vitality LV1, active. The icon changed subtly from an image of a palm resting on the head of a prostrate beast to one that showed 3 beasts surrounding it. The text below the icon updated as follows: Beastly Vitality LV3, active as a beast priest descended from ancient trolls. You can quickly draw vitality and energy from beasts or bonded pets within a certain distance to heal your injuries and restore your energy. Note: you can affect up to 3 beasts or bonded pets at the same time, without exceeding 30% of their life force. Note: drawing from wild beasts will cause you to be affected by the negative influence of their spirits. Bonded pets will not. Immediately, Rain noticed the changes after the skill upgrade, with the addition of key phrases, within a certain distance, at the same time, and 3. As soon as Rain thought it, a canine creature the size of a pony suddenly leapt forward to Rain's side and laid down quickly, while from another direction, a large and robust black-horned horse charged toward him. Just when everyone thought Rain was planning to mount one of the creatures to retreat, a majestic and strange bird of prey swooped down from above his head. In an instant, 3 streams of green energy, visible to the eye and fluctuating like high-voltage electricity, were infused from the bodies of 3 ferocious transcendents into Rain's body. Immediately, Rain felt 3 surging streams of heat coming from his 3 war pets. This heat stream had a special effect of restoring energy and healing injuries. Rain squinted his eyes, feeling the heat coursing rapidly through his severely injured right arm. He could feel an itchy sensation coming from his right arm as the injured muscles swiftly repaired themselves and the skin began healing rapidly. Although the maximum life and vitality Rain could draw was only 30% of his war pet's total vitality, due to the fierce vitality of the transcendent beasts and the fact there were 3 of them. Thus, the injuries in his right arm recovered as before in just a few seconds. However, the expressions of the 3 war pets looked much more drained. Clearly, they had borne an unbearable burden for their master. When Rain straightened up again, he looked refreshed and vigorous. The sight made Freeman and the other Black Flame monks exclaim, because Rain's recent maneuver seemed more like something from a cult. The green light just now must have been drawing on life force, right? Is this really something decent people would do? Go, help Lord up. We must retreat immediately. Seeing that the situation was dire, Freeman quickly made a decision. At your command, Lord. Several Black Flame monks immediately ran to the ancient hero, who was kneeling on one knee, planning to swiftly evacuate their church's ancient powerhouse. Suddenly, with a pft, 2 Black Flame monks screamed. Hands, one in each of the Black Flame monks' chest and abdomen, started filling with dense red lines that surged through their bodies. He was using his own church's monks as nourishment for recovery. As he drew their essence, his previously drooping head suddenly lifted, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Rain, filled with intense fury. This puny had, by using that witchery device, injured his very spirit, thus reducing his combat power, which was already reduced to a fraction of what it once was, to an even more pitiful state. The Ant must die. Tossed aside the 2 depleted corpses, grasped his warhammer, and the next second, the ground exploded beneath him, creating a deep pit. Drew a gray line as he rapidly charged at Rain, The air pulled around him, rippling like water. Where he passed, it was as if a level 19 typhoon had swept through, with grass and trees breaking and dust swirling. Rain's pupils constricted, his spirit highly concentrated. He keenly noticed that this time, the opponent's movement speed hadn't surpassed the sound barrier. He could just manage to catch every move of the other. Clearly, this also verified that the opponent's injuries must be very severe, and even with his fury, his capabilities couldn't match those from before he was injured. Bolstered by confidence, Rain suddenly roared, transforming the hardened essence gold covering his gauntlets into a dark two-handed warhammer, and charged at. Clang. Sparks flew. This time, the blue and white warhammer and the dark warhammer clashed fiercely again. The piercing sound of metal striking metal resounded across the field, and the shockwave from the impact also blasted the surrounding guards and black flame monks away by more than 10 meters. This made other people roll and scramble away in panic, trying to quickly distance themselves from these two titanic beings. Meanwhile, Rain's hands trembled sharply, his palms slightly split, forcing him to step back 3 paces. Despite still being at a disadvantage against Ancient Hero's attack, Rain's eyes suddenly lit up. Compared to before, the situation had massively changed. This proves that my earlier feeling was correct. My annihilating hammer layered with Soul Shatter Strike incurred some kind of wound that, at least in the short term, is very difficult for him to recover from, especially the true damage from Soul Shatter Strike. Now, his combat power has fallen by at least 2 levels from the beginning of the fight. From a nearly impossible struggle at first to now, where I am only slightly at a disadvantage. If just moments ago, Rain was prepared for a desperate fight, a do-or-die attempt, now, he had transformed into being eager and excited to defeat a formidable enemy. Because, once such a being of at least legendary level fixated on him, Rain wouldn't just be worried about protecting Clay's safety. Even his own life would be constantly on the line. Moreover, if he could kill a former cult legend, Rain's blood surged with excitement. This battle was fightable, and it must be fought. The ancient hero also reeled back a step due to the tremendous reactionary force. Knocked back a step by an ant? Had begun to realize just how much his strength had deteriorated due to the soul injury he had suffered. Not far from them, another battle was also taking place. Rain could sense from the aura that it was likely Langler and his 2 companions, leading their side, who were fiercely battling the Black Flame monks led by Freeman. Naturally, both sides deliberately avoided the area where he and Ancient Hero were. Freeman's strength was not only on par with Raxel's but even stronger by half a measure, making it extremely tough for Langler and his companions to handle. To avoid the enemy's strategy of diversion, Clea did not join the battle group, but continued to guard near the villa's gate to primarily protect her father, Count Haps. Just as Rain was starting to worry about the current situation, Viscount Felk, a Griffin Knight who had fallen nearby, burst out from the ruins. His griffin had been severely injured, but he himself was virtually unharmed. He looked up and shouted at Fish, a fellow Griffin Knight who was trying to evade in midair. Quick. Fish, go inform Lord Menia. A cult legend has appeared in Meist County City. Felk was certain that only a legendary warrior could have inflicted such damage on his griffin with a single strike. Moreover, it was likely not just any ordinary legendary warrior. It seemed that the only one who could definitely defeat the opponent was none other than the Red Queen Dragon Knight, Lady Menia. Seeing that his superior was unharmed, Fish's face lit up with joy, and reacting immediately to Felk's shout, he spurred his griffin and soared into the sky, heading rapidly toward Fishing Port Town in the east. Seeing Fish go to deliver the message, Felk finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at that moment, when he focused on the scene, his eyes suddenly widened. The very cult legend who had severely wounded his griffin was now being held off by Rain, whom Felk had seen once before, and the two were fiercely locked in combat that was too close to call. At the same time, he also saw Langler and his team at a disadvantage. After a moment of thought, Felk rushed into the fray alongside Langler and his companions. After all, he doubted he could effectively intervene in the other two's combat. Since Felk was also a peak knight with substantial skills, his joining made it easier for Langler's trio, gradually stabilizing the situation. For his part, was not panicked at this moment. Although the entire situation was tense, he was well aware that even the severely injured ancient hero, himself, was far from showing his true power. Rain would certainly not be a match for Lord As long as his side could maintain an unbeatable position, they just needed to wait for Lord to secure a victory, and then they could eliminate these people altogether. Rain exerted his full strength with every strike, yet still found himself pushed back by the ancient hero. Though the gap between their strengths had narrowed significantly by this moment, it was still not easily bridged. Every delivered was compounded with will, raw force, momentum, and a certain special energy, making it necessary for Rain to use the top-secret technique, Annihilating Hammer, just to barely fend off each. If it were any other peak knight who had not mastered such a secret technique, they might not even be able to withstand a single hammer. But Rain's eyes grew brighter as the battle wore on. Rain's sharp awareness told him that this fight was entirely different from those with previous enemies. This time, he had to be fully focused with every strike he made, and with each block, he found himself either consciously or unconsciously summoning his mental strength. It was as if he were walking a tightrope over a vast abyss. Rain had a feeling. It was as though he, as a freshly forged rough iron block, was undergoing the relentless refinement of a skilled blacksmith. Fighting a warrior of this caliber, Rain could faintly feel that every second was tempering his spirit, benefiting his will. In that instant, he seemed to understand how to improve his new attribute, will. However, Rain also realized that he could not keep retreating. A long defense inevitably leads to defeat, and the best defense is a strong offense. Although at this moment Rain still had 5 attribute points left, which needed to be reserved for regaining strength, they could not be completely allocated to increase his strength or agility to reduce the gap in combat abilities. But Rain had another solution to further narrow the gap. He quickly invested 2 skill points into the Beast Stamina icon on the legendary Beast Priest panel. The icon's image showed no change, still displaying the heads of Rain's 3 battle pets, the eagle, dog, and horse. But the small text at the bottom right had changed. Beast Stamina LV3, passive as a Beast Priest inheriting from ancient trolls, you naturally possess the ability to draw vitality from your bonded pets, thereby enhancing your physical fitness and resistance. Note: Level 3 can simultaneously receive the enhancement effects of all 3 types of pets under your command. Note: this skill has a distance limit, effective only when pets are nearby, with the effective distance proportionate to your spirit attribute. Previously, at level 1, only 1 pet's effect was conferred, but now at level 3, it was distinctly 3, a significant indication. As Rain silently invoked Beast Stamina, instantly he felt completely different. The attribute panel displayed that Rain now had the combined bonus effects of Dog's agility, Horse's endurance, and Horned Owl Beast strength. And since the Black Horse had evolved into a swift steed and the blood-feathered Horned Eagle had also grown, all 3 enhancement effects had reached a +3 state. Strength, physique, and agility all increased by 3 points, which nearly amounted to a 10% increase in combat power. The counterattack immediately began. Upon clashing again, the ancient hero realized something was off about Rain's state. He felt energized as if injected with some vigor, and his strength had further increased slightly. This infused S angry gaze with an additional ripple of emotion. Also took a more serious look for the first time at the young Empire warrior he was facing. The original state of the battle had been one-sided, with Rain almost not having a chance to counter and being only able to passively defend and block. But now the situation was different, as from time to time Rain could launch effective counterattacks, forcing to take up a defense or block. Since both men were using heavy warhammers in the fight, their strength was unmatched, and with each collision, a resounding boom like that of a great bell could be heard. And with every intense clash of energies, the shockwaves that arose were so powerful they pressed the ground of the battlefield several centimeters deep, kicking up dust and dirt. If someone was unfortunate enough to be nearby, the lucky ones would be left dazed by the sonic boom, the next second blown away by the blast wave. The unlucky ones would end up less than whole men. Truly less than whole, missing an arm or leg was considered light, or they might even find themselves without a head or missing half their torso. Right then, some unlucky sod got grazed by Rain's warhammer. Huh? Rain was surprised to discover that his warhammer, now deformed by the hardened essence gold, actually had a comet-like transparent phantom into it. This moment was like a flash of lightning that suddenly crossed Rain's mind. He quickly glanced at the description of the soul-crushing hammer. Indeed, it wasn't limited to the use of a specific enchanting warhammer, it simply said warhammer. That is to say, unlike when changing classes where a specific enchanting warhammer is needed as a medium, Soul-crushing hammer is a core skill of the top legendary profession, the Warhammer Wizard, not a special ability of any particular hammer. However, it seemed that a warhammer of enchanting quality had a slight power enhancement. In an instant, several ideas flashed through Rain's mind. He looked at the blue and white warhammer in the ancient hero's hand with fervent eyes. If that's the case, then. The next second, Rain launched a heavy hammer furious strike, which forced a block, and with a swift move, he charged towards the direction of dozens of black flame monks. Seeing Rain rushing over, Freeman, who was fighting Langler and Felk, twitched his eyelids and cursed in his heart. "You can't beat Master, so you come here to find some presents?" So shameless. With a swing of his hammer, Rain wreaked havoc among the black flame monks, and in the blink of an eye, he took down 3 of them. Along with the one unlucky enough to have been grazed by the warhammer and killed at the start, Rain had already stacked 4 layers of enhancement effects. Although each layer was merely strength plus 2, it was still 4 times. In such a short time, Rain had suddenly gained 8 points of strength. When rushed over and saw the long, 3 transparent phantoms swirling around the warhammer in Rain's hand, his expression changed again. In their next clash with the added 8 points of strength, Rain finally began to attack more and defend less, and the situation started to reverse. And more critically, knowing now that the core skill of the Warhammer Wizard, Soul-Crushing Hammer, wasn't tied to the enchanting warhammer, Rain looked for chances every few seconds to dart next to a black flame monk and conveniently take them out. Finally, when Rain stacked the 9th layer of effects, S' expression changed drastically. He knew he couldn't continue like this any longer. This young Empire warrior was too strange. His stamina appeared endless, allowing him to continually use secret techniques, and his strength kept increasing as he fought. Decided, even if he were to fall into slumber again, he would have to take down this young man. Suddenly, S' blue and white warhammer emanated a strange energy fluctuation, and as Rain spun around and took out another black flame monk, finally stacking up to 10 layers, in an instant. Their eyes met for a brief moment. It was as if they understood something. Almost simultaneously, the ground beneath their feet fiercely exploded. One gray, one silver figure each drew a straight line as they rapidly lunged at each other. Clang! In that split second, 2 different styles of warhammers once again collided fiercely. The sparks and shockwaves produced by the collision of the 2 warhammers created a fierce hammer storm, which sent the 6 or 7 nearby black flame cultists and guards flying into the air. The ground itself instantly caved in nearly 10 centimeters due to the immense impact, and the soil scattered like a tornado. In an instant, a concave crater formed within a several meters radius around Rain and the ancient hero. The moment of collision, the expression on the face of the ancient hero changed drastically, turning to one of utter horror. He had always thought that the special power that could harm the soul came from the opponent's skull warhammer, which had just shattered into powder. Because of S' perception, he could tell that the other's hammer was a tool associated with rituals. Developing such a soul-harming ability accidentally during long-term rituals was a possibility. But what truly did not expect was that this young Imperial named Rain, without the skull warhammer in hand, still managed to deliver a soul-damaging this time. In an instant, the tattered transparent shadow behind S' tall figure was once again struck by Rain's hammer, tearing it away from his body. The same scene from before replayed. The transparent shadow, nearly a meter away from S' body, suddenly developed dozens of densely packed holes the size of fists all over. Now, the transparent shadow became extraordinarily tattered, like a candle flickering in the wind. If one didn't look closely, it was almost hard to detect its human form. When the shadow returned to the ancient hero's body, this time, staggered back 5 or 6 steps. At last, he thumped to the ground, unable to remain standing. Rain, on the other hand, was also not faring well. His warhammer, even though made of hardened essence gold, couldn't withstand the severe impact of that collision. At that moment, the hammer's thinner handle simply broke off. Its head had been completely blown away, leaving Rain only with a headless hammer in his hand. At the same time, S' strike was accompanied by a special dark red flame and some kind of transparent energy shock. At this moment, Rain's right hand was almost fractured, and his entire body was faintly burning with this dark red flame, causing extreme pain. However, Rain still forcibly endured the pain, took a quick step forward, and the hardened essence gold in his hand once again instantly reshaped into a warhammer, hammering heavily towards S' head. It seemed as if he sensed the danger of death. In an instant, the nearly dying S' eyes suddenly bulged, staring at Rain. The next second, he blocked Rain's strike with his gray-white arm. The sensation of hitting a thick hide was transmitted to Rain's hand through the handle. Despite the opponent's wrinkled, mummy-like skin, the muscle fibers beneath were as strong as steel wires, very strong in defense. Even compared to Rain, who possessed the intermediate steel body talent, it was not inferior. After the hit, only S' arm muscles were damaged, without breaking his bones. Whether it was a final surge of strength or some other secret technique, the seemingly drained suddenly let out a roar, charged into Rain's embrace, and began to sprint with all his might. Boom! Boom! After rushing through several stone walls, the two crashed into an adjacent villa's annex, engaging in close quarters combat. But S' condition at that time was too dire, and seconds later, Rain seized the opportunity. Splat! The ancient hero's eyes widened, his body shuddered. A pointed warhammer had entered his brain from the crown of his head. The next moment, he seemed to still want to raise his arm for a counterattack, but his body suddenly convulsed, and the arm he was lifting also fell back naturally, his lion-like head finally limply drooping down. Rain pulled out the pointed warhammer, looking at the large body that had collapsed with a moment of silence. Following the death of the ancient hero, a special aura began to emanate from around his grand corpse. This aura was filled with magnificence and vast implications. To Rain, it felt like S' death was akin to a whale fall. After his death, it seemed as if some kind of foundational power within his body was also dissipating, which is why such a grand aura was spreading. Suddenly, the system prompt followed. Ding. Unidentified high-quality energy detected for absorption. Yes/no. Note. This high-quality energy can be directly transformed into talent points upon absorption. Facing the system prompt, Rain was slightly taken aback. This was indeed beyond his expectations. Ever since the last time when he killed a Black Flame cult high priest in the Ascension phase, and happened across the opportunity to convert it into talent points, Rain had thought that only enemies that had some sort of connection with the gods could yield talent points. He didn't expect that by killing this ancient hero, he would also get the chance to gain talent points. Faced with this choice, Rain naturally didn't hesitate, immediately choosing yes. In an instant, the gradually dissipating aura from S' majestic corpse was absorbed completely into Rain's body, like rivers flowing into the sea. The system prompt came again. Ding. A total of 2 talent points converted. Please choose to upgrade the talents Basic Weapon Mastery, Passive, Basic Extraordinary Understanding, Passive, Intermediate Steel Body, Passive, or Intermediate Huge Strength, Active. Seeing this system prompt, Rain's smile became even more brilliant. To actually have 2 talent points. This meant that even with intermediate talents, he could now upgrade. But now, it was not the time to consider allocating points. At the moment, his physical condition was also a bit off, with the enemy's evil flames, like an incurable disease, still causing continuous damage inside his body. So, Rain could only let his 3 combat pets endure another burden that was too heavy to bear. As the eagle, dog, and horse rushed into the ruins, Rain cast LV3, Beastly Vitality, and finally felt a lot better. At that time, Rain spotted something and raised his eyebrows slightly. He walked over and took the blue and white warhammer, which had belonged to, into his hands. Besides the weight of the warhammer, Rain also felt a distinct sense of resistance. It was as if the warhammer in his hand was alive, possessing its own consciousness, and did not recognize its new owner. Rain lifted the warhammer to his chest and scrutinized it carefully. At the base of the handle, he saw complex blue and white patterns that seemed like runes, probably serving some special purpose. As for the head of the hammer, there were no special patterns. It had a square shape, with blue on the left and right sides and silver white on the other 4, the only feeling being one of extreme solidity and heaviness. Thinking for a moment, Rain tried to use his innate wizardry metal morphing spell, but the warhammer clearly emitted a faint blue and white glow, isolating the metallic energy particles on the outside. The transformation failed. This only made Rain more interested. Clearly, this warhammer was no ordinary item. It felt to be of a higher tier than his skull warhammer, which had shattered into dust. Although he couldn't unravel the secrets of this warhammer at the moment, Rain was not worried. Because within the vast Sword Bearers organization, there were bound to be people who could solve this problem. Thinking it over, Rain held the blue and white warhammer in his right hand, and with his left, He grasped S ankle and dragged the tall and heavy corpse, step by step, out of the rubble of the villa's auxiliary building. When Rain emerged, all those present involuntarily stopped their battles. Whether it was the cult of Black Flames led by Freeman or the guards led by Langler and Viscount Filk. At that moment, the looks in their eyes, filled with disbelief and shock, turned toward Rain. The cult of Black Flame's monks, with eyes wide open, kept glancing back and forth at the tall body Rain was dragging. It was indeed without a doubt the ancient hero. But how could this possibly be? This was one of the epic warriors rarely seen in the history of the church. To die at the hands of a young imperial soldier. Not even the fantasy fairy tale scripts of wandering bards would dare to write something like this. For a hero to fight a dragon, that hero must have extraordinary battle achievements, right? Otherwise, a script where a farmer kills the dragon with a pitchfork would surely be met with rotting eggs thrown by the audience. To the hearts of the cult of Black Flames, what difference was there between Rain and compared to a farmer and a dragon? Langler and Viscount Filk were also shocked by this scene. While they internally didn't wish for Rain's defeat, to tell the truth, they also basically hadn't thought Rain could win. After all, they saw that possibility as too slim. Their greatest hope for Rain was that he could delay the cult's ancient legendary warrior for as long as possible. If he could hold out until the Imperial reinforcements arrived, nothing would be better. But in their view, that too was wishful thinking. In other words, they never truly thought Rain could win. But now, the development of events had far exceeded their expectations. Could it be? He won? Langler remembered very clearly, just yesterday Flay had told him that Rain, despite being a golden rank sword-bearer captain, had actually only joined the Minster Province sword-bearers branch less than 2 months ago. And yet such a near newcomer had killed an ancient cult legendary warrior? This was no longer a matter of this child will surely become great to describe Rain. It had become, this child has already become great. Clea, guarding the entrance of the mansion, was also open-mouthed and wide-eyed, at a loss for what to say as she stared at Rain. Just 2 hours ago, she had handed Rain a manuscript about comprehending the glory of will, handwritten by her own ancestors. Could it be that Rain turned around and killed a legendary warrior of the cult? Clea felt her head spinning and couldn't quite understand it. And the guards within Earl Hab's mansion at that moment, their eyes filled with complete respect and a hint of fear towards Rain, which was a world away from when Rain had just taken charge of the mansion's security, a completely different attitude. Many of the guards recalled their initial doubts and couldn't help but blush slightly. Now, looking at this familiar figure, they felt an indescribable sense of security. Suddenly, Freeman in the field shuddered and finally snapped to his senses. If he didn't leave now, he feared he would not be able to at all. He shouted loudly, "Retreat!" and quickly crushed something, creating a thick fog out of nowhere. And the Black Flames monks, who had lost all will to fight, also immediately took out similar smoke grenade-like items and threw them to the ground. Suddenly, the garden was shrouded in smoke. But vaguely, one could still discern the surviving Black Flames monks fleeing erratically toward the tunnel entrance previously dug by the Earth Snake. Just as Rain set down the ancient hero's corpse and was about to pursue, Langler and Flay approached and said, "Lord Rain, you needn't trouble yourself further with these matters. Leave them to us." Rain thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Very well." Rain then sat down directly on a piece of broken stone, slowly steadied his breathing, and began to reflect on the recent battle. At that moment, whether familiar with Rain or not, everyone who saw the young man sitting quietly on the stone slab dared not disturb him. So, a peculiar scene appeared in the garden. A young man seemed isolated from the world, sitting on a stone, holding a gigantic warhammer tinted blue and white, lost in thought. Meanwhile, others were busy with their own tasks. A group was chasing into a tunnel while others, surrounding the young man, spread out and vigilantly stood guard. Initially, Alina had intended to approach Rain, seated alone on the stone, to offer some words of praise. But seeing Rain deep in thought, she hesitated, feeling it inappropriate to disturb him. As the Deputy Minister of the Swordbearers Affairs Hall, Alina well understood the magnitude of Rain's contribution. Even she, experienced and knowledgeable, was witnessing for the first time an enemy legend being slain by their side. Unable to approach yet filled with excitement, Alina's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had thought of something. She immediately took out a quill pen and started to write frantically. Because she was too excited, her writing was somewhat messy. Quickly, Alina crumpled the paper in her hand, discarded it, and took out a new sheet. This time, she took a deep breath to calm her emotions and then began writing again. The chief maid, seeing Alina writing so earnestly, couldn't help but curiously approach to see what was written on the paper. Earl Hab's mansion, faced with the second stealth attack from the Black Flame cult, the enemy deployed an ancient legend whose strength hadn't fully recovered, whom the cultists call Ancient Hero, our side's golden-level sword-bearer captain, Lord Rain. In a one-on-one duel, struck down the Ancient Hero on the spot. After some thought, Alina decided to also mention the situation of others, although the Blade Squadron didn't belong to the Minster Sword-Bearers branch, and neither did the Griffin Knights. The remaining enemy personnel were also defeated in a combined attack by the Blade Squadron and the Griffin Knights. Looking at the completed report, Alina nodded in satisfaction. This way of writing seemed to highlight Lord Rain's excellence even more. Meanwhile, Rain was reminded that he hadn't checked the system prompt yet. Sure enough, the prompt flooded the screen. You have experienced a battle, Weapon Master, Legendary. Experience plus 7,847. You have experienced a battle, Warhammer Wizard, Legendary. Experience plus 3,991. You have experienced a battle, Beast Priest, Legendary. Experience plus 1,387. Note: the above skill experience has enjoyed a 30% increase from the exclusive talent Basic Extraordinary Understanding. Congratulations, you have defeated a formidable enemy and earned 11 golden skill points. Congratulations, your will, hidden attribute, has increased. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, profession level has increased. Congratulations, your Beast Priest, Legendary, profession level has increased. The Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, profession level, which had just advanced to LV5 not long ago, had risen another level, reaching LV6, 2611/3000. Although the Weapon Master, Legendary, had not leveled up, the large amount of experience acquired brought his progress bar well past the halfway mark, reaching LV9, 8074/10,000. Rain was slightly surprised that the Beast Priest, Legendary, had risen 2 levels, reaching LV5, 49/2000. This was indeed an unexpected joy. The advancement of these 2 legendary professions, Warhammer Wizard and Beast Priest, also granted Rain an additional 3 attribute points and 3 skill points. Including his previously remaining points, Rain now had 5 remaining attribute points, a total of 5 skill points, and 11 golden skill points. Huh? Will it also increased by 1 point? Rain checked his attribute panel and saw that the hidden attribute, Will, had now strikingly reached 2 points. Constitution, 43, 3 points added during combat. Strength, 46 Agility, 44 Spirit, 55 Will, hidden attribute 2. The intense battle seemed to be the best test for Will. Without a doubt, the enemy, Ancient Hero, was the most formidable opponent Rain had ever faced. If it hadn't been for catching the opponent off guard at the start with his strongest move, Soul Shatter Strike, the subsequent battle would have been impossible to fight. In fact, the main reliance for defeating the opponent was also the true damage from the second Soul Shatter Strike. If it had just depended on his current actual attack power, breaking through the opponent's physical defense and inflicting serious injuries would still have been extremely difficult. Such is the power of the core skill of the top legendary profession, Warhammer Wizard. Rain couldn't help but exclaim, "If I hadn't switched to the Warhammer Wizard, this battle might really not have turned around. The best outcome would have been just relying on the swift step of the fast horse to quickly escape. But in that case, that would have been. I still need to strengthen my power." Immediately, Rain thought of the 2 talent points he had just earned. Upon reflection, Rain understood. Now, he basically had 3 choices in front of him. The first choice was to upgrade the talent, Intermediate Huge Strength active. The enhancement of explosive power meant that his attack power could be upgraded to another level, which is very important in combat. The second choice was to upgrade the talent, Intermediate Steel Body passive. The reason is simple and important: armor never goes out of style. The third choice was to split the 2 talent points and add them to Basic Weapon Mastery passive and Basic Extraordinary Understanding passive, respectively, upgrading these 2 basic talents to intermediate level. The advantage of this was that, in addition to the Warhammer, the power of the secret techniques performed with other weapons would be improved. At the same time, Extraordinary Understanding would further enhance the speed of cultivating subsequent extraordinary battle techniques. Each of the 3 choices had its own advantages, so which one should he choose? Rain couldn't help but fall into deep thought once again. Suddenly, Rain sensed something and looked up towards the eastern sky. He saw two squads of Griffin Knights rapidly approaching from the distant sky, flying in two straight lines, leaving a large gap in the middle as if they were escorting something. But to the eye, there was nothing in the middle. The Griffin Squadron has come. Wow, the number of Griffin Knights this time is quite a lot, exclaimed many guards. Among the two squads of Griffin Knights, there was one person, and it was none other than Fish, who had just gone to send a message. Seeing the Earl Hab's mansion, which had clearly calmed down, he immediately thought of something, stiffened, and his expression became extremely sorrowful, seemingly believing that everyone, including his superior Viscount Felk, had been sacrificed. But soon after, Fish's reddened eyes blinked. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the people on guard in the mansion's garden were all dressed as guards, which filled Fish with great joy. However, this also made him very puzzled. Didn't Viscount Felk say that the guy was at least a legendary powerhouse? Could it be that the opponent retreated on their own initiative? But why would they retreat when they have the advantage? I don't understand. Fish shook his head, unable to figure out what exactly had happened. As for the possibility that the legendary cult adversary had been killed, it never even crossed his mind. After all, the scene of a griffin being crippled by a single strike remained vivid in his mind. As the two squads of Griffin Knights drew closer, before long, Rain began to feel that something was subtly off, and a sense of anxiety crept into his heart. This strong presence, how it reminded him of the ancient hero. A bolt of lightning flashed through Rain's mind, and following that, he thought of something and suddenly looked up. Right where the middle of the circling Griffin Knights had been empty, ripples of light began to appear as if glass was refracting light. Straight after, what seemed to be the effect of some kind of invisibility disappeared. A majestic, elegant, and elongated giant creature appeared before Rain's eyes. The shock was no less than when Rain first encountered the ancient hero, for before him was a true giant dragon, its entire body red, with densely packed and thick scales, each larger than a human palm, covering the well-muscled limbs underneath, and claws that could be compared to the long swords of the knights. Atop the red dragon's head, on either side, stood two slightly curved horns, while along the center of its head were four smaller horns arranged in a single row. Its wings, seen up close, could be described as blotting out the sky. By estimate, the wingspan was at least 20 to 30 meters, but clearly, the wind elemental energy particles billowing faintly around were the reason the creature could fly swiftly. What caused trepidation, however, wasn't just the creature's size. After all, in terms of size alone, the sea serpent Rain had killed was not much smaller than the red dragon before him. Even the size of the legendary earth snake was greater than that of the red dragon. The most striking thing was its aura. Such a fiery, vast aura made those guards who had not stepped into the extraordinary realm shiver involuntarily. Although they knew it was not an enemy but the Empire's legendary Dragon Knight, the oppression from a higher order of life made them tremble nonetheless. The red dragon first lowered its head to sniff the corpse of the ancient hero on the ground and then observed Rain's blue and white warhammer with its large golden vertical pupils. Its eyes revealed a distinctly anthropomorphic curiosity, perplexity, and amazement. Then, from the back of the red dragon, came an elegant and magnetic female voice. It really is a legend from the ancient cult. Tassa could smell the decay of the other's soul. Rain looked up at the sound of the voice and saw a woman dressed in dark red wizard robe floating down from the back of a giant dragon. The collar of her wizard robe was cut particularly wide, squeezing against a pair of pale and towering weapons, giving the impression they might burst forth at any moment. In contrast, her waist was much finer. The hem of the wizard robe was very long, trailing down to her heels, but the slit was very high, almost to the top of her thigh. It was unclear whether this was for ease of riding the giant dragon. This bold yet somewhat modest style of dress made Rain unable to resist taking a closer look at her face. She had a high nose bridge, and her pair of blue-purple eyes were incredibly deep and enchanting, seemed to pull one into the abyss with just one glance. On either side of her light red hair, there was a subtle hairpin, with bunches of hair circling to the back, while the rest flowed naturally down her back. Overall, apart from beauty, it was hard for Rain to gauge her age. You could say she was in her 20s or 30s, and 40s wouldn't be impossible either. At this moment, Viscount Felk, deputy commander of the Minster Province Griffin Squadron, clad in light golden armor, immediately stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Prince Menia, Felk Finch, at your service." Oh, you. You're the youngest son of the Finch family. I remember I even held you when you were a child, Menia said with a flash of recognition upon examining Viscount Filk. These words made Filk blush slightly as he responded, "Yes, Your Highness." However, it was clear that Menia's interest was not focused on Filk. As she said, "This member of the ancient cult was slain by you, correct? Truly a hero despite his youth." As Menia spoke, her face showed admiration, and at the same time, her piercing eyes focused on Rain. "Your Highness, I greet you," Rain said, bowing slightly. "Yes, Prince Menia, this is Lord Rain from the Sword-Bearers branch of Minster, the one who killed the cult legend." Clea stepped forward and curtsied. Menia glanced at Clea and nodded her head. "Greetings, scion of the Habuz family." "Eh?" Still curiously examining Rain up and down, Menia suddenly exhibited surprise and said, "Rain, you may not have realized it, but you have been cursed by this ancient cult legend." Cursed? Rain was stunned when he heard this and immediately opened his attribute panel to check. Indeed, the first line read, "Rain Carlin, Evil Flame Mark." Because he had been focusing on the remaining attribute points at the bottom of the panel, he hadn't noticed it. No wonder he felt something was amiss, even though he had just used the special skill of the Beast Priest to heal his injuries. However, the term used on the attribute panel was mark, not curse. Rain did not know whether this was just a difference in the system's wording. "May I ask, sir, is there any way to remove this curse?" Rain asked, his face somewhat troubled. "Removing curses is not my expertise. Generally, the Goddess Church can lift it for you. However, after thinking it over, Menia spoke again. "Forget it. I will do it. I can lift a legend's curse." Great Fire Elf. With a soft chant, Menia waved her staff, adorned with a fiery red crystal. With the point of her staff, a ring of red flames suddenly lit up around Rain. But strangely enough, the next second, the ring of fire abruptly shattered and disappeared into the air. Menia's eyes widened in astonishment. Her cherry lips parted slightly, looking in disbelief at her ineffective curse-lifting magic. How could this be? How is this possible? Could it be that? Menia quickly walked over to the side of the dead ancient hero, her high-slitted wizard robe revealing a glimpse of alluring scenery as she moved. As Menia squatted down to inspect the body, the exaggerated ratio of waist to hips was clearly displayed. Soon, Menia furrowed her brows slightly, and turning to Rain, she said, "Young man, it seems I cannot help you with your problem. What you have is not a curse but a mark, meaning it is actually from an epic strong figure." "What?" exclaimed Viscount Filk, his eyes almost popping out as he looked at Rain with a ghost-seeing expression. "An epic strong figure?" Clea's mouth fell open, her eyes wide with shock. Heavens! Alina, the assistant to affairs, followed behind, her hand over her mouth, her face in disbelief. Menia's words sent shockwaves through the crowd, and the surrounding guards were mostly confused. What does an epic strong figure mean? Clearly, it was also a blind spot for most of them. Including Rain, they all looked perplexed. Didn't I just kill a legend? How did it become an epic strong figure? Only an epic strong figure can impose a mark, so the true strength of your adversary is undoubtedly epic. It is likely that due to being sealed for too long, their strength had greatly deteriorated, she explained. "Prince Menia, is there any way to remove the mark from me?" Rain inquired. "Of course, you can go to Imperial City. Many Imperial Guardians there can remove the curse from your body." "Can I only go to the Imperial City?" Lord Rain furrowed his brow. "Not necessarily. Perhaps you could try seeking Archbishop Minster to see if he could help dispel the mark through a prayer ceremony. Don't worry too much about it, Lord Rain. I sense a wild, restless power in this mark. The effect of this mark generally makes you increasingly irritable, and eventually, you completely lose yourself. However, due to the significant loss of strength in your opponent, the intensity of the mark isn't very high, more a subtle, gradually transformative influence. It will take a few months, maybe even half a year, to slowly alter your temperament." Lord Rain nodded in understanding. What a sinister mark. This type of mark, more stealthy than the typical curses that impair physical abilities, was much harder to guard against. If he didn't have the system pain, he wouldn't even know he had been affected. But, with a few months to spare, there wasn't a need to hurry. "You are indeed a fortunate young man," Prince Mania said, looking at the warhammer in Rain's hand. "That weapon in your hands must be the Tidal Holy Artifact then." "Tidal Holy Artifact?" Lord Rain asked, puzzled. He merely thought the weapon was extraordinary, but didn't know exactly how significant it was. "Yes, the blue and white square warhammer. Its design is quite unique. Perhaps you could try looking up information with the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church. Prince Mania nodded and said, Lord Rain, you look to be under 20, truly an exceptional young man. To have begun grasping the glow of will at your age is exceedingly rare, even in the entire empire. Perhaps you could consider joining the Royal Griffin Guard. If you are interested, you could take Toss's scale and go to Imperial City to meet General Clifford, Prince Mania said, taking out a red dragon scale. Lord Rain caught the floating red dragon scale, but stiffened slightly before saying, Thank you, Prince Mania. Well, since there's nothing more to handle here, I need to return to the front line. Prince Mania nodded at everyone, then employed the floating technique to slowly ascend onto the red dragon's back. The giant dragon then spread its vast muscle wings and surged skyward. Soon, its massive form began to reflect light, much like transparent glass, becoming sporadically visible and invisible. The next second, it vanished abruptly from midair. This is the effect of the invisibility technique. There are more dragon knights in the Imperial City, but to prevent the massive dragons from disturbing the civilians, and to keep potential enemies from knowing too much about the whereabouts of the Imperial Dragon Knights. Every Dragon Knight conceals their own traces and those of their dragons, Lady Kreia explained to Lord Rain. Viscount Filk, who was beside her, nodded at Lord Rain and said with a smile, Lady Kreia is well informed indeed. Alina, on the other hand, looked at Lord Rain with concern in her eyes. She wasn't worried about the mark Lord Rain had received, because Prince Mania had just made clear that it was manageable. Even though Prince Mania himself couldn't immediately remove it, both the Imperial Guardians and Archbishop Mingster had the capability to help. What Alina worried about was Prince Mania's attempt to recruit Lord Rain. She knew that the Sword-Bearers branch in Mingster had barely managed to nurture Lord Rain, a top-level talent even on an imperial scale, and they could lose him. This would undoubtedly be a great disappointment for Admiral Edward. No, she had to report this immediately and recommend that her superiors max out the remuneration and reward terms. Lord Rain, you wouldn't consider joining the Royal Griffin Guard, would you? Alina stepped forward, sounding slightly anxious as she spoke. HM? Lady Alina, is there something wrong with the Royal Griffin Guard? Rain, still focused on the red dragon scale, couldn't help but question her concern. Well, Alina intended to say, of course it's not good, but noticing Viscount Filk, a Griffin Knight beside her, she was at a loss for words. At this moment, Lord Rain's thoughts weren't on whether to join the Royal Griffin Guard, because just as he touched the red dragon scale, he received a system notification. Ding. Hostess touched a giant dragon scale, activating a special advanced job transfer, Dragon Knight, Epic. Preconditions for transferring to Dragon Knight, Epic 1. Contract any giant dragon, 2. Beast Rider LV5 or higher. Current conditions not met. Transfer to Dragon Knight, Epic. Failed. At that time, Langler and Flay emerged from the tunnel, their faces smeared with dust, looking quite disheveled. The guards appeared somewhat disheartened as well. Lord Rain, I am truly sorry. We severely injured Freeman, but the enemy used powerful witchcraft to collapse the tunnel, so for the time being, we had no good options. Langler blushed slightly. As a captain of the gold-level sword-bearers, he had assured victory before pursuing the enemy, but the result was that the enemy escaped. It's fine, Captain Langler. You've all worked hard. Take some rest, Lord Rain said unconcernedly. When the enemy rushed into the tunnel earlier, Lord Rain felt it was unlikely they'd catch him. The special terrain inside the tunnel, once collapsed, would need a terrestrial wizard to clear, otherwise, it would take days to clear, and by then, the person would be long gone. Furthermore, the strength of Freeman from the Black Flame Church is even above that of Raxel. Although he currently has no desire to fight, killing him would not be an easy task, especially if the enemy is determined to flee. Even if he were personally in pursuit, it's not guaranteed that he would get results. Having inflicted serious injuries to the opponent was already a very good outcome. After greeting everyone, Rain returned to his room. Rain began contemplating the words Mania had just said. To become a member of the Royal Griffin Guard was an honor, and an opportunity that most knights would consider to be the best choice. But in truth, Rain was very clear that his rapid advancement could not have happened without the various tasks assigned by the Sword Bearers organization. Without the battles, his strength couldn't have improved so swiftly. Rain actually quite enjoyed his current status within the Sword Bearers. The initiative for his tasks was mostly in his own hands. Although there were assigned missions, they were infrequent, less than once a month. Besides, he had just joined the Mingster Sword-Bearers branch and was still getting acquainted with many things. Therefore, he probably wouldn't consider going to the Imperial City in the short term. However, speaking of which, he did need to return to Mingster soon. Firstly, naturally, I need to deal with the evil flame mark. Otherwise, it's always a ticking time bomb. However, I wonder if the gold-quality conch metal could persuade Archbishop Gomez from the Goddess Church to help me exorcise the curse? But it shouldn't be a problem, and if worst comes to worst, I can ask the Sword-Bearers branch for help. Besides, after returning to the branch, he'd check if there was an instructor at the threshold of the legendary level who had mastered Will. If there was one, even if it cost a hefty amount of merit points, Rain planned to seek guidance. Despite now knowing a path to grasp the splendor of Will, through enhancing it in battle, Rain always felt that the predecessors must have had some methods to accelerate this process. Last, after submitting the task, he would have a sufficient amount of task evaluation medals and points to consider hiring great knight instructors for sparring, to improve on the newly acquired extraordinary battle technique. After witnessing the core ability strength of the legendary Warhammer Wizard profession, Rain thought he should meet the promotion conditions for his only epic-level profession, the King of Thousand Blades, as soon as possible. Now, the first prerequisite, Weapon Master LV9 or above, has been met. The next step is the second prerequisite, Master 9 different secret techniques. This will require a considerable amount of time to develop. Rain had been hesitant about where to allocate his talent points, and this was why. If he raised both Junior Weapon Mastery, passive, and Junior Extraordinary Understanding, passive, to intermediate talents, not only would the power of the secret techniques wielded with other weapons be enhanced, but the training speed for extraordinary battle techniques would also increase. In simple terms, he could meet the promotion conditions for the epic profession King of Thousand Blades in a shorter period. But there's only one life. Rain thought of the matter of the mark on his body. If something unexpected happens meanwhile, then increasing my defense and combat strength is of the utmost importance. After a moment of thought, Rain decided to upgrade to Intermediate Steel Body passive. Because from the last time, he suspected that the talent Steel Body, upon evolving from Junior to Intermediate, also contributed to the improvement of his affinity with metal elements. For most wizards, elemental affinity is something that's determined at birth. But he was capable of improving his elemental affinity by upgrading his talent. This meant that once his talent Steel Body was enhanced to an advanced level, his metal elemental affinity would further increase, thereby enhancing the power of the metal-based witchcraft he could cast. From this aspect, allocating talent points to Steel Body not only improved his defenses, but also his offensive capabilities. Having made up his mind, Rain silently chanted Intermediate Steel Body, passive, in his mind to allocate the points. Instantly, a strange warmth circulated over his skin. Rain extended his right hand and looked down to see a thick silver-gray metallic halo suddenly light up on his skin. The halo, rippling like water, continued for several seconds before it gradually receded. Then, a system notification appeared. Congratulations, your talent, Intermediate Steel Body passive, has been upgraded to Advanced Steel Body passive. Seeing the first advanced talent newly listed on his attribute panel, a bright smile couldn't help but spread across Rain's face. That night, in Mingster, in the underground intelligence hall of the Sword-Bearers branch, where the lights were bright. Due to recent turmoil within the Empire, the hall was a scene of bustling activity. Dozens of staff members hurried back and forth, almost too busy to touch the ground. This evening's duty leader in the intelligence hall was still the slightly round-bellied administrative deputy, Colin, a middle-aged bald man. He was seen leaning back relaxedly on a soft and spacious deer leather chair, crossing his legs on his office desk, leisurely sipping Yorton red tea, with an expression of stolen leisure amidst the busy surroundings. Thud thud thud. Sir Colin, there is an urgent intelligence report from Madame Alina, the deputy of the task hall. A petite female staff member hurried to the door, knocked, and reported with a somewhat urgent tone. From Alina? Read it. Colin furrowed his brow and took another sip of his Jotun red tea, clueless as to how Alina could have urgent information. And as the Vice Minister of Task Hall Affairs, shouldn't she be staying inside the Sword-Bearers branch, dutifully handling official business? Why run outside? It seems the Task Hall's work is really relaxed. Meister, Earl Hab's mansion, encountered a legendary, an ancient legendary warrior from the Black Flame cult whose strength had not fully recovered. Our own epic sword-bearer captain, Lord Rain, in a one-on-one struggle, killed Legendary on the spot. Colin sprayed the young, charming female clerk in front of him with Jotun red tea. Especially her chest was drenched, but Colin made no move to wipe it clean or take advantage, instead freezing in place. When Colin heard the previous sentence about a legendary cult warrior, his expression changed. He thought that what followed would surely be a report of how many had died, and quite possibly that Earl Habs also met some misfortune. Even that the entire Count Mansion was a scene of utter devastation, with no survivors. But who would have thought that the next sentence would suddenly take such a turn, with Rain having slain a legendary cultist on the spot? Wait, Rain? Was this the newcomer Rain who joined the branch less than 2 months ago? Did you just say Rain? The one known as Meister Siegehammer Rain? Since the last time Rain incidentally took out Galena, the high priestess of the Black Flame cult in Wells County, and destroyed a golem guardian, Colin had firmly memorized Rain's name. The charming female clerk took out a tissue, wiping the tea foam off her fair weapon while giving her boss a slightly reproachful look. Yes, Lord Kecklin. Legendary warrior? Gravely wounded? Yes. That's impressive. Absolutely astounding. He's only been with the sword bearers for a short while, and he's reached such heights already? Truly, his potential is limitless. Vice Minister Colin stroked his balding pate and couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, there was another knock at the door, and another female clerk stood anxiously at the entrance. Come in. What is it? Speak. Lord Kecklin, this can't be spoken of. This report is urgent intelligence from Task Hall Affairs Vice Minister Alina, marked as confidential. Currently, in the entire intelligence hall, only you have the authority to view it. The female clerk looked around and said, confidential intelligence, ordinary staff of the intelligence hall were not allowed to view it. According to regulations, only vice ministers and above could. Alina again? Colin was taken aback. Once Colin received it, he gestured for the 2 female clerks to step back a little. He first checked whether the red wax was intact according to regulations, and checked whether the seal ring's imprint on the red wax matched the cinders, before opening the envelope. Seconds later, Colin was utterly shocked when he finished reading the secret report, his eyes wide, his mouth agape. The 2 female clerks saw their superior's expression and exchanged glances, speculating in their hearts, had something major happened in Meister? Was the cult that formidable? Colin's mind was buzzing at the moment. Several key terms swirled around his head. Prince Minia, the Imperial Dragon Knight, epic-level fighter, consecrated artifact. Each term should be extremely distant from a new recruit sword bearer. But now, all of these terms surrounded this new recruit. Lord Kecklin? Lord? According to regulations, we must report confidential intelligence immediately. Remember? The female clerk tentatively inquired. Oh right, yes. The realization dawning, Colin slapped his shiny forehead, saying, I'll go to Admiral Edwards' place right away and come back soon. Very well, Lord Kecklin. Colin swiftly shuffled his slightly portly figure and trotted out of the intelligence hall. Colonel Stanley, is Admiral Edward in? I have an important matter to report. While saying this, Colin was planning to knock on the door. Wait, Colin, you are over 40 years old. How can you still be so impetuous? Colonel Stanley looked up at the forehead-sweating Colin and spoke indifferently. As the secretary to Admiral Edward, if the Admiral wasn't resting, he naturally couldn't go back to rest early either. This was the downside of being a chief secretary. It was quite tough normally. Of course, typically, effort would be rewarded, and being Admiral Edward's secretary was indeed a fast track to promotion. Colonel Stanley, this. I received urgent and confidential information from Alina. According to the rules, I must notify Admiral Edward immediately. Colin awkwardly lowered his hand. As the Vice Minister of the Intelligence Hall, compared with Colonel Stanley, his position was nearly 2 ranks lower, so naturally, he spoke more cautiously. Admiral Edward has important guests. What is the matter exactly? Stanley expressed his thoughts clearly without intending to make it difficult for Colin. Because Archbishop Gomez had arrived that evening, as the head of the Minster Province's Divine Church, he certainly had important matters to discuss with Admiral Edward. If it wasn't something extremely urgent, then it would be just as well to report it after the Archbishop had left. Colin thought for a moment and, according to the rules, as Admiral Edward's secretary, Stanley naturally had the authority to know information of a confidential level. Colonel Stanley, Please take a look at this yourself. This content. Colin was at a loss for words to describe the content. Thus, he handed over the original document that Alina had sent to Stanley. Stanley looked at Colin suspiciously, not knowing what Colin was implying, and immediately opened the letter, reading it swiftly. "What?" Stanley exclaimed. Just a few seconds had passed, and his eyes widened, with an incredulous expression as he stared at the letter in his hand. "This." Stanley looked at the letter and then at Colin, as if seeking confirmation. Originally, he wanted to say, "How is this possible?" But the problem was, the letter clearly stated that the recognition of the ancient hero of the cult of the Black Flame as an epic warrior wasn't determined by Alina, but directly declared by Prince Menia of the Imperial Guardians, known as the Red Queen. Could Prince Menia of the Imperial Guardians make a mistake? The possibility was almost non-existent. Then, the truth could only be one thing. This matter was most likely true. Although it was hard to believe when I received the information, I trust in Prince Menia's judgment, and I trust that Alina would not report this to Admiral Edward without being certain. Seeing Colonel Stanley's expression of shock and disbelief, yet having to believe it, Colin couldn't help but internally laugh in amusement, thinking to himself, "Look, you're also in your 40s but just as unsteady." After listening, Stanley nodded thoughtfully. Thinking it over, Stanley felt it was better to let Admiral Edward know about this matter immediately. Given that it involved news about Prince Menia, Admiral Edward likely wouldn't blame him because of this incident. Meanwhile, inside Admiral Edward's office, Archbishop Gomez and Admiral Edward were sitting opposite each other, talking seriously. "Old friend, based on the message you conveyed last time, in these 2 days, our operatives in Welsh County directly uprooted the cult of the Black Flame there. After some interrogation, we managed to gather quite a bit of useful information. Among the information, one piece you will surely find interesting is the reason or purpose of the cult of the Black Flame's recent activities in Meister County." At this point, Gomez paused. "Old friend, I think you might want to request the Imperial Guardian's intervention," Archbishop Gomez said solemnly. "Oh, is the situation that severe? Does it require the Imperial Guardian's intervention?" Edward's expression became stern. "I believe so. Because the ultimate goal of the cult of the Black Flame seems to be the resurrection of an ancient cult warrior. Although it's still unclear who exactly, their location is supposedly underground somewhere in Meister County." "An ancient cult warrior?" Admiral Edward looked puzzled. After all this time, even if they can still resurrect, the inevitable weakening of the soul's essence couldn't be avoided, right? How strong could they be? Exactly, but even with the weakening, they would at least possess legendary-level strength. Otherwise, the cult of the Black Flame wouldn't need to make such a fuss. Gomez explained. "Legendary? That indeed is a serious issue," Admiral Edward said gravely. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock on the door rang out inappropriately. This caused Admiral Edward to frown slightly, saying with mild irritation, "Come in." Colonel Stanley stepped forward respectfully and said, "My lords, please forgive my intrusion. This is an urgent confidential letter sent by Vice Minister Alina of the Task Hall from Meister County." "Sir, I believe you need to see this immediately." Admiral Edward glanced at his secretary, Stanley. He knew that he was always composed, and knowing that he still interrupted knowing that Archbishop Gomez was a significant guest, there must be a good reason. So he nodded and said, "All right, let me have a look." Hearing that it came from Meist, Archbishop Gomez's attention was also drawn over. After all, he had just been discussing the issue of the Black Flame cult in Meist. Admiral Edward took the letter, opened it, and his whole person suddenly stiffened, unable to hide the shock on his face. This made Archbishop Gomez, standing nearby, look worried, as his old friend rarely ever lost his composure like this. Could it be that I spoke too late? Has the Black Flame cult already found and resurrected that ancient epic strongman? Archbishop Gomez wondered to himself. The next second, Admiral Edward exclaimed, "An epic strongman?" This. Even though Admiral Edward was well seasoned, this was still the first time he had heard of a sword-bearer under his command killing an epic strongman. Keep in mind, he had been in charge of the Minster Sword-Bearers branch for a full 8 years. During his tenure, killing enemy legendary figures was extremely rare, perhaps not even once a year. Most were still at the quasi-legendary level. But this time, news of someone killing an epic strongman suddenly emerged. No wonder he was caught off guard. "Admiral Edward, could it be that you've already received accurate news that the Black Flame cult intends to resurrect an epic strongman this time?" Archbishop Gomez couldn't help but interrupt the shocked Admiral Edward and asked. Archbishop Gomez, you'd better see for yourself. After thinking it over, Edward handed the letter to Gomez. His mind was also a bit confused, not knowing how to explain this matter to Gomez, and the best way naturally was to let him see for himself. Although the letter contained confidential intelligence of the Sword-Bearers branch, since it involved a cult organization, the Sword-Bearers typically shared intelligence with the Goddess Church. Furthermore, as the person in charge of the Minster Sword-Bearers branch, Edward certainly had the authority to judge whether to share relevant intelligence with the Church. At this moment, Edward was pondering over a name, Rain. He certainly remembered this up-and-coming young man, particularly since he had left a deep impression when he knocked down the obsidian giant with a single strike. Moreover, the remains of the Golem Guardians from the other day had given him an enormous surprise. What he did not expect was that, in just a few days, the same person had accomplished something big, and it was a jaw-dropping feat, killing an epic strongman. Though one had to add a suffix, severely weakened. But regardless of any qualifiers, that was still epic. What? Already killed him? Archbishop Gomez, who had been half-closing his eyes, instantly widened them, staring at the letter with a look of utter shock. Yes, and it was Prince Mania, one of the Imperial Guardians, who personally confirmed it, so the results should be without doubt. Admiral Edward nodded, understanding his old friend's astonishment very well. He also did not expect that while the two were discussing how to deal with the problem had already been solved. Old friend, I want to ask you for a favor, Edward said. It's about this sword-bearer, Rain, who killed the cult's ancient hero. You saw what the letter said. He's been marked by something, and I ask that you do whatever you can to help remove it. This is, not that I'm shirking, but I have never encountered an epic strongman's will mark and can't guarantee absolute success. Gomez, coming back to his senses, thought for a moment and did not instantly agree. However, this young man, Rain, must be one of your favored subordinates, right? I will certainly do my best in this matter. Also, I really want to meet this young man. The letter did not say how he killed an epic strongman of the cult, and I'm truly curious about that. Haha, old friend, I share the same question. I think we'll find out in a couple of days. Admiral Edward laughed when he heard Gomez's confusion. Meanwhile, in the training room on the first floor of Earl Hab's mansion in Mice County City, Rain was currently using his innate wizardry metal morphing spell to continuously transform the hardened essence gold in his hands, now into a dual-handed greatsword, now into a two-handed warhammer. The main purpose, of course, was to test for differences from before. Rain remembered clearly. When he still had intermediate steel body, transforming about 50 kilograms of hardened essence gold into the shape of a pseudo-sow's head warhammer took about 0.3 seconds. But now, having tested nearly 10 times, the average was about 0.18 seconds, cutting down the time by roughly 40%. This rate of improvement was significant. Clearly, upgrading from intermediate steel body to advanced steel body had also significantly increased his affinity for metal elements. Otherwise, such a good effect would not be possible. Do not underestimate such a minor time improvement. Seen from another angle, in the same time as before, Rain could now transform more metal, both for offense and defense. For instance, within the time previously needed to form 3 kite shields, Rain can now create 4 for defense, showing an immediately noticeable improvement in his capability. The time it took to make a 2-meter-long greatsword, he can now form one 3 meters long. Although not 40 meters, it would still have an unexpected effect in combat. The most crucial point is, the increase in metal element affinity not only affects the power of innate witchcraft, but all metal-based witchcraft. With a low incantation, Rain had just cast a sharpness technique on his newly transformed dual-handed greatsword. The pale silver glow was also more intense than before. This meant that the sharpness technique was more effective. It seems that the next step is to find more metal-based witchcraft, Rain mused to himself. At that moment, Rain suddenly looked up toward the door of the training room. He saw a familiar, graceful figure entering his field of vision. It was none other than Clea. As expected of someone who killed a legendary foe, Rain, your perception is indeed sharp. You noticed me as soon as I came in, Clea said with a teasing smile. However, Rain could sense that despite her beautiful face, there was a faint hint of fatigue. Miss Clea, have you finished your duties? Yes, for the time being. I've just taken care of the aftermath for the injured and fallen guards. I also finished dealing with the issue of those tunnel entrances in the garden, Arranging for people to fill them in overnight, Clea briefly explained the tasks she had just handled. I've also coordinated with the Griffin Squadron at Fishing Port Town, hoping they will increase the frequency of aerial patrols. Rain nodded repeatedly as he listened. Clea usually had a lot of trifles to manage, especially after this battle, which had kept her extremely busy. With Count Habs of the Habu's family, the highest governor of Meister, severely injured, Clea had to manage not only the family's affairs but also the political responsibilities of the whole county of Meister. Fortunately, Clea had been trained in handling governmental affairs from a young age, so taking over was not overly chaotic for her. Rain, you've just been through such an intense battle today. Won't you rest a bit? No wonder, Rain, you've made such tremendous progress in such a short time. Talent is a prerequisite, but your diligence puts most others out of reach, Clea couldn't help but exclaim. Still, she had many doubts, such as the witchcraft Rain used that could absorb souls, and the type that could draw life force from his war pets to heal injuries. Where had Rain learned all these? It did not seem like something that could be learned from the sword bearers. Perhaps it was a fortuitous adventure. Thank you, Miss Clea. But I'm not as diligent as you imagine, Rain said with a smile. By the way, Rain, just call me Clea from now on. And about that Mark Prince man you mentioned, are you feeling any discomfort? Clea stepped closer, looking apologetically at Rain with her beautiful eyes. Don't worry, Clea. When I get back to Mingster, I'll visit the Monsoon and Goddess Church. I think it should be all right, Rain assured her. Rain, thanks to your bravery, the Habu's family was spared from calamity. Without you, not only my father but also I might have. Here is a breathing technique of excellent level, Fire Gecko breathing technique. Except for the Habu's family bloodline breathing technique, it's the only one of excellent level that I've collected. I'm not asking you to change your breathing technique. That cost is too great and the risk too high. I'd like you to have a look. Perhaps with your extraordinary night talent, you'll find some inspiration. Had I known you possessed such a strong talent, I would not have taught you the giant bear breathing technique back then. It really is a waste of your night talent. I do not wish for the breathing technique to be the weakness that prevents you from reaching legendary status. Clea spoke and from her drew a pale yellow scroll, which she handed to Rain. All right, thank you. Rain thought about it, and then accepted the scroll recording the Fire Gecko breathing technique. Rain was no longer a novice. Naturally, he understood the manifold issues involved with changing breathing techniques. The biggest issue was that the body had already become accustomed to the original breathing technique and had taken corresponding magic potions to step into the transcendent. Starting anew would involve adaptability problems. Those who were lucky, or whose bodies could withstand the change, might waste a few years but still have a chance to start over. However, for most, it resulted in failure with a drastic reduction in strength. Nevertheless, Rain had been considering looking for an excellent-level breathing technique at the Sword-Bearer's branch to serve as a reference, but it had been postponed due to the exchange of witchcraft. Unexpectedly, Clea had prepared one for him this time. Moreover, when Rain was still a young servant, he was already very grateful that Clea had taught him the giant bear breathing technique. Indeed, it was by relying on the giant bear breathing technique that, with the assistance of the Paw of the King Ironmane Bear magic potion, Rain awakened two transcendent traits, huge strength and steel body. These are the predecessors to his present talents, intermediate giant force, and advanced steel body. Rain, tonight's moon is beautiful, Clea said as she walked to the window of the training room and looked up at the night sky. Indeed, it is beautiful. Rain suddenly realized that he had been in this world for so long but had never really taken a good look at the moon. The moon in this world was larger than in his previous life, but because of distance, there were no visible spots, making it seem even more pristine. Neither spoke again, choosing to quietly observe the night sky together. The next day, at dawn, as the first light appeared, through the window, Rain could see that the garden, which had been left pitted and marred by the battle, was now smoothed out. While fresh flowers and shrubs had not yet been replanted, the row of trees in the corner of the garden remained lush and verdant. Last night there must have been a light rain, for at the moment, the leaves were still dripping wet, with water droplets hanging from the tips, reflecting a faint golden mist under the morning light. Rain thought about it, and once again came to the training room, originally wanting to test the effects of the advanced steel body last night. But this idea was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Clea. As for the Fire Gecko breathing technique, he planned to study it carefully later on. So, without eating breakfast, Rain came to the training room alone. With the metal morphing spell, The hardened essence gold in his hand quickly transformed into a dual-handed greatsword, and at the same time, the broad blade's surface started projecting numerous four-pointed darts. Sword Blade Storm. In an instant, Rain holding the dual-handed greatsword spun like a top, a powerful whirlwind sweeping around, while each of the four-pointed darts also rotated at high speed, accompanied by a strong airflow, impacting in all directions. Ting, ting, tang, tang, tang. If one listened closely, they could find that the metallic clashing sound was much denser than when Rain used to perform the Sword Blade Storm. The reason was, previously Rain could only produce 70 to 80 of the four-pointed darts in a short time, and wanting more would take extra time, leading to a noticeable pause in the technique. This was quite fatal in battle. Now, as Rain's affinity with metal elements improved, he could generate about 120 of these darts in the same amount of time, piled on the dual-handed greatsword. Once the dust had settled, Rain stepped forward to inspect. Indeed, this time, he found that the ironwood dummies about 30 meters away bore 12 or 13 darts at most, and 6 or 7 at the least. From this perspective, his advanced secret skill, Sword Blade Storm, modified, was also a beneficiary of the advanced steel body talent. The power had increased by approximately 20 to 30%. The thing is, it consumes more hardened essence gold. Looks like at most I can perform it 3 times, any more than that, and there might not be enough hardened essence gold. Rain suddenly thought of a problem and couldn't help but look slightly troubled. After considering, Rain couldn't come up with any particular good way to compensate for this drawback at the moment. However, in a battle, it's quite unlikely to encounter a situation where Sword Blade Storm needs to be used consecutively 3 times, right? Besides, for the talent, Advanced Steel Body, its main purpose is naturally defense. Suddenly, Rain formed a dagger with transformation magic, and with 50% of his strength sliced at his arm, where a faint silver-gray halo flashed over the skin's surface, leaving not even a white mark. This immediately delighted Rain. This level of defensive power seems to be much stronger than the original intermediate steel body. Next, Rain kept increasing the strength with which he pulled the dagger across his skin. Finally, even at full strength, it only left a white scratch on the skin without breaking through. This surprise and joy mingled in Rain's heart. After pondering, Rain applied the sharpness technique to the dagger and once again gradually increased the force of the slicing. This time, with the sharpness technique and 70% strength, the hardened essence gold dagger just barely broke the skin. It seems, if measured in degrees, my advanced steel body defensive power is roughly between 15 and 20 degrees. The specifics still have to be tested back at the Sword Bearer's branch to know for sure. However, generally speaking, a regular Great Knight, even when breaking limits, would probably have a hard time injuring me. I just wonder whether the defensive power would change when facing witchcraft attacks. If it can defend against energy attacks with the current strength, then I can basically ignore entry-level attacking witchcraft. Thinking this, Rain's eyes shone slightly. After testing out the impact of the talent Advanced Steel Body on his combat abilities, Rain returned to his room. After resting for a while, he opened the sheepskin scroll given to him by Clea last night, which contained the fire gecko breathing technique. This was Rain's first encounter with a breathing technique of excellent quality. The giant bear breathing technique he practiced previously was merely of an ordinary level, and even with the inner breathing technique he learned from Master Ganther, and the subsequent improvements from combining the two. However, when ranked by level or quality, it was only considered as fine quality. It was a whole tier away from being considered excellent. On the other hand, Rain was slowly realizing that his current king bear breathing technique somewhat limited his body's potential development in various aspects. This wasn't apparent before he stepped into the Great Knight level. It was because he had leveled up the king bear breathing technique to a high level, so it felt quite substantial in boosting various physical attributes. But after Rain reached Great Knight status, especially as a senior Great Knight, the weaknesses of the breathing technique became progressively apparent. Otherwise, Rain wouldn't have taken the initiative to inquire about breathing techniques from instructors at the Sword Bearer's branch. Though Clea expressed apologies the night before, indicating she didn't expect Rain to be so gifted and apologizing for not teaching him a better breathing technique from the start. However, Rain didn't mind, for when he was still a squire, having Clea teach him the ordinary giant bear breathing technique was already a boon. How could he blame her for not providing a breathing technique of higher quality? Moreover, Clea's judgment wasn't wrong. The problem laid with himself. He had cheats, not outstanding natural talent. Admittedly, now his talent was indeed extraordinary, but that was after cheating. Additionally, Rain's current body development relied mostly on leveling up and taking potions, so the progress was extremely rapid and not much affected by the breathing technique. But if he could gain some insight and experience from this excellent quality breathing technique, that naturally would be a great benefit, which Rain would surely not forego. Are there really 21 different postures? As he laid out the fire gecko breathing technique scroll on the table, Rain was struck by the discovery that the parchment actually depicted a total of 21 different training postures. This is 3 times the number of postures of the giant bear breathing technique. Rain couldn't help but exclaim. Just by the number of postures alone, Rain felt that the difference between the two was even greater than he had imagined. This made Rain's expression serious, and he started to scrutinize it. Although Clea had suggested he use it as a reference, after some thought, Rain decided to actually give it a try. After all, the initial movements appeared to be foundational, and practicing them shouldn't cause any issues. Additionally, given his status as a senior Great Knight, if he sensed anything odd in his body during training, he could always stop. The first move of the fire gecko breathing technique was quite challenging, akin to a reverse head-to-knee pose in Rain's previous life's yoga, demanding high flexibility. Of course, this was in comparison to the giant bear breathing technique and for beginners. For the level of physical conditioning Rain had as a Great Knight, this pose was naturally effortless. A few seconds later, Rain executed the reverse head-to-knee pose and began to inhale and exhale slowly, following the rhythm required. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. You have practiced the fire gecko breathing technique, comprehension improved. You have learned a new skill, fire gecko breathing technique. Your skill, fire gecko breathing technique, has been enhanced. Experience +1 detecting the integration with another breathing technique, the king bear breathing technique. Integration failed. Fire gecko breathing technique does not meet the minimum requirements for integration. What is this? After reading through the series of notifications several times, Rain gradually became elated. Based on the final word from the system, clearly, the excellent quality fire gecko breathing technique could be integrated with the fine quality king bear breathing technique. It was just that certain conditions had to be met for the integration. Rain immediately thought of the process he underwent when he learned the inner breathing technique from Master Ganther, which was similar. It wasn't that he could integrate and enhance the giant bear breathing technique as soon as he learned the inner breathing technique. It only happened after he met certain conditions. I remember at that time, the inner breathing technique had to reach the LV3 level, right? Or was it based on that feeling at the time? The subtle mutual interaction between the inner breathing technique and the giant bear breathing technique. Rain mused. After some thought, Rain decided to practice all 21 movements of the fire gecko breathing technique first before anything else. For all he knew, this could also be a prerequisite for the integration. Thus, Rain immediately began practicing the second movement. Similarly, he mastered it in less than half a minute. Next came the third movement. Half an hour later, Rain had practiced up to the 17th movement. Starting from the 8th movement, he began to feel slight discomfort in his body. Now, after completing the 17th movement, the sensation was quite noticeable. It seemed as though some hidden small muscle groups and fasciae were stretched repeatedly, a sensation that wasn't present in his former practice of the king bear breathing technique. Furthermore, certain muscle groups that were strengthened by the king bear breathing technique seemed to be at odds with the movements of the fire gecko breathing technique. Of course, it's not that Rain couldn't perform the complete set of movements. With Rain's physical condition as a senior Great Knight, he naturally could execute the whole set of movements. It just felt awkward, and Rain could subtly sense that this set of movements didn't enhance his body, but rather caused minor injuries. Rain had some realization in his heart. That must be what the sword bearer's instructor had said before, because his body had already adapted to the initial breathing technique and had adjusted and adapted to it, basically becoming gradually set. Changing the breathing technique suddenly would not only stall his strength for years, but if his body didn't adapt to the new breathing technique, his strength would even decline after a few years, and his body would sustain serious damage. However, Rain's goal was not to change his breathing technique in the first place. After another half hour, Rain wiped the sweat from his forehead, having finally performed all 21 movements. He looked at the system panel showing Fire Gecko Breathing Technique LV2 2 of 300. He didn't expect to reach level 2 so quickly. Back then, it took him 4 or 5 days to step into level 2 of the giant bear breathing technique. Now, it only took him 1 hour to reach level 2, and this was a high-quality breathing technique. But it was normal, after all, as a senior great knight practicing this breathing technique could be considered punching down. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Detected that the host's Fire Gecko breathing technique has reached the minimum level required for integration with the Bear King breathing technique. Current conditions are met. Fusion into a new breathing technique is possible. This fusion will consume 4 golden skill points. Yes/no to choose to merge? Note: after the fusion, the Bear King breathing technique will no longer show on the panel, but the host can still use the related secret techniques and derivative secret techniques. Note: after fusion, the new breathing technique will combine the advantages of both the Fire Gecko breathing technique and the Bear King breathing technique and improve upon them. And the experience points the host has in the Bear King breathing technique will be converted to the improved new breathing technique experience points at a certain ratio. This made Rain overjoyed. He didn't expect the fusion prompt to appear so quickly. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, a knock on the door suddenly resounded. Who could it be so early in the morning? Rain frowned slightly. He was just about to proceed with the breathing technique fusion and was naturally annoyed at being interrupted. When Rain opened the door, he saw Alina, the capable young lady, standing outside. Good morning, Lord Rain. I just heard from the guard that you had already been to the training room. That's how I knew you were up. You are indeed diligent, Alina greeted him with a smile. You don't hit a smiling face, so Rain nodded slightly, forcing a small smile, and said, Good morning, Lady Alina. Is there something I can help you with? It's like this, Lord Rain. I received a letter from Admiral Edward last night. The Admiral would like you to return to the Swordbearer's branch as soon as you're done here, as he is very interested in the process of your slaying the epic cultist. This. Okay, I understand. Rain slightly furrowed his brow. This was actually quite troublesome. Rain had already come up with several explanations for how to conceal his use of the core Warhammer wizard skill, Spirit-Shattering Warhammer. However, it would not be so easy to deceive Admiral Edward, an old fox like him. Rain's initial thought was to attribute this ability to the Skull Warhammer. Somehow, after the Skull Warhammer shattered, he acquired this bizarre ability. As for belief, that was not his concern. The great thing about the transcendent world is that strange phenomena can occasionally happen, and his case wasn't particularly far-fetched. Besides, he was also a wizard, giving him a natural advantage when it came to explaining mysterious things. By the way, there's another thing. The Admiral's intention is regarding the body of the cultist epic figure, Ancient Hero. He hopes that it can be sent to Minster as soon as possible. The Admiral will be responsible for contacting Archbishop Gomez of the Goddess Church to quickly determine the opponent's origins. After all, epic figures, even in ancient times, were significant people with names and identities, and it is generally possible to trace their origins in ancient books. This will be of great help in removing the mark on your body, Alina explained. Rain nodded, his brow relaxed, and said, Of course, that's no trouble at all. Please convey my thanks to Admiral Edward. This was indeed good news. He hadn't expected Admiral Edward to take such an interest in the mark that was on him. No trouble at all, Lord Rain. It's an honor for me. If people in the branch knew that I would be bringing back the body of an epic figure this time, they would be so envious, Alina said with a light laugh as she brushed a strand of hair from her ear and covered her mouth. Continuing on, she said, Then, I will immediately contact the Griffin Knight too and take the military airship back to Minster. Sure, I will stay a couple more days. If the situation stabilizes, I will return to Minster as soon as possible, Rain nodded. Although from a mission perspective, slaying the Bloodflame's successor Raxel, investigating the true mastermind behind the Meister attack incident, and protecting the governor of Meist County City, these 3 golden-level missions had all been successfully completed. But from a personal standpoint, he was now Clea's guardian knight, and he couldn't just walk away. He had to observe for 2 more days at least, to ensure that everything was all right, before returning to Minster. Very well, Lord Rain, then I shall take my leave. Godspeed. Minster, 3rd floor of the Yaxen auction house. Within a resplendent study, Viscount Fabian and Asani welcomed a prestigious guest from the Imperial City, the younger brother of Marquis Olentz, Drake Olentz. Their arrival was, of course, unexpected for both men. Fabian thought that the main branch would probably send someone to apologize to Rain, but he hadn't expected such a person. Obviously not someone who had come to apologize. The ancient giant troll's fangs had a special significance to Marquis Olents. It seemed they would be difficult to procure from elsewhere in short order, which was why Drake Olents had come himself. Viscount Fabian, I must trouble you to deliver this invitation to the hands of an old friend at the Minster Sword Bearers branch. The middle-aged man in noble hunting attire said with a smile, handing over an ornate invitation to Viscount Fabian. Certainly, Lord Drake, I will personally make the trip. After receiving it, Fabian promptly left the room and climbed onto a carriage. Out of curiosity, he glanced inside the invitation where it was addressed to Dear Stanley. Stanley? He had heard of the man, seemingly a high-ranking member of the Sword Bearers branch. Half an hour later. Drake has come to Minster? Colonel Stanley frowned upon receiving the invitation. His relationship with Drake was good, but not to the extent that the other would come to Minster just to see him. They were former classmates at the Imperial Royal Academy. If it's not a casual visit, then he must have business with me. But what matter here could I assist him with? The Sword Bearer organization deals almost exclusively with official matters, and all tasks originate from official channels. Soon, the two men met. After some pleasantries, Drake said with a smile, Stanley, I have a small favor to ask of you, my old classmate. Drake, with your status and position, if you can't solve a problem, how could I possibly be of help? Stanley said with a smile in return. This matter happens to be within your purview, so. Oh, within my purview? The Minster Sword Bearers branch? Stanley's smile faded. He hadn't expected that his old classmate Drake actually needed his assistance. Yes. In the next few days, perhaps even today or tomorrow, a sword bearer from the Minster branch might die in an accident. However, this matter will need you to exert some pressure to prevent wider repercussions. Drake hinted. Stanley's expression turned serious. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Is there no possibility of negotiation? There's hardly any chance left. Moreover, this request does not come from me, but from my brother Marquis Olents. Old classmate, I'm counting on you. Marquis Olents, huh? Stanley fell silent. Naturally, he was reluctant to get involved in such matters. But sometimes there was no choice. Like how the imperial nobility are a privileged class compared to commoners. However, within the nobility itself, there are ranks and distinctions. Those high up, with a long heritage among the great nobility, hold privileges within privileges. Hereditary dukes, marquises, they are part of the highest echelon. Then you must ensure proper compensation is arranged. You have my reluctant agreement. Stanley sighed and nodded reluctantly. Of course, I wouldn't make things difficult for you, my old classmate. Seeing Stanley's acquiescence, Drake nodded in satisfaction with a smile. Suddenly, Stanley thought of something. He asked, by the way, old classmate, what's the name of the sword bearer? Don't worry, it's not a senior with significant influence, just a newcomer, although I hear the strength is quite good. Drake mentioned casually. Stanley's expression changed. A newcomer? Upon hearing this word, he immediately thought of someone. The strength is quite good? The corners of Stanley's eyes began to twitch slightly. It couldn't be. His expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on Drake, asking urgently, Drake, don't tell me his name is Rain? How did you know? Drake was taken aback. He immediately assumed that Stanley must have recruited the new sword bearer, perhaps offering the latter to become his follower or something of the sort. Stanley's face turned ashen as he suddenly stood up and cursed. Ever since he became the secretary to Admiral Edward, it had been a long time since he had let slip such profanity. Drake, do you have any idea what you're doing? Meanwhile, in Mice County City, Earl Hab's mansion. In Clea's study. Clea, I have something I'd like to consult about involving bloodline breathing techniques. What's the difference between bloodline breathing techniques and other breathing techniques? Before I try to merge them, I need to understand more about the bloodline breathing techniques, as I currently have no knowledge of them, said Rain, considering he had enough golden skill points to proceed at any time. Of course, regarding. Just as Clea began to explain, Rain suddenly interrupted her. Clea, I suddenly remembered, Count Hab seemed to be looking for you just now. Why don't you go and see him first, and we can talk when you're free? Rain suggested. Clea looked at Rain with confusion, but seemed to grasp something the next second, nodded, and left the room. Who's eavesdropping there? Rain's eyes turned sharp as he looked toward a dark corner of the room. Ever since he entered the room, he had sensed a faint presence there. At first, he thought it might be some sort of secret guard from the Habu's family. But after giving it some thought, he realized that was unlikely. Because in the fierce battles of the past 2 days, he had not seen any appearances of these so-called shadow guards. That meant, even if there were any, their numbers would be extremely limited, and they should be closely guarding the severely injured Count Habs. Such keen perception. Indeed, Grant's death by your hand was no fluke. A voice sounded within the room. However, this voice seemed to be coming from all around, echoing as if from several corners at once, making it impossible to pinpoint the speaker's location. Grant? Rain immediately realized the origin of this person. He had thought the person belonged to the Black Flame cult, but now it seemed not. The person was sent by the Imperial City Axon Auction House headquarters, or possibly a friend of Ice Messenger Grant. Are you from the Imperial City Axon Auction House headquarters? Rain asked in a deep voice. Dead or not, it has little to do with a dead man. Give me the ancient giant troll Fong willingly, and I'll grant you a comfortable death. Courting death. Perhaps influenced by the mark, a surge of anger spontaneously rose in Rain when faced with this threat. A dangerous aura began to spread from Rain. Courting death? Then let you taste some bitterness first, Elihu said, narrowing his eyes. He had read the reports, knowing that Rain had dispatched Grant in 3 moves, but he prided himself that he could do the same with a surprise attack. His exotic-level dagger had the remarkable effect of breaking through various elemental shields. After viewing Rain's experiences, Elihu was certain his judgment was correct. The weapon in Rain's hand should be just as special as his own. It was precisely because of their element of surprise that Rain could kill Grant in 3 moves. Swoosh. A dagger-like throwing weapon shot out from the corner at lightning speed toward Rain. Due to the close distance and the swiftness of the weapon, Rain barely had any room to dodge. However, Elihu's originally smiling face stiffened. He saw Rain not trying to dodge, but instead began to spin at high speed like a top, creating a whirlwind in the room with a piercing howl. Evidently, Elihu had not expected Rain to face his throwing weapon without trying to dodge, opting instead to immediately counterattack. Suddenly, a dense swarm of shuriken forced him to reveal himself. Clink, clink, clang. A thin man wearing a hood and dark leather armor, holding dual daggers in the shadows, swiftly deflected more than a dozen incoming shuriken with extremely sharp movements. Caught you, little rat. No sooner had he spoken than Elihu felt a surge of alarm and a gust of wind on his face as a dark shadow plunged down from above, ferociously cleaving at him. In the blink of an eye, Elihu crossed his daggers above his head, trying to block Rain's slash. Clang. A grating clash of metal rang out, but the next second, he screamed in pain. He saw his head split by a sword down the middle. Had he not instinctively ducked his head at the critical moment, it would have been cleaved in 2. What baffled Elihu was what he had just seen. Rain's great sword in his hand was actually bent. Moreover, not just slightly bent, but close to a 90-degree angle. Critically wounded in 1 move, Elihu knew he had to fight for his life today, or he might not leave this place. In an instant, his expression turned fierce as he moved toward Rain instead of away, stabbing dozens of times with both hands, creating a thick cluster of dagger shadows aiming at all of Rain's vital points. Clang, clang, clang. After just 1 stab, Elihu felt something was wrong. His exotic-level daggers, after piercing the opponent's armor, couldn't go any further, and the resistance was immense. Is that all? Rain sneered. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In a flash, Elihu's body was riddled with dozens of blood holes, caused by the quickly morphing blade Finger Tiger in Rain's hand. Suddenly, Elihu's eyes widened as his body trembled uncontrollably. Splat. Instantly, 4 more blood holes appeared on his forehead, and he died on the spot. Rain had used only 2 moves, Sword Blade Storm and Heavy Punch combo. 1 less move than Ice Messenger Grant. At this moment, the guards, hearing the commotion, rushed into the room. Seeing the debris strewn across the room, the densely packed shuriken on the walls, and the skinny man in leather armor held in Rain's hands with a twisted neck, they were shocked into stillness. Lord Rain, you. The guards stared, dumbfounded at the scene. I'm fine. Clean this up, Rain instructed. As you command, Lord Rain. At that moment, Clea hurried over. Seeing the scene, she said, Rain, are you all right? Was it the Black Flame cult? Not the cult, Rain shook his head. It's a little trouble of my own, Clea. I may need to return to Mingster first. It wasn't just because Rain was worried about the safety of his family in Mingster. He had also felt the influence of the evil flame mark on himself. In the battle that had just taken place, a faintly violent desire had surged in his heart, compelling him to tear the enemy before his eyes to shreds. Fortunately, it didn't last long. He quickly came to his senses and controlled the impulse. Therefore, Rain had used the heavy punch combo instead of rapid slicing. Otherwise, the guy in front of him would now have become the raw material for stewed meat. But it was still a little too late. The leather-armored man in front of him, whether an assassin or a spy, had already been killed on the spot. Logically, he should have taken a prisoner and interrogated him before deciding what to do. Moreover, the event made Rain wary of the mark's influence on his inner self. It seemed to be stronger than what Prince Mania had described. Just one day had passed, and there was already this level of influence. Rain knew that as time went on, the negative impacts triggered by the mark could become increasingly intense. It would be better to eradicate it as soon as possible, so he needed to return to Minster quickly. Attracted by Rain's solemn demeanor, Clea, with a slight frown, said, "Rain, do you need help? There are some shops and personnel belonging to the Habus family in Minster that you can freely command. This seal ring represents the direct lineage of the Habus family and serves as proof." Clea took out a round, golden seal ring bearing the image of the Calorie bird, the family crest of the Habus family, and handed it to Rain. "Thank you." Rain thought for a moment, accepted it, and did not refuse. "By the way, there are no airships heading to Minster tonight. Rain, why don't you depart early tomorrow morning?" "That's fine." Rain nodded his head. If there were no military airships available, even if he rode a speed trotter horse at full speed, it would take him half a day to arrive, nearly the same as setting out early tomorrow morning. "Shadia, find out what time the earliest Imperial military airship to Minster is tomorrow, will you?" "As you wish, Lady Clea." The maid, dressed in her uniform, bowed slightly and quickly left. At that moment, Clea bent over, and her tightly stretched buttocks curved into a round and full arc, causing Rain to stare in astonishment. "Rain, the weapon of the opponent is no ordinary item. It seems to be an exquisite dagger. Look at the inscriptions on it." Clea had talked for quite a while without getting a response from Rain. This made Clea somewhat curious. When she turned her head back, she saw Rain staring blankly at her protruding buttocks. Immediately, Clea's face flushed red. As the daughter of a hereditary earl, she was more precocious than most when it came to matters of love, but she had yet to experience real romance, and shyness was still an instinctive trait of young girls. Seeing that Clea had suddenly stood straight up, Rain came back to his senses and noticed that Clea, her face slightly red, was handing him a pair of daggers. Ahem. Daggers? Rain couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. However, Rain reflected that the impulse he had felt just now might also have been influenced by the evil flame mark. After taking the leather-armored man's pair of daggers, Rain began to look them over carefully. Suddenly, Rain's eyes narrowed. The material of the dollars appeared to be mixed with mithril. In addition, the complex yet ordered lines and symbols on them caused a flash of lightning to streak across Rain's mind. He immediately thought of something, the secret silver engraved plate armor. It was also in Crowley's Armor Casting Technique Volume 2, the final set of plate armor that he had yet to create, which had the special effect of slightly amplifying witchcraft power. "Clea, you mentioned inscriptions just now. Do you understand them?" Rain looked at Clea with an intense gaze. For Rain, creating the secret silver engraved plate armor was not only about the equipment's appeal to him. More importantly, it could relate to his progression as an armor casting technique practitioner. To Rain's disappointment, he saw Clea shake her head and say, "I don't really understand inscriptions, only to the extent that I can simply recognize them." Clea could see that Rain seemed very interested in the inscriptions, so she added another sentence. "However, as far as I know, there are several inscription masters in Minster. Although their skills might not all be high, if you just want to get a preliminary understanding of inscriptions, it should be enough." "There are in Minster?" On hearing this news, Rain's eyes brightened. Of course, learning inscriptions is difficult because it requires a high level of spiritual power. So, if you want to learn advanced inscription techniques, you'll have to go to a wizard school. Usually, those who have mastered advanced inscription skills are formal wizards of the various wizard schools. Upon hearing this, Rain suddenly understood something. His previous search for an inscription master in the blacksmith shop was as pointless as looking for a fish in a tree. He had been looking in the wrong direction. After returning to his room, Rain suddenly remembered. Because of the sudden incident, he had not yet had the chance to ask Clea about the bloodline breathing technique. But after a moment of reflection, He felt that the matter of the bloodline breathing technique didn't hinder his ongoing fusion of the two breathing techniques he had in hand. The reason was simple. If the two breathing techniques were to be merged and the result turned out poorly or even conflicted, then there would be no need for him to learn the bloodline breathing technique. But if the result was good, then he could consider taking a closer look at the bloodline breathing technique later on. That is to say, this fusion can be considered an experiment. After making up his mind, Rain called up the system prompt, took another look, and quickly, he chose yes. Immediately, on the Weapon Master Legendary panel, the LV-18 Bear King breathing technique flickered a few times and then disappeared, replaced by the words Unknown Breathing Technique. The level indicator behind it began to fluctuate wildly. Soon, the number stabilized at LV-15. The LV-18 Bear King breathing technique, after the transformation, had dropped by a full 3 levels. It's important to note that these 3 levels required 3 golden skill points to advance. This made Rain feel a bit of pain. But with a slight sensing, Rain knew this should be a good thing. Because at this moment, he did not feel the awkwardness in his body that he had felt in the morning while practicing the fire gecko breathing technique. Instead, some parts of his body began to emit a faint heat. These parts were mostly concentrated in some small muscle groups in the calves, fascia, and some fascia in the waist, among others. At the same time, a massive flood of memories about practicing the unknown breathing technique began to surge into Rain's mind, making his head feel slightly swollen. For a moment, Rain felt as if he had been practicing the unknown breathing technique in a mysterious space for decades. After he absorbed these memories, the system prompt followed. Yes/no. Would you like to rename the new breathing technique? After thinking, Rain chose yes. Fire Bear breathing technique. Since it's a fusion of the Fire Gecko breathing technique and the Bear King breathing technique, take the first character of each and rename it. After all, this new breathing technique is completely different now, and it's significantly different from the original Fire Gecko breathing technique as well as the Bear King breathing technique. However, the naming was a minor matter. Rain was more concerned with the effects. The system's fusion seemed to play to the strengths of each. It not only preserved the strength and constitution-enhancing aspects of the Bear King breathing technique, but also incorporated the agility enhancement and some extraordinary traits stimulating benefits of the Fire Gecko breathing technique. Rain reviewed the movements and postures of the new breathing technique in his mind, totaling now to 24. If scrutinized, these movements would reveal traces of both the Fire Gecko and Bear King breathing techniques. Minutes later, 2 more system prompts appeared silently. Congratulations. Your Constitution attribute has increased. Congratulations. Your Agility attribute has increased. Huh? Rain's eyes lit up. The effects are showing this quickly? Looking at it this way, if other breathing techniques were also fused, could it be possible? However, one should probably choose to fuse higher-level breathing techniques first. Perhaps the impact would be more noticeable then. After all, each fusion consumes 4 golden skill points, which isn't a small amount. As for high-level breathing techniques, although Clea doesn't have them anymore, the Sword Bearer's branch surely does. Mingster, in a noble mansion. Stanley, even if this Rain is your man, wasn't your attitude just now a bit too much? Drac couldn't help feeling a bit displeased. At the same time, he became more convinced of his own suspicion. This new Sword Bearer, Rain, might have already been recruited by his old schoolmate before him. My man? Stanley burst out laughing. Drac. All I can tell you is that this Rain is the rising star of the Mingster Sword Bearers branch. Even Admiral Edward holds him in high regard. HM? Admiral Edward? This made Drac's expression tense, and he immediately began pondering. It would be troublesome and foolish for anyone to offend an Imperial Admiral for no good reason. But the issue was that his nephew Melvard urgently needed a pair of ancient giant troll tusks for an upcoming bloodline awakening ceremony. Moreover, his brother, Marquis Lorenz, had already asked many people and couldn't find a pair of suitable ancient giant troll tusks in a short period. So, even if it meant offending Admiral Edward, it had to be done. After weighing everything, Drac looked up at Stanley and said firmly, Stanley, to be honest, my brother Marquis Lorenz places great importance on this matter. Before I came to Mingster, he made it very clear, it must be resolved. So, even if it means offending Admiral Edward, I think I must proceed, Drac said gravely. Foolish, won't you ask why Rain is so highly regarded by Admiral Edward? Stanley grew even more infuriated. his anger tinged with disappointment. At this, Drac was taken aback and after a moment's thought, asked, "Why?" This. I can't tell you." Stanley, about to spill, suddenly shook his head. Because Stanley remembered, this matter was confidential, and he couldn't discuss the specifics. "Stanley, are you playing with me?" "No, it's because this content is confidential." "Let me tell you what I can, and you'll understand," Stanley reconsidered, said. "The Imperial Guardian, Prince Mania, you know him, right?" "Focus, Stanley, do you think I wouldn't know about Prince Mania?" "Don't tell me, this Rain is Prince Mania's illegitimate son." Drac glanced at Stanley with irritation, said. Rain's resume he had already read, born in a small town in Meister in Mingster province, has nothing to do with the so-called Red Queen Prince Mania. He just couldn't believe there was any connection between the two. Prince Mania gave Lord Rain a red dragon scale. The rest, well, I needn't say more, Stanley said lightly, watching Drac. "What?" Drac couldn't help but exclaim in shock, suddenly standing up. Prince Mania's red dragon scale wasn't something given lightly. Only those she truly admired could possibly receive one. Throughout the entire empire, among the young people who owned this honor, there were only a few, and most of them were descendants of the royal family or its in-laws. Now, if he were to eliminate this reign, and the news reached Prince Mania's ears, the entire Orange family could be reduced to ashes by a dragon's breath. The next second, he immediately shouted toward the door, "Griffith, hurry and stop Griffith's actions." A man dressed in a black tailcoat, resembling a butler, quickly walked in, puzzled and said, "Lord Drac, half a day ago Master Griffiths had already headed for Meist. He should have arrived by now, likely starting his action. Quick, contact him immediately, tell him to stop." "Stop?" The butler became even more confused. "Yes, go now. As you command, Lord Drac." Seeing his master's grim expression, the butler knew the matter was of great importance. Slightly flustered, he hurriedly left. "Drac, have you already sent someone?" Stanley also looked extremely grim. "Then prepare to collect your man's corpse." Stanley, do you have that much confidence in this Rain?" Drac, not seeing Stanley worried about Rain's life or death, asked doubtfully. "Of course, I believe Lord Rain won't have any trouble. However, you might be facing serious trouble. Old classmate, I suggest you prepare generous compensation immediately. Otherwise, not only you, but your brother, Marquis Orange, could be in big trouble later on. Think it over well. I'm leaving now. By the way, I was never here tonight." After saying that, Stanley quickly left. He had no intention of getting involved in this matter. Rain was someone he should be making ties with instead. After contemplating for a moment, Drac quickly picked up some paper and a feather pen and began writing briskly. This was something he needed to discuss with his brother immediately. Near the provincial city of Mingster, a small town named Barrington. In the central area of the town, a middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe, who looked gentle and refined, holding a book, walked down the main street of the town with a smile. "Clerk Officer Exeter, you're working late tonight," a plump Annie greeted warmly. "Hello, Clerk Officer Exeter," a child greeted respectfully. "Yes, I just finished," Exeter smiled, then turned to greet the little boy beside him. "Hello, Joey." Exeter, the middle-aged man, was the clerk officer of Barrington Town. The position of clerk officer is to assist the mayor in handling administrative duties. Usually, there's only one mayor in a small town, but there could be 4 or 5 clerks. And the clerk officer is the one who manages these clerks. When Exeter got back to his house at the north corner of the town, he saw a firm expression on his face. "Freeman, didn't I tell you not to come here before midnight?" "Great priest, our mission has failed." From a dark, unlit room, a somewhat disheveled figure emerged. It was Freeman, who had hurriedly escaped from Meist. At this moment, he had bloodstains at the corners of his eyes and forehead. His black robe was tattered, and his arm was wrapped in a bandage, still oozing blood. He looked nothing like the spirited figure who had once awakened the ancient hero, more like a beaten dog. Exeter, seeing Freeman's disheveled appearance, was taken aback. He no longer pursued the fact that his deputy had broken his agreement and came to his residence in Barrington Town before midnight. "Black tea or Bordeaux?" Exeter gestured Freeman to sit down while walking towards the liquor cabinet. "The mission failed?" "Freeman, which mission are you talking about?" "All of them failed. Raxel is also dead," Freeman said, quite disheartened. Hearing this, Exeter's hand also trembled slightly, causing a small amount of the amber-colored Bordeaux to spill, dripping next to the glass on the table. The secret snake sect didn't come? Exeter placed the Bordeaux in front of Freeman while sitting on a nearby leather chair. No, they came. The legendary earth snake was successfully controlled, and they even helped us dig a tunnel leading to the center of Meist County town. Freeman knew what his great priest wanted to know. If the mission had gone smoothly, he wouldn't have wanted to come to his church's great priest. The man, since several years ago, hadn't much managed the church affairs inside Minster province, delegating most of the church duties to him and another person. Moreover, he spent most of his time here in this Barrington town, serving as a clerk officer. At first, he thought the decision entirely absurd. But it wasn't until one instance when he got angry that vast spiritual power made Freeman realize the man was aiming for a higher level. Because according to the current power of the great hunting god, it's rare for him to directly enhance the strength of his followers, especially for those who wish to please the deities through sacrifice and step into the legendary level. The required sacrificial ritual would have to be earth-shattering. As time passed, perhaps it would be possible when the Empire's situation became more volatile. But for now, it's still not feasible. Yet the person before him aimed to step into the rank of a third-level crystallized wizard by his own power, which left him at a loss for words. Don't resist. Freeman hadn't even processed the meaning when Exeter suddenly pointed at him. Dark healing. A black stream of air suddenly swirled around Freeman, and within 2 or 3 seconds, his wounds had completely healed, leaving no trace behind. Nearly instant cast level 1 shadow witchcraft. Great priest, you. Freeman's face was blank with astonishment. Yes, I've successfully stepped into the rank of crystallization wizard a few days ago. Seeing that his own great priest had truly stepped into the legendary level using his own power, Freeman's mind went blank, unsure of what to say next. He also felt a deep sense of discouragement. He had once thought about replacing the other, but now, that seemed like a joke. The other didn't even consider him as a rival. After some thought, Freeman detailed the encounter to Exeter. What? The ancient hero died, killed by a young sword-bearer of the Empire? Exeter was shocked to hear the cause of the failure. He knew all too well the strength of the ancient hero, one of the 7 ancient heroes in the history of the Black Flame cult, even though his power plummeted from the epic strata. But after all, the strength of the legendary level was still there. What do you think of this range strength? Exeter asked, frowning. A great knight and level 1 wizard, but the power he showed has already reached near legendary. Freeman stated with certainty. Perhaps this Rain is the illegitimate child of some great noble of the Empire, Exeter said. Do you mean he possesses some kind of bloodline, the offspring of a bloodline noble? Yes, from what you've just told me about his bodies, at least 3 of the Empire's bloodline nobles have bloodline talents that exhibit this trait when erupting. Freeman looked surprised, but then he nodded his head, showing an understanding. No wonder. That would explain why Rain's combat power is so strong. As for the ability to harm the soul that you mentioned, I suspect it's probably the special effect of some sorcery scroll. You know, these scions of great nobles always have some trump cards, Exeter contemplated and said. Very likely, great priest. What should we do next then? The death of the ancient hero affected a series of subsequent events of the church. As allies, I'll need you to communicate with the secret snake sect about the 2 envoys who died. Let them know who killed them, Exeter said. Also, take advantage of the unrest in Minster and hurry to conduct the ritual of blood sacrifice to collect blood crystals. The day of the ennoblement ceremony is coming soon. The day of ennoblement? Freeman's expression became puzzled. He understood the first part but was unclear about the latter. What did the day of ennoblement have to do with them? Every year during the last Sunday of the month of Greengrass, new barons and viscounts throughout the province of Minster come to the provincial city for the official ennoblement ceremony. At that time, I intend to hold a high-quality sacrificial ritual, Exeter said with a smile. Freeman looked at his great priest in shock. Only now did he realize the magnitude of the other's ambition. Was he aiming to please the deities and step to the next level? Easter knew very well. Since reaching the crystallized wizard level, it has become extremely difficult to improve further. At this point, to continue strengthening his power, he must find a way to please the great hunting god and seek divine blessings. Sacrificing ordinary people only works if the number reaches tens of thousands. Otherwise, the reward isn't enough for him to advance to a higher level. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Coincidentally, Freeman, Barrages has also returned, Easter said with a smile. Barrages? Hearing this name, Freeman's face froze. Both he and Barrages are Easter's deputies, and they had fierce internal conflicts when Easter was hidden behind the scenes. When Easter opened the door, Freeman saw a familiar figure. However, this time, the person was holding something that looked like a picture frame. Because it was covered with a black cloth, Freeman could only guess roughly. High Priest, oh, Freeman is here too, Barrages said, smiling and greeting Freeman. It seems the mission went smoothly. After closing the door, Easter focused his gaze on the black cloth-covered object in Barrages' hands. This made Freeman quite curious, and he also turned his attention to the item. By luck, success. Barrages didn't hide the truth and immediately removed the black cloth. Sure enough, as Freeman guessed, it was a painting. When Barrages revealed the front of the painting to them, Freeman's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face showed shock. Immediately, he thought of something and blurted out, "High Priest, is this the painting called The Gaze of the Eyes from Church History?" "Exactly, Freeman. It seems you've been studying ancient church texts lately," Easter said with a slight smile. The scene in the painting was quite simple. It showed a boy about 7 or 8 years old holding a girl's puppet, standing in front of a glass panel door. Inside the grid glass on the door, there were various small handprints that looked like doodles made by children. All these handprints were small, probably made by children, but the palms faced different directions. But if you look carefully through the glass door, it seems there are many small, transparent figures inside. The most shocking part of this picture is that the girl doll's eyes are completely black, and the boy's eyes are the same. Both are slightly turned to the side, staring in a certain direction. Even though their faces are turned, everyone who looks at this painting feels a creepy sensation as if they are being watched. Meanwhile, Maest County Town, Habsburg residents. Unexpectedly, after merging the breathing techniques, the improvement in physical strength is so good, Ryan's eyes sparkle. However, soon, Ryan thought of something else. If the fire lizard breathing method merges so well, what about the bloodline breathing method? First, can he practice it? If he can, will the merge effect be even better? Thinking of this, Ryan feels a little excited, completely awake. He thought for a moment and then left the bedroom, heading toward Claria's room. Knock, knock, knock. Who? A cautious female voice replied. It's me, Ryan. Ryan could clearly feel Claria relax her breath, and soon the door opened after footsteps from inside. Claria was wearing a white silk nightgown, low-cut and with cutouts, revealing a lot of smooth, fair skin. She had a sash around her waist matching the gown. Because the sash tightened her slim, elastic waist, Claria's prominent bust and her full, rounded hips below became very noticeable. Claria didn't expect Ryan to come so late, and she had already changed into her pajamas to rest. When she opened the door, she saw Ryan's gaze linger on her for a moment. Claria realized that her nightgown was not only cut out in many places but also made of thin, semi-transparent silk, making her fair face blush immediately. Ryan, you. Claria's heart was pounding. Ryan coming to find her at this hour, could he possibly be thinking? Cough. Claria, I want to ask if the bloodline breathing method can only be practiced by people with certain bloodlines? Hearing Ryan's question, Claria's beautiful eyes looked at him with a strange expression, as if to say, you woke me up in the middle of the night just to ask this. Of course. Actually, it's not just ordinary people who can't practice it. If the bloodline concentration isn't high enough, they also can't fully cultivate the bloodline breathing technique. Hearing Claria's answer, Ryan nodded. He wasn't surprised by this conclusion. However, Ryan was different from others because he had a system. So, whether it works or not, he had to try. Ryan had thought about this earlier. If he could also practice the bloodline breathing technique, then the question was, where could he get a copy of it? The answer was obvious, probably the Habs family. Clea, the Habs family's bloodline breathing technique. I wonder if I could see it? Of course, if it's top secret or difficult, then forget it. Ryan chose his words carefully, speaking as politely as possible. Of course, you can. To Ryan's surprise, Clea agreed very readily. She immediately turned and took out a sheepskin scroll from a cabinet in her bedroom, handing it to Ryan. Thank you. Excited, Ryan immediately opened it to read. Soon, he noticed the difference between the bloodline breathing method and the normal breathing method. The notes on the actions included some specific sensing descriptions for the bloodline method. For example, the first move required sensing a special rhythm in a certain part of the body to be considered complete. This made Ryan think deeply. Without hesitation, he performed the first move in Clea's room. Clea watched him with interest, feeling both happy and a little disappointed. It was good that her guardian knight was so diligent, but coming to her late at night just for practice. That made her a bit sad. Ryan repeated the first move several times. He was sure there was nothing wrong with his technique, but he didn't feel the rhythm in his shoulder blades. According to the requirements of the bloodline breathing method, sensing this rhythm was necessary to complete the move. Clea, do you know about the bloodline breathing methods of other families? Are there also special requirements for this kind of sensing? Yes, only those with bloodlines who practice the corresponding bloodline breathing techniques can achieve this special effect, Clea nodded. Reen nodded as well. It seems that he truly cannot cultivate the bloodline breathing technique. This made him feel a little disappointed. For him, as long as he can get started, he can use the system to improve and merge the bloodline breathing technique. But unfortunately, it seems the bloodline breathing technique is out of reach for him. It looks like I need to go back to the division to exchange for a better level of breathing technique, Reen thought silently. The next morning, just as the sky was beginning to brighten, dewdrops still clung to the lush leaves in the garden. Reen had already mounted his swift black horse, Blackie, and was accompanied by Clea and the others who came to see him off. Langer and the other two had already left ahead of Reen, heading back to the Norm province. Reen, if you still have any matters to handle in Meist, you can contact me directly. I expect to stay in Meist for the next month or two, Clea said, her beautiful eyes fixed on Reen. The situation in Meist this time was dire, and without Reen, the Habs family's centuries-old foundation might have been destroyed. Especially the final trump card of the Black Flame cult, which was to resurrect an ancient legendary hero. If Reen hadn't blocked the opponent, even if Princess Mania, the Dragon Knight, could rush to help, she would probably arrive too late, and the Habs family would be left to pick up the pieces. Actually, I do have one thing I wanted to do myself when I had the time, Reen said. Clea, the late security officer Hamilton, who sacrificed himself in Silver Gold Town, his family should be in the county city. I hope you can help take care of them, Reen added. Of course, no problem. Shadia, please find out where Hamilton's widow lives. I will go there myself, Clea said, turning to the maid beside her. Understood, Miss Clea, the maid bowed slightly in response. After saying their goodbyes, Reen's figure gradually disappeared at the end of the road. The maid's head also felt a bit sad as she said, Miss, why didn't you let Lord Reen stay? It's clear you have a good impression of Lord Reen, and Lord Reen likes you very much too. Clea shook her head, her face slightly red, but she did not deny. She said, now is not the right time. I need to handle things with Mestis and my family first. Also, I am about to awaken soon. What? You are going to awaken? The head maid covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes wide. As Clea's personal maid since childhood, Shadia knew more than others. The Habsburg family, being noble bloodline, sometimes does not have members who can awaken their innate powers because their blood purity is not high enough. For example, in the previous generation, Clea's father, no one could awaken their blood talent. On the military airship, Rain saw the injured being transported back and forth and frowned slightly. Most of these injured were quite strong, either knights or senior knights. From their shoulder insignia, they were at least captains or majors, but most had lost arms or legs. A few seriously injured had their lower bodies cut in half by some great force, but they had survived and were being taken to the rear for treatment. Normally, with a protector like Princess Minia, the battlefield front should be unstoppable, Rain thought. But why do I see so many casualties still? Rain was about to stop a colonel responsible for transporting the injured to ask, when suddenly he saw a familiar figure on the airship. Immediately, he changed his mind and walked forward, saying, Are you from the Raptor Squad? Lord Rain, I didn't expect to meet you here. My name is Odin, said the member of the Raptor Squad, named Odin, with a look of surprise and enthusiasm. Odin was one of the people Rain rescued from the blood-cursed Naga Cave. He belonged to the Earthshaker Raptor Squad. Odin, do you have a moment to talk? Rain asked with a smile, happy to see a familiar face. Of course. The two then went to Rain's private cabin. Is the battle at the Fishport town front still very intense? Hasn't Queen Minia already taken action? Rain asked while brewing some U10 red tea. Lord Rain, how do you know? That's classified information, Odin said, surprised. But it seemed like he suddenly remembered something, and Odin quickly said, Yes, that day's commotion was very loud. Most people on the front line saw it, and it's normal if some details spread. That day? Yes, Lord Rain, didn't you see the light pillar that day? Odin looked confused, as if his information source was different from what Rain guessed. Was it Princess Minia fighting the enemy? Odin looked hesitant. Rain immediately understood that this was secret information. According to the rules, Odin wasn't allowed to reveal it. But after thinking for a moment, Rain took out a red dragon scale, slightly larger than an adult's palm, and showed it. He said, "This is a red dragon scale given to me by Princess Minia, so..." What? Odin's eyes widened in shock. He was hesitating about whether to break the rules and tell Rain, who had saved him, some secret information. But when he saw the red dragon scale, Odin knew his worries and hesitation were unnecessary. He immediately spilled everything like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. The sealed gate was opened by the sea race and the sea god cult together. The magic tail three-headed sea dragon. It's said to be a divine creature. Princess Minia, the Red Queen, couldn't defeat it completely, and it escaped into the deep sea. Lord Rain, do you know about the sealed gate? It's said that ancient human kingdoms and the true god churches sealed some unstoppable evil inside. Rain nodded, his brow furrowing. So behind that sealed gate was the magic tail three-headed sea dragon. Yes, Lord Rain, you didn't see how powerful it was. It was terrifying. A giant about 30 to 40 meters tall, creating huge waves. Facing the magic tail three-headed sea dragon, even a great knight like me was trembling, not to mention ordinary soldiers. At that time, I was there. The Red Queen used a sacred artifact to severely wound it, which turned the tide. Odin, are there many sealed gates like this within the Empire's territory? I'm not sure, but such information should be classified as top secret by the Empire. This kind of information, I guess, even the head of the Moonster Sword Bearer Division, Admiral Edward, might not be aware of it, let alone Odin. He seems to be too impatient. After Odin left, Rain crossed his arms and paced back and forth in the cabin. Why does this world seem to be getting more dangerous? Or has it always been this dangerous, but I just didn't realize it because I was too weak before? The Gate of Sealing? Could it be that this ancient hero-monger was also rescued from such a gate opened by the Black Flame Church? And then there are divine creatures. Anything with divine in its name is probably very tough to deal with, likely much stronger than the ancient hero-monger. After thinking for a long time, Rain sighed. Since becoming a Warhammer wizard, Rain was secretly happy about his recent progress. Plus, with the Empire backing him, he felt he could protect himself in this extraordinary world. But now it seems his strength is still not enough. The Red Queen Minia's power is unfathomable. Rain felt this firsthand that day. Even she couldn't handle that long sealed, weakened three-headed sea dragon with a tail, which shows how strong the enemy might be. No wonder the front line only has some advantage but can't fully eliminate or drive away the enemy. At this moment, a system notification quietly appeared. Congratulations. Your physical attributes have increased. Huh? The effect of the merge breathing technique is so obvious. Rain raised an eyebrow and said. He opened his attribute panel and took a look. Constitution, 45 strength, 46 agility, 45 spirit, 55 will, hidden attribute 2. That makes sense. The original Bear King breathing technique was just a decent level. After all, it was a simple fusion and improvement of a regular bear breathing method, with only 7 movements. But now, the Fire Bear breathing technique has 24 movements. Even for my current body at the advanced knight level, it provides a significant boost. Rain could feel a constant slight warmth in his calves and waist muscles. It feels like something is slowly nourishing those tiny muscle groups and fascia. I remember this morning, after finishing all 24 exercises, I felt this most clearly. Is your lower back slightly warm? Is your waist feeling better? And your kidneys too? So your physical condition has improved? Additionally, Ryan seems to have a faint sense that his ability to sense the surrounding fire energy particles has slightly strengthened. But this change is very subtle. If it weren't for his advanced mental state as a formal wizard, he probably wouldn't notice this change at all. However, he's not entirely sure if it's just a natural increase in the concentration of energy particles around him, as Claria once mentioned. If measured with numbers, it's only a tiny decimal change. This makes Ryan ponder deeply. At the night stage, combining the bear breathing technique with the advanced magic potion of the Iron Fur Bear King, the body undergoes some kind of evolution or mutation, which gives me extraordinary traits. Then, as I advance to the Great Night, these traits are further strengthened into innate talents. It seems. As he thinks, Ryan begins to faintly grasp a possible connection. Breathing techniques mainly change a person's physical qualities. They also have a small chance to cause mutations, giving a person extraordinary traits. For ordinary people, this process usually ends here. But because I have a system, I can further amplify this mutation and turn it into a talent. So that means, thinking of this, Ryan's eyes shine brightly. Soon, after several hours of flight, the military airship arrived at Munster. Carrying a swift horse and a spirit hound, Ryan naturally went home first. His mother Emma, father old Ryan, and sister Mint were there, but Jennifer and Jenny were not. After a brief inquiry, Ryan learned that both had gone to explore new trade routes. The reason was the turmoil in Munster. The overseas routes that used to dock at the fishing port town had completely ceased due to the escalating battles between the Empire and the Sea Tribes. So, the newly established Merchant Guild, which had just earned its first fortune, was now almost doomed. The guild employed many people, and simply relying on profits to sustain itself was impossible. Rain nodded, feeling a little uneasy. He didn't stay long. After greeting his family, he quickly headed to the Sword Bearers division. Thinking for a moment, Rain decided to go to the task hall first. First, to hand in his tasks, and second, to meet with Olenna and ask when Admiral Edward might be available. However, when Rain arrived at the task hall, he noticed there seemed to be more people than usual. Some faces looked unfamiliar, which made him a bit curious. It's quite lively here? That's rare. But if there's a line, it might take about half an hour. After a moment of thought, Rain approached a service desk and spoke to a young girl in uniform. Is Deputy Olenna available? Yes, she is. However, sir, Deputy Olenna has been quite busy these past few days and might not have time to meet. Please tell her that Rain has returned, he said. The girl looked hesitant. Does this Sword Lord not understand words? I've politely said that Olenna is busy. Why isn't she coming? Rain asked in surprise. His glance made the girl feel pressured, and she quickly replied, All right, sir. I'll go inform her now, but Deputy Olenna might not have time. You can wait on the sofa for a while. Okay. Soon, Rain saw the capable young woman Olenna walk briskly out of her office, waving enthusiastically at him. The girl who had gone to deliver the message looked at the scene in surprise. Her boss had specifically instructed not to be disturbed early in the morning, and now, why does she look so eager to please? She had never seen her like this before. Inside Olenna's office. Lord Rain, I didn't expect you to return just a day after me, Olenna said with a smile. Yes, Lady Olenna. I have a few tasks I'd like to hand in, Rain replied, pulling out his gold-level sword-bearer badge. Of course. Please settle all 3 of Lord Rain's tasks, Olenna said, turning to a young female clerk nearby. Oh, okay, Lady Orina. The female staff member respectfully took the badge from Rain and quickly left. When she inserted the badge into the slot, the task list on the smart tablet refreshed with a loud clatter, instantly widening her eyes and slightly opening her mouth. 5 tasks completed. Gold level. No, one of them is a star-level task. The pretty female staff member stared in shock as she read line after line. Defeating Garlina is a 1-star gold task. Investigating the Golem Guardian is a 2-star gold task. No, it was upgraded. Now it's a 3-star. Defeating Bloodfire, Raxer was also upgraded. Now it's a 3.5-star task. Protecting the mayor of Mice Town is a 1-star gold task. Investigating the truth behind the Mice attack incident is a diamond-level task, and it's a 3-diamond task. Oh my gosh. She finally understood why her superior, Lady Orina, looked so respectful and eager when she saw that young man. This Lord Rain is truly incredible. Lady Orina, Lord Rain's exchange has been completed. The 5 tasks earned a total of 3 diamond, 8 gold, and 2 silver medals, plus 29,500 merit points. The pretty female staff member looked amazed as she smoothly announced a string of numbers. Yes, that's good. By the way, has Lord Rain's badge been upgraded? Orina, having expected this, was not too surprised. It has been updated, Lady Orina. The female staff member respectfully handed Rain a transparent crystal badge. Thank you. Rain took it, examined it briefly, then stored it away. Oh, and please ask the office if General Edward is available, Orina said to the staff member. Understood, my lady. After the staff member left, Orina turned to Rain and said, Lord Rain, actually, After you defeated the ancient hero Hog, the task, investigating the truth behind the Meist attack incident, could be rated as a Demon Forge level. But General Edward said that since you just joined the Swordbearers Division, there are some things you don't know yet, and you need more time to get familiar and grow. So we have upgraded the Magic Iron level to the Star level, and to ensure you don't lose out, the reward has been increased to 3-star levels. Oh, is there something special about that? Ryan raised an eyebrow. Also, is the Magic Iron level above the Star level? I haven't heard about it before. Yes, if Lord Ryan's current task is evaluated as a 1-star Magic Iron level, your Swordholder rank will be adjusted to the Magic Iron level. Then, your future plans and management rights will be handled by the Swordholder headquarters. In simple terms, you will most likely have to leave Minster. Furthermore, the difficulty of your tasks will mainly involve quasi-legendary and legendary level enemies. Ryan frowned. Leaving Minster? Of course, that is not what he wants. How long has he been in Minster? He hasn't learned much about the Swordholder division, and he hasn't fully used the training equipment. Going to the headquarters now would be rushing ahead too quickly. And then there are the missions. He knows his own strength well. Fighting enemies at the quasi-legendary level requires his full effort. To successfully defeat legendary enemies, he needs to stack the Shattered Spirit Warhammer with its 10-layer special effect. But the key is, not every enemy will give him that chance. Charging straight at legendary enemies? That might be risking his life. Star level is different. Management rights still belong to the Minster Swordholder division. Although, in theory, a 3-star level can be applied for by the individual, the division can hold off on approval and wait for the right moment to report to the headquarters. Elena smiled and added. Ryan suddenly understood. This involves a power struggle between the local division and the headquarters, similar to the battle between local and central governments in the past. Please thank General Edward for me. Knock knock. At that moment, there was a knocking sound. The female staff replied, Madam Elena, the office says that General Edward went to the Goddess Church this morning. He won't be back until the afternoon at the earliest. It looks like we'll have to wait until the afternoon to see him. Lord Ryan, you've been in Minster these past 2 days, right? Elena said with a hint of regret, then turned to ask Ryan. I've been in Minster these 2 days, either in the Swordholder division or at home. Rain understood Elena's meaning and decided it was best to stay in Minsk for the next few days. That's great, Lord Rain. When General Edward is free, I will contact you immediately. Thank you, Lady Elena. Rain nodded. Actually, his mark had not disappeared, and he had no plans to leave Minsk at the moment. Moreover, he had a few things that needed his attention. After leaving Elena's office, Rain headed to the exchange hall. This time, he gained a lot from the mission evaluation medals and merit points, but these only become truly useful when converted into his fighting strength. Otherwise, they are just numbers. His first task was to go to the exchange hall to trade for a high-quality breathing technique. The crowd in the exchange hall was smaller than in the mission hall. It didn't take long before it was Rain's turn. He entered a partition, where a young female clerk stood up and bowed. Hello, sir. How can I assist you? I want to check the breathing techniques available. Certainly, sir. Please show your badge. Rain nodded and handed over the newly issued Star Diamond badge. The clerk's eyes widened instantly. Wow, a Star Diamond level noble. That's rare. Not many Star Diamond level members are in the Swordbearers division. The clerk became even more respectful, carefully taking the badge and placing it in a special slot. Sir, do you have any specific requirements for the level of the breathing technique? Is the highest level the excellent level? Yes, sir. Do you have any bloodline-based breathing techniques? Rain asked again after thinking. Sir, we do not have any of those, the clerk replied seriously after checking. All right, then list all the breathing techniques at the excellent level. Soon, white text appeared on the black smart stone in front of Rain. Frostfang Leopard Breathing Technique. High quality. Focuses on agility and strength. With specific advanced potions, there is a small chance to awaken extraordinary traits Frostfang and Swift. Exchange price, 1 gold medal plus 1,500 merit points. Moon Fury Fierce Tiger Breathing Technique. Excellent quality, balances strength, physique, and agility. With the help of specific advanced potions, there is a small chance to awaken extraordinary traits Moon Fury and Swift. Exchange price, 1 gold medal plus 2,200 merit points. Firewing Flying Snake Breathing Technique. Excellent quality, mainly improves agility. With specific advanced potions, there is a small chance to awaken extraordinary traits Swift and Fire Wing. Exchange price: 1 gold medal plus 2,000 merit points. There are only 6 breathing techniques of excellent level in the sword holder division. Reen looked at the descriptions above and fell into thought without speaking. Although I gained quite a few gold skill points this time, 11 in total, after using 4, I only have 7 left. Considering I used 4 points to fuse the Fire Lizard breathing technique, and if fusing another breathing technique also costs 4 points, then I only have 3 points remaining. And I still need to improve other ultimate combat skills. Gold skill points are still a bit short. Let's try exchanging for one first. After thinking for a moment, Reen said, "Help me exchange for the Fire Wing Flying Snake breathing technique." "Yes, sir," the female staff quickly started processing. As for why Reen chose this breathing technique, there is a reason. The Fire Wing Flying Snake breathing technique is similar to the Fire Lizard breathing technique, both having a small chance to awaken fire-related extraordinary traits. So, Reen wants to see if, after fusion, this effect becomes more obvious. After obtaining the Fire Wing Flying Snake breathing technique, Reen returned to his long-missed dormitory. He stored the blue and white Skybreaker and the pair of extraordinary level daggers in his cabinet. There were also the crystal short staff he used to kill the Ice Messenger Grant and the blood-colored halo dagger from the Shadow Assassin. Now, everything was full and packed. Seeing this, Reen couldn't help but smile. If I get more, I really won't be able to put them down. Also, it's kind of funny. I'm already at the star level, yet I still live in a rookie room. But Reen didn't mind this at all. After tidying up a bit, Ryan sat at his desk and opened a scroll that recorded the Fire Wing Flying Snake breathing technique, carefully studying it. About half an hour later, Ryan put down the scroll and squinted in thought. This Fire Wing Flying Snake breathing technique has 23 moves, 2 more than the original 21 moves of the Fire Lizard breathing technique. It seems to indicate better quality. Of course, it still can't compare to the new Fire Bear breathing technique with 24 moves, but the difference isn't big. Then, Ryan naturally began practicing the Fire Wing Flying Snake breathing technique. The first move of this technique had a strange posture, somewhat unusual and similar to a yoga pose called the Upward Dog Pose variation. Of course, for Ryan, it was still very easy. After a few seconds, he completed the first move. Then he moved on to the second. In less than an hour, Ryan successfully practiced all 23 moves of the Fire Wing Flying Snake breathing technique. At this moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding. The host's Fire Wing Flying Snake breathing technique has reached the minimum level to merge with the Fire Bear breathing technique. Conditions are met for fusion. This fusion will cost 2 golden skill points. Do you want to proceed? Note: after merging, the Fire Bear breathing technique will no longer appear on the panel, but the host can still use related secret skills and derived ultimate moves. Note: after merging, the experience points will be converted proportionally into an improved new breathing technique. Only 2 golden skill points? That's half as much as last time, Ryan thought happily. Just as he was about to choose to fuse, Ryan raised an eyebrow. He suddenly remembered something he had forgotten to do earlier. He saw him carefully store the scroll, stand up, and leave his dorm. Soon after, Ryan confidently arrived at the testing room on the 3rd floor of the training hall. At this moment, a girl inside the room saw someone enter and quickly stood up, her clear voice asking, "Sir, is there anything I can help you with? I want to do a test for elemental affinity." "All right, sir. This service costs 5 merit points. Is that acceptable?" "Yes, but during the test, I prefer no one to be present." This, according to the rules. The girl looked hesitant. Just as she was about to politely refuse, she suddenly froze, her eyes brightened, and she quickly smiled sweetly, changing her tone. "Yes, sir." Because she saw the transparent sword badge that Ryan handed to her. She respectfully took it and immediately said nothing more. Although, according to the rules, she was supposed to stay nearby. But a top-tier adult. Even if they had to dismantle this testing room, they could afford to compensate. If she offended a top-tier adult, she was afraid the officer in charge would dismiss her immediately. After she closed the door, the girl left. Ryan then walked around the 2-meter-high crystal prism, looked around to make sure there were no hidden recording devices, and then nodded slightly. He held the crystal prism with both hands, closed his eyes, and focused. As he concentrated, the crystal quickly emitted a soft white glow, and the originally transparent prism began to shimmer with various colors. Once the light stabilized, Ryan slowly opened his eyes and carefully examined the markings. He saw a long silver mist at the top of the crystal. He quickly estimated the difference between the top and bottom, which reached an impressive 93.6. This was a big increase from the previous 84.2. But this was expected, because his steel body had upgraded from mid-level to high-level talent, boosting his innate affinity for metal elements, which had remained unchanged before, but now improved again. However, what Ryan was more interested in and curious about was the long red mist in the middle. At the top, the value is 80. At the bottom, it's 2. The difference is 72. My fire element affinity was originally 71.8, now increased by 0.2. Indeed, there is a noticeable improvement. The fire bear breathing technique at level 15 only increased my fire element affinity by 0.2. I guess that's also why previous people didn't notice it, or rather, didn't pay attention. However, there was still a key step missing to reach his goal, but it was okay, he could start practicing it first. After returning to his dorm from the training hall, Ryan didn't hesitate and immediately chose to merge with the breathing technique. Soon, on the legendary weapon master panel, the fire bear breathing technique at level 15 flickered briefly before disappearing, replaced by the words unknown breathing technique. The level quickly settled at 14. Huh? This time, only one level lower? Remember, the original Bear King breathing technique at level 18 had been reduced by 3 levels after transformation. Ryan was a bit surprised, but quickly understood. It must be because the fire bear breathing technique was of high quality, so the downgrade after merging was much smaller. At the same time, a large flow of memory about the breathing techniques flooded into Ryan's mind. After absorbing this memory, the system prompted, "Would you like to rename the new breathing technique?" Ryan frowned slightly. If I name it based on the first character of each breathing technique, it can't be called Fire Bear breathing technique, right? Then maybe Flame Bear breathing technique. What if I merge in other breathing techniques, starting with Fire? Blazing Bear breathing technique? All right. But then it would be called Bear breathing technique, and I can't have more than that. Ryan felt a bit of OCD kicking in. Forget it. Let's make it sound more impressive. Call it Fire Dragon breathing technique. One step, and it covers everything. Later, if I merge other techniques, they'll all be called this. After seeing the majestic and tall appearance of the Empire's Dragon Knight Minia's Red Dragon, Ryan felt it suited his taste very well. With the renaming complete, Ryan reviewed the movements of the Fire Dragon breathing technique in his mind and found there were a record-breaking 29 different actions. This might be the best among top-tier breathing techniques, right? Just as Ryan was about to go to the exchange hall again, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Ryan opened the door and saw a guard from the Sword-Bearer Division standing outside. He bowed slightly and respectfully said, "Lord Rain, there is someone outside claiming to be the Viscount Fabian from the Axon Auction House. He wishes to meet with you." The Axon Auction House. This made Rain's eyes narrow slightly, and a small spark of anger and caution appeared in his mind. Previously, Priya had mentioned that the Axon Auction House is a shareholder-based organization, with shareholders being either dukes or marquises, and it has deep roots in the Empire. Additionally, it is said to have the support of the second prince of the Empire. This is why Rain was attacked in the street by Grant, the Ice Messenger, but did not immediately retaliate. But now, at Count Habsburg's estate, he was again attacked. Even a calm person like Rain still had some anger. He was already considering whether to take action himself. Although the imperial capital was far away, there was also a branch of the Axon Auction House in Munster. "All right, tell them I will be there soon," Rain decided and spoke to his guard. "Understood, Lord Rain." In the Maya Sea area, the Imperial Navy had gathered over 100 ships of various sizes, fighting sporadically with sea creatures. In the sky, Minia rode a long, red dragon, searching for traces of the three-headed sea dragon, Magic Tail. Suddenly, the small magic array on her red wizard robe's chest flickered. Minia pointed with her white finger, and soon, the small magic array flashed with white light. An aged voice sounded. "Minia, the Emperor has set the last Sunday of the grass moon as the day to break into the semi-divine realm. Please return to the Imperial capital within 3 days." This was a message sent through a similar communication magic array. Hearing this, Minia frowned and looked worried, murmuring, "Is it so soon? Is the situation this critical?" Why doesn't the Emperor wait a bit longer? After thinking for a moment, Minia recited a spell, her fingers dancing in complex, mysterious symbols, then said, "I will return on time." Immediately, the small magic array on her chest flashed again, swallowing the mysterious symbols. "Tassa, it seems we have to go back." Minia patted the scales of her red dragon. The red dragon named Tassa let out a low growl, then immediately turned around 180 degrees and sped toward the fleet. After a while, Minia controlled the giant dragon to land on a huge 5-masted warship. The ship's stern had been specially modified to include a platform for dragon riders to land and take off. Inside the captain's cabin of the fearless ship, "Campbell, withdraw the fleet and return," Minia said as she entered the captain's room, addressing an older man dressed in a general's uniform. The man's shoulder epaulets bore 3 round golden symbols representing the sun. He was Vice Admiral Campbell, commander of the South Sea Fleet. Hearing Minia's words, Campbell froze in surprise and said incredulously, "Your Highness, we are currently in full advantage. The sea creatures are retreating before us, and after this period of searching, we have mostly uncovered the hidden waters of the 3-headed sea dragon, Maui." "Why? I am returning to the imperial capital." Minia waved her hand and sighed. "There are more important matters." Campbell, puzzled by her answer, wondered what could be more important than the current situation. After all, once Her Highness leaves, no one can directly oppose the 3-headed sea dragon. It's just a temporary retreat. If all goes well, I can return in half a month. Minia calculated the time. The last Sunday of the green moon was only 9 days away. Campbell looked at Minia's beautiful face, deep in thought. He knew that the Empress's aunt must have received some special order. Otherwise, she wouldn't leave at this critical time. Only the Elder Council or that one person could command such an action. Since it was a direct order from the Emperor, there was no room for argument. "Messenger, give the order. The fleet is to regroup." The 1st Division Fleet moves toward the fishing port town, and the 2nd Division Fleet. Campbell issued the commands calmly and systematically. Meanwhile, in the upper city of Munster, inside a wealthy merchant's villa, the art exhibition of master painter Franco van Creve was in full swing along the corridor of the villa. There are many well-dressed young women, noble ladies, and handsome gentlemen passing by, creating a lively scene. This famous imperial oil painting master is very skilled at painting portraits. Most of his works sell for hundreds or thousands of imperial coins. At this moment, a tall, thin man wearing a black cloak and a hood, holding a picture frame covered with a black cloth, slowly walks toward the villa gate. "Sir, if you want to join the art exhibition, please show your invitation," the guard at the door asks as the hooded man approaches. The man in the black cloak lifts his head slightly, revealing deep, captivating eyes that seem to draw people in instantly. Seeing the man's eyes, several guards immediately freeze, their gazes unfocused, and they step aside from the original blocking position. The man in the black cloak smiles slightly and slowly enters the villa. After a while, the confusion in the guards' eyes disappears. However, they seem to have no memory of what just happened. At the corner of the gallery, the black-cloaked man replaces one of the paintings on the wall with the picture he is holding. He does this openly, but the people around him seem unaware. Soon, someone notices the new painting on the wall and exclaims in surprise, "Huh, this painting is quite unique. It doesn't look like Master Franco's style." When Ryan arrived at the entrance of the Sword-Bearer Division, he saw a luxurious carriage already parked outside. A middle-aged man with a distinctive beard and hunter's attire was waiting beside the carriage. When he saw Ryan come out, Fabian, with a friendly smile, stepped forward and said warmly, "Lord Ryan, sorry for the sudden visit. I am Fabian from the Axon Auction House." "Perhaps there was some misunderstanding in our previous communication," he added. "Oh, after 2 assassination attempts on me, can a simple misunderstanding really be dismissed so easily?" Ryan waved his hand dismissively, interrupting him. Faced with Ryan's words, Fabian looked a bit embarrassed but quickly explained his purpose. "Well, because of that, we are paying close attention to you. Lord Drake has even come all the way from the imperial capital. He's waiting at Mona Cafe nearby. Would you do us the honor of a chat?" Following the direction Fabian pointed to, Ryan looked up and saw a coffee shop not far ahead. "That's good," Ryan nodded. At first, Ryan thought he was talking to the Viscount Fabian in front of him, but now it seemed not. Because General Edward might meet him at any time in the afternoon, Ryan had already considered this on the way here and didn't plan to have a long conversation. Since the meeting place was arranged at the gate of the Sword-Bearer Division, it saved a lot of travel time. Also, the other party probably considered safety factors. If it were a private residence, he might not agree. So, the arrangement showed some sincerity. With Fabian accompanying him, Ryan walked about 20 or 30 meters to the coffee shop. The entire coffee shop was reserved by the other side, with 2 guards at the entrance who looked like knights. Inside, they saw a somewhat well-off middle-aged man with a neat slicked-back hairstyle waiting at a booth. The space was wide and bright, with no obvious traps. Seeing Ryan enter, the man smiled and stood up to greet him. "Lord Ryan, this is our first meeting. I am Drake Orenz." "Hello, Lord Drake." Ryan nodded. Seeing Ryan's unhappy expression, the man smiled and said, "Lord Ryan, I know your time is valuable, so I'll be direct. On behalf of Marquis Orenz, I apologize for what happened earlier. The Marquis is willing to offer 2% of the shares in the Axon Auction House, Munster branch, as compensation." Ryan listened silently, nodding but not speaking. He understood the general meaning. It seemed the other side thought that since Ryan had some talent, the cost of eliminating him was too high, so they chose to try to win him over. Also, he wondered how much profit 2% of the shares could bring. Seeing Ryan deep in thought and not responding, Fabian couldn't hold back and looked at Drake. After receiving an unspoken signal, he said, "Lord Ryan, you might not know that even with just 2% of the Munster auction branch's shares, it still yields about 20,000 to 30,000 Imperial gold coins a year. That's not a small amount, and it will continue to generate income. I think this clearly shows Marquis Oren's sincerity and his genuine apology to you." "Huh? Could one person really earn 2 or 3,000 Imperial gold coins a year? That is indeed not a small amount. The Iron Hammer and Rose Guild, run by the beautiful woman Jennifer, has only made this much profit over half a year." "Oh, would I have to pay for this?" Ryan asked with a smile. "Just that you, Lord Ryan, don't mind the previous misunderstanding. Also, when you encounter trouble at the Munster branch of the auction house, it would be helpful if you could lend a hand to solve it." Drake waved his hand and smiled. "Is it that simple?" "Yes, that's simple." "It seems Lord Ryan agrees?" Drake's smile grew brighter. "Yes, if that's the case, I agree," Ryan nodded. This condition wasn't bad. It was very generous. Ryan secretly suspected that the other side might have a backup plan. Sure enough, after Ryan agreed, Drake continued, "By the way, Lord Ryan, there's one more thing. The ancient giant troll's fang is very special to Marquis Orenz. So, do you think it would be possible for us to buy it back? In the past, your people didn't understand things well. The spoils of your battles naturally belong to you. But this time, we are here to buy it. Unfortunately, I have already used that ancient giant troll's fang." "What? You've used it?" Drake looked at Ryan in disbelief and suddenly stood up. This was different from the original plan. Since he had contacted the Imperial capital about Ryan receiving the gift of the Red Dragon Scale from Princess Minia, and about the connection with the Orenz family, his brother Marquis Orenz decided to make some concessions. The message from him indicated that they could take the initiative to show goodwill, offering some shares of the Axon Munster branch auction house, which originally belonged to the Orenz family, as compensation for Ryan. At the same time, they also proposed to buy back the ancient giant troll's fang. With this process, the other side was unlikely to refuse. But now, Drake didn't expect that Ryan had already used the giant troll's fang. So, he was a bit unsure how to handle the current situation. "Is there a problem?" Ryan looked at him with a half-smile. No, Lord Ryan. The transfer of our shares, will take a few more days. Because the Axon Auction House has a rule that requires the approval of major shareholders before any stock transactions. How about in 3 days? Drake wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked. "Of course. I hope everything goes smoothly then." Rain smiled and stood up. Smoothly. Drake said a bit stiffly. From what Rain said, he believed it was probably true. Also, whether the item is there or not can be easily checked by a high-level diviner, like a full-fledged wizard. But the problem is, if the item is truly gone, would my brother, Marquis Orenz, still agree to give Rain some shares? "You should know, my brother Orenz is quite cautious." Rain then returned to the sword-bearer division. After some discussion, he basically understood the other side's attitude and plans. They care a lot about the ancient giant troll's fang. They're willing to give up 2% of the Munster branch's shares just to have a peaceful deal with us. But unfortunately, the troll's fang has already been used. That 2% of Munster's shares is a kind of compensation for my mental loss. I hope they won't try anything tricky. Otherwise. In the afternoon, just as Rain was about to visit the exchange hall again, Elena hurried to his dorm. Lord Rain, General Edward has returned. If you're free now, come with me to see him? Of course. Soon, Rain, accompanied by the capable young woman Olenna, arrived at General Edward's office on the top floor of the administrative building. This was the first time Rain saw the leader of the Munster division who carries a sword. The other was an older man in a general's uniform, with sharp tiger-like eyes. Although there were some crow's feet at the corners, it did not diminish his commanding presence. In fact, it made him seem experienced and wise. Good day, General Edward. Rain respectfully bowed slightly. Viscount Rain, hello. Please sit. General Edward smiled kindly, his gaze inspecting Rain from top to bottom. Strictly speaking, this was only their second meeting. However, their first encounter was one-sided. At that moment, Ryan struck down the obsidian giant with a hammer, leaving a very deep impression on him. Ryan, I've looked at your recent mission performance, and I am truly surprised. Especially your achievement in defeating the ancient hero. It exceeded my expectations. Thank you, Your Excellency the General, Ryan said with a slight bow and a smile. This time, I brought you here partly to see you and partly to discuss a few things. First, about the mark on your body. I've already spoken with Archbishop Gomez of the Mysterious Goddess Church, and he will personally help you resolve the issue with the mark. However, you need to take some time in the next couple of days to visit him, so he can understand the strength of your mark. Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency. Ryan bowed again. The second thing is, I hope you won't leave the Mysterious Sword-Bearer Division so soon. You've just joined, and I think you should stay and settle in properly. Of course, you can rest assured that I have no plans to leave the division at the moment, Ryan said with a smile. Good. Count Ryan, I heard from Olenna that you are still a rare metal-type wizard? Yes, Your Excellency. Ryan hesitated briefly before nodding. There's no need to deny this. Many people in the division already know. Then I have something here that I believe will interest you. General Edward smiled mysteriously and took out an old parchment scroll from a drawer, handing it to Ryan. Ryan looked at it doubtfully, then glanced back at Edward. The other nodded with a smile, gesturing for Ryan to open it. Without much hesitation, Ryan untied the string on the scroll and carefully unrolled it. Metal barrier. Ryan's eyes widened in shock. It was a first-level metal-type defensive spell, a rare magic among defense spells. Ryan had searched for a long time, but had never found a metal-type defensive spell before. That's why he chose metal shaping as his innate magic, which had proven very effective so far. But he hadn't expected that at this moment, he would acquire a rare first-level metal-type defensive spell. At the same time, Ryan was a bit confused because he was sure that this spell wasn't listed in the division's exchange catalog. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen metal shaping. Although you should already have a defensive metal magic spell, this one is among the best options I can help you apply for at the Sword Bearer's headquarters. Adding one more defensive magic spell is not a bad idea. You're so young and have a bright future. Surviving in battle is the most important thing. General Edward explained why a defensive magic spell is necessary. Thank you very much for your help, Ryan said as he stood and bowed. Only Ryan himself knew that he didn't have a natural talent for defensive metal magic. The metal barrier in front of him was his first. However, the medals and merit points required for exchange cannot be waived, even by me, General Edward said with a wave of his hand and a smile. Well, Lord Ryan, according to the rules, items can only be exchanged at the Sword Bearer's headquarters after reaching the magic iron level. But because of this mission, you know, the general personally communicated with the headquarters. Olenna spoke at the right moment. Ryan nodded. I see. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Stanley, a Colonel Ryan had met a few times, entered with a serious face, holding a document. Sir, you might want to look at this first, he said. General Edward took the document and glanced at it casually. His expression immediately turned serious. Are you sure? Yes, I confirmed with the South Sea Fleet, Stanley replied. Sorry, Ryan, I need to go see Duke Minster right away. Looks like we'll have to chat next time, General Edward said apologetically. Understood, sir, Ryan replied with a smile. But just now, General Edward mentioned the South Sea Fleet. Could something have happened there? Remember, Her Royal Highness Queen Menia is over there. It shouldn't be anything serious. Maybe I should contact Veronica. Back in his dormitory, Ryan couldn't hide his excitement. He eagerly unrolled the scroll and started reading. The more he read, the happier he became. Magic Metal Barrier Effect creates a floating shield of metal fragments within a 2-meter radius around the caster, blocking any attacks intended to harm the caster. Materials needed: any metal fragments. Because Ryan discovered that this was not only a defensive metal-type magic, but also a force field-type magic. Although the metal barrier magic came a bit late, it is indeed something he currently needs very much. At his current level, enemies who can be considered real opponents are very strong. Either they have no major weaknesses or they specialize in certain areas, like Galena, making them hard to deal with. The water membrane steel knight suit he wears is increasingly unable to keep up with the intensity of current battles. Ryan's main defense relies on his innate advanced steel body talent. If he can quickly turn the metal barrier magic into a combat-ready form, it would add a very strong layer of protection. In battle, he can't say he's invincible, but at least his safety would be greatly improved. However, the complexity of the metal barrier magic model surpasses that of the metal shape-shifting magic by a large margin. Ryan knows this is due to the complexity of force field-type magic. Previously, the fire magic high-temperature force field was much more difficult than Scorching Touch. But no matter how hard it is, as long as he succeeds once, it will be engraved on his Warhammer Mage panel, allowing him to quickly improve through skill points later. Don't forget, he has a cheat. But metal pieces? Some amount of metal pieces. Does this mean multiple pieces? Also, does some amount refer to total volume or total mass, which shouldn't exceed a certain limit? After carefully reading the description of metal barrier, Ryan crossed his arms and rubbed his chin, beginning to pace around the room in thought. Let's try it first. Immediately, Ryan used his innate magic metal shape-shifting to quickly form a hardened pure gold into a kite-shaped shield. Forming a metal shield as a whole should also count as a metal piece. After all, to be precise, it's just a metal piece like a shield. Ryan looked at the kite-shaped shield in his hand, nodded with satisfaction, and immediately started experimenting. After more than 20 failed attempts, he finally succeeded. He saw the sturdy kite-shaped shield slowly floating about a meter beside him, facing outward, circling gently. Is this using the shield for defense? But why is this movement so slow? Ryan frowned. However, when he instinctively accelerated the shield, a sharp breaking sound was heard. A falcon-shaped shield left a residual image and quickly stopped directly in front of him. Huh? What is this? This instantly made Ryan look surprised. He began to understand. This is a continuous guiding magic, where the metal pieces, shield, slowly hover around him when he is not under attack, remaining in a free state. Once attacked, the metal pieces move swiftly to the attack direction to block. Additionally, Ryan could feel that in this free state, the mental energy consumption was not high. But when the shield moved rapidly with his consciousness, the mental energy used increased greatly. Can I have two at the same time? Ryan immediately thought of another question. Almost instantly, he had a second falcon-shaped shield made of hardened fine gold in his hand. This time, when he cast the metal barrier magic again, the two falcon-shaped shields, one in front and one behind, slowly rotated around him. It was as if he was the sun, and these two metal shields were Mars and Mercury. At the same time, Ryan could control them freely with his mind, such as making both shields hover in the same direction around him. This scene made Ryan even more happy. Two shields' defenses are naturally combined. And it seems I still have some energy left. What about three? Immediately, Ryan transformed another falcon-shaped shield. Now, the 50 kilograms of hardened fine gold in his hand mostly turned into three falcon-shaped shields. Although the magic was successful, Ryan faintly felt a heavy sensation in his mind. The three shields, though only in a slow free state, caused his mental energy to drain rapidly. It seems the total amount exceeded the limit. I need to reduce it a bit. Soon, after repeated attempts, Ryan found the critical point. He also confirmed that the amount specified in the magic description referred to the total weight of the metal pieces, not their volume. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. You have learned the metal barrier magic, and your understanding has improved. You have learned a new skill, metal barrier. Your metal barrier skill has been upgraded, gaining +3 experience points. At the bottom of the Warhammer Wizard Legendary panel, a new icon has appeared. The icon shows a blurry figure in a hooded gray robe, holding a short staff, surrounded by multiple metallic shield-like fragments. The size of the icon is much smaller than Ryan's eagle-shaped shield, roughly the size of a palm. Below the icon, there is a line of small text. Metal Barrier LV1, 1/100. Effective Metal Barrier LV1. Consumes some mental energy to drive a certain number of metal fragments using a specific magic model. These fragments float within a 2-meter radius around the caster and block any attacks intended to harm them. Note: requires metal fragments of any material as materials. Note: casting time is 3 seconds, and the duration depends on the caster's mental strength. It can be cancelled actively. 3 seconds is too long for casting. If I want to quickly build up combat power, I need to improve by adding points to shorten the casting time, Ryan thought thoughtfully. After all, a metal barrier that takes 3 seconds to cast is useless in battle. No enemy will wait 3 seconds for you to finish casting before attacking. But if I do that, my future plan for upgrading skills will have to change quite a bit. Originally, Ryan planned to spend his golden skill points on breath technique to quickly boost his physical attributes. He also intended to use regular skill points to improve his extraordinary combat skills because one of the prerequisites for the epic profession King of Blades is mastering 9 oaths. But now, it seems he can delay those plans. He might consider putting both skill points and golden skill points into enhancing the metal barrier to quickly build combat strength. Also, although I've initially mastered the metal barrier, I still need to test how strong this magic's defense really is. Before engaging in real battles, it's necessary to understand the maximum defensive power of the metal barrier so he knows what to expect. Unlike the advanced steel body, which Ryan can test himself with a dagger, the new magic, metal barrier, requires external help for testing its defense. After some thought, Ryan decided to head to the training hall. Meanwhile, in the upper city of Munster, inside a wealthy merchant's villa, a girl named Brino, dressed in a white cashmere dress, sat in her bedroom staring blankly out the window. This morning, she visited an art exhibition featuring the works of master painter Franco van Creef. During her visit, she saw a strange painting, something she had never seen before from Franco, its style very different. The scene in the painting was somewhat eerie, showing a young boy holding a female doll, both looking into the distance. But whenever Brino thought about that painting, she couldn't help but remember the eyes of the figure. They were completely black, with no whites. Although it seemed like the figure was looking sideways, Brino felt as if it was watching her, which made her feel very uneasy. Then, she seemed to forget what happened next. How strange. Why is this happening? Brino shook her head and decided to go for a walk in the garden to clear her mind. But just as she opened the door, she froze in surprise. At the end of the hallway, she saw the boy from the painting, holding the same female doll, his black eyes staring directly at her. Her heart skipped a beat, but she thought she might be seeing things. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. Ah! Bang! Brino screamed loudly and slammed the door shut. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, her breathing quickened. Because, in that moment, the boy from the painting had suddenly appeared just a few meters in front of her, after she rubbed her eyes, continuing to stare at her with the same blank expression. What made Brino even more scared was that her scream should have attracted the attention of her family and servants. But so far, she hadn't heard anyone come or say anything. This made her feel more and more anxious. Brino planned to escape through the window. If she opened it, she could. But in the next second, she froze again. Because when she looked up at the window, the boy who should have been outside in the corridor was now sitting on the windowsill, still holding the female puppet doll in his hand, staring at her blankly. Ah! Meanwhile, at the sword bearer's division, Ryan was walking quickly along the road, calculating in his mind. If I upgrade the metal barrier spell by adding skill points and raise it to level 2, the casting time should be reduced by about 20%, from 3 seconds to around 2.4 seconds, based on previous calculations. But 2.4 seconds is still too slow. Adding 2 skill points to reach level 3 would reduce the time further, down to about 1.9 seconds. And if I add 3 points reaching level 4, the casting time would be around 1.5 seconds. If I add all 5 skill points reaching level 6, the casting time could be about 1 second. There's room for improvement. That is, if I practice and first upgrade Metal Barrier to level 2, then add 5 skill points, I could reach level 7, meaning the casting time would be only 0.8 seconds. Ryan raised an eyebrow. With this casting time, it would be quite practical in real combat, especially since it's under 1 second. For most mages or apprentice mages, reaching this level of mastery would probably take 6 or 7 years of intense practice, including syllable compression exercises. Of course, it would be even better to shorten it further, but that would require at least 5 more skill points. Ryan glanced at his system panel, noting that both the Battle Mage, Legendary, and Weapon Master, Legendary, professions were difficult to level up quickly. Looks like I'll need to seek a profession change later to get skill points faster. Inscription? The words flashed through Ryan's mind. Since he learned about inscriptions from Clea, he had been thinking about finding a master inscriber to learn the basics quickly. Maybe inscriptions are related to the future profession of armorer. While pondering, Ryan soon arrived at the training hall. He remembered clearly that the friendly greeting girl had said that there was a magic testing room on the 3rd floor, while the attack power testing room he visited before was mainly for testing extraordinary combat skills. Soon, Ryan arrived at the 3rd floor, standing in front of a door labeled Magic Power Testing Room. The door was open, revealing an indoor training room that looked like a gym, covering about 400 or 500 square meters. However, there were far fewer people inside compared to the attack power testing room on the 2nd floor. This made sense, because when Ryan joined the sword holder assessment, he noticed that only less than 1/10 of the apprentices were pure mages. Even including those who trained in both mage and knight paths, the total probably didn't exceed 1/5. Compared to the Dragon Empire, the number of people with mage talent was much smaller than those with good knight talent. As for why there were quite a few mage apprentices and mages in the sword holder or special departments, it was because the Empire had carefully selected and gathered these talented individuals. It was similar to Ryan's previous life in a research institute, where almost no one had less than a master's degree. Inside, 7 or 8 sword holders in colorful mage robes were testing their abilities. When they saw Ryan, a young-looking man, standing at the door, they all looked back at him. Ryan only glanced around and then left again. He didn't want to reveal his extraordinary metal element affinity. Earlier, when he tested, he looked at the standard classification posted on the wall. Over 90 points was considered super. His affinity for fire and water, the largest elements, was extremely rare. And for the tiny metal element, it was even more exceptional. The magic power test would likely reveal the tester's talent because, with similar mental strength and magic, a big difference in magic power could only be due to talent. Ryan approached the service desk and asked, "Excuse me, does this magic power testing room have private rooms?" "Yes, sir, but there is an extra fee for using a private room. Would that be okay?" "Yes," Ryan nodded. Although he didn't know what the extra fee was, he believed he could afford it. At the same time, Ryan handed over his crystal badge. The young female clerk looked surprised, her mouth slightly open, and respectfully took the item, saying, "Sir, please follow me." Soon, Ryan followed her to a room on the left side of the 3rd floor corridor, near the back. The girl said, "Sir, this is the place." As she opened the door, Ryan saw that the room was about 100 square meters, with several unique devices inside. From left to right, there were 2 multi-barrel devices resembling Gatling guns, and in the middle, a device similar to a tennis ball launcher from the past. On the far right was a device like the attack power tester on the 2nd floor, but with a shiny silver surface. "Sir, this is your first time here, right? Would you like me to explain?" "Yes, please." "Sir, these 2 are defense testing devices. One is a flame launcher, and the other is a rapid jet device. They can shoot fire and water streams with single-shot power around 10 degrees. The maximum power limit is 80 degrees. The girl pointed to the Gatling-like device on the far left. Ryan looked and asked, "Are there no other elemental damages, like ice or frost?" Sorry, sir. Only these 2 types are available in this section." Ryan nodded. "Those 2 are enough." "All right, what about this one?" Ryan pointed to the middle device. "This is a short spear thrower. It can be set to fast, medium, or slow." The girl explained. "A short spear? That's for testing physical attack power. By the way, sir, when testing magical defense, please proceed gradually and pay attention to safety. Make sure not to point vital parts of your body at the launcher. There are warnings on the device's nameplate." Ryan nodded and said, "The last one is for testing magical attack power, right?" "Yes, sir. If you've been to the attack power testing room on the 2nd floor, you'll notice this device looks very similar to the one downstairs, but its surface is coated with a magical silver that greatly reduces energy damage." "Magical silver?" "Yes, sir. It's said to be a special metal that can significantly weaken energy attacks, but I don't know the details either," the girl explained. Ryan nodded, making a mental note of the term. He planned to check the library later for more information. All right, you can go ahead with your work. Thank you. You're very polite, sir. Please stay safe. Just call me whenever you need anything. The girl respectfully bowed slightly before leaving. After thinking for a moment, Ryan began testing his first device. First, he adjusted the flame launcher. He planned to test a 2-hole setting, which produces a flame attack at about 20 degrees. As the countdown red light on the flame launcher turned on, 3, 2, 1 bang. 2 streams of flames shot out and directly hit Ryan's hardened, golden, bird-shaped shield. The 20-degree magic attack was easily absorbed by the shield. Next, he moved on to the 3-hole setting, then 4 holes, and finally 5 holes. Even when Ryan held 3 bird-shaped shields in front of him, within seconds, the shields started melting, clearly reaching their fire resistance limit. This is roughly 40 degrees of fire resistance. Then, Ryan began testing the water jet device. First, he tested the water-based magic torrential impact. This time, he started with the 3-hole setting, then 4 holes, and 5 holes. Wow, it can still withstand it? After multiple attempts, Ryan was pleasantly surprised. It turns out that the defense of the magic metal barrier is related to the resistance of the metal sheet itself. Hardened gold has average resistance to flames, but it resists water impacts quite well, with a difference of nearly 10 degrees in defense. In that moment, Ryan seemed to have an idea and his eyes lit up slightly. In the Sword Bearer Division, Task Hall. Among the waiting teams to hand in quests, Evelyn, with her red hair, still looked beautiful, but her face showed unmistakable fatigue. She had just returned from Rossby County to submit a new task. The situation in Rossby County was worse than she had expected. Her family, the Norman family, a well-established noble family in Rossby, had suffered significant losses during this turmoil. Actually, the situation in Rossby County is almost the same as in Maester. The attack by the Sea Giants and the secret support from the Black Flame cult have caused Rossby County's living environment to decline rapidly. This time, she has already taken her mother and some young elites from the Norman family to the provincial capital, Minster. This is also the Norman family's last effort to prevent the situation from worsening further, preparing for the worst possible outcome. However, she is still very worried about her father. As a noble of the fief, the Viscount Norman naturally cannot leave Rossby County. At this moment, the team reached Evelyn. "Hello, how can I help you?" The young clerk smiled as she stood up. "Hello, please submit the bronze-level task, Rossby City Transport Line," Evelyn said, handing over the dark iron badge. "Understood, my lady." Although it was only the lowest level of the iron badge, the young clerk did not show any disrespect. After all, even though the iron badge level is low, it still belongs to an extraordinary person, an esteemed sword-bearer. There is a huge difference between them and ordinary people. "All right, my lady, the bronze-level task, Rossby City Transport Line, is complete, and 150 merit points have been recorded on your badge." Evelyn nodded, appearing somewhat relieved. Finally, she completed the new recruit task. Earning those 150 merit points was not easy. Many new sword-bearers were injured during this task. She was lucky because she was a peak knight and a second-level wizard apprentice, often casting spells to assist, which made the task less dangerous. The sea cult was much harder to deal with than she had expected. If it weren't for this being a new recruit task with an instructor leading the team, the losses would have been even greater. From this new recruit task, Evelyn realized that while sword-bearers are well-paid, the danger level is also high. Although most tasks are evaluated beforehand, unexpected changes often occur, and to complete them smoothly, one's strength must be nearly perfect. For example, her teammate Nei Lei Ao performed very well, killing a steward of the sea cult during this task. According to the instructor, he should receive an extra reward of 3 bronze task evaluation medals. This means the other person can now advance to a silver sword holder, which will greatly improve their treatment and the items they can exchange. "Sir, please wait a moment. I will help you change your badge." "Thank you." This time, the new recruit completed their task smoothly. Besides earning 150 merit points, the most important achievement was moving from a reserve sword holder to a full sword holder, which means they can now exchange for a bronze badge. They have effectively left the status of a rookie sword holder. However, it is only a change in status. They still owe 1,000 points on their loan from the education department. "Sir, here is your gold badge." The female staff respectfully handed a large, shiny gold badge to Evelyn. "Huh, Evelyn's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She waved her hands quickly and firmly refused, saying, "No, no. You must be mistaken. I should have a bronze badge. What does a gold level mean?" It is the top group within the sword holders division. Most sword holders who have been around for a year or two are mostly at the silver level, and gold level members make up less than a third. Seeing Evelyn's clear denial, the female staff looked confused. She checked the name on the badge again to confirm. "Are you Evelyn Norman from Rossby County?" "Yes," Evelyn nodded. "Then there's no mistake. But how can I possibly have a gold badge?" Evelyn's mind was still in shock, unable to process it. According to the records, you are an official member of the Meister Siegehammer team. When Captain Rain submitted the team's completed mission, he allocated 3 silver medals and 2,000 merit points to you. So, yes, you are eligible for promotion to the gold level. What? Evelyn was completely stunned now. What kind of mission did Rain complete? And why did he allocate so many points to her? Evelyn felt her mind was overwhelmed. Actually, when Rain submitted the mission yesterday and was asked by the female staff how he divided the evaluation medals and merit points, he thought for a moment and casually allocated a few medals. He used some silver evaluation medals that he didn't need at the moment for Evelyn. In Ryan's view, they are all part of the same team, and helping out is just a small gesture. He remembers that Evelyn once borrowed 1,000 merit points, so he casually helped her out. As for Venunica, the girl with twin ponytails, Ryan naturally gave her more support. Since their relationship was closer, he casually awarded her a gold-level mission evaluation medal and 5,000 merit points. Behind Evelyn, Neo and another new sword wielder, both with wide eyes and blank expressions, were standing just 4 or 5 meters away from her. When Evelyn looked surprised, they curiously listened nearby. When they heard that Ryan had awarded Evelyn a mission medal that could promote her to the gold level, they were stunned. They realized Ryan was at least the leader of the gold-level sword wielders. Oh my! Soon, this news spread among the new sword wielders. On the second floor of the training building, in the attack power testing room, many sword-wielding experts at the high knight level were testing their skills in small groups. "Captain Angus, did you hear? Lord Ryan has been promoted to the leader of the gold-level sword wielders." Vieri, who had just recovered from his injury and was doing rehab training, said to Angus nearby. "What? Gold level?" The tough-looking, dark-faced man was surprised. "Vieri, how do you know this?" "I heard from a fellow from the Rock Squad, also from Bobini County. His name is Ramir, and he just became a formal wizard a few days ago. I heard about it during a dinner. So, Captain, do you think we should ask Lord Ryan to help with Chris and the others' revenge?" Vieri was furious when he thought of their fallen comrades. Because they all used to serve in the military and had rich combat experience, they were different from Evelyn and the other newcomers. They had been recalled by the military mainly to secure the supply lines from Wales County to Mister. During a convoy, they were ambushed by the Black Flame Church from Wales County. Although they successfully made the transport team retreat, they almost didn't make it back themselves. Chris and the others were killed by enemy experts. One was called Bison Bitters, a knight in armor with distinctive features, including 2 sharp metal horns on each shoulder armor. I don't know the other name, but he is skilled in evil magic formations. He started with 5 black flame fireballs, which immediately reduced their numbers by 1. His strength is very high. Even if Lord Ryan can defeat him, it will be quite risky. Moreover, Lord Ryan, have you thought about the cost of taking action? Vieri, are you willing to pay the price? If Lord Ryan agrees to take on these 2 guys' tasks, Captain Angus, I am willing to become Lord Ryan's follower, Vieri said seriously. He has a close relationship with Chris, and this time, Chris's death was largely to save him. So, if there's a chance for revenge, he wouldn't wait even a quarter of an hour. Angus was silent for a moment after hearing Vieri's words. He hadn't expected Vieri to be willing to pay such a price. Vieri is a talented knight, and if he wants to become a follower, even the Imperial Marquis probably wouldn't refuse. Munster, inside Ryan's residence. Huh? Lord Ryan is back? Jenny was happily talking about this as soon as she returned, her face showing surprise. She turned to her mother Jennifer and said, "Mother, the problem you face this time can be solved with Lord Ryan's help." Yes. The beautiful woman, who had a slight frown earlier, was also quite happy to hear about Ryan's return. Due to the turmoil in Meister, almost all sea trade routes from the Eagle Federation to the fishing port town have been cut off. This forced Jennifer, a businesswoman in charge of the Merchant Guild, to find new commercial channels. But her current problem isn't about business. Although she took the first step through Ryan's introduction last time, as her business expanded, she recently contacted several larger merchant guilds. Communication with these guild leaders was not smooth. They all subtly hinted or implied that they wanted to cooperate. It's possible. However, after more in-depth discussions with them, normal cooperation could be achieved. Of course, they had also heard that this woman, although a small baroness who moved from Meister, seemed to have a sword-bearer from the Empire. But unlike other county towns, Munster is a provincial capital and home to the Munster branch of the sword-bearer organization. Sword-bearers are not rare, and they all have strong backing behind them. So they are not very afraid of sword-bearers. Of course, they do not use violence. They prefer to threaten or persuade. Over time, the beautiful woman has made some small progress, but if she wants to make bigger moves, it will be very difficult. After all, Munster's business competition is fierce. Profitable industries already have fixed groups and forces working in them. Trying to join and share the profits is like risking your life. Without real strength, success is almost impossible. At this moment, Jenny seems to have an idea and jokes. "Mother, I think tonight, Agatha and I should go out and have some fun. When do you think we should come back?" After saying this, Jenny winks. The beautiful woman immediately understands her daughter's teasing. Her fair face flushes with two red clouds. Jennifer gently pats Jenny and shyly scolds. "Even joking with your mother is too much." Soon, Jenny finds Agatha and says, "Agatha, I'll go out with you tonight." "Huh, Jenny, isn't Lord Ryan coming back today? How come you're free?" "Lord Ryan just returned and probably has a lot of things to do. By the way, you mentioned a few days ago that a Viscount's eldest son was pursuing you. Want me to check him out?" Jenny shifts the topic at the right time. Hearing this, Agatha blushes a little and focuses on the fact that the Viscount's son is pursuing her. She says, "It's not exactly serious. He invited me to see an art exhibition these past 2 days. It's the oil painting master Franco Vancreef's exhibition. I haven't accepted yet." "Huh? Franco Vancreef's art exhibition?" Jenny becomes interested. As a noble's child, Jenny learned to paint from a young age and really enjoys it. If she can see a master's exhibition while hanging out with her best friend, that would be perfect. "Yes, but you've been busy these past few days, and I feel it wouldn't be proper to go alone." "Jenny, are you interested in the exhibition too? How about I ask him if we can go tonight? I heard the exhibition lasts a week, with dinners every night." "Yes, the oil painting master Franco Vancleef's work is very famous throughout the Empire. It would be good to go see it." Jenny nodded. "Great. I'll have someone make the arrangements right away." "Jenny, I love you so much," Agatha said excitedly as she hugged Jenny. After thinking for a moment, Ryan walked over to the middle machine, the short spear thrower, and adjusted the dial to the high setting. Suddenly, steel short spears shot out like a continuous stream from the launcher. Clang, clang, clang. They hit Ryan's floating kite-shaped shield, sparks flying everywhere, quite lively. After several tests, Ryan smiled. Hardened silver gold, good at physical defense, reaching nearly 55 degrees against physical attacks. Thinking again, Ryan casually picked up a steel shield nearby and activated the metal barrier. Soon, the power of the test decreased significantly. Under the rapid and dense spear attacks, the steel shield was quickly punctured and shattered. If it were an ordinary steel shield, the metal barrier would only provide about 39 degrees of defense, about 10 degrees less. Next, Ryan approached the magic-coated mithril attack testing device. It was a large metal cylinder lying across a track similar to rails. The circular face was turned toward the tester, with a dark silver metallic sheen. Ryan simply used the beginner-level fire spell, Blazing Light, to test it. The surface of this enchanted mithril was almost undamaged. As expected from what the young female staff said, enchanted mithril seems to have very high resistance to energy damage. Then my previous idea should be feasible. Maybe I can prepare several metals with high resistance, just a few kilograms each, shaped into kite shields. When facing enemies with different specializations, I can use targeted metals to counter them. It seems I accidentally discovered a good use for metal shaping as a talent spell. This is a surprisingly good benefit, Ryan said with bright eyes. Other mages, even if they specialize in metal magic, wouldn't be able to use Ryan's method unless their talent spell was metal shaping. If it weren't for innate magic skills, it would be nearly impossible to perform such quick spells with minimal mental energy consumption. Can't I just transform in advance? It's possible. But a wizard who carries 3 or 4 shields weighing nearly 50 kilograms everywhere is quite unusual, isn't it? Not so for Ryan. He's also a knight, and he wears plate armor. He can add some armor parts secretly and practically. Besides, stamina is Ryan's strong point. He recovers quickly with a little rest. After thinking for a moment, Ryan left the testing room. He planned to visit the exchange hall to see if there were any special alloys or rare metals available. Inside the exchange hall, a young female clerk stood up and bowed, saying, "Hello, sir. How can I assist you? This is a replica of the Emperor's scepter. Also, please check if there are any rare metals or alloys available for exchange." "Of course, sir. Please show me your badge." Ryan nodded and handed over his newly issued crystal badge. The girl looked at it, slightly surprised, and respectfully took the badge. She quickly placed it into a special slot. Soon, white text appeared on the black tablet in front of Ryan. Star iron bar, strong toughness and hardness. Exchange price, 20 merit points per pound. Mithril bar, excellent element energy transmission. Exchange price, 140 merit points per pound. Hardened gold bar, extremely high hardness. Exchange price, 24 merit points per pound. Enchanted silver bar, high resistance to element energy. Exchange price, 180 merit points per pound. Glowing bar, cast from glowstone, with special effects to ward off evil. Exchange price, 120 merit points per pound. Sir, which one would you like to exchange? Give me 20 pounds of enchanted silver, please. Sorry, how much did you say? The clerk looked surprised. That's a very high price, 180 merit points per pound. 20 pounds would be 3,600 merit points. Oh my, 20 pounds. Reen patiently repeated his request once more. All right. Okay, sir. I will go get it right away. The young female clerk was about to turn around when suddenly, Reen called her back. Wait, there are more items. Remember to note them down. The girl blinked in surprise, looking at Reen. More items? Yes, sir. I understand. She quickly regained her composure. Glowing ingots, 20 pounds. Hardened fine gold ingots, 20 pounds. That's all, Reen said. Magical mithril silver mainly covers resistance to all types of energy. Although it might not be as good as some rare minerals and specific resistances, the difference isn't huge. Plus, the branch doesn't have any. Additionally, Reen was surprised to find glowing stones in the branch, so he decided to exchange some because they are very useful for spirits, undead, and similar beings. Hardened fine gold is used to make up for the wear and tear from recent battles. The girl was stunned. She quickly said, Sir, let me double-check. 20 pounds of glowing ingots, totaling 2,400 merit points. 20 pounds of hardened fine gold ingots, totaling 480 merit points. Plus the 3,600 merit points for the magical mithril silver just now. That sums up to 6,480 merit points. Is that correct? Yes, that's right, Reen nodded. Please wait a moment, I will go get them for you. The young female clerk was amazed and sighed. This was incredible. Is this what a star-level sword-bearer looks like? Unbelievably wealthy. In terms of imperial gold, she counted on her fingers. It's roughly the amount she would have needed since the founding of the Dragon Empire 2,000 years ago until now to afford these items. 2,000 years of work. After a short while, the girl returned, her face flushed, carrying 3 different colored wooden boxes with some effort. A few minutes later, Reen, quite satisfied, headed back to his dorm. The boxes had been discarded, and now his hands, gloves, and forearms were covered with 3 different metallic layers of varying colors. Lord Reen? Vieri and Angus, who had just arrived at the dorm door, saw the familiar figure at the staircase and hurriedly called out. Their tone was filled with joy. They wanted to talk to Reen, and unexpectedly, they ran into him. Seeing these 2 people, Reen smiled and nodded. When he was in Maced, he asked Orina to help coordinate, but it didn't work out. At that time, he heard that the mission had caused serious injuries. Now it seems that the fight they encountered was quite intense. Vieri's handsome face had a fresh scar across his left eyebrow. Angus's injuries were more obvious, with large patches of new skin growing on his neck, suggesting he was previously hurt by some corrosive or fiery attack. Lord Rain, long time no see. Vieri and Angus exchanged a quick look. Vieri spoke somewhat anxiously. Lord Rain, I wonder if it's convenient now. Could we find a place to talk? Of course, Rain said, noticing their expressions. He understood they had something to discuss. Let's go to my room. All right, Lord Rain. In Rain's room, the three sat down casually. Oh, and the others? Last time, I think Arena mentioned that during your last mission, you were badly hurt? Rain asked with concern. Not just badly hurt. Our mission was to protect Welsh County. Angus's face darkened as he slowly explained. When Rain heard they were fighting the Black Flame cult in Welsh County, he looked strange. Could it be Garina and her group? The one called Bison bid ours. I must get revenge. Chris was trying to save me and was knocked flying 10 meters by their charge. He didn't make it. Vieri's eyes welled with tears. That guy? Rain remembered him. The one who used metal transformation magic to suddenly extend his blade claws and killed someone with a punch. It seems Angus and Vieri's mission was before they passed through Welsh County. Was there no one named Garina among those you fought? A woman skilled in illusion magic? Rain asked curiously after thinking. Lord Rain, that person doesn't exist. I know who you mean. She seems to be the high priestess of the Black Flame Church in Welsh County. She's very powerful. The Sword-Bearer Division here has a top-tier mission to eliminate her, Angus replied. Rain nodded. That makes sense. If Galena were also here, given that woman's stubbornness, these two people probably wouldn't be able to come back now. At this moment, Vieri's eyes flickered with a hint of struggle. His fists clenched, causing his knuckles to turn white. The next second, he looked firmly at Rain and said, Lord Rain, Angus, and I want to join your team. Also, I personally ask for your help to seek revenge. In exchange, I am willing to become your follower. Follower? Rain was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the day someone would actively ask to follow him would come so soon, and that the person was his fellow sword-bearer. Actually, this mattered. Just as Rain was about to speak, suddenly there was a knocking at the door. It seems like there are quite a few people looking for me today. Rain couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. He opened the door, and what caught his eye was Evelyn with red hair. Behind her were two new sword-bearers. Evelyn, have you finished your task? Yes, Rain. This is Neo, and this is Caroline. They helped me a lot during the mission, Evelyn introduced. Rain had a strong impression of Neo. She was a rare scroll master, a specialized type of mage who mainly relied on pre-made scrolls to attack. As for Caroline, Rain also remembered her. Among the new sword-bearers, she was one of the few women. He nodded and smiled, saying, hello. Everyone is familiar, so let's go together. Now, his dormitory felt a bit cramped. Rain, I want to ask you, why did you allocate so many mission evaluation medals and merit points to me? Evelyn didn't want to ask this question in front of everyone, but her curiosity was too strong. Well, I completed a few gold-level missions. I won't go into the details, Rain said with a smile. How many? And they are gold-level missions? This time, everyone was a bit shocked. Vieri and Angus stared with wide eyes. They had always thought that Rain was promoted to gold level because of the mission to help the Panzike squad. They never expected that the other person actually had the ability to directly complete gold-level missions. Compared to Neuro, Evelyn was doing better. When she was promoted to the gold level in the task hall, he had already predicted it. Rain probably received a reward far beyond 3 silver mission medals, which is why he could grant Evelyn so many credits. He could tell that Rain was not a person obsessed with fame. By the way, Angus and Vieri, the Wild Bull Betas and the Dark Mage skilled in evil magic formations you mentioned have already been defeated by me. Lord Rain, are you telling the truth? For Vieri, this news was like a thunderbolt, shocking him deeply. Yes, I also killed their main priest in Wales County, Garina. Rain nodded. Garina was also killed by you? Niaro couldn't believe it. Yes, when passing through Wales County, they ambushed me, so I took the opportunity to defeat them. That woman's illusion magic was quite good and tricky, Rain replied. Is that all? No, it was very tricky. Niaro knew very well Garina's strength. He knew a golden-level sword wielder who was stronger than him, but during the attempt to kill Garina, he failed and was seriously injured. So, Vieri, that's the situation. As for your idea of becoming my follower, let's not talk about that anymore. As for the two of you joining my team, that's fine. Lord Rain, thank you for avenging Clur, but I still want to become your follower. Vieri bowed deeply to Rain. In Vieri's heart, Rain's mastery of extraordinary combat skills was astonishing. At the same time, he was the fastest person he had seen to improve. Moreover, Rain was so young that his current strength level definitely wouldn't be the end. Vieri felt that learning from Rain was a rare opportunity. If he didn't seize it now, he might never have such a chance again. Rain looked thoughtful. Over in Munster, their family had not yet found a suitable person to protect them. Vieri, as a great knight, was strong enough. As for character, based on their current interactions, he seemed reliable. After all, someone who constantly thinks about avenging his comrades couldn't be a bad person. All right. I agree, Vieri. If you have any questions about the Knight's Path, feel free to ask me anytime. Rain nodded. Thank you, Lord Rain, Vieri said happily. At this moment, Rain suddenly thought of something. He turned to Neoro and asked, Lord Neoro, may I ask? Actually, Lord Rain, I also hope to join your team, Neoro replied. You're welcome. Rain thought for a moment and agreed with a nod. The other person is a rare scroll master. I have no reason to refuse. And this one? No. Lord Rain, I'm not here to join your team. I'm just curious and came to take a look. The round-faced girl Caroline saw Rain asking her and quickly waved her hand to refuse politely. No. I mean, I'm too weak myself. It's not that I don't want to. Dinner time. Inside Rain's new residence. I don't see Ginny and Agatha, Rain said while cutting his steak with a silver knife and fork. The beautiful woman Jennifer blushed slightly and said, they probably went shopping. Big brother, I want to go shopping too, Mint said enviously. Since coming to Munster, she hadn't gone out much. Hee, when I have a little free time in a few days, I'll take you shopping, Rain said with a smile and a nod. After dinner, it was the usual time for the beautiful woman to report her work. Here, a long section is omitted. Not long after the report ended, Rain suddenly heard Cookie's barking and faint voices from downstairs. Cookie, stop barking at us. I'm Agatha, and this is Jenny. You'll wake everyone up if you keep barking like that. Agatha looked a bit helpless. She didn't understand what was happening. The usually understanding spirit Lenny Ward dog, Cookie, was barking nonstop at her and Agatha. Cookie, what's wrong with you today? Jenny bent down and reached out to comfort Cookie. But as she squatted down, Cookie backed away alertly, staring at her with wide eyes. Rain stood up and looked down from the window. He saw the spirit Lindy Ward dog blocking Jenny and the other girl. It was crouching low, baring its teeth, and growling softly as if facing a great enemy. Huh? Rain's pupil shrank, because he saw that behind the two women, there were actually two transparent young boys, about 8 or 9 years old, closely following them. The boys were very close, less than half a meter away from the women. Additionally, these two identical strange boys were each holding a doll in their hands. Is it a malicious spirit? For Ryan, whether it was his Warhammer wizard or after gaining 1 point of willpower brilliance, he could easily see the scene beneath the field. Spirits naturally had nowhere to hide. The spirit hound Cookie was also powered by the animal's own strong senses. Could this be another trick by the Axon auction house? Ryan frowned slightly, feeling angry. Without hesitation, Ryan quickly walked downstairs. At the same time, the glow on his forearm immediately transformed into a sword shield form. Seeing Ryan stride out of the room, the two women were also surprised. Cookie, look, you woke Lord Ryan up, Agatha complained. Don't move, both of you. There's a malicious spirit behind you, Ryan said calmly. His words naturally made the women stunned. They also realized why Cookie kept calling out to them. Malicious spirit? Immediately, the two women looked at Ryan with fear. Don't be afraid, it's a small matter. Seeing Ryan approaching, the two identical boys behind the women seemed to sense some threat. They tilted their heads slightly and stared at Ryan with eyes that had no whites. Whoosh! Ryan took a quick step forward, stirring up a gust of wind. He bypassed the women and swung his glowing longsword down at one of the boys, delivering a straight slash from top to bottom. Sizzle! Not expecting Ryan to be so fast, a sharp scream sounded as the boy was cut in half. The other boy, seeing this scene, looked furious. He immediately waved his hands and charged at Ryan, but was pushed away by Ryan's glowing shield with a forceful strike. He also let out a scream. However, the boy who was cut in half quickly reformed nearby. Huh? Ryan frowned slightly, feeling a bit surprised. Even spirits, whether resentful or malicious, would weaken after being hit by the glowstone. But the strength of the spirit in front of him seemed completely unaffected. At this moment, Jenny suddenly frowned deeply and slowly crouched down, her face showing intense pain and her spirit appearing very weak and exhausted. Ryan narrowed his eyes. He then saw clearly that two strange little boys and two girls were connected by a very thin black line. Because it was night, even with his dark vision, he had only just noticed it. After a moment of thought, Ryan guessed that this black line was like a spider's feeding tube, drawing some kind of soul energy from the two girls. So, when he hurt the little boys, they quickly recovered by drawing energy, making his attack ineffective. In an instant, Ryan infused a bit of his willpower into his longsword, causing it to glow more brightly with white light. He aimed his sword at the black line and struck down. Zzz. Sure enough, the black line broke. Then, Ryan swung another sword, cutting the thin black line behind Agatha. This made the two little boys feel a serious threat. They looked at each other briefly, then quickly moved closer, almost merging into one in an instant. At the same time, their spiritual strength suddenly grew stronger. If their aura was about that of a third-level apprentice wizard before, now they seemed almost capable of competing with a full-fledged wizard. Interesting, Ryan thought as he watched this scene. He didn't attack immediately but observed their merging. This time, the little boys seemed to have doubled in size, confidently rushing toward Ryan again. Ryan's face remained calm. His shining sword suddenly turned into a warhammer. Facing the approaching boys, he gently swung the hammer. This was the top-level skill called Hammer of Annihilation. As soon as they made contact, the merged little boy was struck like lightning. The transparent shadow dissolved instantly, like snow meeting boiling water, melting away completely. As Ryan guessed, after the black line was cut, the two little boys did not revive again. Huh? No soul energy? Ryan wondered slightly. He had used the hammer, not the sword, to kill the evil spirit, hoping to gather some soul energy. But the expected soul energy did not appear, which made him think deeply. Could it be? Are these two actually just clones? Not the true body? Where did you two just go? Rain turned and asked. Agatha looked frightened and supportively held Jenny, saying, Lord Rain, we just visited the art exhibition of the famous painter Franco Vancri. An exhibition? Rain frowned slightly. If the other person truly has some kind of clone ability as he suspected, then in a crowded place like the exhibition, more than just two people might have been affected. Rain thought it was necessary to report this immediately to the local security officer. Yes, just nearby in the upper city of Munster, inside a wealthy merchant's villa, Agatha nodded. The recent fight had already alarmed the guards inside the mansion. Matteo, go now and inform the patrol guards to contact the security officer. Yes, my Lord Rain. What Rain didn't know was that, at almost the same time he killed those two evil spirits of the young boys, hundreds of other young boys in different locations all looked in his direction simultaneously. If you looked down from the sky over Munster and marked where these boy spirits were, you'd see that these spirits, like fireflies, covered the entire upper city, even scattered into the noble and trade districts. In a shadowed alley on a street in Munster, a man in a black robe slightly raised his eyebrows and whispered, Huh, have I been discovered? The response was pretty quick. But now the energy is almost fully gathered. Then let's start a little earlier. The black-robed man silently recited a spell, and suddenly, the painting-called gaze of the eye in the gallery emitted a chilling aura. Next, one by one, the young boys rushed over from all directions. In an instant, hundreds of these boys gathered like moss to a flame. In the next second, these boys began to merge with each other one after another. Their bodies grew larger, and their aura gradually intensified more and more. Soon, they surpassed the level of a semi-legendary being and approached the legendary level. Such a strong fluctuation of energy immediately alarmed the patrol teams, the Goddess Church, the Duke's Mansion, the Sword Bearers Division, and other powerful groups within Munster. At home, Ryan suddenly looked up and gazed toward the direction of the gallery, saying, Matteo, it seems I don't need to notify anyone. I need to go out for a while. None of you should leave the house. Ryan didn't leave his home very far. He decided to check on things mainly because the two strange little boys he had just killed might have been two clones of an evil spirit. If the spirit came back to seek revenge, Ryan didn't want his family to get caught in the middle. His first priority was naturally to protect his family's safety. In the end, this also showed that Ryan's family lacked strong backing. However, during the day, Vieri voluntarily asked to become Ryan's follower. If Vieri helped guard the house, Ryan could relax more. Meanwhile, in the grand and magnificent prayer hall of the Minstar Goddess Temple, Archbishop Gomez looked into the distance with a slight frown. After thinking for a moment, he turned to a knight carrying a shiny silver double-handed hammer and said, This aura is old and evil. It's likely from an evil spirit. The city guards and night watch probably can't handle it. Brander, you should go check it out. Understood, Archbishop Gomez. The knight named Brander bowed slightly, then led a team of holy knights out of the prayer hall. Since it was late at night, after Brander left, there were fewer people in the hall, only a few guards remained. But soon after, Archbishop Gomez turned around and stared at a corner of the hall, his brow furrowing deeper. "Who's there?" As expected of the Archbishop, "Your senses are sharp. But I really dislike this place. It makes me feel so uncomfortable," a deep voice said as a shadow appeared. "Who?" For holy knights immediately drew their swords and charged at the shadow in anger. But in the next second, for huge black misty hands suddenly appeared nearby, grabbing several of the knights as easily as catching chicks. For a moment, all four were suspended in midair, wrapped in a large black misty hand, their faces flushed as they struggled fiercely. "I was planning to talk with you a bit longer, but, Your Eminence, sorry, we need to hurry. We must send you to meet your goddess quickly," the shadowy figure said mockingly. At this moment, Archbishop Gomez turned his head to the left and saw another black-robed person appear there, someone who had used the shadow hand. If Ryan were present, he would recognize immediately that this was Freeman from the Black Flame cult. As for the other person, the identity was also about to be revealed. "Both of you, are you really not taking the Goddess Church seriously?" Archbishop Gomez recited a short chant. Then he raised his finger, and 4 light blue beams shot out in succession, immediately breaking the shadow hand that held the sacred temple knight. But this was not the end. Archbishop Gomez began to chant again. At his position, a blue glow erupted, and he was enveloped in an egg-shaped energy shield. Second-level divine spell, protection shield? That's tough. Freeman and Burrigas exchanged glances and simultaneously launched a wave of shadow impact. At Gomez. Suddenly, 2 thick black energy beams clashed fiercely with the divine magic surrounding Gomez. Although Freeman and Burrigas were very powerful, defeating Gomez, who was even stronger than they were, inside the temple's prayer hall, was still beyond their reach. Their combined attack only caused Gomez's blue shield to flicker slightly before stabilizing again. Suddenly, a black spiral beam flashed through the hall. Gomez, who had been focused on fighting Freeman and Burrigas, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and saw an expression of disbelief on his face. There was a fist-sized hole torn open in his chest, right over his heart. At this moment, Ixter smiled calmly and stepped out from the side, saying, "Archbishop Gomez, I am sorry. Just now, your magic was..." Gomez's face turned pale as he spoke. "Yes, a third-level shadow magic called Shadow Light Cannon." Ixter nodded slightly. "Only someone with higher-level power can break through a second-stage divine technique with one strike. Before becoming a crystallized wizard, Exeter couldn't have done it. He couldn't have single-handedly killed Gomez, the Archbishop of the Goddess Church, even with a surprise attack. But after advancing to a crystallized wizard, everything changed. A sudden attack using a level 3 single-target magic spell resulted in a guaranteed kill, thanks in part to Freeman and the others holding the front line. In the next moment, Archbishop Gomez's body began to decay. Shadow energy quickly spread throughout him. His figure wavered and then collapsed, unable to hold on any longer. "Master, your Shadow Light Cannon is truly powerful." Burgess stepped forward with a smile, praising him. "All right, quickly destroy the defensive formation. We should leave now. This is still the center of the province, Minsider. There are many strong fighters here," Exeter urged. Minsider is a large city with multiple defensive formations set up to defend against various enemies. The core of the anti-evil energy formation is located inside the Goddess Temple. A few days ago, Exeter had already planned everything. Using the evil spirits within the painting gaze of the eye to launch an attack would surely attract the Goddess Church's attention. When the formation can't hold back, the Church would send elite forces to deal with it. This is the perfect moment for them to act. Everything is unfolding according to his plan. Once the formation's core is destroyed, it will be nearly impossible to repair it quickly. Then, Exeter's big plan for the official awards ceremony in Minsider can proceed smoothly. Ryan stood on the street, looking up. He could clearly see the strange boy's shadow, a few hundred meters away, rapidly growing larger. Meanwhile, the once transparent evil spirit's body was becoming more solid, and its terrifying aura was intensifying. Even ordinary guards and city soldiers, who don't have Exeter's strong perception, could see what the figure looked like. Their shocked faces showed how frightening the sight was. In less than a minute, the opponent's height suddenly shot up to about 5 meters. It was very unsettling to see a giant who still looked like a little boy, holding a doll that was now about 3 meters tall. At this moment, the evil spirit boy seemed to remember how Ryan had defeated his two clones. The giant slowly turned around and looked at Ryan. A huge pressure, coming from the dark, hollow eyes, pressed down on Ryan. Even though they were hundreds of meters apart, Ryan could feel an invisible, heavy force pushing toward him. With a small focus of his mind, Ryan's glowing sword shone brightly. He gently swung it, and it was like a bubble being popped. An invisible barrier was cut open by the sword. The pressure suddenly disappeared. This made the giant evil spirit even angrier. It took 4 or 5 meters and a step and quickly moved toward Ryan. At this moment, people awakened by the terrifying aura looked out the windows. When they saw the huge, strange shadow of the boy, they screamed in fear. "Monster! Monster!" Seeing these frightened ordinary people, the evil spirit took a deep breath. Suddenly, these terrified humans fainted and fell to the ground. In the next second, a transparent ghostly figure appeared over the fallen bodies. Then, a spirit-shaped shadow, pulled by a strong force like a water vortex, rushed toward the boy's open mouth. Whoosh! Whoosh! Like eating noodles, the evil spirit boy swallowed them all into his stomach. "Get back!" At this moment, Brandier had arrived with a team of holy knights. Seeing this scene, he looked angry. He drew a silver-white warhammer from his back and quickly charged at the evil spirit boy. Hammer of Judgment. The silver-white warhammer instantly emitted a bright blue glow. A giant hammer-shaped shadow, several meters long, shot out from the hammer and struck the giant evil spirit. But the evil spirit boy was very quick. He used his doll to block the hammer. Although the doll's ghostly image dimmed after being hit, in the next second, an invisible shockwave roared out from the evil spirit's mouth. Within 100 meters, ordinary people fainted everywhere. Even the elite night watchmen and city guards were no exception. Many nearby knights and wizard apprentices covered their ears with both hands, looking pained and confused. Howling of the Banshee. Brandon furrowed his brow. He silently recited some words. Suddenly, from the top of the goddess temple hundreds of meters away, a blue beam as thick as a bucket shot down and struck Brandon's warhammer. The shadow of the warhammer expanded more than 3 times. The huge shadow of the warhammer hit the center of the giant evil spirit's body. This powerful tore a large hole in its chest. Next, a faint blue glow appeared on the ground within a radius of several dozen meters around Brandon. When the giant evil spirit touched this area, burn-like marks appeared on its body, and it made a sizzling sound like acid corrosion. Small copies of boys rushed in from all directions. As soon as they entered the area, they melted quickly like candles. At this moment, many knights and wizards arrived from different directions, some from the Sword Wielders Division, some from Duke Munster's mansion, and others from government agencies. They gradually surrounded the giant evil spirit. This made the struggling evil spirit seem to give up fighting and turn around, rushing quickly toward Ryan, apparently trying to eliminate him before retreating. Maybe because Ryan was not there to interfere, it was easier to spot him later. "Be careful, get out of the way." Brandon, who didn't know Ryan, saw his knightly outfit and shouted loudly. Suddenly, with metal-shaping magic, Ryan's weapon began to grow larger. His hardened orichalcum and enchanted silver quickly formed into a warhammer, covered with shining stones. In an instant, a huge 2-handed warhammer appeared in Ryan's hands. Hammer of Annihilation. Ryan leapt high, then charged forward, swinging the giant warhammer from above down onto the equally large evil spirit boy. In the next moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone turned to look. The nearly 5-meter-tall giant evil spirit, like weathered rock, turned into grains of sand and drifted away with the wind. Such power. Even Brandon was amazed. Since when did Monster have such a powerful hammer-wielding hero? Just as he was about to step forward and say a few words, a knight from the temple quickly reported, "Lord Brander, the source of the evil spirit seems to be over at the art exhibition." This forced Brander to temporarily give up his plan to talk with Ryan. He nodded at Ryan and followed the knight quickly. If the source of the evil spirit isn't dealt with, it might flare up again later. Brander? I think I've heard that name before. Ryan suddenly looked enlightened. He remembered that Bishop Mystane had given him a letter of introduction, which mentioned that he should contact the Hammer Master of the Goddess Church, whose name was Brander. He seems to be a rare kind of Knight of Judgment. Very strong in combat. Especially effective against evil spirits, very targeted. Ryan didn't plan to go to the art exhibition. Instead, he paused briefly and headed back to the mansion to ensure his family's safety. At this moment, Ryan glanced at the system prompt. Congratulations! You have defeated a powerful enemy and gained 4 gold skill points. Congratulations! Your will, hidden, attribute has increased. Congratulations! Your Warhammer Wizard, legendary, profession level has increased. The level of the Warhammer Wizard, legendary, profession, which was already close to leveling up, increased again this time, reaching level 7, 1421/5000. Skill points and attribute points increased by 1 each. Adding to his remaining points, Ryan now has 6 attribute points left, 6 skill points, and 9 gold skill points. Will has increased by another point? This is a pleasant surprise. Just now, Ryan had a faint sense of the evil spirit's energy field. He didn't expect that his hidden will attribute would reach 3 points so quickly. This satisfied the requirement for the basic annihilation energy field, which needs a will attribute of 3 points. The next morning, after waking up, Ryan looked out the window from the 2nd floor and saw that the number of security guards and city guards on the street had increased several times compared to before. Although he was a bit puzzled, since last night's incident was handled very quickly and only needed to calm the injured civilians, such a large patrol might actually make the people feel uneasy. Ryan shook his head. Perhaps Duke Minster was furious. Last night, at least over 100 people were injured or killed, not counting those possessed by evil spirits early in the morning. It's uncertain how many survived. After breakfast, Ryan said goodbye to his family and returned to the nearby Sword Bearers branch. He tidied up his dormitory belongings, then carried his blue and white war hammer, planning to visit the goddess church. He also intended to ask the church to investigate this weapon. Having a specific weapon made it easier to trace its origins back to the ancient hero. At the same time, Ryan wanted to see if he could learn to use the war hammer more easily. Currently, he still struggled. When he held the hammer, it seemed to have a mind of its own, rejecting him and making it hard to control. Suddenly, there was a quick knocking at the door. Huh? Who could be here so early? Vieri? Ryan opened the door and found it was Elena, the deputy official. But at this hour, she should have just started work. Lady Elena, so early? Please come in. Is something wrong? Ryan saw her serious face and knew something serious had happened. Could it be related to last night's evil spirit incident? Yes, Ryan. Archbishop Gomez has been assassinated, Elena said immediately after entering, causing Ryan to freeze. When did this happen? Ryan's face darkened. He had planned to visit the church now to have Archbishop Gomez check the mark on his body to see if it could be removed smoothly. But just a day had passed, and he already heard about the death. This cast a dark cloud over Ryan's heart. Last night, during the giant evil spirit incident, Archbishop Gomez was probably killed at that time, Elena explained. Do we know who did it? Have they investigated? Ryan asked. From the signs of the attack, it seemed the culprit was a legendary shadow-type mage, a 3rd-level crystallized wizard. But even a legendary mage shouldn't have been so easy to kill Archbishop Gomez, right? Ryan was puzzled. He knew the strength of the archbishop responsible for a province in the goddess church. It was said that although Gomez hadn't yet reached legendary status, he had been close for many years. Furthermore, the assassination took place inside the temple. Usually, even legendary strong fighters wouldn't gain much benefit from such an attack. Seems like it's not just one person involved. From the investigation at the prayer hall after the incident, there are at least 3 different sets of footprints, and the lingering scent confirms this, Elena explained. Is it a 3-on-1 fight? Ryan nodded. I see. That makes much more sense. The attacker was so precise with their timing. Could it be that the evil spirit in the gallery was also created by the same group? Ryan suddenly thought of something and looked up at Elena to ask. Sir Ryan, you are truly wise. Yes, based on the remaining scent, it's almost certain that the Black Flame cult is responsible, the capable young woman Elena said appreciatively. By the way, this time, the attackers not only assassinated Archbishop Gomez, but also damaged the core of the Munster defensive formation. Is it the formation that combines detection of evil, exorcism, and other functions? Ryan asked. Yes, Sir Ryan. This made Ryan feel a vague sense of unease. Yesterday, he saw clearly that with the formation's blessing, the Punisher Knight's combat power increased by at least 50% when fighting evil spirits. Moreover, the formation limited the evil spirits from invading the noble district and administrative zone. Now that the formation is destroyed, It means that the defenses in the noble district, church district, and administrative zone are greatly weakened, just like the upper city and civilian areas. The main reason I came to see you is that General Edward asked me to tell you that he will request the Empire's guardians to help remove your mark. But this might take some time, and probably a trip to the imperial capital will be necessary. All right, Lady Elena. Please thank General Edward for me and let him know I appreciate him thinking of me despite his busy schedule. Ryan nodded. After Elena left, Ryan placed the blue and white war hammer back into the cabinet. He crossed his arms and pondered in the room. Is the Black Flame cult's attack a form of protest after their failed operation in Meister County? No, it's probably more than just that. If they were only protesting, they would have come directly to me for revenge, not chosen to assassinate a high-ranking priest of the Goddess Church. This behavior seems to have a special purpose. This made Ryan feel uneasy. Is Munster, the provincial capital, becoming less safe? I really don't understand how the upper levels of the Empire think. Since there are powerful dragon knights like Princess Minia, these cults should be easy to eliminate, right? Why do they let them cause trouble? It seems some things need to be done faster, Ryan said with a slight shake of his head. We must ensure the safety of ourselves and our families. Looking at it this way, it might be good to have Vieri, Angus, and Neoro join the team. They can help with some of the tasks I can't handle alone. Half an hour later, in Ryan's room, Ryan brewed a cup of Yotan black tea for Neoro and placed it on the table. Neoro, I need to ask you for a favor. You've been in Munster for many years. Do you know where to find a runesmith? If you know any, could you introduce me? Ryan asked directly. Neoro looked at him with a strange expression and said, Lord Ryan, are you interested in learning runes? Or do you have some runic items that need identification or crafting? I want to learn runes, Ryan replied. Would I be able to help if it's just basic learning? Neoro asked with a slight smile. Huh, Neoro, you know runes? Ryan was a bit surprised. Yes, I am an intermediate runesmith. Lord Ryan, you might not have noticed, but one of the basics of scroll crafting is mastering some rune techniques, Neoro said happily. That's great. Can you teach me now? Ryan asked eagerly. Now? Right now? Neoro was momentarily surprised, but then he laughed heartily. Of course. I think I now understand why Lord Ryan is so strong. Acting immediately on good ideas is a very good habit. Seeing Neoro praise him, Ryan simply smiled and didn't explain further. Neoro then took out a diary and explained, this is a pattern for a basic defensive rune, and it's also the first rune most wizard apprentices learn when they start studying runes. Ryan looked at it and nodded. A basic rune? The complexity is now roughly the same as the mithril carved plate armor, but he can tell that the two inscriptions are different. It seems that the inscription on the mithril carved plate armor is also a basic type, not very difficult. Lord Ring, have you ever learned how to draw a magic array? Magic array? I've learned a little. It requires special ink to draw. Rain thought for a moment and nodded. He remembered the days when he studied magic arrays with the twin-tailed girl Vinonica. That's great. Actually, learning inscriptions and drawing magic arrays are quite similar. Both require drawing, one uses special ink, and the other is carved with mental energy. Both have the concept of notes. After about half an hour of Neoro's explanation, Rain slightly raised his eyebrows because the system notification sounded. You have learned about inscriptions, and your understanding has improved. You have gained a new skill, Basic Defensive Inscription. Your Basic Defensive Inscription skill has improved. Experience +1. Just as Rain thought it was over, the system notification suddenly sounded again. Ding. The host has come into contact with an inscription, triggering a job change, Great Armorer, Transcendent. The prerequisites for promoting to Great Armorer are 1. Armorer level 5 or above. 2. Strength 15+, Constitution 15+, Spirit 18+. 3. Independently forged 10 qualified inscription plate armor parts. 4. Mastery of inscription-related knowledge. Current conditions are not met. Promotion to Great Armorer failed. Rain was slightly stunned, but his expression quickly returned to normal. Indeed, he had previously deduced from the mithril carved plate armor that the future of an armorer was likely related to inscriptions. And now, that has been confirmed. He didn't expect the job change to come so quickly. Great Armorer. Moreover, although it's just adding the word great, this is a transcendent profession. Currently, he cannot promote because he hasn't met Condition 3, Forge 10 inscription plate armor parts. In other words, as long as he forges the mithril carved plate armor, He can be promoted to Great Armorer Transcendent at any time. Munster. In the VIP suite of Axon Auction House. After waiting for 2 days, Drac finally received a reply from his brother, Marquis Lorenz. Just a quick glance at the letter surprised him greatly. The letter read, "Plans have changed. A major event is about to happen in the Empire. The Blood-Out mercenary group is on the way." According to the ancient seer Yon Ribeiro's prophecy, the ancient troll's Fong truly no longer exists. But the prophecy also shows that Ryan seems to have used the ancient troll's Fong in some way on himself, which makes his blood have a similar effect to the ancient troll's divine blood. In the afternoon, Elena found Ryan again. This made Ryan a bit suspicious. He felt that she didn't seem like a subordinate from the task hall, but more like his personal secretary, coming to see him several times a day. "Lord Ryan, earlier this morning, I suddenly remembered. Why are you still in the newcomer building?" So I immediately contacted the logistics department and found out that the message about your star level upgrade hasn't been passed on yet. Elena spoke with a gentle smile, adding a touch of friendliness that made it hard not to feel good about her. "Now everything has been arranged for you. Based on your star level, your new suite is located near the training ground, opposite the training building, which is one of the best suites in the branch." "A suite?" "Yes, Lord Ryan. It has a bedroom, a living room, and even an indoor training room, all fully equipped." Ryan nodded. He hadn't expected that a sword holder of this star level would have such good treatment. "Would you like to move there now?" After a moment of thought, Ryan nodded and said, "All right, then I'll trouble Lady Elena." The mention of a training room made Ryan quite interested, since some of his moves were not easy to practice in the public training room. Another reason was that, as the captain of the sword holder team, he often gathered his team members for meetings or small get-togethers, and the current dormitory was too small. Hearing Ryan agree, Elena beckoned, and at the end of the corridor, 2 tall guards came over to help carry his belongings. Actually, Ryan doesn't have much stuff, just a few weapons from the trophies in the cabinet. Led by Elena, the group heads toward the training grounds. "By the way, Lord Ryan, don't forget the awards ceremony this Sunday at the Munster Administrative Office. Also, in a few months, this event might make you not just a Viscount, but an Earl," Elena said with a smile. "Thank you, Elena. That's too kind of you," Ryan replied with a small smile, saying little more. As for Sunday, there are 6 days left. Suddenly, a heavy object falls to the ground behind them. Thud. A guard, blushing, raises his blue and white double-headed war hammer again, grunting as he swings. Ryan is surprised but smiles, turns around, and easily lifts the war hammer with one hand. "Just help with the other weapons," Ryan casually says. "Yes, thank you, Lord Ryan," the guard replies gratefully, looking at him with admiration. This war hammer, weighing hundreds of pounds, feels light in Ryan's hands, as if it's nothing. He finally understands why this young Ryan is a star-level sword wielder. When Ryan enters the star-level suite on the 3rd floor, he can't help but marvel at how good the accommodations are for a star-level leader. As Elena said, the kitchen, living room, bedroom, and training room are all fully equipped. There's even a dedicated service team in the corridor, responsible for chores like housekeeping, but only when the room owner rings the bell. Ryan naturally first checked out the training room. It's spacious and bright, with good ventilation. Inside, there are training dummies, archery targets, and various weapons, all well maintained. The floor has been specially reinforced. Overall, it's not much different from the training room in Count Habsburg's mansion. Ryan nodded in satisfaction. Several hours later, in Ryan's private training room, Ryan stands calmly in the middle of the spacious area, surrounded by 3 dark kite-shaped shields. Opposite him, Vieri, holding a large 2-handed sword, looks serious. In the next moment, Vieri pushes off with her toes, rapidly circling around Ryan, searching for an opening. Great opportunity. There is a big gap between the 2 shields. Vieri squinted his eyes and moved quickly, launching a swift cross-slash. Clang, clang. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. His 2 rapid strikes were all blocked by the kite-shaped shield. This made Vieri feel a bit discouraged. He clearly sensed that Ryan was full of openings, and the gap between the 2 kite-shaped shields was large enough for his 2-handed sword to strike. But when he swung his sword down, suddenly, the speed of the kite-shaped shield's rotation increased sharply, perfectly blocking his attack path. Vieri tried several times, whether circling behind Ryan, attacking from the side, or charging head-on, none worked. It was like a wall of metal. It was hopeless. Meanwhile, Ryan stood with his arms crossed, occasionally pointing out Vieri's swordsmanship mistakes. With his level 16 or higher in Arcadia swordsmanship, guiding Vieri's two-handed sword was no problem. Vieri, as Ryan's only follower, was helping to improve his metal barrier skill while Ryan pointed out his small swordsmanship issues, an efficient two-in-one approach. Nearby, the red-haired beauty Evelyn, Nero, and Angus were whispering, "Captain Ryan's metal barrier magic is too strong. If it were me, I'd have no way to break through," Angus pondered, shaking his head. He specialized in sword and shield, stronger than Vieri in strength, but in attack power, only slightly different from Vieri. After all, Vieri wields a two-handed sword, which naturally has higher attack power than a one-handed sword. "Nero, do you know much about the metal barrier magic? It's a bit too powerful," Angus asked curiously. "The power is indeed extraordinary. It feels much stronger than typical elemental defense magic." "It shouldn't be like that," Nero frowned and thought. "If it's not due to a high affinity with elements, then there's only one explanation." "What's that?" Angus looked at Nero eagerly. Hearing this, Evelyn's beautiful eyes also looked over with curiosity. This might be related to the type of metal Ryan is using. Nero had a calm expression. "Have you noticed that Lord Rain's dark kite-shaped shield is made of a special metal called hardened silver? It's very hard and tough. Even top knights find it hard to break," Nero pointed out sharply, thinking he had hit the key point. But soon, a bitter smile appeared on his face, because he suddenly remembered something. Right now, Lord Rain, standing in the center of the arena, is very good at defending like a wall. But actually, he is best at attacking. "Nero, if you use magic to attack, do you think you can break Lord Rain's metal shield?" Angus asked. "Impossible. Did you see the dark silver metal on Lord Rain's forearm?" "Yes, I saw. What is it?" Angus looked thoughtful, seeming to remember something. "If I'm not mistaken, that should be enchanted Dari silver. This metal is highly resistant to all types of elemental energy. So if Lord Rain faces a wizard, he will probably use enchanted Dari silver to defend," Nero said with his arms crossed. "Wow, enchanted Dari silver. But how much merit points would that cost for such a big piece?" Angus, who had served in the army, knew about enchanted Dari silver and had seen it before. Usually, it was used as a thin coating or special paint, but he had never seen such a thick piece covering Lord Rain's forearm. And how many merit points would it take to exchange for that? Hearing this, Evelyn's beautiful eyes sparkled. "Angus, don't forget. Captain Rain completed a star-level mission and 4 gold-level missions. Do you think he's short of merit points?" While saying this, Nero also glanced at the red-haired beauty Evelyn. Actually, he had one more thing to say. Just from giving gifts, he had given 3 silver medals and 2,000 merit points. Their captain probably had tens of thousands of merit points. What's a piece of enchanted Dari silver compared to that? Originally, they didn't know that Rain had completed a star-level mission until he invited them to exchange ideas and compete. They only just realized that this was a star-level suite. This is inside a 3-story building next to the training ground. The entire 3rd floor covers over 8,000 square meters but has fewer than 20 suites. It is the main branch of the Sword Bearers in Munster, used to accommodate top-level team captains. Each suite has a small training room, bedroom, dining area, and reception room. Additionally, there is a dedicated housekeeping team on the corridor, available 24 hours by ringing a bell. When they arrived just now, everyone was stunned. Compared to their new dormitory, which is very simple, this place is luxurious. "Angus, it's your turn." Vieri, holding a large sword with both hands, was already panting but still hadn't even touched Ryan's sleeve. During intense, fast-paced combat, even a great knight can use up most of their stamina within 10 minutes and need a rest. "Okay." Angus looked excited, tapped his sword and shield twice, and stepped forward. Before, Angus didn't know that Ryan could give him many useful suggestions about sword and shield techniques until they chatted just now. This surprised him a lot, because Angus had always thought Ryan specialized in two-handed hammers and greatswords. He never expected Ryan to also be skilled with sword and shield. No, it's not just skill. Ryan is probably an expert in sword and shield. After about 10 minutes, Angus, holding his sword and shield, was also panting heavily and sweating all over. At this moment, Nero tightened his grip on his short staff and stepped forward. Seeing Nero, Ryan smiled slightly and slowly used his innate magic, metal shaping, to retract the previously hardened, golden, eagle-shaped shield and cover his hands and forearms with knightly gauntlets. The enchanted silver on his forearms transformed into a dark silver eagle-shaped shield. Of course, this process took nearly 10 seconds. It wasn't that Ryan was hiding anything on purpose. It was just too complicated to explain. He was thinking that once the layers of the metal barrier improve and the casting speed increases significantly, it will look so real that it will be hard to tell which is the innate magic. Seeing this, Nero couldn't help but smile wryly and said, "Captain Ryan, you're really targeting this so precisely." This comment made the nearby red-haired beauty Evelyn giggle softly, causing her to shake with laughter. At the same time, Angus and Vieri also burst into hearty laughter. After finishing their conversation with Neo Luo, Ryan, who had been in a quick battle with the three, withdrew the magic metal barrier, ending the encounter for now. He glanced at the legendary Warhammer Mage Profession panel. Thanks to the strong cooperation from Neo Luo and the others who recently joined the team, his metal barrier magic had now reached level 2218/300. The progress was quite satisfying. Given the current unstable situation, Ryan planned to raise it to level 3 as soon as possible and use skill points to quickly improve his combat ability. The group sat around a small table to rest. The staff in the corridor respectfully poured tea and set out snacks before quickly leaving the room. Well, Lord Ryan, your treatment as a star-level captain is truly impressive," Angus said enviously. Ryan smiled slightly and asked, "Did you all find out about what happened last night?" "Lord Ryan, are you talking about the evil spirit attack that happened last night?" Neo Luo raised an eyebrow. "So, the attack was last night?" Vieri and Angus exchanged glances, looking surprised. Evelyn stared at Ryan with her beautiful eyes, seemingly waiting for him to continue. Ryan looked at everyone. It was clear that Neo Luo, being a local noble descendant of Minster, was very well informed. It wasn't that Vieri and Angus lacked awareness, but by the time they noticed something was wrong, the battle had already ended. The fight yesterday lasted less than 2 minutes before it was over. Not only was there an evil spirit attack, but another major event occurred. The Archbishop Gomez was assassinated. Ryan announced a shocking piece of news. "What?" everyone exclaimed, their faces changing. Most of them were either noble descendants or military personnel, so they understood the significance of the position and strength of the Goddess Church's archbishop. An important figure like that being assassinated was a clear sign of something serious. Please keep this information confidential for now. The main reason I'm telling you is that if your family hasn't moved to Minster yet, you should consider doing so soon. The situation in the Empire might be more turbulent than we thought." Line's expression grew serious as he looked at the others and spoke. Now, they were all members of the same small team, and Line took the opportunity to share this news with them. "My family has already moved some members here, but my father is a noble of the fief and cannot leave Rossby County," Evelyn nodded and said. "I am the only one in my family," Vieri shrugged and looked at Line. "Really? Just you alone?" "Yes, my mother passed away a long time ago. My father was an imperial colonel and died in a battle against savage beasts," Vieri explained somewhat sadly. "Vieri, if you don't mind, you can come stay at my mansion," Line offered. Is that okay?" Vieri's face lit up with happiness, but she also hesitated slightly. Of course, Line nodded. He had been thinking about this before. His family's strength was still weak. Besides himself, there was no one particularly powerful. Now that Vieri had joined him, the situation improved a lot. "I'll contact my family soon. We are in Cantor County, similar to Evelyn's situation. My father, as a noble of the fief, can't leave, but others can." Angus nodded. "Lord Line, have you heard anything recently about what's happening above?" Neo Luo suddenly remembered something and pointed upward, speaking mysteriously. "Capital?" Line raised an eyebrow. "Yes, I heard that for some reason, the top experts from various provinces have been called to the capital," Neo Luo whispered. He had overheard this from the Marquis's father, and it was probably a secret of the Empire. "Are you sure? Is Munster involved too?" "Yes, Munster is involved," Neo Luo nodded. Line suddenly understood. Something important must have happened in the capital, involving the Empire's high-level forces. But what exactly could be so significant that it would involve the Empire's top experts for a long time? He couldn't quite grasp it. Still, he believed this news was true. Evelyn had told him yesterday that Neo Luo was one of the 5 great Marquises of Munster, the second son of Marquis Winger. As a second son of a Marquis, his information channels were naturally quite broad and well-connected. After a few people left, Ryan began studying runes. With Neo Luo's guidance, Ryan had learned the basic beginner defense rune. Since his innate magic was metal shaping, carving runes into plate armor was much easier for him than others. Even without allocating extra points, his efficiency was dozens of times higher. Ryan's carving knife moved smoothly across the armor, as if he was carving wax, flowing effortlessly. The metal particles seemed to disperse automatically according to his will. He also experimented a little and found that a knight's breastplate engraved with the beginner defense rune had about a 10% higher defense than one without runes. Don't underestimate this 10%. It also includes protection against elemental energy. This means the beginner defense rune provides comprehensive protection. Meanwhile, Ryan also learned that the runes on the mithril carved plate armor were called beginner energy runes. These runes could enhance the efficiency of energy conduction across different types. Now, he planned to start making the mithril carved plate armor. Thanks to his special innate magic talent, he didn't need to visit a blacksmith for this task. Thud, thud, thud. There was a knocking at the door. Ryan opened it and saw Alina again. Lord Ryan, the investigation into the evil spirit incident is complete. According to the ancient text of the Goddess Church, this evil spirit likely originated from a cursed object, a painting called Gaze of the Eye. When the others arrived, one painting was missing from the gallery, which should be this Gaze of the Eye. Ryan glanced at Alina's serious face and asked, "Did they find the painting?" "Yes, but the trouble doesn't stop there," Alina nodded confidently. According to the records of the Goddess Church, once this Gaze of the Eye absorbs enough soul energy, it can summon other evil spirits. Ryan raised an eyebrow and said, "So, the evil spirit that appeared that day wasn't at its strongest?" "Exactly, Lord Ryan," Alina nodded again. Hearing this, Ryan nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, in the Munster Administrative District airship platform, a ship from the Imperial capital docked. Soon, a group of 3 people came down. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in a gray robe, holding a bright red staff, with a deep and calm presence. To his left was a very strong man over 2 meters 3 tall, carrying a large shield. To his right was a charming woman with purple eye makeup and a noticeable scorpion-shaped mark on her forehead, with an attractive figure. "Lord Asimov, you have finally arrived," greeted Drake and Fabian, who had been waiting nearby, warmly. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Lord Drake, sorry to keep you waiting." After a brief exchange of greetings, the group got into several luxury carriages and headed toward the headquarters of the Angson Auction House branch in Munster. Inside the reception room on the 2nd floor of the auction house, Drake and 3 members of the Blood Op mercenary group were talking. "By the way, is there any big event happening in the Imperial capital?" Drake asked, recalling what his brother Orens had written in his letter. Asimov looked around and shook his head. "We only know that it involves someone from the Empire, but the details are unclear. Recently, top experts from various provinces and special departments of the Empire have been called to the Imperial capital. It seems to be in response to some kind of risk or trouble. Let's not talk about that. By the way, Lord Drake, tell us about Rain's situation." Grant and Iliash were both killed by him. Grant and Iliash, though not from noble families, had good talent and were important members of the Bloodtop mercenary group. Grant was in charge of control and attack, while Iliash handled reconnaissance and assassination. "Oh, I just saw the patrols on the street. They're very dense. Has Munster always been so security conscious?" a charming voice asked. "Well, not exactly. It's just that in the past 2 days, something special happened. The High Priest of Munster's Goddess Church was assassinated, so the patrol forces have been increased several times," Drake explained briefly. "I see. That makes it harder to attack," the Scorpion woman nodded. "Not necessarily. If we cause casualties when we strike, we can shift the blame onto the Black Flame cult," Asimov said thoughtfully. "That's true, but the hardest part of this mission is getting the opponent's vital blood. It's best to do it while they are alive," the Scorpion woman chuckled. "Well, that might be difficult, since the opponent killed Grant with 3 moose. They are clearly a strong enemy. Maybe for you, but not for the team leader," the charming Scorpion woman subtly praised leader Asimov. Asimov smiled and said, "Scorpion woman, Iron Man is right. The opponent defeated Grant and Elishu, so their strength shouldn't be underestimated. Also, is that all the intelligence the branch has gathered? Only about the situation before the opponent joined the Sword Bearers and when Grant was killed?" Asimov turned to Drake, looking a bit annoyed. "Do we have any information about Elishu and Rain's fight?" Drake didn't know how to answer this. He called for Baron Fabian. Well, the Munster branch has limited intelligence. Also, Elishu's fight happened in Meister, and it's said it was inside a room, with only Rain and Elishu present. So, we don't know the details of the fight. Fabian shook his head. Does Rain have family? Would threats work on him? He looks young and probably inexperienced, the Scorpion woman asked. That's not a good idea. Even if he has family, would you surrender quietly? The tall, strong man called Iron Man retorted. Not necessarily. What if he's someone from a big family? The Scorpion woman smiled happily when Iron Man argued, giggling. Then he would be more likely to hold on to useful people and seek revenge on us later, Iron Man said seriously, seeming to recall something, straightening up. A solemn atmosphere spread. How boring, forget it. The Scorpion woman's expression changed. She knew she might have accidentally touched a painful memory of Iron Man, and he was already serious. If she kept going, they might end up fighting. She immediately stopped talking. The opponent has been staying at the Munster Sword-Bearers branch for a long time. We can't attack the branch directly, so we can only start from their residence. The problem is that the streets of Munster are very heavily patrolled right now. By the way, Lord Fabian, how many days do you think the high alert in Munster will last? It is expected to continue for at least a week, Fabian replied, recalling what he knew. A week? We don't have that much time to waste here. I still need to go back to the Imperial capital to do my nails, the Scorpion girl said impatiently, flicking her beautifully patterned nails. The Iron Man studied the map carefully, calculating the distance between the Rain residence and the Sword-Bearers branch. He said in a serious tone, if we attack the enemy's residence directly, we will only have about 3 minutes before we need to retreat. That's assuming we take out 2 patrol groups on the streets. The enemy is smart. The location of their residence is about 850 meters straight-line distance from the Sword-Bearers branch, with a path distance of around 1,200 meters. No, we don't have 3 minutes. Don't forget, this is the provincial capital, and Griffin Knights are patrolling in the sky. Asimov shook his head and said, if we attack forcefully, we will need to retreat within 2 minutes at most. 2 minutes? That makes capturing alive very unlikely. We can only hope the enemy is somewhat strong, so that under the leader's lava fist, they won't die too quickly. Heh. The Scorpion girl seemed to think of something and chuckled again. All right, then it's decided. Scorpion girl, send someone to monitor and investigate. When the enemy returns from the Sword-Bearers branch to their residence, we strike, Asimov said after reviewing the intelligence and making the decision. But, shouldn't we wait for the intelligence from the Sword-Bearers side? I've already contacted someone to help investigate. Drek hesitated for a moment before asking. Because he had met Rain before. He always felt that the young man, who seemed a bit overconfident, gave him an unreadable feeling. His eyes were as calm as a deep pool. If he had no backing, most people wouldn't see him as so calm. Lord Drek, the leader personally took action. Does it matter if the opponent is a silver-ranked or gold-ranked sword-bearer? The Scorpion girl clearly looked down on Drek's suggestion. But knowing that the opponent is the Marquis of Oren's younger brother, her tone was not very obvious. Then we'll wait for a day. If there's no news by tomorrow, we may have to act at any time. Lord Drak, I will trouble you then to help us 3-book the return airship. Asimov smiled and said. Meanwhile, that night, Reen, with Vieri's help, upgraded the spell Metal Barrier to level 3, reducing its casting time to 2 seconds. Since it was late, Reen had his guards deliver a message home, then rested in his new residence. Early the next morning, while having breakfast, Reen suddenly received 2 system notifications quietly arriving. Congratulations. Your physical attribute has increased. Congratulations. Your agility attribute has increased. Huh? It seems the effects from merging the breathing technique are starting to show. Reen glanced at his attribute panel. Constitution, 46 strength, 46 agility, 46 spirit, 55 willpower, hidden attribute 3. All 3, constitution, strength, and agility, are now 46. But it's still quite a bit below the attribute requirement for the Oblivion power field. However, since I am currently in the period of the breathing technique's effect enhancement, this growth should continue for a while. Also, perhaps it was just his feeling, but after his willpower increased again, it seemed the influence of the evil flame mark on him had weakened a bit. Could it be that increasing willpower can actively diminish this evil flame mark? Or does it just reduce its impact? Suddenly, Reen thought of something else. The Axon auction house still hasn't shown any movement so far. Could there be some new development? Thinking of this, Reen frowned slightly, After all, 2 days had passed. If the other side was sincere, they wouldn't be in this state now. Looks like I need to find someone to check on this. Half an hour later, Nioruo arrived at Reen's room. Captain, you called me? Nioruo, do you know anyone at the Axon Auction House's Munster branch? Reen put down the mithril shoulder armor he was making and gestured for Nioruo to sit casually. Oh, are you looking to buy something or participate in their internal auction? Nioruo asked with a smile. Neither. I just want to understand their movements. Reen shook his head. Huh? The situation, Captain, you were dealing with them. Nioruo's expression turned serious. There was a small misunderstanding earlier, but the other side has someone named Drake, who seems to have come from the Imperial capital, representing the Oran's family from the Imperial city, and they had a brief talk with me. After thinking for a moment, Ryan shared the general situation with Nioruo. 2 days have passed now, but there's been no sign from them. I have a faint feeling that something's wrong. Captain, I understand what you mean. This is an easy matter. I will have someone contact the auction house staff. If they notice anything unusual, they should be able to tell. Nioruo replied cheerfully. Although Nioruo's face remained calm, his heart was stirring with waves of doubt. His captain was indeed strong and talented, but the strength of the Axion auction house was well known across the entire empire. Could it be that the stronger the power, the more trouble it attracts? Though the Oran's family was just a shareholder in the auction house, for all families below the Marquis level, they were still a huge force. Strangely, Nioruo felt confident that his captain could handle the situation. Maybe it was Ryan's calmness? Or perhaps it was the impression Ryan's strength left on him. He had always believed in Ryan's ability and potential. Otherwise, as a Marquis heir, he wouldn't have joined Ryan's team. To Ryan's surprise, Nioruo, the local boss, was very efficient. In just half a day, they found out the details and came back to him. Captain, you were right. It seems they don't want to peacefully transfer the shares. According to their internal sources, 3 extraordinary fighters arrived from the Imperial capital yesterday evening. From what the staff said, they have a very strong presence. Just seeing them was enough to scare people, Nioruo said solemnly. Nioruo's words made Ryan narrow his eyes. By the way, I asked someone to briefly describe their appearances. They all have distinctive features. One is a charming woman with a scorpion pattern on her forehead. Another is a burly man carrying a large shield. And the leader is a middle-aged man with a sinister look, holding a short staff. As Nioruo spoke, he handed Ryan 3 sketches. Thank you. I appreciate it. Rain nodded and immediately examined the sketch after receiving it. That's all I have for now. However, these 3 individuals have obvious features, and I know they are from the main branch of the Axon auction house in the Imperial capital. So, their background should be easier to investigate. Since they came from the Imperial capital, the fastest way now is probably to use the internal intelligence system of the sword holders to access information from there. These 3 are likely quite strong, and the headquarters should have records on them, Nioruo suggested. I'm not familiar with the affairs officer in the branch's intelligence department. I'll ask others to find out. Lord Rain, don't you know? As the leader of the gold-level sword holders, you can access some secret information through the internal intelligence system, and as a Diamond Star level, it's even easier, Nioruo said with some surprise. He realized that his captain seemed to be someone obsessed with improving his strength, and he didn't seem to know much about the benefits of being at the Diamond Star level. If it were him, he would have understood clearly before being promoted. But perhaps top-tier experts are usually like this. Hearing Nioruo's words, Rain paused slightly. That makes things easier, he thought silently. Lord Rain, do you want me and Evelyn to tell the others about this? Not yet. Let's wait for my news, Rain shook his head and said. After Nioruo left, Rain stood up and looked down from the 3rd-floor window at the training ground. At this moment, dark clouds were drifting across the distant sky, seemingly signaling that a sudden storm was about to hit Munster soon. It looks like they are planning to attack, he thought. 2 seconds of spell-lasting time is still too slow. It's basically impossible to use in real combat. I was thinking of practicing more, but now I see that time is running out. I need to speed up. Rain glanced at his attribute panel, which showed he had 6 skill points remaining. Without hesitation, he immediately invested all 6 points into the magic skill Metal Barrier. Suddenly, the level of Metal Barrier shot up from level 3 to level 9. In an instant, a flood of memories related to the Metal Barrier magic surged into Rain's mind. For a moment, Ryan felt as if he had entered a mysterious space. He continuously practiced his magic skill Metal Barrier for decades. Compressing syllables became almost instinctive and faster and faster. When Ryan finished digesting his memories and recited the spell again, he noticed that within just half a second, 3 golden, shield-shaped barriers appeared around him. Half a second for casting magic is almost comparable to the time taken by innate magic skills. Now, if Ryan said his innate magic was metal barrier, it would sound quite convincing. But it's still not fast enough, he thought. If I had 3 more skill points and raised it to level 12, the casting time would be 0.25 seconds. Then, it would truly look like real magic. After I change my profession to a master armorer, I will gain more skill points again. However, Ryan didn't start making the silver inlaid plate armor right away. Instead, he left his room and went to the task hall. Inside the deputy office, Ryan and Orina sat facing each other. "Orina, I might need to trouble you with something," Ryan said. "Please, go ahead, Lord Ryan," Orina replied with a gentle smile, seeming eager to help him. "It's like this. I heard that star-level sword users can ask the branch's intelligence department for help in retrieving some information. But I don't know the head of the intelligence department well, so I was hoping you could introduce me." Ryan straightforwardly explained his purpose. "Orina, you want to inquire about intelligence? Well, you can come to me directly. I can help you contact the intelligence department." Orina immediately took on the task. Although it was rare for Ryan to ask her for help, she knew well that helping once or many times was different. If she directly introduced Ryan to the intelligence department, would he still come to her in the future? Even if he did, the chances would be much fewer. Considering Ryan's rapid progress, he might get promoted or transferred at any time. Not taking the opportunity to build a good relationship would be foolish. Orina had already decided in her heart that as long as Ryan didn't fall in battle, he would definitely become a legendary figure in the Empire. So, building connections early was the best choice. Rain didn't expect Olenna to be so enthusiastic. After thinking for a moment, he decided it was fine and might even be more convenient. He handed Olenna the 3 portraits given by Nero and said, "I want to find information about these 3 people. They are all from the Imperial capital. Can your branch help me contact the Imperial capital quickly and retrieve their information?" "Your Excellency, Rain, of course. Do you have their names?" Olenna replied quickly after taking the portraits, glancing at them. "No, I don't. But these 3 are probably affiliated with the Axon Auction House or the family of Marquis Orens from the Imperial capital." Do you have a conflict with them, Your Excellency? Do you need the branch to step in?" As a sword star-level sword-bearer, as long as you're not at fault, the sword-bearer will always be your strong support, the capable young woman said firmly. Rain felt a small warmth in his heart at her words. "Not for now. I want to understand their situation first," he replied. "All right. I will contact the intelligence hall immediately. Today, Deputy Officer Colin is on duty. Once I get any news, I will ask him to contact you right away," Olenna said. "Thank you, Lady Olenna," Rain responded. "You're welcome." Back in his room, Rain began crafting a mithril embossed plate armor. At this moment, Rain once again appreciated the benefits of choosing metal transformation as his innate witchcraft. Normally, even other metal-type witches could directly transform ingots into armor shapes, but this would be equivalent to casting a level 1 spell, which consumes a lot of mental energy. However, Rain had solidified metal transformation into his innate witchcraft, reducing mental energy consumption to less than 1/10 of the normal. Therefore, Rain quickly transformed mithril ingots into knight armor parts in an instant, then began inscribing runes on the parts. If he failed, he would reshape the mithril plate armor and inscribe again. His efficiency was nearly dozens of times higher than normal forging processes. In just over an hour, Rain completed the requirement for the Grand Armorer class upgrade, making 10 rune-engraved armor parts. Then, the system prompt sounded. The prerequisite for upgrading to Grand Armorer is 1. Armorer level 5 or above. 2nd, your strength must be above 15, your constitution above 15, and your spirit above 18. 3rd, you must independently craft 10 qualified inscription plate armor components. 4th, you should master inscription-related knowledge. Are the current conditions met for promotion to Grand Armorer? Note: after transferring to Grand Armorer, the original Armor Smith's panel will merge into the new Profession panel, and core skills will be retained. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately decided to start the transfer. Yes. Ding. Successfully promoted to Grand Armorer. Exceptional. Strength +2, Constitution +2, Spirit +3. Gain the core skill. Inscription specialization passive. Huh? Another core crafting skill? Ryan couldn't help but think of the previous armor smith's armor specialization passive, and this time's inscription specialization passive. Together, they almost form a complete set of core skills for crafting plate armor. Core skill. Inscription specialization passive. Inscription specialization passive. Effect. When inscribing runes on armor, your success rate greatly increases. It seems that in the future, just running a blacksmith shop could also make a lot of money. With the help of the inscription specialization core skill, Ryan inscribed runes again, feeling almost divine. The speed of creating mithril decorated plate armor doubled. Finally, as evening approached, Ryan successfully raised his profession level to LV4, 3/1000, gaining 3 skill points and 3 attribute points. By investing these 3 skill points, the casting time of the magic metal barrier was further shortened, now only 0.25 seconds to succeed, comparable to innate wizardry. Normally, a wizard would need decades of hard practice to achieve this, focusing solely on this one spell. Even with a longer lifespan, it's nearly impossible. After all, many things drain a wizard's limited energy and time. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. Ryan opened the door and saw outside a stranger, a slightly chubby middle-aged man with Mediterranean-style hair, smiling broadly. "Greetings, Lord Ryan. Let me introduce myself. I am Colin, the deputy officer of the Intelligence Hall. Nice to meet you." After Olenna spoke to Colin, he immediately looked happy and took action right away. After owing Olenna a big favor, he finally got the chance to report privately to Lord Rain. After all, who doesn't love to flatter a future legendary hero? "Lord Rain, hello, please come in." Rain quickly realized that this must be Colin, as Olenna had mentioned. The two sat in the reception room. Rain pressed the bell. A servant dressed as a maid respectfully brought tea and snacks, then quickly left. "Lord Rain, based on the clues you provided, we have gathered information about the 3 individuals from the Imperial capital. They belong to the Blood Op mercenary group, led by Ashimoth. They are allied with the Axin auction house and have close ties to the Marquis of Oren's family. The leader, Ashimov, is a rare descendant of a mutated bloodline." Mutated bloodline descendant? Rain thought about these words carefully. Yes, Ashimov was once a noble with a bloodline, but it was too weak to awaken. When he was young, he struggled to become a formal wizard. Later, he volunteered to be part of his mentor's bloodline fusion experiment. Surprisingly, the experiment succeeded. He killed his mentor in self-defense and discovered that he had absorbed the essence of the Blood Op giant demon, gaining a special ability called Frenzy, a fast spellcasting skill. This is why they are called the Blood Op mercenary group. Rain nodded. He had read about the Blood Op giant demon before. It said that this demon clan is not extinct. Some remnants still exist in remote, uninhabited areas. Their talent, Frenzy, speeds up spellcasting, which is different from compressing syllables. Simply put, after using Frenzy, they speak very quickly, relying on speed. Of course, today's demons are much weaker than ancient demons. Otherwise, the Oren's family wouldn't be so fixated on the ancient demon's fangs. At this moment, Colin handed Rain a stack of materials. Moreover, in terms of strength, the 3 are not weaker than the captain of the sword-wielding team at the gold level. Even Ashimov, the leader of the Blood Op group, is comparable to a star-level captain. Additionally, I want to remind Lord Rain to be very careful, as all 3 opponents have special talents. Talents? Similar to his own? Interesting. Rain narrowed his eyes. He opened the stack of documents Colin gave him and looked carefully. Steelman, real name unknown, came from the Eagle Federation 3 years ago. His right hand is a metal prosthetic, skilled in short spear throwing and shield defense. Yes, your lordship, Rain, this heavily armored man often causes misunderstandings. In fact, his shield's inside has a row of short spears, and he only uses the shield after his bloodline transforms. Colin glanced at the information Rain was holding and added, "If you don't understand him well, you might suffer a surprise attack and lose out." Rain nodded. "That's true. In battle, a moment of distraction can give the enemy the chance to strike first and put you on the defensive." Scorpion Woman, real name unknown, has talents for speed and poison. She is good at wind blades, venom darts, and other magic, and is also skilled in bandaging and herbal medicine. Asimov, leader of the Blood Top group, a level 2 liquefaction wizard. He has merged the blood essence of the Blood Top troll and the entire mercenary group is named after him. The enemy's abilities seem to include fire magic. Colin added again, Asimov attacks quite often, but he rarely leaves survivors. So, he probably has a secret weapon. Also, these three attacked together this time, which is very rare. It seems they see Lord Rain as a major enemy. Rain nodded again. From their appearances, the usual judgment would be that the big man is a frontline attacker. The Scorpion Woman is likely agile and skilled in assassination or control, and Asimov is the team's heavy artillery. But now, according to the intelligence, except for Asimov, who is probably the heavy artillery, the other two are completely different from their outward appearances. Interesting. Rain once again appreciated the benefit of having strong backing. Lord Rain, if you need any intelligence in the future, you can contact me directly. Of course, you can also contact Lady Alina, Colin added after some thought. Thank you, Lord Colin. Soon after, Ryan took Vieri and left the Sword Holder Division, heading toward the mansion. Since he didn't return yesterday, he naturally needed to go back home today. He mainly wanted to remind his family to stay indoors as much as possible over the next couple of days. As Ryan and Vieri just left the Sword Holder Division, a few auction house spies nearby looked pleased. They immediately sent a message via pigeon to report the situation. A few minutes later, inside a room on the second floor of the Axon Auction House's Munster branch. Well, we can finally act today. The Scorpion Woman said happily, flicking a note to the others. On the way back to the mansion, Captain, your knight's plate armor looks really nice and has a mysterious feel, Vieri said admiringly. That's convenient. I'll get you a set later, Ryan replied, glancing down at his own mithril-engraved armor and smiling. Don't, that's too valuable, Vieri quickly said, waving her hands. Vieri, don't forget, you are now my follower. It's my responsibility to provide your gear. Tomorrow, I'll make a set for you. This was not just a casual promise. For Ryan, thanks to the core skills of the metal transmutation magic and the master armor smith, creating a set of engraved knight's plate armor only took a few hours. In contrast, other skilled armor smiths would need nearly a month to craft the same armor set. 1 hour later, 3 luxurious carriages without any insignia slowly approached Ryan's mansion along the street and stopped about 10 meters away from the destination. At this moment, 2 groups of people, wearing black hoods and cloaks, jumped down from the front and rear carriages. The group from the front carriage had armor and knightly swords barely visible under their cloaks, suggesting they were knights. They dispersed and looked around cautiously, as if guarding the area. The other group of 4 pulled bottles from their pockets, uncorked them, and immediately began chanting spells as strange gases emerged from the bottles. Thick fog technique. All 4 of them cast the fog spell almost simultaneously. Soon, with the help of special gases, the 4 people used their fog magic, and the effect was excellent. It covered almost half a block. Haha, I didn't expect the weather tonight to favor us. The sky is full of dark clouds, and with the fog magic, it's perfect. Afterward, a heavy rain will wash away all traces, making everything look clean. It's just perfect. The Scorpion Woman inside the carriage chuckled as she looked up at the sky, which was almost completely clouded over. Yes, the weather is really good. By the way, Scorpion Woman, has Lord Drac booked the airship for us? Yes, it's arranged. The last flight back to the Imperial capital today is in half an hour. All right, let's proceed as planned, Asimov nodded. Yes, Commander. As he finished speaking, the Iron Man and the Scorpion Woman, one after the other, stepped down from the carriage. Although they had supporters and background, if they were caught in the act of attacking the Empire's sword-bearer, they would be in serious trouble. No one backing them would come to rescue. But, as long as the crime wasn't discovered immediately, they had 100 ways to deny it. Could it be that the 3 of them were sent by Marquis Orens to inspect the Axon Auction House's Munster branch? Meanwhile, the 4 hooded wizard apprentices, after casting their fog magic, quickly moved to 4 directions near the Reen estate. They took out a disc-shaped device and began to chant spells. Soon, an invisible wave spread across the area. The purpose of this formation was simple, to reduce energy fluctuations in a specific area, including vibrations and sound waves. This was a necessary condition for operating within a city protected by large alert formations. Inside the estate, woof. The Lingti War dog, Tucci, suddenly stood up straight from its previous lying position. Reen suddenly opened his eyes, got out of bed, and looked outside the window. He saw a thick fog rising outside. For a moment, even the street lamps were indistinct, covered in white mist. Is it happening now? Ryan raised an eyebrow, quickly putting on his armor and knight's gloves, then stepped out of the house. Captain, this fog seems strange. The cry of the spirit hound also woke Vieri. As a trained soldier, he immediately sensed the problem and spoke to Ryan with a serious face. Yes, I will handle it. Stay here. By the way, tell your family to go to one room so you can protect them. Ryan signaled Vieri to keep his family safe. Captain, are you going alone? Don't worry, it's nothing serious, Ryan replied calmly. When Ryan walked out of the villa alone, suddenly, a charming laugh came from the front gate of the estate. Hee, I just realized I kind of like you. Ryan, right? You actually came out on your own, which saves us the trouble of searching room by room. It looks like we can save another minute. As soon as she finished speaking, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared through the fog in front of Ryan. The man was nearly 2 meters 3 tall, carrying a large shield. His presence was like a rock standing by the sea for hundreds of years, perfectly showing what it means to be as solid as a mountain. The woman walked gracefully, wearing brown leather armor that revealed large patches of smooth, white skin, making her quite tempting. These two were the Iron Man and Scorpion Woman from Ryan's records, and the one speaking was the Scorpion Woman. Clang. Suddenly, a heavy iron door of the estate was gently pulled off by the Iron Man's right arm, thrown aside like straw. They both moved slowly and confidently toward Ryan, as if they controlled everything. Ryan's eyes narrowed. In the next second, his whole body suddenly burst with the sound of a bowstring snapping, muscle swelling, and he pushed off the ground with his toes. The ground shattered instantly. His figure shot forward like a silver lightning bolt, leaving a silver afterimage, heading straight for the Iron Man. The Iron Man, who was targeted by Ryan, felt his heart seem to freeze for a moment, then suddenly clenched, and his back hair stood on end. At this moment, he didn't have time to draw his shield for defense or throw his spear, because Ryan's attack was too fast. In just a blink, Ryan was already in front of him. Iron Man showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he shouted loudly and instinctively punched at Raynor, who was attacking him. Suddenly, the ground beneath Iron Man's armored boots cracked apart. In an instant, Iron Man used his legs, hips, and waist to generate full body strength, creating a powerful punch with a fierce wind. His reaction was very quick. Clang. Sparks flew everywhere. Iron Man and Raynor collided heavily. In midair, a large metal fist and a short-handled war hammer pressed against each other. But in less than 0.01 seconds, Iron Man's metal right arm shattered bit by bit, with metal parts scattering like bullets. Then, the remaining parts of Iron Man's right arm, along with the flesh, tendons, and bones from his shoulder area, were torn apart and flew away. He lost nearly a third of his body. The remaining body of Iron Man was thrown backward like a cannonball by the force of the... With a loud bang, the sturdy, tall figure of the opponent was slammed into a building across the street, creating a large hole in the wall. Inside the building, chaos erupted, with people screaming and panicking. As Raynor suddenly rushed toward Iron Man, the Scorpion Woman's lips curled into a mocking smile. She had seen foolishness before, but never so much. Usually, people pick the soft targets, but Raynor chose the hardest one. Bah, I am not a soft target. Just an example. And why is Iron Man called Iron Man? Because he has a real metal arm, crafted by top puppet masters from the Eagle Federation. But these thoughts only lasted less than half a second in the Scorpion Woman's mind. In the next moment, her mind went completely blank. Swift wind. Suddenly, a faint cyan aura surrounded the Scorpion Woman. Her speed skyrocketed, like a frightened rabbit, quickly pulling away from Raynor. Her beautiful eyes, painted with purple eyeshadow, widened in shock and fear as she stared at Raynor. A flash of surprise and terror flickered in her eyes. You. The Scorpion Woman was so stunned she couldn't even speak properly. She no longer looked calm and composed. Just now, she didn't think about hiding until Ryan's strike actually shattered Iron Man's metal right arm completely. Scarlet Girl immediately remembered to dodge, but it was too late to cast a spell. In her panic, she instinctively used her gift, the swift wind, and clumsily dodged to the side. She never expected that Iron Man, usually the team's defensive core, would be seriously injured by a punch, no, a heavy hammer. But the problem was, she clearly didn't see anyone holding a hammer just now. Could she have been mistaken? Yesterday, after receiving detailed information, Ryan began to consider possible tactics the enemy might use. In this situation, it was one of the scenarios he had thought about. Iron Man and Scarlet Girl were attracting his attention from one direction, while the strongest, Asimov, might be waiting for an opportunity to strike from another direction. But no tactic is perfect. If the enemy really used this strategy, it also gave Ryan a chance to attack each one separately. Of course, choosing the right target was important. If Ryan attacked Scarlet Girl first, Iron Man would likely block him. Also, the data showed that Scarlet Girl had the swift gift, so the enemy probably wouldn't want to confront her directly, but would choose to avoid her. In that case, his first attack might end in failure. But if he chose to attack Iron Man first, it would be different. First, the enemy was very confident in his defense and strength, so he would likely respond aggressively to a sudden attack. Meanwhile, Scarlet Girl wouldn't be able to provide extra protection for Iron Man in a short time. So, if Ryan could seriously injure Iron Man with one, he would gain a huge advantage at the start. Of course, the enemy's metal prosthetic might be very tough, which Ryan had also considered. That's why he used intermediate giant power, limit break, and the top skill annihilation hammer to counter. Although it was just the opening strike, it was Ryan's full effort. So far, the result looked good. However, there was one thing Ryan hadn't expected. The member of the Blood-Top mercenary group nicknamed Iron Man had a metal prosthetic arm, but Ryan was surprised to find that this prosthetic was made with very advanced craftsmanship. The feeling of Rain's metal prosthetic limb is like a finely crafted Swiss watch from a past life, with gears and clasps fitting tightly together. Overall, he uses a hardened gold battle hammer and unleashes top-level techniques to strike his opponent's fist. It's like having a weapon while the other is unarmed. This feeling is truly exceptional. Rain smiles slightly at the Scorpion Girl, then suddenly rushes across the road toward the large hole in the building, just broken through by Iron Man earlier. Oh, he intends to completely take down Iron Man. The Scorpion Girl immediately understands Rain's purpose. If the opponent rushes into the building, neither her magic nor the captain's magic will be able to reach him, and tonight's plan will fail. She hesitates briefly, then kicks off with her long legs, and the faint blue aura around her legs intensifies. Like an arrow leaving the bow, she immediately chases after him. Although Rain's strength surprises her, her goal is simply to hold him back and give Iron Man a chance to survive. Otherwise, Iron Man, close to death now, wouldn't be able to withstand another attack. But in the next second, Rain suddenly shifts from extreme activity to complete stillness, then quickly turns around and counterattacks the Scorpion Girl. Her beautiful eyes widen, and her mouth opens slightly. She immediately realizes that Rain's true target has never been the badly injured Iron Man, but her. However, after her panic, she quickly calms down because, although Rain is fast, he is still slightly slower than her, who has the gift of swift movement. She doesn't believe Rain can catch up. Thinking of something, she sidesteps and flashes a charming smile. In her view, Rain has made a critical mistake, a very serious strategic error, that will cause the opponent to lose the advantage gained at the start. If she can delay him a few seconds, Captain Asimov will launch an attack from another direction, and the situation will turn around. Suddenly, her smile stiffens as she feels a rush of wind behind her. She quickly bends over and rolls to dodge. In the next moment, a giant blue-purple bird with a wingspan of several meters swoops down from the sky. She just rolled up and was about to stand steadily when suddenly a small dog-like creature, about the size of a pony, rushed out from behind her. It bared its teeth and bit fiercely into her smooth calf. The Scorpion Woman was both shocked and angry. She immediately kicked out with her foot, knocking away the battle dog cookies. But in that moment, she realized that Ryan was still rushing toward her. She looked up sharply and saw Ryan already very close. Instantly, her charming face turned fierce, and she stopped hesitating. She opened her mouth, and a large, foul, green venomous liquid, about the size of a basin, was spat directly at Ryan. This was another special ability she gained after her bloodline awakened, but she rarely used it because she cared about her appearance, and using this move would make her look less beautiful. Iron Wall. Ryan's hardened gold in his left hand quickly transformed, forming a shield that protected his body. Metal transformation. But how can it be so fast? The Scorpion Woman exclaimed in shock, watching this scene. She immediately bent her knees, planning to put more distance between herself and Ryan to prepare for a fight. But in an instant, the Scorpion Woman froze. She felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and looked down. She saw a 3-meter-long hammer lodged into her slender waist, almost splitting her water snake waist in half. Her once smooth, white belly now had a large, jagged wound about the size of a baby's head, with only a thin layer of bloodied skin remaining on either side. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked along the long handle of the hammer. Ryan was still about 3 meters away from her, but the handle had grown much longer, perhaps too much. This caused her to misjudge the situation, thinking Ryan couldn't reach her. But in reality, once she decided to spit venom, it was already too late to dodge. Thud. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed. The scorpion woman's upper body fell heavily to the ground, still twitching as her body was split into 2 parts. Her gaze remained fixed on Ryan, her strong vitality preventing her from dying so quickly. How can it be so fast? She muttered. She still couldn't understand why Ryan's metal transformation was so quick. But in her current state, she had no fighting ability left. Ryan did not go up to strike again. Instead, he casually transformed into a metal ball and knocked out the scorpion girl. He then looked up at the wall on the side of the mansion. There, a middle-aged man in a gray robe holding a short staff was standing on the wall, staring directly at Ryan with a look of surprise and confusion. Meanwhile, at the Minster branch of the Axon auction house on the 2nd floor. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Drake was not resting at this moment. Since the Blood-Top mercenary group had just set out on a mission, he was naturally worried. But he also considered the worst-case scenario. Even if the mission failed, he would quickly send the 3 people on the last airship to the Imperial capital. Lord Drake, we have news from the Sword Holder Division, Viscount Fabian said seriously as he hurried into Drake's room. What does the news say? Seeing Fabian's serious expression, Drake immediately felt something was wrong. According to the information he could gather, Ryan had become the captain of the gold-level sword holders. But the other side guessed that Ryan might have reached the Diamond Star level because they saw Ryan move to the top floor. What? Diamond Star level? Is the information accurate? Drake stood up suddenly, looking shocked. It's not that the Blood-Top mercenary group would definitely fail, but the opponent's strength exceeded expectations, greatly increasing the chance of failure. It's like a tiger hunting a rabbit, but suddenly the rabbit turns into a brown bear. Although Drake still believed the tiger could win, even if it did, the battle would be tough, especially since their mission was to obtain the opponent's vital blood, not just to kill them. But Drake quickly calmed down because it was too late to notify Asimov and the others now. Perhaps they were already engaged. All he could do now was wait quietly for news. By the way, what do you mean by upstairs just now? Oh, that. The sword holders are ranked by levels, with different conditions and benefits. Silver is on the 1st floor, gold on the 2nd, and Diamond Star on the 3rd. The informant is a silver-level spy who saw Ryan move to the top floor. Drake didn't know what to say for a moment. After a long pause, he sighed and said, I hope everything goes well for the Blood-Top mercenary group. At the Ryan residence, Asimov stood on the wall, gazing at the scene before him, feeling a little distracted. This plan completely didn't match what the others had expected. Not a single part of it was correct. He only took 4 or 5 seconds to go around to one side, yet Iron Man and Scorpion Girl were already badly injured. If Scorpion Girl was caught off guard and was hurt because someone took advantage of her carelessness, that could be understood. But Iron Man, who was usually calm, steady, and as solid as a rock, was also badly hurt? Asimov glanced at the large hole in the wall of the house across the street. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Although Asimov still had strong confidence in his strength, he felt uneasy because the fight had ended so quickly. He wanted to ask others what had just happened. But both Scorpion Girl and Iron Man were already lying on the ground. And the supporting personnel? They were even less likely to have seen the fight. A few level 3 wizard apprentices were responsible for the concealment formation, and some knights were dealing with the patrols. Naturally, they hadn't seen the fight. Another reason Asimov couldn't retreat was that when he accepted the task from his employer, Marquis Oren's, he was told clearly that this mission was very important. It was related to whether the next head of the Oren's family could awaken their bloodline. Since Asimov had the bloodline of the Blood-Top giant troll within him, he needed to obtain special medicine from the Oren's family every few months to help stabilize the unusual changes in his bloodline. This created a deep bond between him and the Oren's family, almost like a symbiotic relationship. Right now, Ryan was also carefully observing the opponent. In Ryan's perception, he could clearly sense a powerful field surrounding the enemy. This field was generated naturally by a strong mental force. Somehow, Ryan felt that the enemy's field was both heavy and lively at the same time, giving a strange feeling. For this least known yet most powerful enemy, Ryan felt a faint sense of excitement. At this moment, he had already taken care of everyone else. Only the leader of the blood-top mercenary group remained. Suddenly, on the wall, Asimov's eyes sharpened. He quickly recited his spell and pointed his short staff diagonally. The ground ahead flashed with red light, then suddenly cracked open with a loud bang, forming a large bulge. A hot, powerful airflow spread around. Next, the bulge burst open, and a huge lava hand emerged from the earth, with molten lava spilling everywhere. With another wave of Asimov's short staff, the glowing red lava hand rapidly lunged toward Ryan. Is this a second-level fusion spell of fire and earth elements? No wonder the field feels so strange, both heavy and lively, Ryan thought, understanding what was happening instantly. Faced with the giant lava hand, Ryan narrowed his eyes. He tiptoed slightly and quickly darted to the side of the door. But in the next second, the lava hand, like a dragon flipping over, turned sharply with a loud rumble, dragging along the ground, and continued rushing toward Ryan. When given a choice, Ryan naturally didn't want to face the powerful second-level spell head-on. So, after seeing the lava hand still chasing him, he took a quick step, spun around, and changed direction, rushing rapidly toward the wall where Asimov was. It seemed he wanted to close the distance, hoping the other would also suffer from his spell. At this moment, Asimov smiled slightly, showing a hint of amusement. His combat experience was very rich. Seeing this scene, he immediately understood Ryan's plan. A skilled close combat knight would try to get closer to him, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hurt him. And he had a very mature way to deal with it. Suddenly, a fiery red circular glow flashed on Asimov's body, then disappeared. He quickly recited another spell. When Ryan was still about 10 meters away, Asimov raised his short staff and pointed at him. Suddenly, a burst of flame shot out from the front of the staff, rushing directly toward Ryan. Ryan responded very quickly. He raised his enchanted silver falcon-shaped shield, steadying it in front of his chest. A loud boom sounded. Ryan successfully blocked the fiery attack, but the force of the explosion pushed him back, causing his body to momentarily halt. Asimov smiled, thinking to himself, "That's it." He raised his left hand and clenched it firmly. In the next moment, a huge hand of molten lava struck from behind, aiming to grab Ryan forcefully. But in the following second, Asimov's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He saw 3 metal kite-shaped shields suddenly swirling around Ryan, stopping the massive lava hand just 1 or 2 meters away. Although the shields were creaking loudly, they still held firm. How was this possible? His lava hand was at least over 60 degrees in power. How could Ryan, relying on his innate magic talent, withstand it? This shouldn't happen. Even though Ryan is a rare master wizard and a great knight, he is still only a level 1 wizard. He shouldn't be able to resist level 2 magic. Asimov naturally thought that the metal barrier Ryan just cast was a natural talent magic. After all, the casting time of 0.25 seconds was enough to make it seem real. Meanwhile, Ryan took advantage of the moment when the 3 kite-shaped shields blocked the lava hand to calmly sidestep and avoid being caught. He then stood again at a distance from Asimov. Although he was slightly at a disadvantage in that round, his eyes now shone even brighter, and his fighting spirit grew stronger. This was the first time he faced a level 2 wizard. In terms of combat strength, he ranked second among all his enemies so far, only behind the legendary hero. But their fighting styles were completely different. One was bold and majestic like a lion, the other cunning and sneaky like a snake. Most importantly, Ryan could clearly feel that as he fully immersed himself in the fight, his willpower seemed to become more focused and refined. Indeed, battle is the best way to strengthen one's resolve. At this moment, the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps' subordinate knights outside Ryan's mansion had just defeated a patrol of guards passing by. They were also quite surprised by the loud sounds of battle coming from inside. 4 of them exchanged glances, and from each other's expressions, they saw shock. 3 high-ranking masters had all moved out at once, yet none of them could quickly defeat the opponent. It seemed the enemy's strength was extraordinary. Just that. The planned retreat time is almost here. If the adults don't come out soon, the patrols that keep disappearing will be noticed by the Empire's security forces. At that point, retreating will be much harder. For the adults, being surrounded by elite soldiers might just be a small trouble. But for them, it would be a big problem. Meanwhile, the subordinate team. For level 3 wizard apprentices, responsible for suppressing the strong magical energy in this area, are now sweating heavily on their foreheads. They look at the foggy mansion with surprise. The energy fluctuation is too strong. Could it be that Lord Asimov is giving his all? Who exactly are they fighting this time? So powerful. They are starting to feel they can't hold on much longer, maybe only another minute, because their mental strength is about to run out. Inside the mansion, that last attack was useless, which makes Asimov's expression even more serious. For the first time, he sees the young man, Rain, as a serious enemy. He also knows that continuing to confront him like this won't work. He has limited time, about half a minute left according to the plan. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to use that move. As long as I hurt him, the fight will be easier. Asimov's gaze sharpens. He raises his short staff and begins to chant loudly, releasing a powerful wave of energy. Rain reacts immediately. From the energy fluctuation, he realizes the opponent is using a level 2 spell. Unlike the level 1 fire impact spell used earlier, this one is much more powerful. It's likely a more concentrated level 2 spell that's harder to dodge. Otherwise, there's no reason for the opponent to abandon the Lava Hand spell. Rain narrows his eyes and makes a quick decision. He conjures a shield made of demonic mithril, shaped like a hawk, wrapping around his body, and rushes toward Asimov quickly. Although level 2 spells are more powerful, they take longer to cast. Plus, Rain's melee damage surpasses his ranged attacks, so closing the distance is the best way to win. Seeing Rain rushing again, Asimov glances at him with a meaningful look, as if there's something more to his expression. Until Rainer nearly reached him, Asimov did not move. Instead, he continued chanting spells, clearly confident in his own magical defenses. This also showed that the magic Rainer was casting was very powerful. Just as Rainer swung his double-headed war hammer to strike Asimov hard, Asimov finished his chant. He pointed his finger at Rainer, and a hot beam about the width of a bowl suddenly shot out, heading straight for Rainer. At that moment, Rainer didn't choose to defend. Instead, he swung his hardened gold war hammer, delivering a powerful strike called the Hammer of Annihilation. Both men were very confident in their defenses and their attack power. Light travels at 300,000 kilometers per second. The hot beam hit Rainer first. It struck his shield made of enchanted mithril, which was resistant to energy damage but not completely immune. It could reduce the damage by about 60 to 70%, leaving 30 to 40% of its power. A level 2 single-target spell is very strong. The enchanted mithril shield only blocked the attack briefly before a small hole was punched through its center. The remaining hot beam, still powerful, struck Rainer. His silver-carved breastplate was pierced through. The power of the hot beam was very close to lethal. However, Asimov believed he was confident of victory because even 1/10 of the beam's power could pierce through a knight's flesh and bones. Meanwhile, Rainer's warhammer also struck Asimov's body heavily. A ring of flames flashed around Asimov's body, and a shockwave hit him. But the force was shattered by the destructive power stored in the hammer's head. This was the first time Asimov's expression showed a flicker of panic. Bang! The weakened warhammer hit the rocky armor suddenly formed on Asimov's body, causing dirt and debris to fly. The rocky armor was broken open with a large hole. Just as the hammer was about to hit Asimov's body, an invisible fire shield appeared on his surface and quickly vanished, blocking the hammer. The crystal necklace around Asimov's neck shattered. It seems that the flame shield just now was likely released by the crystal necklace's spontaneous protective magic. This time, although both of them hit each other, neither achieved the expected effect. The impact of the magic caused them to separate again. And Asimov, who was confident he had the upper hand, now saw his plans fall apart. He stared in shock at the crystal fragments on the ground. The attack from Ryan just now was definitely over 70 degrees, which is a very high level of damage among liquid mages. Moreover, the opponent's defense was strangely strong. Asimov looked at the small hole in Ryan's chest armor, where faint blue smoke was rising, and thought deeply. At this point, Asimov realized he could no longer continue fighting. After releasing 2 level 2 spells in a row, he clearly felt that the protective magic array had already failed. The energy wave from earlier must have already spread out. If he didn't leave now, he might be in a very bad position. He wasn't worried about being surrounded by the Empire's elite, but Minter, as the provincial capital, had many strong fighters. However, he had lost 2 key generals but still hadn't defeated Ryan, let alone taken his life. This made him feel very frustrated and angry. Suddenly, Asimov launched a fiery blast toward Ryan's villa, instantly setting it on fire, while he quickly retreated. Ryan narrowed his eyes, and his anger flared up instantly. At first, he thought this opponent was very powerful, and since he hadn't attacked his family to threaten him, he respected that. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Ryan immediately moved to a corner of the burning villa, transforming his war hammer into a large sword. He slashed at the fire-engulfed wall, putting out the flames. However, Ryan hesitated a bit. He wasn't sure if the opponent had any tricks left. If he pursued now, would it be dangerous? At that moment, Vieri shouted from the window, "Captain, I've already sent signals to Nero and the others. The area is safe with us, don't worry." Ryan glanced at Vieri, nodded, and immediately chased after him. By now, several Night Watch teams had spotted Asimov's trail and quickly aimed their bows, ready to shoot. But the opponent was too fast, surrounded by a swirl of blue energy, moving as swiftly as lightning. Before the archers could shoot their arrows, Asimov quickly slipped into an alley nearby. Rain, relying on the blood-feathered horned eagle, created a strong wind and chased after the target from behind. Because the recent failure of the protective magic array caused a loud disturbance, the highly alert city was already awake. At this moment, besides the blood-feathered horned eagle, two black dots appeared in the sky, flying rapidly toward Asimov and Rain. They were the patrol knights riding griffins from Minster. Although it was night and the clouds were thick, making visibility low, the city lights and house lamps allowed them to see two fast-moving figures on the ground. Immediately, they controlled their griffins to dive down. The two knights, one behind the other, planned to simultaneously capture Asimov and Rain. But in the next second, the gray shadow moving quickly ahead raised its hand and launched a fiery blast directly at the diving griffin rider. The griffin immediately roared loudly, flapping its wings desperately to dodge the flames, nearly knocking the rider off. Rain, facing the approaching griffin rider, quickly dodged with a Z-shaped acceleration and called out from afar, "Imperial sword-bearer, Rain." "Huh, Rain?" The griffin rider attacking Rain's eyes widened in surprise. "I actually attacked Lord Rain." It turned out this griffin rider was Fish, who had witnessed Rain's battle with the ancient hero during a visit to Meister. He had just been reassigned yesterday and returned to Minster. Meanwhile, Asimov, who had scared off the griffin rider in front, suddenly flashed into an alley. He quickly recited his spell and waved his short staff. In an instant, two lifelike figures appeared around him, identical to his original form. Within a second, the three figures, including Asimov himself, rushed in three different directions. Behind him, Rain's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He had some experience with the magic doppelganger. Since that encounter with Galena's clone technique, Rain had summarized his battle experiences. Rain moved almost nonstop, chasing the target in the center. He quickly ordered the magic hound Cookie to pursue the figure on the left, while the blood-winged horned eagle beast chased the figure on the right. However, at this moment, the eagle knight in the sky was feeling a bit confused. In the dark night, three identical shadows made it hard to tell them apart. They could only guess and randomly choose one to chase. On the ground, the guards and city soldiers, who were the Empire's elite, originally relied on the position of the eagle knights in the sky to determine directions. But now they saw two eagle knights chasing separately. After a short period of chaos, they split into two groups, each heading toward one of the eagle knights. Soon, Bloodwing was the fastest. It swooped down, claws reaching out, and the figure on the right shattered like a bubble. A few seconds later, Cookie let out a loud scream. Cookie lunged forward and bit the figure, but was hit by a burst of flames. Its fur on the back was set on fire, and it hurriedly ran to a fountain nearby to put out the flames. This move, of course, revealed the true location of Asimov. Rain immediately abandoned the figure in the middle, changed direction, and ordered Bloodwing to guide him from the sky while he quickly chased after them. Although Cookie was burned, it had the innate ability fast regeneration. This injury was not serious for it. After rushing out of the flower-bed fountain, Cookie growled angrily and continued to pursue Asimov. Asimov, seeing that he had shaken off the pursuers, relaxed and considered whether to circle back to the administrative district and take the airship returning to the imperial capital in about 10 minutes. But in the next second, his brow furrowed again. He looked up at the blood-winged horned eagle beast in the sky, then glanced back at Rain and Cookie who reappeared behind him. He cursed silently, persistent ghost. But at this moment, Asimov could only speed up again. Both sides moved very fast, quickly crossing from the Minsider Administrative District into the trade zone, then through it, and into the civilian area. Along the way, the low green plants, potted trees, street tables, sunshades, and other objects were blown into disarray by the strong wind caused by their high-speed movement, looking like they had been hit by a level 17 hurricane, leaving a scene of chaos. At this moment, Asimov glanced at Ryan behind him, who was like a stubborn sore, and immediately turned around to hide in another alley, quickly reciting a spell. In the next second, Asimov suddenly disappeared from the spot. 2 seconds later, Ryan arrived at the alley, cautious and alert, looking around with a furrowed brow. Invisibility spell? He was sure that once the other person's figure entered the alley, they never came out again. The alley had only 2 doors with no signs of switches. Woof. Woof. Following Ryan, Tsuchi sniffed the air and immediately barked loudly toward the right side roof. Ryan couldn't help but laugh. He suddenly spun around and shouted toward Tsuchi's barking direction, launching over 100 four-corner flying darts. Bladestorm modified. Immediately, on the roof of a house, Asimov, with nowhere to hide, appeared somewhat awkwardly. Although the four-corner darts couldn't do much damage, they disrupted his plan to escape invisibly. Stupid dog, Asimov angrily muttered. He realized he should have just killed this troublesome dog earlier. Tsuchi shook his wet fur, tail high, looking proud, as if saying, "You made me a drowning dog. Wait and see." On the roof, Asimov used swift wind again, wrapped in a faint blue whirlwind, continuing to escape. Ryan quickly jumped onto the roof of the house behind him, chasing closely. Knowing the situation, Asimov understood that without shaking off Ryan's pursuit, he couldn't return to the auction house or head to the airship dock, let alone go back to the Imperial capital. Fortunately, the night was cloudy with poor visibility, or the pursuit team might have included Griffin Knights. "Did you really think I was afraid of you?" Asimov angrily looked back at Ryan, then at the tall Mr. City wall in front of him, and made up his mind. Inside Mr. City, using level 2 magic, he would be quickly detected by the city's formation, prompting the Empire's defenses to swarm like mad dogs. But if he left the city, it would be different. At that moment, only he and Ryan would be fighting in a short time. In the next second, Asimov charged toward the tall Mr. City wall. Later, Ryan, who was chasing from behind, saw Asimov defeat several city guards and quickly climb onto the city wall. He narrowed his eyes. Is he trying to escape outside the city? Ryan sped up again, transforming the hardened gold into sharp claws. He chose a shortcut, relying on the claw's strong grip to climb straight onto the wall. Since Munster was built on a hillside, some parts of the wall and ground had a very large height difference, reaching 70 or 80 meters. Suddenly, about 10 meters ahead, Asimov bypassed a watchtower and cast a floating spell on himself. Then he leapt down from the wall. In midair, Asimov floated slowly toward the distance, looked back at Ryan, pointed, and made a gesture as if to cut his own neck. It meant he would definitely come back to teach Ryan a lesson. Ryan squinted, looked down at the ground outside the wall, which was more than 70 meters below. If he jumped directly, he might not die, but he would likely be seriously injured. However, in the next second, he thought of a solution. Ryan's hardened gold instantly transformed into 2 thin, wing-shaped metal plates resembling wings. A clear eagle cry sounded from behind him. Sharp claws grabbed Ryan's shoulders. Ryan took a leap, and with the eagle, like a twin-winged aircraft, he soared off the wall, gliding swiftly after Asimov. Although the young blood-feathered eagle beast couldn't yet bear Ryan's full weight, it could slow his fall enough to prevent injury. This scene made Asimov look utterly shocked, with his eyes twitching uncontrollably. They landed almost simultaneously, a few dozen meters apart, facing each other across the ground. Both stared at each other without moving. Suddenly, a lightning bolt flashed across the sky, illuminating the wilderness and their serious faces. Then, thunder roared loudly. Large raindrops began to fall heavily, hitting the ground with a pounding sound, creating steam and a muddy, earthy smell. Asimov looked at Ryan, his eyes flickering. The opponent's strength far exceeded his expectations. Not only was he a wizard and a great knight, but he also seemed skilled in beast taming, able to control 2 fierce wild animals, a hawk and a dog. Most importantly, the opponent was very young. It's hard to imagine how he managed to do all this. Now, a grudge has been formed. It's best to act quickly and defeat him in one strike. We can't just wait for him to become stronger and come back for revenge. It seems I can only succeed if I use that thing, Asimov thought with a look of pain, but it quickly disappeared. His expression then became firm. His face suddenly turned bright red, and he started chanting loudly. His speech was so fast and rhythmic, like the top rap artist from Ryan's past. At the same time, Asimov quickly pulled out a magic circle. With a nearly inaudible spell, the circle began to glow and cast a faint green projection onto the ground. A reverse pentagram formation appeared quickly. Then, the ground where the magic was cast started flashing with red light, shaking violently and swelling rapidly. At the moment the opponent used his innate ability Arrogance, Ryan knew he was planning to unleash his full power. Since that's the case, Ryan's toes tapped the water on the ground, causing a splash. He held his double-headed war hammer at an angle, rushing swiftly toward Asimov. The air torn by his high-speed movement created a long vacuum trail in the heavy rain. Ryan could clearly feel that the ground's tremors this time were even stronger than when the lava giant hand appeared. Thinking about it, it makes sense. With the combination of the blood-top giant troll's innate ability Arrogance and the magic circle, Asimov's spell was incredibly powerful. Just as Ryan was about to go around the swelling, crash! Lava splashed everywhere. Two giant lava hands stretched out from the ground, one on each side, forcefully tearing apart the still glowing red ground. A huge humanoid monster emerged from the reverse pentagram formation. It was a tall creature Ryan had seen before, similar to an obsidian giant, but its body was made of more destructive lava and glowing red-hot stones. But this is not the end. Asimov's voice suddenly became louder and more intense. He quickly pulled out a small box from his pocket, looking reluctant but still opening it fast. Inside was a small, glowing red crystal, about the size of a fist. He pushed it forcefully toward the lava monster. The heart-shaped red crystal floated in the air and shot into the lava monster's chest like a red shooting star, instantly merging inside. Immediately, the lava monster's aura grew stronger. Its height increased from 6 or 7 meters to about 8 or 9 meters. Its limbs and face became clearer, looking like a giant version of a human. Thanks to the legendary item Lava Heart, my lava monster now has power close to that of a legendary lava giant, Asimov said with a smile. Kid, prepare to die. Asimov grinned mischievously. With a thought, the tall lava giant clenched both fists and swung a heavy hammer at Ryan. Ryan didn't try to resist directly. He quickly dodged by rolling aside. Boom. The giant's two massive lava hands, each several meters long, struck the ground and created a huge semicircular crater about 7 or 8 meters wide. Dirt and lava splashed everywhere. A sudden rain began to fall from the sky, mixing with hot steam and fog that spread around. The ground trembled violently, like an earthquake of level 8. Ryan managed to dodge in time, but felt a familiar sense, like when he faced the ancient hero. Such great power. Ryan looked at the towering lava giant with a serious face. Asimov, standing on top of the giant's head, chuckled confidently. Suddenly, he seemed to seize an opportunity. He smiled slightly, waved his short staff, pointed at Ryan, and shouted, Lava eruption. The lava giant opened its huge mouth, like a cave, and a stream of bright red lava shot out like a high-pressure water jet toward Ryan. Oh no. Ryan squinted and rolled to the side twice, narrowly avoiding the attack. But just as he got up, a column of fire followed closely behind, an attack from Asimov's fiery blast. Fortunately, the magical silver shield surrounding Ryan suddenly sped up, blocking the flames and protecting him from most of the damage. Ryan was only pushed back a small step. Seeing that their coordinated attack just now was unsuccessful, Asimov ordered the lava giant below to continue attacking Ryan. At the same time, he summoned a series of flames, like rapid-fire machine guns, shooting toward Ryan. Now, in his frenzy state, he was like a chatterbox, speaking faster than any comedy act Ryan had heard before. If Ryan hadn't had his metal barrier, he might not have dodged in time and could have taken the full force of the flames. Even a top knight might have been overwhelmed by such an attack. As the battle intensified, the area around the lava giant, nearly half of the space, had turned into extremely hot lava ground. There was less and less space for Ryan to dodge or attack. If the lava giant spat out lava again, Ryan would be in serious trouble. Of course, Ryan could choose to give up. He could go back to Minster, and Asimov wouldn't dare to command the lava giant to attack Minster. But that wasn't what Ryan wanted. His eyes narrowed, a fierce light flashing within. Since that's the case, he wouldn't hide anymore. Instead of dodging around the edges, Ryan took a quick step forward, charging through the flames, stepping on the lava, heading straight for the lava giant. In an instant, he reached the giant's right leg. In that moment, Ryan kicked off with his leg, spun around, twisted his hips, and his entire body, like a tightly wound spring, swung his war hammer from the side. He suddenly rotated 180 degrees and struck with a lightning fast. This was the ultimate move, the Hammer of Annihilation. In an instant, the dark, hardened gold war hammer slammed down on the lava giant's left knee like a heavy artillery shell. Boom! A sound like a shell exploding rang out. The lava giant's left knee was struck with a large, spear-shaped wound, with red-hot lava and debris splashing everywhere. This caused the giant to wobble and lose its balance. Bang! The lava giant knelt on one knee. This nearly caused Asimov, standing atop the lava giant's head, to fall. His face flashed with a hint of embarrassment and anger. Again with this move. During their previous fight inside the mansion, he almost got hurt by this hammer technique. He broke through 2 of his defensive spells, and if not for the fire resistance ring sealed inside his crystal pendant, which automatically protected him, he might have suffered a serious loss. The opponent is young but has already mastered such a powerful hammer technique, which is quite hard to understand. Enemies like this must be eliminated early. Do you think you've won? You're too proud too soon. Seeing Asimov quickly stabilize his stance, he began to chant rapidly. Soon, a bright, hot red glow appeared in the chest of the lava giant, near its heart. Roar! Immediately after, the lava giant roared angrily and stood up again. Its left knee, which was almost broken by Ryan's hammer, healed visibly fast. Lava on the ground, like flowing red water, moved from its feet, ankles, and calves up to its knees, quickly repairing the giant's injuries. That powerful move you just used. How many more times can you do it? Now, your stamina is almost gone. Accept your destined defeat, Asimov, standing atop the lava giant's head, said loudly. He pointed his short staff at Ryan, like a king. Ryan took a deep breath to calm himself. After chasing here and using 2 top-level techniques, Asimov was right. His stamina was almost exhausted. If it were another peak-level knight, their stamina would be nearly depleted now. But Ryan was different. He silently looked at the remaining 9 attribute points on his status panel. Based on his current high constitution of 46 points, at his peak stamina, he could fully unleash the top-level technique Hammer of Annihilation at least 3 times. 27 uses in total, meaning he still had 27 chances to use his ultimate move. He silently thought, I wonder whether my mental strength or my stamina will run out first. In the next second, his strength increased from 46 to 47 points. Instantly, a warm current surged strongly from his heart and quickly spread throughout his body. All the fatigue he felt disappeared without a trace, and his physical strength instantly recovered to its peak. Meanwhile, inside Munster City, after receiving a message from Vieri, Neo Luo, who was blessed with quick movement, was the first to arrive. His eyes immediately took in the scene at the front yard of the mansion. He saw that the once smooth ground was now full of pits and holes. The carefully trimmed flowers and bushes were now in disarray. In the middle of the yard, there was a very noticeable large bump and deep, crisscross trenches, steaming hot even in the rain. This shocked Neo Luo and made him think deeply. This is rare lava magic. And judging by what I see here, it's not just level 1 magic, but level 2. Thinking about this, Neo Luo became a bit worried. Before he could check more details, his face suddenly became serious, and he looked alertly toward the broken wall on his right front. Who's there? It's me, Angus. As soon as he finished speaking, Angus, a tall familiar figure, stepped out from the ruins of the wall, carrying something in his hand. Neo Luo immediately relaxed a little and said, You really gave me a scare. Angus, what's with this bad habit? Going through the back door instead of the front, and then. But he quickly realized. Angus wasn't coming through the back door either, but, how to say it? A new door he had just opened in the wall. I just caught someone trying to escape, so I came in through there, Angus said, tossing the person onto the ground. The person flailed a bit in the muddy ground. Neo Luo finally saw clearly it was a slightly slender 3rd-level apprentice wizard. This 3rd-level apprentice was one of those who had just exhausted their mental strength to help cover the magic array for the Blood Op mercenary group. He looked around at the hellish scene with a bit of embarrassment, then suddenly froze. Because he saw a figure lying on the ground not far away, someone he was very familiar with, a graceful and charming scorpion lady. She was also lying on the ground, her brows slightly furrowed, still looking charming. However, The problem is that the middle of her fair abdomen has a large, baby-sized wound that runs through it. This damages her overall appearance but gives her a kind of incomplete beauty. Vieri, who has been guarding on the second floor, immediately went downstairs upon seeing two companions arrive. Vieri pointed at the unconscious scorpion woman lying on the ground and said, "This is the first attacker. The second attacker is over there, also badly injured by the captain. I just don't know if they've run away." Angus and Nero immediately looked in the direction Vieri was pointing. They saw a large hole in the wall of a house across the street outside the main gate. "I'll go check it out." As soon as he finished speaking, Angus disappeared in a flash and rushed toward the area. Soon, he brought back a very tall, strong man. "Is this the person?" Vieri examined him briefly. Although the man's body was missing nearly a third of his size, and his right arm and shoulder blade were gone, he was clearly the attacker who injured Captain Rain. The metal man was now close to death. Rains not only shattered his metal prosthetic limb but also severely damaged his lungs and other internal organs. Just now, he had struggled hard to take a vial of explosive potion from his waist pouch, intending to escape. But unexpectedly, he was interrupted by this strong man. Nearby, a captured third-level wizard apprentice watched as the scorpion woman lay unconscious, and felt a cold chill in his heart. Now, seeing the metal man half dead and being carried, he suddenly felt very dizzy and distracted. It seems the captain went after them. "There are 3 in total," Vieri said happily when he saw Angus bringing back the half-dead metal man. As a follower of Rain, Vieri immediately put himself in the role of a supporter, since these were all trophies of the captain. At this moment, Evelyn also arrived and was shocked to see the intense battle marks. She hadn't expected that even the relatively safe city of Minster could suffer such a serious attack. "Which direction did the captain go? We need to support him immediately." The opponent is a rare second-level lava-type wizard, very strong in attack and defense, Nero quickly asked. Vieri hesitated for a moment and said, "I didn't see clearly, but there are clear signs along the way. It's not hard for you to follow. However, the captain asked us to protect his family." "All right, then. Angus and I will go. Evelyn, you and Vieri stay here to guard. Soon, the elite of the Empire security force will arrive. You should tell them what you know." Outside the city walls of Minster, it was pouring rain heavily. Rain, who had recovered his strength, quickly turned around and faced the lava giant. He took a quick step forward and reached the giant again. He aimed at the lava giant's recently healed left knee and struck with another hammer of oblivion. Boom! The hot lava and bright red rocks shattered instantly. The same penetrating wound appeared again on the lava giant's left knee. But this time, learning from before, Rainin didn't stop his attack. He pushed off with his toes, spun around, and moved to the other side of the lava giant. Taking a deep breath, Rainin aimed another hammer of oblivion at the giant's other leg. Suddenly, the lava giant, whose legs had been broken, could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground with a loud crash. Rain's 2 consecutive top-tier skills, Hammer of Oblivion, had forced the lava giant to kneel. This scene shocked Asimov, who had just said Rainin's stamina should be exhausted. His eyes widened like bells, showing a look of pure shock. What kind of monster is this? But Rainin didn't stop. He quickly turned around and ran to the front, charging again at the much shorter lava giant, which was kneeling. Asimov followed Rainin's gaze and saw that Rainin was staring at the giant's chest, at its heart. He immediately understood what Rainin was about to do. His face flushed red, and he began to chant spells at a nearly inaudible speed. Scorching Ray. Rainin's enchanted mithril shield blocked the attack, resisting the lava giant's scorching ray, but he didn't hesitate or slow down. Hammer of Oblivion. 4-8. The grudge from the recent fire-starting incident is still deeply remembered by Cookie. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Asimov's innate magic, the resist fire ring, immediately blasted Cookie 7 or 8 meters away, and Cookie also caught fire. However, the heavy rain provided a quick way for Cookie to respond. It rolled on the muddy, waterlogged ground and quickly extinguished the flames on its body. Because of Cookie's interference, the mental recovery potion that Asimov was holding dropped to the ground. While Asimov bent down to pick it up, Ryan had already arrived and struck him with the Annihilation Hammer. Bang! Bang! This time, after breaking through both the Resist Fire Ring and Stone Shield magic defenses, Ryan's Warhammer finally made contact with Asimov's body. Asimov was hit so hard that he doubled over, his mouth wide open, tongue sticking out like a snake's, blood pouring out, and he was instantly knocked 10 meters away. After falling heavily to the ground, Asimov rolled on the spot. Driven by a strong survival instinct, he quickly wiped the blood from his lips and once again unleashed his wild magic, desperately trying to cast spells. Using his current mental strength to cast magic again would cause severe backlash and damage his body. But at this moment, Asimov didn't care about that anymore. If he died, everything was gone. But Ryan wouldn't let that happen. He saw Ryan's double-handed war hammer rapidly transform. Soon, a pair of sharp claw-like blades appeared on his hands. Asimov opened his mouth, but before he could finish 2 words of the spell, a heavy punch hit his left cheek. Although breaking through his magic defenses reduced the power of the claw blades, the goal of interrupting his spellcasting was achieved. Bang! Bang! Asimov retreated while trying to continue casting, but every half-second, he received a heavy punch from Ryan on his face. Ryan's attacks easily broke through Asimov's defensive magic after 2 or 3 hits, directly striking his rapidly opening and closing mouth. Soon, Asimov's teeth fell out, and his mouth swelled into a pig's head. He could no longer clearly recite the spell. Ryan delivered another powerful uppercut, knocking Asimov into the air by half a meter. His head was bent back at a 90-degree angle, and his jawbone was almost completely shattered. Asimov fell face-first into the muddy ground, struggling to get up. Suddenly, a strong, shiny silver-armored hand grabbed his neck, like clutching a duck. Asimov's face turned red, and he could only make choking sounds. Snap! The armored hand twisted forcefully, breaking Asimov's neck instantly. At this moment, Neoro and Angus, despite the heavy rain, hurriedly reached the city wall. Meanwhile, the Griffin Rider in the sky, amidst lightning and thunder, also arrived here. Although their battle was outside the city, the roar of the lava giant and the bright red glow could be seen from over 100 meters away, even on a stormy night. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. The scene of a fiery, lava-like battle suddenly appeared before everyone. Rain, dressed in silver mithril armor, was holding the twitching Asimov with one hand. Next to him was a huge lava giant kneeling on the ground, with a large hole in its chest. Everyone stopped in shock, staring wide-eyed at this incredible sight. At this moment, Neoro, standing on the wall, heard the sound of rapid footsteps behind him. He turned and saw 100-strong city guard rushing from behind. Clearly, they had also heard the commotion outside and thought monsters were attacking the wall. In the sky, a Griffin Rider in the rain quickly spotted Rain and swooped down. This rider was Fish. Fish, after dismounting from the Griffin, hurried over and apologized. "Lord Rain, do you remember me? When we were in Meist, you fought against the evil hero monger. I was with Lord Vickerfalk at that time. I'm sorry for mistaking you earlier." Rain thought for a moment and looked surprised. He remembered Fish as the young Griffin Rider who brought the news. "Hello, Fish. I remember you. The view was poor just now, and you were on duty, so don't worry about it." "Thank you, Lord Rain." Fish nodded respectfully, a bit excited. Neo and Angus exchanged a quick look and couldn't help but smile. This Griffin Knight was quite interesting. Seeing their captain, it was as if they were looking at a hero they admired. "By the way, Lord Rain, would you like to ride my Griffin back to the city first?" Rain, worried about his family, thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, thank you. But, just a moment, I want to say goodbye to my companions." Of course. When Neo and Angus saw Rain, Rain also noticed the 2 people on the city wall. Soon, the 3 of them met below the wall. "Why did you come? It must have been tiring." Rain stepped forward with a smile and thanked them. "Captain, no need to be so formal. Your matter is also our matter," Angus said straightforwardly, showing his military style. "Wow, so that's the 2nd-level liquid mage, and I hear it's a rare lava type?" Angus circled around Rain's weapon, Asimov, and looked amazed. Although he didn't see the fierce battle between Rain and the opponent, the uneven ground, the wreckage, and the large humanoid rock kneeling on the ground showed how intense the fight had been. "Yes, it was a tricky opponent, but we managed to defeat it," Rain said, glancing at Asimov. Suddenly, a cry of an eagle echoed in the sky. A blue and white bird swooped down, circling in the air. On its claw, there was a shining red gemstone that caught the eye. When Rain took the heart-shaped red crystal from Bloodfeather's claw, Neo's eyes widened in surprise. "Captain, is this a lava heart?" "Lava heart? I don't know what that is, but I do know it can strengthen summon creatures." "It must be very valuable," Rain said, looking at the hot red crystal in his hand and shaking his head. "Exactly. That's a treasure that sometimes appears inside legendary fire or lava elementals. Lava heart, Neo said excitedly. Captain, can I take a look? Of course, Rain said, handing it over casually. Neo carefully examined it and said, Captain, this is the lava heart. You just said that the opponent used this to strengthen. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and Neo Luo looked in horror at the kneeling, frozen statue. Huh. Angus, standing nearby, saw Neo Luo's shocked expression and looked confused. Doesn't that mean the opponent's lava monster has reached nearly legendary power? Neo Luo muttered. Legendary? Angus's eyes widened in shock as well. Has our team leader's strength reached such a level? By the way, how's the mansion? Ryan asked. Captain, Vieri and Evelyn are guarding the mansion. It should be safe, Neo Luo replied. All right, I'll take the griffin and go ahead. Please inform the city guards about the situation here, Ryan nodded. When Ryan returned to the mansion, it was already crowded inside. At the outermost layer, elite guards responsible for guarding stood watch. Slightly further in, soldiers who had rushed over after hearing the news were stationed. In the innermost area, the city official of Munster District, a captain among the sword-wielding guards, and a church leader from the Goddess Church, whom Ryan did not recognize, were present. Clearly, the recent assassination of Archbishop Gomez had made the Munster province and church leaders very concerned about the attack. Ryan's family, seeing him return, came out under Vieri and Evelyn's protection, but their worried expressions couldn't be hidden. Especially Ryan's mother Emma and his father old Ryan, they were seeing their son fight up close for the first time. His inhuman speed and strength, his powerful destructive force, and magical skills all shocked them deeply. The familiar yard was now a mess, with the ground steaming in the rain, emitting scorching vapor. This made the two elders' faces show their worry for their son. The beautiful woman Jennifer also saw Ryan fighting a formidable opponent for the first time since he became a great knight. Although Ryan had previously disciplined two knights from the Crowley family when he was their guardian, it was like child's play compared to this. Jennifer looked at the scene before her and felt more convinced that choosing Ryan as her support was the right decision. I even felt very lucky. From what we see of Rain's current strength, it has far exceeded her expectations. Jennifer can't imagine how far Rain might go in the future. Additionally, if Rain's current level of power remains the same, it would be unlikely for her to have any further interactions with Rain. In the current unstable situation of the Empire, strength is the best protection. Having such a powerful and rapidly improving person as a supporter is truly something to be thankful for. The same thoughts also lingered in the minds of Ginny and Agatha. However, her sister Mint has always been very confident in her brother. Still, the scene in the yard at this moment also surprised her greatly. She was blinking her eyes as she looked around. After Rain reassured his family, he asked Evelyn and Vieri to rest first. Then he briefly explained the situation to everyone. That evening, Elena, who was on duty at the Sword Bearers branch, hurried over after learning about what had happened. She knew quite a bit about the whole event. Because Rain initially approached Elena to ask her to help contact the intelligence department, her first words after seeing that Rain was safe were, Lord Rain, I will leave the follow-up matters to the branch. I believe whoever is behind this attack is challenging our Minster Sword Bearers branch. I will report this to General Edward immediately. Although Elena didn't specify who was responsible for the attack, everyone understood. Rain smiled at the capable young woman and said, Elena, I'll leave the next steps to you. Elena, please keep these two in the special detention room at the branch. I'm worried the security department's cells might not be strong enough. Elena pointed to the two individuals, Iron Man and Scorpion Woman. All right, if they can be treated, do so. They are witnesses, Rain nodded. This one can't be saved, but he's also evidence, Rain said, pointing to Asimov, whom he had just killed. Okay, Lord Rain. Elena looked at Asimov's body and nodded. This was the first time she realized that witnesses and evidence are distinguished in this way. The sheriff nearby hesitated for a moment, looked at Elena and Rain, but ultimately said nothing. By the way, where did that guy's right arm go earlier? Vieri heard Rain's question, paused for a moment, then turned and walked into the room. Captain, is this what you're talking about? Vieri took out a broken metal prosthetic arm, the parts scattered and nearly disassembled. Yes, have someone bring it to me later. Understood, Captain. Just then, Rain suddenly remembered the nickname Iron Man for this guy. His metal prosthetic was very intricate, which gave him some insight. He planned to study it carefully later. When Rain returned to the Sword-Bearer Division, it was already late at night. After taking a shower, he fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Rain woke up early, poured himself a cup of coffee, and went to the study. He began to think about last night's battle. Last night, he had killed 3 full members of the Blood Peak mercenary group in succession, and the fight was intense. If it had been any other first-level wizard or top-tier knight, the outcome would have been doomed once the leader of the Blood Peak mercenaries, Asimov, summoned a lava monster and strengthened it into a lava giant with the heart of lava. Almost no chance to turn the tide. Only someone like him, with special abilities, could hold on and even win against the odds. Thinking of this, Rain picked up a red crystal the size of a baby's head from the wooden box on his desk. He examined it carefully. In the morning light, it seemed to contain flowing liquid similar to magma. Of course, Rain could feel the powerful energy surging inside. However, it seems that a lot of the energy has been used up, almost half. Maybe later, I can go to the exchange hall and have someone identify it to understand its true purpose and whether the energy inside can be replenished, Rain thought silently. After a moment of contemplation, Rain placed the red crystal back into the wooden box. In terms of strength, among the 3 opponents, Asimov, the leader, was the strongest and left the deepest impression on Rain. His innate ability, derived from the Blood Peak troll bloodline, called Frenzy, was a perfect fit for a wizard. After all, for wizards at all levels, casting spells usually takes some time unless they have innate magical talent. The less skilled they are, the longer it takes. However, if someone has the Frenzy talent, they can increase their spell casting speed by nearly 30%. With this special ability, some magic that normally takes 7 or 8 seconds to cast can be shortened to 4 or 5 seconds. With enough practice, it can even be done in less time. This greatly boosts their combat ability. This gave Rain some ideas. His opponent's Frenzy talent came from a bloodline transplant experiment. Although it's said to be very risky, Rain could learn about it first without necessarily doing it himself. He could also use his system to upgrade his skills to release magic faster. For example, his current Metal Barrier spell was achieved this way. Most importantly, Rain realized that if a talent and a profession match well, the fighting power can be very impressive. His talents, Advanced Steel Body, and Basic Weapon Mastery, seem especially suited for close combat. Another thing that left a deep impression on Rain was Iron Man's metal prosthetic limb. He walked to his desk and looked at the broken metal limbs laid out there. These parts were from the forearm onward. The hand at the front was shattered into pieces by the powerful destruction of the Hammer of Oblivion. Rain picked up a remaining limb and examined it carefully. Inside, the gear mechanisms and metal parts showed very high precision, comparable to the mechanical devices he saw in his previous life. However, he could also see traces of manual polishing. Can handmade work reach this level of precision? Rain wondered. Could the Eagle Federation have a bunch of level 8 blacksmiths? He found it quite impressive. Thinking about this, Rain wondered, can I use my innate magic skill, metal morphing, to quickly shape such precise parts? As he thought this, a small piece of hardened fine gold in his hand started rapidly transforming into a gear. But after comparing the two, Rain realized. The quickly shaped gear looks very similar to a real one, but its precision is much lower. I tested it several times. Ryan estimates that his talent in magic has a precision limit of about millimeters. For more precise work, he might need to reach the level of a liquid mage. This is one possible approach, but he is still far from the level of a war golem created by hand. However, it's clear that metal-type mages and metal prosthetics naturally fit well with puppet making. Additionally, inside the metal prosthetic, there seems to be a separate energy source, a small white crystal, smaller than the red crystal, which appears to work like a battery. Ryan plans to ask about this later. Falcon Federation, they have some interesting things. And what about that Scorpion girl? Ryan thought for a moment and shook his head. Besides her charm, she didn't leave much impression on him. Suddenly, Ryan remembered he hadn't checked the system notifications. Congratulations! You defeated a strong enemy and gained 8 gold skill points. Your will, hidden, attribute has increased. Congratulations! Your Warhammer Mage, Legendary, profession level has increased. His Warhammer Mage, Legendary, level has risen again, now reaching level 8, 790/7000. He gained 1 skill point and 1 attribute point again. Adding these to his remaining points, Ryan now has 8 attribute points, 1 skill point, and 17 gold skill points. He looked at his attribute panel. Constitution, 46 Strength, 48 Agility, 46 Spirit, 55 Will, hidden 4. His will has increased by 1 again? Ryan nodded. He can clearly feel that after his will increased, it should help suppress and weaken the evil flame mark. However, he is not entirely sure about this. He vaguely senses that because his will is constantly fighting against the evil flame mark, his will attribute is increasing so quickly. If that's the case, maybe I don't have to passively wait for the Empire Guardian to help me remove it. Through battle, I might be able to turn passive situations into active ones and convert disadvantages into advantages. Additionally, Rain thought of something else. After putting on the mithril engraved plate armor, the power of his magic also increased slightly, by about 10%, according to records. So he was eager to know how much damage his innate magic, metal transformation, could do if used directly to attack enemies. When Rain first became a full mage, he tested this magic. At that time, it could only cause deadly harm to ordinary people. Against extraordinary beings, it was not enough. He wondered how much change there would be now, with his mental strength greatly improved and equipped with mithril engraved plate armor, 2 enhancements stacking together. Rain went to the nearby training room. He put a suit of steel armor on an ironwood. He placed one hand on the chest plate and focused his mind, trying to reshape it. As expected, the results matched his prediction. Because ironwood is both tough and hard, the Steel Knight's plate armor deformed slightly, but further reshaping was blocked. Clearly, with Rain's current strength, it was still very difficult to directly damage a metal-armored ironwood using metal transformation magic. Of course, the ironwood wasn't completely unharmed. After removing the armor, it showed surface scratches and minor deformations visible to the eye. After several repeated tests, Rain fell into deep thought. Currently, the power of his metal transformation magic could cause fatal injuries to experienced knights and below. When his palm touches a metal armor, with his innate magic activated, he can twist the opponent into a mess or a mass of iron in a short time. But against peak knights, it starts to fall short. As for great knights with primal force defenses, he still has a long way to go. Perhaps once he becomes a liquefied mage and his mental strength increases significantly, he might succeed. Meanwhile, at the Axon auction house, Munster Branch, Drake, who hadn't slept all night, had bloodshot eyes. His hair was no longer neatly combed but messy, like a chicken coop. Shortly after the battle last night, the scouts kept reporting updates non-stop. Shortly after Ryan defeated Asimov, Drac received a report from the scene. He was immediately shocked. The situation was worse than he had expected. He thought about it all night but still couldn't understand it completely. From the messages he received, only Ryan was confirmed to be fighting the Bloodtop mercenaries. However, the Bloodtop mercenaries were led by Asimov, a second-level liquid mage, and his 2 companions. How could they lose? And lose completely? Drac always believed that even if Ryan's strength was hidden, it only meant the task would be more difficult but still doable. Maybe the fight would be more intense, or the mission might be delayed, missing the last airship back to the Imperial capital. But he didn't expect such a terrible outcome. It was a disaster. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? Drac answered irritably. Lord Drac, Lady Olenna from the Sword-Bearers Division is here to visit. Fabian's voice came from outside, slightly hoarse. Hearing Fabian, Drac's heart sank immediately. He quickly understood. This meant the Sword-Bearers Division had decided to intervene. It seemed the previous messages from the division were correct. Ryan was a star-level sword-bearer and held an important position in their eyes. Otherwise, the division wouldn't choose to speak directly with them. Normally, in such cases, even if they intervened, they would first send a representative to communicate. In the reception hall, Olenna and Drac sat facing each other. Are you Lord Drac from the Imperial capital? Hello. I am Olenna. Hello, Lady Olenna. Lord Drac, I believe you understand the purpose of my visit. Please forgive my directness, but I will be straightforward. What is the Olenna family's stance on this matter? Do you prefer a private resolution or a public one? Olenna spoke sharply, taking the initiative. Drac hesitated. He is still waiting for a reply from his brother, Marquis Orenz, in the Imperial capital. Since the unexpected outcome last night, he immediately sent the letter. If it's a private matter, maybe we can talk. If it's official, we will report the situation to the Imperial Council in the name of the Sword-Bearer Division of Munster. Of course, if that happens, I can return now. Hearing about reporting to the Imperial Council, Drake's face turned pale. All evidence and witnesses are present now. Although they can deny some things, after all, it was the Bloodtop mercenary group that made the move, not them. But the problem is, the relationship between the Oren's family and the Bloodtop mercenary group is obvious to anyone. Some things, when the power difference between the two sides is huge, don't matter much. But when their backgrounds are similar, these things become very important. Sword-Bearer Division. Exchange Hall Service Desk. A tall young man in silver armor approached. "Hello, how can I help you?" The young female clerk brightened her eyes when she saw Rain and quickly stood up. "I want to identify an item." "All right, sir. Please follow me." The girl led Rain to a nearby lounge. Then she asked, "Sir, is your item roughly a potion, or equipment, or raw materials? Because the items are different and involve different fields, I need to contact different appraisal masters." "It should be raw materials," Rain thought for a moment and said. "Okay, sir. If it's raw materials, I recommend our division's Master Dibus, who is good at identifying raw materials." "That works," Rain nodded. He didn't care much about which master to identify the item, as long as they could help answer his questions. "By the way, Lord Rain, the appraisal fee for Master Dibus ranges from 50 to 200 merit points, depending on the value of the item. Would you like to proceed with this fee?" "No problem," Rain nodded. "All right, sir. Please show your badge." When Ryan handed over the crystal badge, the young female clerk was stunned. After receiving it with both hands, she looked at Ryan with great respect. She smiled sweetly and quickly left. Soon after, an old man with grayish-white curly hair and a thick yellow beard entered, following the young clerk. "Lord Ryan, this is Master Dibus." "Master Dibus, this is Captain Ryan, the sword-wielding star-level warrior," the girl introduced. "Huh? Star-level sword-wielder, Captain?" Dibus's narrow eyes suddenly widened in disbelief as he looked at Ryan. He had initially thought Ryan was quite young, and while he didn't look down on him, he didn't take him seriously either. "Hello, Captain Ryan," Dibus said more respectfully. "Hello, Master Dibus." Ryan nodded slightly and continued. "I need your help to identify something this time. This is during a fight with an enemy." When Ryan took out a red crystal that looked like a heart from a wooden box, Dibus's eyes showed even more surprise. Carefully, Dibus lifted the red crystal and examined it closely. After a moment, he said, "Based on what Captain Ryan just said, after the enemy used this lava heart to strengthen the lava monster evolved into a lava giant. This clearly indicates its origin. This should be the heart of a legendary level lava giant. In fact, there are several sources for the lava heart. Any lava creature at the legendary level has a chance to produce one. But if it's the heart of a lava dog, then after the lava monster absorbs this lava heart, it will transform into the shape of a lava dog." Ryan nodded upon hearing this. However, what he was more interested in was the purpose of the lava heart. "Master Dibus, what exactly is the use of this lava heart?" Besides summoning lava creatures and strengthening them, Ryan asked. If that was all it did, it would be pretty useless to him. Hearing Ryan's question, Master Dibus smiled and said, "Hee, Captain Ryan, this lava heart is very rare. At least, it's not in our branch's exchange catalog. To get one, you need to go to the main headquarters in the Imperial City. Additionally, its uses are quite broad. For example, it can be used on special war golems. It is a fire and earth dual-element energy crystal, used to power war golems engraved with lava-type magic arrays. That would be ideal. The second best option is to use it on large puppets engraved with fire-type magic arrays. Although the energy conversion efficiency is slightly lower, it is still very suitable. For individuals, if they use this lava heart when casting lava magic or make it into a staff, it can increase the power of their magic by about 1.5 times. Of course, if it is pure fire magic, the power boost might only be around 10%. If it is earth magic, the increase would be even less, perhaps less than 5%. Reen listened thoughtfully, then pointed at the lava heart and asked, "Master Dibus, if we use it as an energy source for war golems or large puppets, can it only be used once?" "Of course not, Lord Reen. If the energy of this lava heart is exhausted, it can be placed in magma to slowly recover. Usually, it takes about half a month to be roughly fully recharged. Of course, after repeated use, it won't return to its original full state, but it can generally store about 70 to 80% of its energy." Reen understood this very clearly. Because of Dibus's explanation, he immediately thought of rechargeable batteries from his past life. Just like that, after repeated use, the energy storage effect begins to weaken. Actually, hearing this, Rin also gained a fairly complete understanding of the general use of the lava heart. He then put the lava heart away, took out a metal prosthetic limb from Iron Man, and handed it to Master Dibus, asking, "Master, do you have any research on this?" "Oh, this is a puppet component." Such precise craftsmanship. Dibus's eyes lit up. He gently touched the inside of the metal prosthetic limb with his finger, then examined the internal structure. This level of craftsmanship should be made by a master in puppet arts. "I'm not very familiar with this. Master, I just visited the library. I found that our branch seems to lack detailed blueprints or books related to puppet arts. Most of them are general discussions," Rin asked. That's right. As far as I know, detailed information on this subject is probably only available in the Imperial capital or within the Construct School. Masters skilled in puppet techniques are mostly there. Perhaps Lord Rain could inquire about it. Construct School? Rain immediately thought of the Bishu Construct School, which he noted when purchasing the magic metal deformation technique. It was listed as the supplier. Yes, the Construct School. They study puppet creations and other types of magical constructs. Dibs nodded and explained. "And what about this crystal?" Rain took out a small, white crystal from inside his metal prosthetic. "Oh, this is a purified energy crystal. Crystals with mixed attributes are purified through a special magic array, turning them into attribute-free crystals, which broadens their use." "I see," Rain nodded. Since seeing the Iron Man with his metal prosthetic, Rain had developed new ideas about metal deformation technique and metal magic users. He was eager to learn more about puppet magic, but given the current situation, it seemed he would need to join the Bishu Construct School or go to the Imperial capital to have that opportunity. He needed to think carefully. Before leaving the exchange hall, Rain added some hardened pure gold ingots and enchanted silver ingots to his collection, and also exchanged for an extraordinary combat skill called Shadow Spear Throwing. Then, Rain headed back to his residence. Why did he choose the extraordinary skill of spear throwing? Mainly because, after encountering a lava giant, an enormous creature covered in hot lava that was hard to approach, he once again felt the lack of his long-range attack ability. It's not that bows are useless, but tiny arrows, compared to a 9-meter-tall, several dozen to nearly 100-ton giant, do very limited damage. They're almost like toothpicks. Spear throwing, however, is different. A heavy spear thrown at high speed can cause significant damage to such large creatures. And don't forget, Rain's innate magic is metal deformation technique. This means he can adjust the weight and length of the spear at any time, increasing the power of his spear throw. Of course, there is an even more important reason. That is the prerequisite for changing to the epic level profession, King of 1,000 Blades, master 9 different ultimate skills. Rain has already achieved 5 out of 9, just 4 more to go. When he changes to the Warhammer Sorcerer, Rain will gain the core skill Spirit-Shattering Warhammer, which is extremely powerful. As an epic-level profession, once the change is successful, Rain believes his strength will greatly increase. Among the 5 prerequisites, the first and fourth conditions are already met, and the 5th requirements for attribute points seems manageable for now. The remaining conditions are master 9 different ultimate skills and physical second-tier limit break above 90%, which will still take time and effort to achieve. Currently, Rain's physical second-tier limit break is at 52%, and it won't be long before he reaches the peak night level. This rapid progress is mainly due to 2 reasons. First, continuous attribute point increases with strength, agility, and stamina all reaching 46 or higher, and strength hitting 48. Second, the improvement in breathing technique quality. In just a few days, this subtle change has increased Rain's physical second-tier limit break by nearly 2 percentage points. So, it seems that becoming the King of 1,000 Blades as an epic profession isn't very difficult, making it Rain's top choice. As for sorcery, after upgrading the defensive spell Metal Barrier to level 12, he can set it aside for now unless he encounters other suitable spells. Rain then opens a light yellow parchment scroll. It's the Shadow Spear Throwing technique. He carefully studies and reviews the entire technique, then closes his eyes and contemplates seriously. With the foundation of 5 different types of extraordinary combat skills, understanding the Shadow Spear Throwing technique is not very difficult for Rain. After just a few readings, the system prompts appear. You have learned the Shadow Spear Throwing technique, and your understanding has improved. You have gained a new skill, Shadow Spear Throwing Technique. Your skill Shadow Spear Throwing Technique has been upgraded. Experience +1 among the skill icons below the Legendary Weapon Master Profession panel. Another icon lights up. Shadow Spear Throwing Technique Level 1, 1/100. This icon features a simple design. A strong figure with legs spread wide, left arm stretched diagonally upward, and right arm holding a long spear, as if throwing it while spinning. Although Ryan can improve his spear-throwing skills through self-study, he plans to use a more efficient method this time. On the second floor of the training building, inside an office, a young female staff member is reporting to a burly middle-aged man. "Did you say a captain with a star-level sword holder is looking for me?" The man looks surprised and asks, "Yes, Instructor Yazra. Lord Ryan specifically requested you for private training. As for your schedule," the young woman replies respectfully, "But I haven't heard of Ryan's name before. I know all the star-level sword holder captains in the division. Maybe he's new?" Yazra looks suspicious. After thinking for a moment, he nods and agrees. "No problem on my side. I'll head over now." His training fee is quite high, so most sword holders can't afford it. Usually, they teach in small groups, and other instructors do the same. But instructors prefer one-on-one practice because it's less work and earns more merit points. No one wants to lose merit points. Of course, Lord Ryan also wants to start immediately. The young staff member smiles. When Yazra enters the room and sees Ryan's youthful face, he thinks silently, "Is there a mistake? He's so young to be a star-level sword holder captain." But such thoughts can't be spoken aloud. "Ahem. Lord Ryan, could you please throw once so I can see?" Yazra asks, holding a steel short spear from the training room. Of course. Ryan smiles, takes the short spear, and lifts it to feel its weight. It's a bit too light. Suddenly, Ryan spins, twists his hips, and steps forward with a kick. A silver flash shoots out from his fingertips, flying dozens of meters toward the attack tester. Chew! After the spear's shadow passes, a sharp, whistling sound follows. This indicates the spear's speed has exceeded the speed of sound. Boom! Half of the steel short spear is embedded into the large cylindrical metal block on the attack tester. The estimated depth is about 0.7 to 0.8 meters. Wow! Asla's eyes suddenly widened, and the corner of her eye twitched involuntarily. With such power, do you really think you're a beginner needing training guidance? Aren't you actually the one guiding me in reverse? Lord Rain, have you never practiced spear throwing? Asla adjusted her way of addressing him to you. Yes, I just learned today. Well. For a moment, Asla didn't know what to say. She carefully recalled Rain's throwing posture just now, almost perfect. If she had to point out something, it was just the hand position. Looking at it this way, Lord Rain might really be a beginner at spear throwing. Your core muscles in the waist and abdomen, as well as your whole body's rotational explosive power, don't need extra training. Cough. You mainly need to pay attention to some small details, like finger strength and adjusting your force. Other than that, just practice more. After half a day, under Asla's careful guidance and with the blessing of her innate talent basic extraordinary insight passive, in just one morning, Rain's shadow spear throwing technique improved to level 4, 12 out of 1,000. The speed was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. At noon, Rain just reached the door of the third-floor suite when he saw Olena walking from the other end of the corridor. Seeing Rain, Olena smiled lightly and said, "Lord Rain, I was just looking for you." There's been a reply from the Axon auction house. Hearing Olena's words, Rain raised an eyebrow and thought silently. So fast? Olena, thank you for your effort. Come in and sit. The two sat in the living room. Last night, after I reported this matter to General Edward, he was quite angry. After obtaining his authorization, I went to speak with Drac, the representative of the Orange family in Munster, this morning. They said they are willing to transfer 10% of their shares in the Axon Auction House Munster branch to Lord Rain unconditionally. This part of the shares originally belonged to the Orange Marquis family and are all their shares in the Munster branch. 10% of the shares? Rain was slightly surprised when he heard this. He remembered that Drake had only offered him 2% before. At that time, the other person said the annual profit was about 20,000 gold coins. Now, with 10%, the annual dividend would be nearly 100,000 gold coins, which is a very good return. I would like to ask, Lord Rain, are you satisfied with this compensation? Rain thought for a moment and asked, Lady Olena, what is your opinion? The capable young woman paused and said, Well, Lord Rain, If we report this matter to the Imperial Council, the other side might suffer greater losses. However, for you, there wouldn't be much benefit. Also, you defeated the Blood Peak mercenary group. As I understand, they probably can't send a stronger team now. That means, unless they choose to fight personally, they can't really threaten you. The chance of that happening is very small. So, my personal suggestion is that you consider accepting this 10% share as compensation. Whether you keep it or sell it, you can gain a good profit. Rain thought for a moment and nodded. All right, Lady Olenna, let's proceed with negotiations based on this idea. However, can the share be registered under another person's name? As long as you, Lord Rain, authorize and agree, this shouldn't be a problem, Olenna nodded. At the same time, the capable young woman was quite curious about this person. Could he be one of Lord Rain's two young lovers? Olenna naturally assumed that Veronica and Evelyn, members of Rain's small team, were his lovers. But if she only considered one, what about the other? For Rain, as time passes, his strength will only grow stronger. By then, this noble family, which now poses some threat to him, will be like ants in his eyes after half a year. Currently, if he can acquire a 10% stake in the Axon auction house and leverage Jennifer's business skills, he is likely to gain valuable resources. Or, through the Axon auction house, he might obtain some rare items. By the way, Lady Olenna, does the Bichu Mechanical School have a branch in Munster? Rain thought of another question and asked. Not really, Olenna shook her head. But in the next moment, her beautiful eyes flashed with a bright light, as if she remembered something, and she said, Lord Ryan, I just remembered, recently, there are a few puppet masters from the Bichu Construction School over in Munster. Actually, it's somewhat related to you. Do you remember the giant axe golem guard you defeated in Wales County? These masters are currently researching this ancient cult's puppets in Munster. If you have any questions, I can help you contact them. Ryan nodded with a smile and said, that would be great. But I need to think about it first. I might trouble Lord Olenna later. You're welcome, Lord Ryan. By the way, that master who does research, you know, they can be quite temperamental, so. Olenna carefully chose her words to remind him. By the way, Lord Ryan, there's one more thing. Olenna smiled and took out something like an invitation from a nearby bag, handing it to Ryan. This is the invitation you received when you were made a Viscount. 4 days from now, on the last Sunday of the grass moon, there will be a ceremony at the Duke of Munster's residence to award honors. Please don't forget to attend. General Edward will also be there. It will be a grand event, one of the most important activities in Munster province this year. Ryan looked at it after taking it, nodded, and said, yes, I will attend. This invitation was the same as the one he received during his barren days, but he didn't expect that the previous one was in use, and this one had been upgraded to a Viscount invitation. Midnight, near Munster, in Balington Town, inside Ixter's residence. Barrages, are the blood crystal collection preparations ready? Ixter asked with a smile, shaking his glass of Bordeaux. High Priest, just one more, and it should be done by tomorrow if all goes well. Good. Speed it up. Ixter took a sip of Bordeaux, then turned to ask, Friedman, how about on your side? Any new updates from Munster? High Priest, there's something I need to tell you. The other day, I mentioned Rain to you. He seems to have fought a near-legendary expert last night. Judging by the scene of the fight, it looks like Rain's strength has improved again, Freeman said with a worried look. Huh, Freeman, are you afraid of being beaten in Meist? Near-legendary level isn't something the High Priest needs to worry about, Barrigus sneered, taking the opportunity to mock him. You. Freeman looked annoyed. Enough. But Barrigus is right. If the opponent isn't legendary, they aren't our main concern, Ixter said with a smile. Near the Minster Sword-Bearer Division, on the second floor of Mona Cafe, located on the street, Rain and Olenna were casually chatting while drinking coffee. Olenna was naturally curious about who Rain was planning to write the 10% share of the Minster branch of the Axon auction house to. At that moment, she looked out the second-floor window and caught sight of a luxurious carriage slowly stopping at the cafe entrance. Most people wouldn't choose to sit in a cafe early in the morning, so this was likely the main guest. Olenna's heart fluttered slightly. It must be the main guest. But I wonder, is it the twin-tailed girl or the girl with red hair? But in the next second, Olenna's body stiffened slightly, and her expression became surprised, because she saw a voluptuous woman, elegantly stepping out of the carriage, holding her skirt. She exuded a noble aura. The woman was dressed in a light blue one-shoulder silk gown, wearing a pearl necklace, and her fair, prominent cleavage was impossible to hide. Her exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio, even from a woman's aesthetic perspective, was truly impressive. What a stunning beauty. But the problem was, from Olena's angle, she could clearly see the woman's face. And at that age, she probably was a few years older than Olena herself. This made Olena secretly glance at Rain. No way? Could it be that Lord Rain prefers older women? But then, Olena quickly realized. Although Lord Rain is young, he is not a little horse. His strong, sculpted body is more like a fine steed or a noble horse. But it is strange for a fine horse to pull a big cart, isn't it? Could it be that Lord Rain has a certain hobby, liking mature and charming women? Oh no, I might also be noticed by Lord Rain? Thinking of this, the confident young woman suddenly felt flustered, and a blush appeared on her fair face. Next to her, Lord Rain looked a bit puzzled. Why did the heartbeat of Lady Alina suddenly seem faster? Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Sure enough, the beautiful woman Lord Alina saw earlier appeared at the door. Getting a closer look confirmed her suspicion. Although she was well-maintained, she was probably a little older than Alina. Let me introduce her. Jennifer, this is Lady Alina, the Deputy Officer of the Sword Holder Division's Task Hall. Lady Alina, this is Baroness Jennifer Crawley, also my housekeeper and the leader of the Warhammer Rose Guild. Lord Rain, this lady is truly very beautiful. Alina was even more surprised when she heard the titles. So Lord Rain likes women who are already taken? At the same time, she silently mourned for the unknown Baron Crawley. Madam, you are about the same age as me. If you don't mind, can I just call you Jennifer? Of course, Lady Alina, you are so beautiful, young, and hold an important position in the Empire. I truly envy you, the beautiful woman said politely with a slight bow and a smile. Soon, the two women became familiar with each other. Because Lord Rain had a busy schedule, he naturally couldn't let them chat for long. He cleared his throat and said, Lady Alina, the matter of shares can be written under Jennifer's name. She is more experienced in business than I am. Understood, Lord Rain. Shares? The beautiful woman blinked her big eyes, looking a bit confused. Early that morning, Jennifer received a message from someone sent by Lord Rain, asking her to come to Mona Coffee Shop. But even now, she still couldn't quite understand why. The capable young woman has a sharp mind typical of someone in the system, but there is a hint of shyness on her face. Could she be another of Lord Rain's? Seeing Jennifer look confused, Alina immediately understood what was happening. Has Lord Rain not mentioned this to her? Lord Rain plans to transfer a 10% share of the Minster branch of the Axon Auction House to Jennifer. Although this is not finalized yet, and we need to complete the contract signing for it to take effect, it's likely there won't be any problems. Alina explained. A 10% share in the Axon Auction House branch? This made Jennifer gasp in surprise. She knew the Axon Auction House very well. Even a branch in a province can be very profitable, and the relationships involved are very complex. Becoming a shareholder of the Axon Auction House was never something she had considered before. But now, it was happening to her. Jennifer also sensed that this 10% share might be connected to the big battle from a few days ago. Jennifer, I think you should lead the business matters. I don't have enough time or energy to make good use of this resource, Rain added. The woman was momentarily stunned. She wasn't lacking confidence in handling this, but she didn't know how to thank Rain properly. She truly didn't know how. After all, she had already developed everything she could. Yes, Lord Rain is our rising star at the Sword Holders branch in Minster, and he will become a pillar of the Empire in the future. It's probably best if you handle the business side, Alina said with a smile. All right, I will hold it on his behalf. Becoming a shareholder in the auction house will be very helpful for the Warhammer Rose Chamber of Commerce, Jennifer thought, and decided not to refuse anymore. Recently, she had been busy expanding her business, but progress was slow. If she truly became a shareholder of the Axon Auction House, her problems would be solved, and the Chamber of Commerce would enter a new period of rapid growth. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. Also, she knew she shouldn't let Rain worry about these business matters. Jennifer, at 2 o'clock this afternoon, I will take you to the Axon Auction House branch to sign the share transfer agreement. Is that okay? Olena said. Yes, Your Excellency Olena. Lord Rain, Jennifer, I will go ahead. I still have some things to prepare. Of course, Your Excellency Olena. Please go ahead. Rain nodded. Now, only Rain and the beautiful woman remained in the private room. Darling, actually, there's no need to put the shares in my name. They can be in. Jennifer, let's decide on this happily. With no one else around, Rain naturally placed his hand on the woman's soft part. This made the woman blush slightly, but she nodded politely and leaned in for a warm kiss. Her hands also began to move downward, actively unbuttoning. After a while, the woman shyly wiped the corner of her mouth. But Rain didn't seem fully satisfied. He pulled the curtain of the room aside and easily placed the woman on the coffee table. One hand held her waist, while the other lifted the hem of her long, off-shoulder dress. Here, a long passage is omitted. At this moment, Olena, who had just left the coffee shop, suddenly remembered something she forgot to tell Rain. She turned back toward the entrance of the sword holders department. But when she unintentionally glanced back at the room she just left, she was slightly stunned. Because she was sure that when she was in the room, the curtain was open, and she saw Jennifer walk in. But now, it was drawn closed. Could it be? Are they already intimate? A fiery curiosity sparked in Olena's heart. However, after quickly reaching the door, she hesitated and slowed her steps. She dared not go upstairs or eavesdrop near another private room. The reason was simple. Rain's power was too formidable. The moment her footsteps appeared in the corridor, Rain would immediately notice. If she disturbed him, it would be a disaster. So she decided to wait downstairs. An hour later, the beautiful woman finally rested on a soft sofa. She panted heavily, brushed her slightly messy hair aside, entirely looked at Rain, saying, "Darling, you were truly amazing." She had just finished 3 rounds, or else she really would have broken down. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The beautiful woman immediately straightened up and quickly tidied her appearance. Huh? Lady Orina. Lord Raynor, sorry, I just forgot to tell you something important. Orina kept her gaze straight ahead, but she could already smell that familiar scent. Lord Raynor, I have already arranged a meeting with Master Magaro from the Bishu Construction School. Master Magaro will meet with you in 3 days. These masters are often a bit strange. I told them that the giant axe golem guard was confiscated by you, so Master Magaro agreed to meet with you, Orina said a little helplessly. Raynor nodded and said, "That's perfect. Thank you, Lady Orina." Since the last time Orina mentioned that several masters from the Bishu Construction School were studying the giant axe golem guards in Munster, he had been wanting to find a chance to talk with them. He mainly wanted to ask about some things within the school. If the conditions were right, he was quite interested in studying there himself. Because in the Bishu Construction School, there seemed to be many metal magic techniques, and puppet magic combined very well with metal magic. Maybe he would gain some extra knowledge there. After saying goodbye to the lovely Jennifer, Raynor returned to his apartment. After taking another shower, he felt refreshed and went out again. Not long after, he returned holding a light yellow sheepskin scroll. Previously, because I didn't have enough gold skill points, I couldn't improve the breathing technique. Now, with a total of 17 gold skill points, I can continue. He poured a cup of Juten black tea, sat at his desk, and opened the sheepskin scroll recording the giant firebird breathing method, carefully reading it. About half an hour later, Raynor closed the scroll, leaned back in his chair, and began to think. This giant firebird breathing method has only 22 moves, which seems less than the firewing snake breathing method. But it should be enough to help the fire dragon breathing method, which already has 29 moves, reach a new level. Without much hesitation, Raynor went to the training room and immediately started practicing the giant firebird breathing method. The first move of the giant firebird breathing technique was strange in posture, similar to the toes bridge yoga pose from Ryan's past life. But for Ryan, it was completely natural and easy. A few seconds later, Ryan completed the first move. Then came the second move. About half an hour later, Ryan successfully performed all 22 moves of the giant firebird breathing technique. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding. The host's giant firebird breathing technique has reached the basic level of merging with the fire dragon breathing technique. Conditions are met, and it can now be combined into a new breathing method. This fusion will cost 2 gold skill points. Do you want to proceed? Huh, this time it still only costs 2 gold skill points? That's good. Ryan nodded secretly and immediately chose yes. Then, on the Weapon Master, Legendary, panel, the Fire Dragon breathing technique at level 14 flickered a few times before dropping to level 13, with the words Unknown Breathing Method appearing. Do you want to rename the new breathing method? No. As expected, it only dropped 1 level this time. The more high-quality breathing methods I merge, the slower the improvement, unless I can merge a higher-level breathing method than the high-quality one. Meanwhile, a large amount of memories about the new breathing method began flooding into Ryan's mind. After absorbing these memories, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. The host's fire dragon breathing technique has been upgraded to a legendary level. The host can gradually use this breathing method to turn some hidden genetic fragments in their bloodline into dominant traits. Bloodline. Could it be that I also have some unknown secrets in my bloodline? Ryan looked at the system prompt several times, but still felt confused. Because, as he knew, his parents had always been ordinary farmers in Silver Gold Town, and they never mentioned any noble family history. Could it be that long ago, my ancestors were some kind of noble bloodline? If so, maybe I can ask my mother about it tonight during dinner. Also, what exactly do the hidden genetic fragments mentioned in the system prompt represent? Ryan pondered for a while and shook his head slightly. Currently, there is very little known, and even guesses don't provide much clue. He decided not to think about this matter for now. The system is quite annoying in this way. Sometimes it suddenly becomes mysterious. However, when Ryan focused on his body, he could clearly sense a slight difference. Not only was the activity of the original energy increased, but it also seemed that something subtle was happening deep inside his body. But he could feel that this was developing in a good direction. Ryan then reviewed the new fire dragon breathing technique, which had advanced to the legendary level. Indeed, the number of poses for practicing this breathing method reached exactly 32. This also confirmed that whether a breathing technique has 30 poses might be a key point that the system uses to distinguish between high-quality and legendary techniques. Curious about the training effects of the legendary breathing method, Ryan quickly started practicing in the training room. Wow, this difficulty. Even the first pose took him half a minute to master, which was a big difference from the previous high-quality breathing methods that only took a few seconds. Sure enough, small changes lead to big differences. After practicing for about half an hour and reaching the 25th pose, sweat began to appear on his forehead, but that was without him deliberately controlling it. This kind of training effect. Ryan's eyes shone brightly. After another 15 minutes, Ryan finally completed all the poses with beads of sweat covering his forehead. This is just the level 13 fire dragon breathing technique, and its effects are so obvious, just like when I first learned the giant bear breathing technique. Ryan couldn't help but think, what if I upgrade it to a higher level? Wouldn't that be? Wait, I forgot something, Ryan suddenly realized. He quickly rinsed himself and then went out again to the exchange hall. But on the way, a system prompt quietly appeared. Congratulations. Your agility attribute has increased. In the exchange hall. Hello, sir. How can I assist you today? Please help me list all the excellent level breathing techniques. I want to exchange for some. Apart from these two, I don't want the fire wing flying snake breathing technique and the firetail scorpion breathing technique. I want all the others. Ryan pointed to the 2 lines of white text on the black wisdom stone tablet in front of him. The female staff's eyes widened instantly, and she asked hesitantly, Sir, could you please repeat that? Just these 2. I want the rest, Ryan replied. Sir, those remaining are still 4 breathing techniques of excellent quality. According to the rules for sword holders, the breathing techniques you exchange are only for personal use. Do you understand that? She reminded him again. Yes, I know. I plan to study them. Is that not allowed? Why can't I exchange all of them? Ryan looked a bit confused. No, sir. I mean, you will need to pay 4 gold medals plus 7,800 merit points. That's a lot. Yes, I know. I believe I have enough task evaluation medals and merit points, don't I? Ryan understood her good intentions and responded kindly. Since you understand, sir, I will process it for you. The young female staff thought to herself. She realized that the sword-wielding master in front of her was a star-level expert, so her reminder might have been unnecessary. Soon, Ryan returned to his room with the last 4 excellent quality breathing techniques that had not yet been exchanged from the branch. Moonrage Tiger Breathing Technique, Frost Blade Leopard Breathing Technique. After spending several hours and using 8 gold skill points, Ryan studied all 4 breathing techniques and integrated them into the Fire Dragon Breathing Technique. This increased the number of moves in the Fire Dragon Breathing Technique from 32 to 36, and the level dropped again by 1, reaching level 12. At this stage, it was nearly impossible to improve further by merging other excellent quality breathing techniques. However, Ryan could feel that the new fire dragon breathing technique was causing some deep changes in his body, and these changes were becoming more obvious. Although he only had 7 gold skill points left, Ryan decided to add a little to the fire dragon breathing technique. Currently, the throwing spear technique is still a bit far from reaching the golden skill level. To advance to the ultimate level later, he only needs to reserve a little more effort. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, "Congratulations. Your physique attribute has increased. Congratulations. Your strength attribute has increased." Did my attributes improve? However, the feeling of energy surging inside my body still seems a little bit away. So Ryan increased his points in the fire dragon breathing technique again. As the fire dragon breathing technique reached level 14, Ryan suddenly felt a certain lock deep inside his body break with A, and something burst out. Ryan checked the attribute panel and found a new line of description: Dragon Bloodline, Thin, Effect, Slight increase in Fire Element Affinity, Slight increase in Giant Strength Talent, Slight increase in Steel Body Talent. At this moment, Ryan started to understand the hidden genetic expression described by the system. The legendary level Fire Dragon breathing technique guided and strengthened the dormant Dragon Bloodline gene fragment within him. But the problem is, even if it's thin, there must be some to guide and strengthen. One cannot create something from nothing, right? Could it be that my family was once part of a dragon clan in ancient times? Am I a descendant of dragons? Dinner time. Ryan returned to his home and had dinner with his family. Mother, I want to ask something. Did any of your ancestors belong to nobility? You know, a pretty big noble family? Ryan asked cautiously. Huh? Ryan, why do you suddenly ask about this? Of course not. If there had been, neither I nor your father would be in our current situation. Mother Emma looked at Ryan with a strange expression and said. She didn't understand why her son would ask such a somewhat foolish question. All right, father. How about your family? Were there any outstanding figures among your ancestors? Ryan was still a bit hopeful and turned to ask his father, old Ryan. Outstanding figures? Well, I've never heard of any, but there is a legend, just a legend. According to legend, thousands of years ago, before the Dragon Empire was established, there was a fire dragon kingdom. The rulers of this kingdom had a special ability to contract with fire dragons. Our Carlin family are descendants of a branch of these rulers. Bah, shameless. That was thousands of years ago. You're still claiming to be descendants? That's not even recorded in ancient books. Don't flatter yourself, Emma, the mother, said impatiently to old Rain. Hey, it's my son asking me. I said it's just a legend, so it's not certain, old Rain replied awkwardly. Old Rain's words hit Rain like a lightning bolt. Dad, maybe this legend is true. Rain looked at his father, who was being teased by Emma. Looks like Rain agrees too. Old Rain chuckled happily. Emma saw this and wanted to argue with old Rain again, but out of love for her son, she hesitated and said, Rain is being respectful, just going along with what you say. Meanwhile, Mint, the sister, giggled nearby. Jenny and Agatha, the two women, also couldn't help but smile. Only Jennifer, the beautiful woman, looked seriously at Rain, her eyes sparkling as if pondering the meaning of his words. After dinner, Rain and Jennifer sat in the study, chatting for a while. The main topic was naturally about the transfer of shares in the Axon Auction House's Munster branch. Was everything smooth this afternoon? Very smooth. Officer Olena is a strong negotiator, sharp-tongued. I hardly had to speak. By the way, dear, do I need to say anything to Officer Olena? Jennifer asked. Just handle it as you see fit, Rain replied. Hearing this, Jennifer felt a little relieved. She had been curious why Lady Olena was so eager about her family's affairs. Now it seemed that Rain and the other person didn't have any special relationship. Otherwise, her attitude wouldn't be like this. If Rain had found a girl with extraordinary powers, Jennifer wouldn't be so nervous. The other person was clearly a young married woman, and she was very capable. This made her a bit nervous, because if Ryan was involved with her, it meant they were competing in the same field. By the way, Jennifer, as a shareholder of the auction house, you should have some special rights, Ryan asked. This was something Ryan cared about more. He had thought before about whether he could use the auction house to get items that are hard to find within the shareholder organization. Yes, I looked at the shareholder rules briefly. It says that items auctioned by Axton Auction House can be disclosed to shareholders in advance, and they have some priority to buy them. Of course, even with priority, the price isn't cheap. You need to pay a premium of 130% to 150% over the appraised value, depending on the type of item. That's pretty much what I expected. Jennifer, please keep an eye out for high-quality breathing techniques, metal or fire magic, and other rare items. Got it, dear. The beautiful woman replied without any problem with Ryan's request. By the way, for security, relying only on Mateo and a few others isn't enough right now. You should strengthen your defenses, and if necessary, contact Vieri. Although he's also a sword holder of the Empire, and might have some official duties, just let him know in advance. It shouldn't be a problem. Vieri? Isn't he your colleague, dear? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The beautiful woman asked cautiously. It's fine. He volunteered to become my follower, and I agreed, Ryan said after some thought, sharing this with her. A follower at the Grand Knight level? And he volunteered himself? The woman was stunned, her eyes widening. She remembered that she had almost used her daughter Jennifer's future happiness as a bargaining chip to find a family guardian knight. But Ryan had actually recruited a Grand Knight as a follower. Oh my God, the gap was just too big. Because the woman had eaten a hearty breakfast at the coffee shop in the morning, she now felt both full and exhausted. So that night, Ryan did not choose to stay at the mansion but returned to his residence at the Executor Division, as he had a few things to do. After practicing making mithril carved armor dozens of times, Ryan went back to his study and opened a diary he had obtained from Asimov, carefully reading through it. This diary was different from the previous few informal diaries Ryan had confiscated. It did not record romantic stories or trivial matters. Instead, it mainly documented some bloodline awakening rituals Asimov knew about, experiments with bloodline transplants he experienced or led himself, and so on. After all, no one wants to be forever troubled by the side effects of bloodline transplants. At first, Ryan was not very interested in this diary. He had briefly looked through it before and thought bloodline transplants didn't seem to be the right path. Also, since he had no bloodline of his own and was not a bloodline noble, it didn't concern him much. But since he awakened the dragon bloodline, things changed. He could learn from others' experiences. Even if he didn't undergo bloodline transplants himself, understanding the rituals was still useful. Year 2324 of the Empire calendar, the first day of the first week of the green grass moon. I transplanted a drop of Moon Soul Wolf bloodline essence from a captured Knight-level individual. Although the prisoner had decent strength and survived the surgery at the time, he still died 3 days later from body collapse. All useless. Year 2324 of the Empire calendar, the second Sunday of the 100 Flowers moon. Useless. Not a single one could resist. Ryan read the entire diary from start to finish. After a while, he closed the book and sat quietly, thinking. He could draw several conclusions. One was about bloodline transplants. Based on hundreds of experiments led personally by Asimov, the success rate of bloodline transplants depends mainly on two things. First, the experimental subject must be strong enough. Second, they must have a strong desire to survive. Only then can the success rate be significantly improved. Large differences in race can cause the body to break down more easily. This issue appeared in the experimental records, especially in innovative transplant experiments, which had a very high failure rate. Another point was the bloodline awakening ritual. Most rituals are different, but their goal is the same, to increase the bloodline strength of the next generation, making them more suitable to practice the family-specific breathing techniques. Of course, some people skip the bloodline awakening ritual and directly train the bloodline breathing method. There are only two reasons for this. Either their bloodline is naturally strong enough, so they don't need the ritual. These are usually called genius heirs among the bloodline nobles. Or they have extraordinary talent and understanding in practicing the breathing method, which allows them to activate their thin bloodline naturally. Reen belongs to the latter group. He uses a legendary quality fire dragon breathing technique, which gradually reveals some extraordinary traits of his dragon bloodline. Reen looked at the panel showing his dragon bloodline, thin, and then at the remaining 7 points of golden skill points. At least 1 point should be reserved for understanding the secret of shadow spear throwing technique. That means I can only use 6 points now, Reen thought quietly. After some consideration, Reen tried to allocate points into the fire dragon breathing technique. As he invested each point of golden skill points, he could clearly feel internal changes happening, like magma flowing inside him, slowly strengthening. After investing 3 points, Reaching level 15 in the Fire Dragon breathing technique, Reen noticed a new change in the description of his dragon bloodline on the attribute panel. Dragon bloodline, thin, effect, slight increase in fire element affinity, slight boost in giant strength talent, slight boost in steel body talent, enhancement of Warcry type secret techniques. Note: the development of the dragon bloodline has reached the current physical limit. Further development requires increasing bloodline concentration. Huh? Still thin, but now there's an added note about strengthening Warcry type techniques, Reen pondered thoughtfully. Then, he sensed that, through his keen perception, the improvements in fire element affinity and other traits were actually noticeable, more powerful than before. However, the increase was very subtle, so the description still used the word slight increase. Most importantly, Reen focused on the note in the description. Do I need to increase my bloodline concentration? Currently, the thin bloodline of the dragon mainly means that existing talents or secret skills have been enhanced, but no new dragon-related talents have awakened. Could it be because the bloodline concentration is too low? As for how to increase bloodline concentration, Ryan focused his gaze on Asimov's diary. Getting pure dragon blood directly is too difficult. The next step could be to start with some dragon-blooded creatures. But there's no rush. First, he can improve his shadow spear throwing technique. 3 days later, early morning, in Ryan's training room, a tall figure holding a shield was quickly dodging attacks, while Ryan stood still, holding a pure steel spear. Angus, a seasoned knight who has already grasped the shield defense secret skill barrier, was quite strong. But when facing Ryan's level 8 shadow spear throwing technique, he found it quite challenging. Having just endured dozens of spears, his left arm was already starting to ache, and his beloved shield was now full of dents and pits. If he didn't know that his captain could repair the shield, Angus would be heartbroken. But the problem was, besides toughing it out, his high-speed movement seemed to have little effect. Basically, within 30 meters, it was almost impossible for him to dodge Ryan's spears. All right, Angus, shall we take a 5-minute break? Huh? Angus didn't expect Ryan to suggest a break. After all, over the past few days, he was usually the first to be exhausted and ask for a rest. But Angus naturally wouldn't refuse a rare break. He smiled and said, "Okay, Captain." Actually, this break was because Ryan's shadow spear throwing technique had reached the expected goal and advanced to level 9, 1/10, 000. Next, he would rely on skill points to improve further. After all, after level 9, the required experience points become very high. Even with the talent basic extraordinary insight and the careful guidance from instructor Yasla, it wouldn't be easy to learn a new extraordinary combat skill from scratch and master its secret skills in just a few days. Ryan estimated that without relying on skill points, he would need at least several more months. Of course, this is already much faster than most knights, who usually spend 7 or 8 years practicing extraordinary combat skills. To complete it in just a few days, the only way is to add points to skip the most time-consuming levels, levels 9, 10, and 11, that require a lot of experience. In the past few days, Ryan has been continuously making mithril carved armor plates, which has raised his Master Armorer, Extraordinary, skill to level 6, earning him 2 skill points and 2 attribute points again. Adding these to his original 1 skill point, he now has a total of 3 skill points. Without hesitation, Ryan invested all 3 points into his skills, directly raising the Shadow Spear throwing technique to level 12. Immediately, a flood of memory about practicing the Shadow Spear throwing technique surged into his mind, quickly blending into his muscles and fascia memory. For a moment, it was as if he had spent over 10 years practicing the spear throwing technique in a mysterious space all by himself. At the same time, Ryan could faintly feel that he was just one step away from mastering the advanced secret techniques of this combat skill. Faced with this situation, there was no need to think much. He kept adding points. With the investment of 1 gold skill point, the Shadow Spear throwing technique successfully advanced to level 13, and the system's hint about the secret techniques finally sounded. Congratulations. You have understood the primary secret technique of the Shadow Spear throwing technique, Illusion Strike. Illusion Strike. Done. Now I only need 3 more extraordinary combat skill secrets from different weapon categories to meet the requirements for a class change. At the same time, Ryan saw a new icon above the Shadow Spear throwing technique on the Weapon Master Legendary panel. The icon shows a muscular man holding a short spear, stepping forward with a lunge. In front of him, a spear has already been thrown, but he still seems to be holding another spear in his hand. Careful observation reveals that the spear in his hand is actually a residual shadow of the spear, making it look slightly blurry. The text description of the secret technique in the lower left corner reads, Illusion Strike, Primary Secret Technique, Effect. Uses a special forceful throwing method combined with primal energy to swiftly hurl spear-type weapons. Unleashing a powerful penetrating strike. Upgrading Illusion Strike to an intermediate secret technique requires meeting the following conditions. 1. Shadow Spear Throwing Technique at level 14 or higher. 2. Fire Dragon Breathing Technique at level 12 or higher. 3rd, Strength above 32 points, Agility above 35 points, and Constitution above 32 points. 4th, Consume 1 gold skill point. Although Ryan currently has 3 gold skill points remaining, he does not plan to upgrade the Phantom Strike to the intermediate ultimate skill right now. He intends to save the remaining 3 extraordinary combat techniques for their ultimate skills. Angus, let's begin. Ryan happily decided to try out his new ultimate skill. Okay, Captain, Angus responded cheerfully after resting. He swung his sword and shield a few times, then stepped into the center of the arena. By the way, Neo, please cast a defensive spell to strengthen Angus, Ryan said after some thought. Ryan's request surprised everyone, including Angus, as they looked at him in astonishment. I just had a realization. When I attack, I might not control the strength well, Ryan explained. I see. Understood, Captain. Neo nodded and recited a spell. Soon, a water shield appeared over Angus's body as a defensive magic. Seeing Angus hold his shield and adopt a defensive stance, Ryan nodded to signal him to start. In the next moment, everyone saw that Ryan's spear was still in his hand, but suddenly, a silver spear shadow appeared in front of Angus. A sharp metallic clash sounded loudly, clang. Angus retreated 7 or 8 steps, and the water shield on his body was pierced through. His specially reinforced gold shield was about to be broken. Meanwhile, Neo, Evelyn, and Vieri watched in shock. Was that a realization? He directly understood the ultimate skill. Neo's eyes twitched as he watched, because based on Ryan's current spear-throwing power, only a few talented mages with insufficient defense could withstand a single spear. A slightly stronger mage might be defeated after 2 spears. Since their captain mastered the short spear technique, it became almost like a mage killer. Thud, thud, thud. Hey, Lady Olena. The team members gradually became familiar with Olena, the deputy officer of the task hall. Vieri, hello. Olena nodded slightly to Vieri at the door. She then turned to Ryan and said, Ryan, the time you scheduled with Master Magaro is almost up. Shall we set out now? Of course. Please wait a moment. Neuro, you can continue. I should be back soon. Rain put down his spear, tidied himself up a bit, and then set out. On the carriage, Rain and Olena sat facing each other. Over the past few days, Rain learned more about the Sword Wielders organization and how they cooperate with other wizard schools. Although the introduction letter from the Sword Wielders acts as a token, allowing them to enter a wizard school for short-term training, this training is usually brief. It makes sense, spending 3 to 6 months learning only the basics, touching only the surface, and not reaching the core knowledge. But for most sword wielders choosing the wizard path, this is enough. However, Rain's situation is different. First, he genuinely wants to learn something. Second, he has another problem to solve. It's unlikely he can spend 6 months completely away from fighting, focusing only on magic training. Because he is different, he needs to fight regularly to gain system rewards and keep improving quickly. Only by fighting can he progress at his fastest. The only solution is to officially join a wizard school and contact a mentor inside the school beforehand, learning core skills as a student and apprentice. It's like moving from short-term training to a joint program where he can earn a diploma similar to a student exchange. So, Rain spent a few days gathering information. Master Magaro from the Bishio Construction School is currently checking on the other half of the Giant Axe Golem Guardian at the Goddess Church. Olena's words interrupted Rain's thoughts. Huh? Rain looked confused. Are half of the Giant Axe Golem Guardians stored at the Goddess Church? That shouldn't be. Seeing the doubt on Rain's face, Olena chuckled softly and explained. Yes, Lord Rain, you might not know, but there are reasons for this. If a complete Giant Axe Golem Guardian were stored at our branch, the headquarters might issue an order to move it away. Then, in this case, we can't study the Giant Axe Golem Guard anymore. But if we find a reason to claim the other half's remains for the goddess church, it would be different. If headquarters wants to study it, they would have to come to Monster. Even if headquarters really wants to take it away, they need to coordinate with the goddess church first. It would make things more complicated, but we could also enjoy some advantages. I see, Ryan nodded with a smile. The struggle between headquarters and local branches is quite normal. As the branch that sees the giant golem guard, they always want more independence or other rights. So, they have finished studying the other half, and now it's with the church, right? Yes, Your Grace, Ryan, Elena nodded. Also, I checked again. Among the 3 masters from the Bichu Construction School who came this time, only Master Magaro specializes in metal puppets. The other 2 masters focus on clay and rock. Meanwhile, near Munster City, at the edge of Barlington Town, a group of 4 well-dressed men in knight armor and wizard robes arrived on horseback in the woods beside Barlington. Captain, the intel says that recently, mysterious people have been active here late at night, possibly cult members. But this place is so close to the city. It's unlikely that the Black Flame cult would set up a base so near, right? One soldier questioned. Yeah, it's too close to Munster. If they set up a base here, they'd be asking for trouble, another soldier agreed. Wouldn't it be better if they just left? We've completed our investigation, and we can rest now, the middle-aged knight captain said seriously. Yes, indeed, we can finally rest. A deep voice suddenly sounded from the nearby woods. Who's there? The 4 immediately drew their weapons, alert. Following the gaze, a tall figure in a black robe slowly emerged from the forest, holding blazing black flames in his hands. He pushed both hands forward, and 4 columns of black fire suddenly appeared, sweeping toward the 4 men. Black Flame Wall. It's a second-tier dark spell. Run. The middle-aged knight's face showed shock as he shouted loudly. But it was obviously too late. In the next moment, boom. 4 black flames immediately chased after the 4 people, setting them on fire and turning them into human-shaped fireballs. Soon, the screams fell silent. Inside Ixter's residence, the high priest, the little mice have been dealt with. However, you might need to move somewhere else. This is already the 2nd group of spies the Empire has sent. Burgess respectfully said. Yes, time is almost up. Tomorrow is their award ceremony, but it's also our ceremony, haha. Ixter said with a slight smile. It's time to give the Empire a surprise. It's a pity to leave this small town after so long. He lifted his head, finished the last sip of Bordeaux wine, stood up, and left the room. Burgess, just sacrifice this town completely. Ryan looked out the window of the carriage and saw the streets lined with many houses. Most of these houses had detailed carvings on their walls and were beautifully designed. Since this was the administrative district, most of the buildings belonged to government offices. This was also Ryan's 2nd time walking up Leviathan Street. Last time, he was walking with Vinonica. Thinking of that, Ryan's mind involuntarily appeared with the charming image of a twin-tailed girl. He wondered how she was doing at the front line in Fishport Town. When could she return safely to the branch? By the way, Lady Olena, how's the situation at Fishport Town? Ryan asked. The situation isn't very good. The branch has assigned many tasks, and a considerable number of sword-wielding teams have been dispatched to Rossby County and the coast of Mace to carry out missions. Olena replied with a slight frown. Ryan raised an eyebrow, feeling quite puzzled. This situation was a bit unexpected for him. He had thought that after Princess Minia, the Red Queen, severely wounded the sea dragon 3-headed, the situation would have become one-sided. Why was there now another twist? How can this be? Isn't Princess Minia over there? Ryan asked. Well, Princess Minia actually left secretly a week ago and returned to the imperial capital. And the entire southern navy of the Empire has now begun strategic withdrawal. Lord Rain, this information is still confidential. Please keep it secret, he whispered softly to Olena. After all, the South Sea Fleet reducing its defenses involves tens of thousands of naval officers and soldiers. In a way, it's hard to hide this fact completely. It's just a matter of controlling how quickly the news spreads. What? During such a critical time, Princess Minia has returned to the capital? What happened there? Rain was slightly surprised upon hearing the news. Such movements, whether a transfer or a return, are very unusual. This made Rain's bad premonition even stronger, like a storm approaching with dark clouds pressing down. Well, I'm not entirely sure about that, Olena replied with a slight shake of her head. If that's the case, Why haven't I received any orders? Rain asked. Um, General Edward suggests that, since you've just completed so many gold-level missions, you should take a relatively long rest, Elena explained before Rain could speak. Before he could say anything, Elena continued. There's another piece of news you might be interested in. After the oil painting evil spirit incident went quiet for a week, a few days ago, it started happening in several counties within the province, with more casualties each time, she said. Currently, all art exhibitions are banned across the Munster province, and we've sent a team of gold-level sword masters and elite members of the Goddess Church to track down that painting. Has it appeared again? Are there any giant evil spirits? Rain frowned. Not yet. The latest reports indicate only small evil spirits, like little boys. Elena shook her head. Rain nodded. He was the first to confront that evil spirit's clone, so he knew how tricky it was. If that little boy evil spirit didn't merge, even he would find it hard to eliminate it completely, unless he could find the real painting. Also, since he learned that the Archbishop Gomes of the Goddess Church was almost assassinated at the same time that night, connecting the dots made the situation clear. The evil spirit in the painting must be backed by the Black Flame cult. They used a giant evil spirit to attract some high-level members of the Goddess Church, taking the opportunity to secretly assassinate the Archbishop and catching the church off guard. Now, they are frequently appearing in oil paintings across various counties, seemingly gathering strength. An ominous storm is brewing, thought Ryan quietly. At this moment, the carriage arrived at the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Temple, which Ryan had previously observed from afar. As a grand cathedral at the provincial level, the temple looked much more magnificent than the church in Meister County. The tall, majestic temple had many pointed arches at the top. Although the main entrance was supported by several Ionic-style columns, there were fewer than in the county capital's cathedral. Instead, the temple was decorated with many reliefs and statues, making it look more detailed and refined. From the temple steps, Ryan and Elena descended to the square below, which also featured an oval-shaped fountain. In the center of the fountain was a statue of a woman about 5 or 6 meters tall, holding a conch shell. Around her, there were several statues of temple knights and priests, some praising, bowing, or kneeling, each in different poses. The clear water from the fountain continuously flowed from the conch shell held by the goddess, forming a small waterfall. The defenses around the temple were very strict, with guards stationed every few steps. After the recent assassination of the Archbishop, the temple had strengthened its security. Once confirmed, Ryan and Elena, guided by a temple guard, arrived at the temple's reception hall. They didn't wait long before a short, red-bearded old man, about 1.5 meters tall, hurried in with a frown, muttering to himself. "Young man, you defeated the giant axe golem guard. Your strength is impressive." Before Elena could introduce him, he took the initiative to greet Ryan with a deep voice. "Thank you, Master Magaro, for your praise," Ryan replied with a slight bow. It was their first meeting, and Ryan was quite curious about Magaro's height and his distinct appearance, which was noticeably different from ordinary humans. "Hey, why didn't you bring your war hammer?" The damage on the giant axe golem's wound looks like it was caused by some advanced hammer technique. Before Ryan could speak, Magaro waved his hand, signaling him not to explain. He continued, "If you didn't bring it, that's fine." "Oh, I heard you want to talk to me." "I'm busy dismantling golems right now, so I only have about 10 minutes. Ryan glanced at Elena, thinking to himself that Magaro was indeed temperamental. No wonder Elena had warned him beforehand. Since that was the case, Ryan decided to be direct and said, "Master, I want to study at your school for a while. I heard you're a master of metal puppets. May I ask you to be my mentor?" "I'm sorry, I don't plan to take on any more students," Magaro replied. "Also, your group of sword bearers will only stay at the school for a few months or half a year, so you probably won't learn much complex magic." Magaro shook his head like a rattle. "Of course, that's just my personal opinion. You can ask other masters." Hearing this, Ryan felt a bit disappointed. He remembered that Magaro was the only metal puppet master among the 3 masters here. After thinking for a moment, Ryan said again, "Master, I am also a metal mage, so..." "You're also a metal mage? Aren't you a Grand Knight?" Magaro, who had half-elf blood and was a puppet master, looked at Ryan with surprise and asked. Clearly, he was starting to take an interest in Ryan. Ryan didn't answer directly. Instead, he smiled slightly, quickly transforming the hardened gold on his arm armor and casting a level 1 metal spell called Metal Barrier. In the next second, 3 shield-shaped gold shields appeared around Ryan, slowly circling him. Maguro suddenly froze, eyes wide, mouth agape, showing shock and confusion. After a few seconds, he tremblingly pointed at Ryan and said, Your metal transformation magic. How could it be so fast? Your metal barrier, as your innate spell, can be cast quickly, which makes sense. But how could your metal transformation spell be cast so fast too? Maguro said, looking amazed and repeating himself. As a fellow metal mage, Maguro naturally understood that Ryan's hands didn't hold any shields just moments ago. Yet, in just 1 second, the metal in his hands had transformed into 3 shield-shaped gold shields. This isn't metal transformation magic. What is it then? I'm very familiar with metal transformation magic. In fact, this type of magic is widely used in puppet techniques. It is one of the most common spells among metal puppet masters. However, this magic is easy to learn but hard to master. Many metal magic users in the same school have practiced it for 20 or 30 years. They can transform a steel shield in about a second. But just now, I saw something incredible. The young man in front of me managed to transform 3 kite-shaped shields at the same time. And he didn't use ordinary steel, he used hardened fine gold. Hardened fine gold of the same weight as steel is much more difficult to shape. Master, I have been practicing this spell recently, Ryan said with a smile, explaining. Just now, Ryan slightly disguised the casting time of his innate spell, metal transformation magic. Casting metal barrier took about 0.25 seconds, which is normal. But when he cast his innate spell, metal transformation magic, it took a little longer, about 1 second. Quickly transforming metal almost instantly would have alerted Maguro, who also specializes in metal magic. Using metal transformation as an innate spell is quite shocking. If people thought that metal barrier was his innate spell, that would be more normal. Ryan's reason for showing these 2 metal spells was because of Maguro's earlier statement. He believed that if he could demonstrate enough strength to gain the other's respect, things might turn around. But Ryan didn't expect that the 2 spells he just showed would shock Maguro so much. Practicing hard? What kind of practice could make your metal transformation magic so fast? Maguro looked at Ryan with a "you're joking, right?" expression. I've been mastering metal transformation magic for about 40 years, but I still can't match your speed, Ryan said. Maguro looked both surprised and envious, with a hint of disappointment. Ryan felt a little confused inside. That shouldn't be the case. But then he thought about it and realized it was normal. After all, his level 12 mastery of witchcraft control is roughly equivalent to that of a wizard, gained through over 10 or 20 years of dedicated practice in a single spell. Normally, a wizard wouldn't focus solely on one spell for such a long time. And you also transformed into a 3-faced hardened golden shield all at once. Ryan, what's your affinity for metal elements? Master Maguro excitedly grabbed Ryan's arm, his face flushed with excitement. Around 90, I think, Ryan replied cautiously. Last time, it was measured at about 93.6, but the problem is, if his steel body talent evolves again someday, that number could go higher. It's not wise to state the exact number now. For example, the effect of the dragon bloodline might have already caused the number to change again. 90-something? No wonder your metal shaping magic is so powerful. Above 90, that's a super talent. Your understanding of witchcraft is excellent. Your metal element affinity is extraordinary, and your talent is remarkable. Truly remarkable. Seeing Maguro's excited expression, he looked like he was about to jump with joy. Next to them, Alina was also stunned, watching this scene. But she vaguely remembered that Ryan's metal element affinity was in the 80s. Why is it now above 90? Because General Edward was paying close attention to Ryan at that time, she had specifically looked into Ryan's information. No, I must contact the division chief immediately. Maguro seemed a bit impatient. Master Maguro, Ryan kindly reminded him. You just said you want me to be your mentor? That's right. I can agree right now, Maguro said with bright eyes, looking at Ryan. Any other requests? Just tell me. Maguro looked eager, as if he wouldn't give up unless Ryan agreed. Ryan hesitated, realizing that perhaps he had revealed a slightly higher level of strength than necessary, because the enthusiasm from the other side was making him a little uncomfortable. Well, Master Maguro, Ryan is our division's top sword-wielding expert. You should be familiar with this level of swordsmanship. He's a pillar of our Minster division. So, during your studies at your school, you might occasionally be called away on missions, Alina said appropriately. What? Such a valuable researcher for the Empire, and your Munster branch still sends you out on dangerous missions? Maguro said angrily. This is ridiculous. I will definitely complain to the headquarters of the sword bearers about this, he added. Olenna immediately looked embarrassed. Ahem. Master Maguro, actually, I requested this myself. It has nothing to do with the branch, Rain interrupted. Well, all right then, Maguro replied. I understand now. You might need to go on missions during your studies. Although the school usually doesn't allow this, because I think it could affect your learning, Olenna explained. But you are different. I can make an exception for you, she added. Do you have any other requests? Maguro asked again. Rain and Olenna exchanged glances and shook their heads. Then come with me back to the school headquarters now, Maguro ordered. Now? Rain asked in surprise. This was too sudden. Maybe not right now. Master Maguro, tomorrow Lord Rain will attend the Munster Province Viscount ceremony, Olenna explained. A Viscount? It seems you've made quite a few contributions to the Empire. You're so young to be a Viscount, Maguro said, studying Rain again with admiration. You're truly talented and promising. That's a good thing. I won't stop you, Maguro added. All right, after your ceremony, I'll finish up here, and then we can return to the school together, Olenna said. Okay, Master Maguro, Rain nodded. When Rain and Olenna left the Church of the Goddess, neither of them expected the situation to turn out so dramatically. Olenna secretly glanced at Rain in front of her, thinking, indeed, strength is the key to changing others' opinions. Back at the branch, Rain opened the door and saw his team members, Nero, Evelyn, and others, still in the training room sharing battle experiences. When they saw Rain return, they greeted him one after another. Thinking for a moment, Rain told everyone about his next plans, including the possibility of studying at the Baishu Construct School, and shared this with them. Captain, going to the wizard school for further study is a good thing, but there is a problem. If you're not here, some assigned tasks might be too difficult for us to handle, Niloro said with a frown. Everyone else looked thoughtful. Rain knew Niloro wasn't trying to shirk responsibility. As the captain of the star-level sword-bearers, the tasks assigned to him are at least of gold-level difficulty. If he's not here, Niloro and the others together probably can't complete a gold-level task smoothly, since they just joined the sword-bearers and haven't been in for long. Don't worry, once there's a task, I will come back quickly. I've already discussed this with the school, Rain said, patting Niloro on the shoulder. That's fine. By the way, Captain, why did you choose the constructing school? I heard it's more research-oriented. Niloro, being a scroll mage from a marquee family, has some knowledge of different wizard schools in the Empire. Niloro, don't forget, the captain is a metal-type wizard. The constructing school probably has some metal magic that the captain wants to learn, Angus said with a smile. Oh, right. Metal magic is rare. It's one of the few schools with limited resources, Niloro nodded in realization. Yes, Rain agreed with a nod. By the way, recently you all should pay close attention to the city's situation. I have a bad feeling about it. He then told everyone again about the painting of the evil spirit appearing. It seems likely that the cult will make a big move next. Captain, speaking of which, we haven't practiced combat together seriously yet, Vieri said. Yes, you reminded me. Rain nodded. He had mostly fought alone recently, either working on improving his extraordinary combat skills or leveling up as a great armorer, supernatural. Since Niloro and the others joined, the team hasn't done coordinated training. This is very necessary. Aside from that, Niloro's scroll alone can give him many beneficial spells. For example, the spell Swift Wind can boost his speed by nearly 20%. Starting early the next day, the entire Munster district, administrative, church, noble, and upper city was decorated with lights and filled with joy. Although only a few people are promoted to Baron and Viscount each year, nearly 100 individuals from the entire Munster province received these titles. About half of them came from noble or wealthy merchant families in the city of Munster, so the awards ceremony directly and indirectly affected many nobles. Additionally, nobles above the rank of Baron in Munster received invitations to attend. Rain planned to invite his mother Emma and his father Old Rain to join him, but Emma felt that their appearance might embarrass her son, so she declined his kind offer. Instead, the elegant Mrs. Jennifer and Jenny accompanied Rain to the banquet. The ceremony itself was mostly symbolic, while the evening banquet was the main event. At the banquet, newly promoted barons and viscounts could interact with established nobles, and young men and women could relax and enjoy themselves. Around 5 p.m., as the sunset faded, The grand administrative hall was busy with traffic. Ladies and young women in elegant dresses arrived one after another, and even in this lively scene, Jennifer was one of the most eye-catching. Lord Rain, hello. Lord Rain, long time no see. Many people greeted Rain warmly, as most of the young sword-bearers had been promoted to Baron, including Angus and Evelyn. Among the sword-bearers, Rain was well known for his mighty hammer, the Mace of Munster, which had once defeated a giant obsidian creature. 15 minutes later, hundreds of nobles and their families from Munster gathered on the stage to watch the ceremony, including representatives from the Goddess Church and sword-bearers. Rain also saw Envoy Javert, but General Edward was not present. For the first time, Rain saw the highest ruler of Munster province, the Duke of Munster. The Duke was an intelligent old man with white hair, dressed in noble attire, calm and commanding presence, naturally exuding authority. Just as Duke Munster was about to step forward to speak, a person dressed as a bodyguard quickly approached him and whispered a few words in his ear. Immediately, Duke Munster's face darkened. Since Rain was awarded the title of Viscount, his seat was arranged in the third row at the front. His keen senses allowed him to faintly hear keywords like giant evil spirit and cult. This made Rain narrow his eyes. Could it be that the cult is planning to strike at this time? Rain thought to himself. On the top floor of a government building, 4 or 5 fully armed guards stood around, looking terrified and dead. Meanwhile, Exeter and Barrages were looking down from above at the center of the Munster trading district, where a huge shadow of a little boy suddenly appeared. High Priest, is it appropriate to give Freeman control of the gaze of the eye? Barrages, a tall man, asked respectfully. During the time Exeter had been away from the throne, he had fought for power with Freeman, even slightly overshadowing him. Barrages had always held a grudge against Freeman. Now, they were handing over the ancient evil object, the gaze of the eye, which they had finally recovered, to Freeman. This made Barrages feel uncomfortable. Why are you worried? Exeter smiled and said, he has helped us hold back a large part of Munster's forces. Isn't that a good thing? But this guy is eager for power. Barrages, having desires is actually a good thing. It gives you motivation. Besides, if you were to attract the attention of the Empire and the Goddess Church, after the ceremony here, would the blessing from the great hunting god come to me, or to him? Master, do you mean I could also enjoy the benefits of this ceremony? Barrages looked surprised and excited. Of course, Barrages. Do your best. I believe in you. Exeter patted Barrages' broad shoulder. Yes, sir. Barrages bowed deeply after receiving Exeter's approval. At this moment, they saw several Griffin Knights quickly flying from a nearby Griffin platform toward the location of the evil spirit. Meanwhile, 2 squads of elite guards, a knight carrying a large double-headed hammer, and a white-robed wizard stepped out of the administrative hall. It looks like we can take action now, Exeter said, watching the scene and nodding. Sir, those people from the Empire are really foolish. Such simple tricks worked twice. That shows this move is quite effective, doesn't it? 2 minutes earlier, seated in the front row of the viewing platform, 2 people stood up. One was Brandon, a knight Exeter had seen before. The other was a person Exeter did not recognize, holding a gray wooden staff and wearing a white wizard's robe. After hearing Nero's introduction, Exeter learned that this was the Duke of Munster's advisor, a second-level liquefied wizard. The 2 quickly walked out one after the other, likely to handle the giant evil spirit incident Exeter had just heard about. Duke Munster adjusted his mood slightly, then smiled and stepped onto the stage to give a speech. On the last Sunday of the month of grass, on behalf of the great emperor. All of you are talented young people of the Empire. I hope you can contribute to the development of the Dragon Empire. Now, Kiki. At this moment, laughter came from all around the hall. This sudden sneer was clearly a challenge to Duke Munster. The audience also looked up, glancing around to see who was so bold as to interrupt the awards ceremony at this moment. A real contribution is needed, but not for the Dragon Empire, it's for the great god of hunting. A deep voice sounded. It was still like surround sound, making it impossible to tell where the voice was coming from. It's the Black Flame cult. How bold. Hearing the words god of hunting, many people immediately understood. It turned out that the uninvited guest was from the Black Flame cult. The guard who had just reported hurriedly ran inside, looking anxious, as if he had important news to deliver. Duke Munster also appeared to be listening carefully. Suddenly, in the next moment, a dagger shot toward Duke Munster's abdomen so fast that it was almost impossible to see. Clang! The dagger hit a very hard object and was immediately bounced away. Duke Munster's formal clothes were torn apart, revealing a dark gold knight's armor with a unique snake pattern wrapped around it. Assassin! Several guards drew their swords and shields to protect Duke Munster. The scene quickly became chaotic. The snake-entwined armor, I didn't expect it to be on you, said a guard as he suddenly pulled off a human skin mask. His aura changed instantly. That's right. Duke Munster saw the person's appearance and smiled slightly, not surprised. He continued, Exter, High Priest of the Black Flame Church. I've been waiting for you. Using the same trick twice, are you confident or just foolish? Exter also smiled and said, Oh, Duke Munster, it seems you're very confident. What makes you think you can win against me? Don't you know? Your son, the knight called the Spear of Bavaria, Harlow, has already secretly gone to the imperial capital. And just now, your advisor and the knight from the Goddess Church also headed to eliminate the evil spirit. With your age and experience, do you really think you can stop me? As Exter spoke, his momentum grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, a loud voice from the back of the hall interrupted Exter's speech. And me. It was General Edward, familiar to everyone, dressed in dark knight armor, holding a sword and shield, walking into the hall from the back of the auditorium. Seeing this, everyone's hearts calmed down. Many sword wielders present felt relieved when they saw their leader arrive. So, Archbishop Gomez was killed by this guy. Fortunately, General Edward and Duke Munster had already prepared. Are you two over 50 old men? Exter's expression darkened, but he quickly smiled and shook his head. As for the young people present, Exter paid no attention to them. That was normal. Usually, those granted the title of Baron are only at the peak knight level, and many are just experienced knights. Those given the title of Viscount are a bit stronger, but most are just beginning to reach the level of great knights. Only a few, like Angus, are seasoned great knights, and they are very rare. It's not even comparable to him, a legendary who has just entered the crystallized wizard level. Even compared to his two assistants, Freeman and Briggs, the gap is huge. Any one of his assistants could easily clear out these people. Actually, if Freeman were here, he would probably remind his high priest, Exeter, to be careful of the young man named Ryan. But now that Freeman has been sent away to attract attention, he can't give any warnings. God bless. The third person pushed open a small door at the other end of the hall and stepped out. He wore a light gray linen robe, held a wooden staff, and radiated a strong holy aura. Next to Ryan, Nero whispered, This is a monk from the Goddess Church, mostly practicing secretly at the Cathedral of Cologne in the imperial capital. He has nearly legendary strength. The Goddess Church is making a big move. It seems that Bishop Gomez's death last time still hurt the nerves of the Goddess Church. Oh, no wonder they are so confident. They must have been prepared long ago. Facing the encirclement of the three, Exeter finally looked serious. Briggs, activate it now. As soon as he finished speaking, black beams of light shot straight into the sky from outside the window, surging with powerful energy. Not good. We are in a dangerous magic array. Nero looked at the 5 huge beams outside the hall and exclaimed. As soon as Nero finished speaking, strange patterns began to appear faintly on the ground. This scene was also seen by Duke Munster, General Edward, and the monks from the imperial capital, their faces changing suddenly. Fighting inside the magic array, winning or losing is uncertain, but at this moment, many people in the hall, especially nobles and their families, mostly ordinary people, are likely to suffer heavy casualties. Duke Munster frowned, then quickly took out an ancient bronze mirror from his chest and aimed it at Exeter. A beam of light flashed, and Exeter disappeared instantly. Next, General Edward and the ascetic monk were also struck by the beam of light and disappeared instantly. Finally, it was Duke Munster. At this moment, only the mirror remained, floating in the air, but its surface had become hazy like fog, as if it no longer belonged to this world. The Mirror of Fluctuations. This is a sacred artifact. A series of sudden changes left everyone present feeling overwhelmed. The legend of the cult, the ascetic monk, and the sacred artifact all appeared one after another. At this time, suddenly, a group of people in black robes rushed out from all sides of the hall, led by a tall man in black robes who exuded a strong aura as he entered. The effect of the dark magic array began to show, and many people clearly felt an invisible force of restraint appearing around them. This made everyone momentarily confused. Reen frowned slightly. He decided to wait and see for now because he wasn't sure if the Empire still had any tricks up its sleeve. Hee hee, what a pity for so many beautiful noble young ladies and madams. No time to enjoy them slowly, Burriggs said with a grin, glancing around. Burriggs was completely unworried. He believed this group couldn't cause any real trouble. A second-level dark magic array had already been set up around them. This formation had 3 functions: enhancement, suppression, and sacrifice. Enhancement meant strengthening their own team, and within this dark magic array, Reen's near-legendary strength would be boosted close to its limit, almost reaching legendary level. Suppression meant weakening the enemy's strength. In his view, none of the young people present were even near legendary, let alone peak Grand Knights. Simply put, none of them could fight. The suppression function of the dark magic array was somewhat wasteful. Moreover, even if 1 or 2 peak Grand Knights appeared, their strength would be suppressed to that of experienced Grand Knights. Once their power dropped a level, how could they fight him? Head-on? However, it would be a real shame if some of you died like this, Burriggs said with a mischievous smile, rubbing his chin with his right hand, his gaze lingering on a few people. You, and do come quietly, and I might spare your lives. Burriggs' eyes flickered with desire as he pointed at 3 women. The beautiful, noble young lady that Burke first pointed to was suddenly startled and panicked. Next to her, a young man, one of the new barons, whose face turned red, perhaps because he was her pursuer or boyfriend, suddenly stood up as if to attack. But in the next moment, he was hit by a column of black flames and instantly turned into a burning figure, crying out in pain. "Oh no, Avida!" The young, beautiful, noble lady exclaimed in horror, covering her mouth with her hand. Black Flame Wall, Level 2 Dark Magic. Everyone be careful. The opponent is at least a Level 2 Dark Mage, Neo Lua whispered. Just now, Ryan had been watching the other person with interest, finding some of their words a bit amusing, while also taking the opportunity to observe their strength and wait for possible backup from the Empire. But that scene just now made his expression turn grim. Because among the 3 women the opponent had named, 2 were sitting beside him, beautiful Jennifer and red-haired Evelyn. "What did you just say? I don't think I heard clearly." "Please repeat it," Ryan said calmly, standing up slowly. "Oh, you're pretty good. A great night, quite rare." "Fine, you're qualified to hear me repeat," Burke said, eyeing Ryan with some surprise. After all, his black flame wall had just burned a young knight to ashes, yet it didn't seem to scare him. Burke found this somewhat interesting. It was like he had just crushed a crab, only for another, stronger crab to crawl out nearby. That was his feeling, just amusement, with a condescending, teasing attitude. "I said, bring her and her over. It seems both of these women are yours? Lucky you. Well then, if you're willing to be a spectator, I might spare your life," Burke said, apparently understanding the relationship between Ryan and the 2 women, and suddenly coming up with a more exciting plan, feeling a bit eager. "Then go to." Before he finished speaking, Burke suddenly felt a flash before his eyes, and his heart immediately sounded a warning. At this moment, he didn't have time to use more powerful dark magic. He instinctively protected his chest with both hands, slightly bent his legs in a defensive stance. Immediately, a black shield appeared around him, as if a natural protective spell was activating. At the same time, black flame vines wrapped around his body. Meanwhile, the guests watching from both sides of the corridor were swept like by a strong wind, staggering and falling over. Many noble women and young ladies' long skirts were lifted and blown over their heads, revealing their bright, plump thighs. Ryan had just slowly stood up and taken a few steps back. The reason he didn't attack immediately was here. When he charged with full force, the airflow was like a storm from a cannon blast. Even the peak knight Evelyn could withstand it, but the beautiful woman Jennifer, being an ordinary person, definitely couldn't. A silver figure suddenly appeared in a straight line in front of Burriggs, holding a dark warhammer that had appeared out of nowhere. It was the top-level ultimate skill hammer of annihilation used almost at full power. Boom. Black flames protected him, but were shattered. His innate magic shadow shield was broken. The hardened orichalcum warhammer instantly deformed, breaking through the double defenses and heavily smashing Burriggs's crossed forearms. Bang! Burriggs was hit as if by a giant beast, his forearms awkwardly bent, and he was propelled like a cannonball, flying 10 meters away. Boom! He crashed into the marble wall behind the ceremony platform. At this moment, the hard marble surface showed a crater-like dent, with dense cracks radiating out like a spider web. Cough, cough, Baragus vomited blood loudly and slid down the wall, looking like a pile of soft, boneless flesh. Now, Baragus was furious inside. He was one of the high-ranking leaders of the organization, responsible for nearly half of the Minsider province. He might even succeed Lord Ixter as the High Priest of Minsider province. Yet, he was beaten so badly by an unknown outsider. Most importantly, the opponent had such strong power but chose to attack suddenly. He was only able to use about 50 to 60% of his strength before being heavily injured. In his panic, Byreg spat more blood and his face turned bright red. He struggled to stand up and try to fight back, but his hands were already shattered, and more than 10 ribs were broken and pushed into his lungs, making movement very difficult. He tried several times but couldn't succeed. Lord Byregs. The Black Flame mages nearby stared in shock at this scene, their hearts filled with disbelief. Lord Byregs was a second-level evil mage who specialized in body strengthening and combat. His fighting ability was even better than most second-level liquid mages, but with just one strike, he was beaten into this state by the young man in front of him. Could this be the Empire's secret weapon? Did their plan fail like this? Here it comes again. That hammer. A new sword-wielding recruit, excited, pointed at the terribly injured Byregs and introduced him to a relative nearby. No wonder he's called the Siege Hammer of Meist. Only the wrong name, not the wrong nickname. Another new recruit praised. I feel like Lord Ryan's strike was even more powerful this time. Last time, he knocked down a black obsidian giant with one hit. Yeah, this time it was even stronger, smashing a semi-legendary cultist in one. So amazing. The new recruits who came to attend the awards ceremony saw Ryan's impressive power and felt like they had found their backbone, instantly becoming excited. Charge, defeat them. Hearing the crowd's words, Byregs naturally learned the name of the unknown person, Ryan. It's this guy. So Freeman wasn't lying. I always thought he was just making excuses for failing the mission, but turns out he's really got a monster like this. Ryan then stepped forward, aiming his gentle strike at the panicked Byregs. With a soft thud on the head, a transparent human-shaped shadow appeared from Byregs' shattered skull, showing a look of pain on its face. Suddenly, like being caught in a tornado, a long, transparent shadow dragged behind it. After struggling around Ryan several times, it rushed into his dark, hardened golden warhammer. Ryan's fierce attack on the enemy leader naturally caused everyone present to start attacking the surrounding Black Flame mages. As a result, the Black Flame mages, who had their powers boosted by dark magic, began to retreat step by step. Ryan first comforted the beautiful woman Jennifer and asked Vieri and Evelyn to protect her. Then he rejoined the fight, smashing the heads of the Black Flame mages who were already near death. A series of transparent shadows appeared, showing pain as they circled around Ryan and were absorbed into his warhammer. Seeing this, the Black Flame mages were all terrified. Not even one was spared? This guy looks even more ruthless than a typical dark wizard. Soon, the Black Flame mages were defeated and fled in defeat. Ryan quickly gathered 10 portions of soul energy needed for the shattered spirit strike. Because the Mirror of Fluctuations clearly pulled General Edward and his team into a mysterious place, Ryan couldn't join the battle on their side for now. In fact, if it wasn't necessary, Ryan didn't plan to join their fight. He collected the 10 portions of soul energy just in case it was needed later. Captain, look over there. Vieri frowned and pointed in a certain direction outside the window. It seems that the giant evil spirit is getting closer to the captain's residence, Angus said with narrowed eyes. Ryan looked in the direction they pointed. The entire city of Munster was built along the mountain, extending from the bottom up to the middle of the hillside. Right now, they were at the administrative hall, which was near the highest point of the city, the Griffin platform. Ryan could clearly see a huge, semi-transparent shadow of a boy pulling a doll, rampaging through the toy-like houses in the trading area, moving step by step toward the administrative district. A team of security guards and city defenders in uniforms surrounded it tightly, while urgently evacuating nearby civilians. The ones responsible for fighting and distracting are the recently arrived Punishment Knight Brandier and the advisor to Duke Munster. However, it seems that because the church's formation was disrupted last time, Brandier no longer has the glowing pillar effect on him, and the battle is gradually turning unfavorable. In the sky, several Griffin Knights are circling, constantly interfering and throwing short spears to attack. Unfortunately, against spiritual enemies, their efforts are barely effective. Seeing this, Ryan turned his head and said, "Nero, cast the Featherfall spell for me. Remember to notify everyone to evacuate immediately. Jennifer, Evelyn, and the others should go to the Sword Bearers Division right now. I wonder when General Edward and the others will return? If the situation turns bad, it will be too late to retreat." "Yes, be careful," the beautiful woman nodded. Although she still looked worried, she didn't say much. "Captain, stay safe," Angus and others said one after another. They knew well that battles at the legendary level were beyond their ability to interfere. Right now, the safest places in the city are probably the Sword Bearers Division and the Goddess Church. At this moment, after Nero finished his spell, a faint white glow appeared around Ryan. Ryan felt his body lighten. The floating spell was quite magical. Before leaving, Ryan casually took down several decorative steel shields hanging on the hall wall. In his hands, the shields quickly transformed into steel spears. When he reached the cliff wall on one side of the hall, he leapt directly, and under the effect of the floating spell, he floated like a light leaf toward the giant evil spirit. Nero saw this and sighed, then turned to Angus and said, "Angus, do you think the captain's strength has already reached the quasi-legendary level?" Angus nodded and said, "Yes, if I'm not mistaken. When the captain used his ultimate move just now, the faint glow on the hammer's surface wasn't just the light of primal energy. It also contained a shining will. From this perspective, the captain's strength can be considered close to legendary." Nero nodded and said, "It looks like we need to work harder. Otherwise, the gap will only grow larger." "That's tough." Angus couldn't help but feel a toothache when he thought about Ryan's rapid improvement in combat skills. Dealing with a team leader like that is both good and bad. Usually, one person can handle dangerous combat missions alone, but this means they don't get much growth. Over time, the gap between them will only get bigger. Also, it's not that they aren't trying hard, but they simply can't keep up with that kind of fast progress. He couldn't help but recall 2 months ago, when they took the sword wielder exam together. He felt that his gap with Ryan was there, but not too big. Now, looking at it, the difference is no longer small. "Let's go quickly. We'll go back to the sword wielder division first." Yes, no one went with Ryan because the remaining 4 of them formed a complete combat team. Defender Angus, Control and Magic Attacker Neo, Melee Attacker Vieri, and Melee and Magic Attacker Evelyn, who also had to protect the beautiful Jennifer. The 5 of them quickly pushed through the panicked crowd, heading swiftly toward the sword wielder division. In midair, Ryan was getting closer to the giant evil spirit. At this moment, Ryan also saw clearly that the man in black robes beside the giant evil spirit was actually Freeman, an old acquaintance. He was surrounded by black flame vines, smiling slightly, occasionally casting dark magic to attack and disrupt the attack rhythm of the paladin Brandon and the Duke's advisor. He was like a troublemaker on the battlefield, making their fight quite passive. As for Freeman's side, his task was to attract the attention of the Empire and the Goddess Church early on. He understood well that Exeter had deliberately sent him away. But since he was weaker and the Superior was still his boss, Freeman could only follow orders. Fortunately, the other side had given him the Gaze of the Eye, a fully charged evil artifact. The power of the Gaze of the Eye was truly strong. No wonder Briggs looked like he had stolen his wife when he gave it to him. Before launching the attack, Freeman already had his own plans. First, he chose the trading district as the attack site, where the most people and activity are, instead of the slightly farther civilian area recommended by Ixter. The result was very good. After the giant evil spirit slaughtered many people, it absorbed more souls, grew larger, and became more powerful. Even when faced with 2 semi-legendary opponents, it remained strong. This made Freeman's mind start to become more active. He knew the main goal of this ritual was to help the High Priest Ixter advance to a legendary level. If the plan went well, Ixter would definitely reach a higher level. But the key was that Freeman also wanted to participate in the prayer ritual, so he could receive some blessings from the great hunting god. According to the original plan, he was the bait to lure others. As for participating in the prayer or asking for blessings, he had no chance at all. The plan was that when he saw the 5 beams of light, he would retreat. But Freeman thought for a moment and believed he could still try to join the prayer. If he could control the evil spirits and push forward smoothly, even Ixter wouldn't be able to say much. At that time, Ixter would be eating meat, and Freeman might still get a little benefit. Huh? Suddenly, Freeman focused his gaze on the giant evil spirit nearby. It seemed to have absorbed enough soul energy, and its aura swelled to a critical point. Suddenly, it smiled strangely. The girl doll that the little boy had been holding suddenly detached and floated into the air. A terrifying pressure spread out from the center of the girl doll, radiating outward, causing the air to ripple as if a black hole had appeared at its core. Oh, the other evil spirits are being summoned to come down. The Duke's advisor immediately saw what was happening, his face changing dramatically as he shouted. But before he and the Punishment Knight Brando could stop it, the girl doll let out a piercing scream into the sky. Immediately, a visible transparent shockwave spread rapidly in all directions from it, like a tsunami sweeping over everything. In an instant, over 100 security guards and city defenders around the area covered their heads and cried out in pain. At this moment, the girl doll's aura suddenly surged, spreading a strange and powerful energy. Clearly, a powerful evil spirit has been summoned here by the enemy and is now parasitically inhabiting the doll-like girl. The girl's head, which was hanging low, suddenly lifts sharply, and her semi-transparent body begins to stretch and grow larger. The Paladin Brandon and the Duke's advisor exchange a worried look, both sensing that something serious is happening. Their situation has gone from bad to worse, as their enemies have increased from 2 to 3. Now, they face not only 2 nearly legendary-level evil spirits but also a master of the Black Flame cult standing nearby. The situation is very dangerous. To make things worse, a messenger from the administrative office rushes in from behind and shouts loudly, "My lords, the administrative office is under attack by the Black Flame cult. Their real goal is the awarding ceremony. Currently, Duke and General Edward are using the holy artifact Mirror of Fluctuations to hold back the cult's leader, who is at a legendary level." What? Both men's faces change repeatedly. They know that although the situation was initially unfavorable, as long as they could hold on, the tide would eventually turn in their favor. The Church of the Goddess of Winds and Oceans Mista Division kept sending experts to help. But now, the problem is with the administrative office. They didn't expect the Black Flame cult to be so powerful. They knew the Duke's plan, like fishing with a rod. It's like catching a shark instead of a fish. Now, it depends on whether their fishing line is strong enough. The Duke's advisor quickly makes a decision and says, "Lord Brandon, the situation is already out of control. I suggest we immediately return to the administrative office to help Duke Mr. repel the attack. That's the most urgent matter." Paladin Brandon remains silent for a moment. He could retreat, of course. But if they do, it means the 2 giant evil spirits will run rampant in Mr. City without any limits. Many civilians could be hurt or killed. As a paladin of the Wind and Ocean Goddess Church, he feels he cannot do that. Meanwhile, Freeman feels better than ever. He feels confident he can push forward without hesitation. Perhaps during the Black Flame cult's prayer ritual, he will receive blessings and gifts second only to the High Priest Exeter. At this moment, Freeman noticed a small silver dot flying across the sky, seeming to be a strange-looking bird. But upon closer inspection, Freeman suddenly realized it was not a bird at all, but a knight dressed in silver armor, holding a long spear. As the knight quickly approached, Freeman's eyes widened, his mouth twitched, and his face showed a hint of fear. "Ryan!" Freeman exclaimed softly. In an instant, Freeman remembered the fear he felt back in Mace when Ryan had control over him. Exeter and Barrages didn't even leave this guy behind. What the heck are they doing? Chirp. A sharp, piercing sound broke the air. Ryan, still in midair, suddenly bulged his right arm. He infused his spear with energy and a bit of his willpower, aiming straight at the little evil boy. When the huge little evil boy sensed the danger and looked up sharply, he saw a special spear over 4 meters long, glowing with a bright white light, flash past his head. In an instant, the spear sliced through like a hot knife through butter, smooth and swift. The piercing wound made the little evil boy scream in pain. He tried to run, but the spear infused with willpower caused a soul-breaking injury with every movement. It seemed as if he was fixed in place by the spear, but it wasn't over yet. Ryan quickly drew his double-handed war hammer from his back, dispelled the floating spell with his will, and fell from a height of about 20 or 30 meters. This was a giant hammer falling from the sky. Bang! From the moment Ryan hit the semi-transparent shadow of the little evil boy, he could clearly feel the resistance transmitted from the hammer's head to the handle and into his hands. The little evil boy's body strengthened further, feeling like jelly, slippery and resilient. As the destructive power within Ryan's hammer spread through him, the huge semi-transparent body trembled layer by layer. When this wave of energy traveled from the top of the little evil boy's head down to the ground beneath his feet, in an instant, The entire little boy's evil spirit suddenly exploded like a bomb inside him, causing his jelly-like body to burst open and release a large amount of white smoke. It was like pouring water onto a hot piece of metal, instantly creating steam and fog. At the same time, a strong, unpleasant smell spread through the air. It sounded like hundreds of people crying and screaming loudly, echoing in everyone's ears and minds. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Freeman froze in place. Because evil spirits are hard to destroy, the little boy's shadowy figure quickly reappeared in midair, but it looked much weaker than before. If his transparent spirit body was once thick like jelly, now it was much more runny, looking more like foam than anything solid. Clearly, Ryan's powerful with the Hammer of Oblivion had dealt a heavy to the evil spirit. At this moment, the evil spirit that had been summoned and was occupying the doll-like figure of the girl suddenly regained consciousness. It looked up and let out a sharp scream, then stretched out its long claws, aiming to attack Ryan. In that instant, Ryan gently pressed his war hammer against the reappearing little boy's evil spirit. This strike was very different from the previous one. This time, everyone around felt as if Ryan had hit a mirror with a hammer. The little boy's evil spirit, which had just regained its shape, looked terrified. A nearly legendary-level evil spirit showing fear was something everyone saw for the first time. And then, the scene froze. Snap! The little boy's evil spirit, like a glass doll, shattered instantly into pieces from head to toe. These fragments turned into white powder and slowly floated to the ground. It disappeared completely. It turned into a puff of evil spirit dust. The powerful evil spirit that had just tried to attack trembled all over and looked terrified. Its sharp claws almost touched Ryan's back but dared not really strike. At the same time, a clear sounded from Freeman's arms. He looked down and saw that the frame of the oil painting gazing eyes suddenly cracked open. This instantly made Freeman's heart surge with shock again. He roared inwardly, "I knew it. I knew it. This Ryan is just a freak. Meeting him. Nothing good ever happens." Freeman's emotions were almost going crazy. No wonder. It had happened twice. Both times like this. Last time, he had put in a lot of effort to wake up the ancient hero, who was supposed to be unbeatable, only to see him killed by the opponent. And this time was the same. An evil spirit with near-immortal traits was defeated by the opponent with just 2 strikes, turning it into dust. This simply didn't make sense. Didn't you see the punishment knights from the goddess church could only fight the evil spirit evenly? Their divine magic would hurt the evil spirit, but it took many continuous hits to completely destroy it. Yet, Ryan, this monster, only needed 2 strikes to take down a nearly legendary evil spirit. In an instant, Freeman felt a chilling cold run from his tailbone through his whole body, and his fighting spirit vanished. Meanwhile, Ryan slowly turned around, looking at the doll-like evil spirit that was about to pounce, and grinned. Why not catch it? The next second, the summoned evil spirit let out a sharp scream. That powerful aura suddenly disappeared without a trace, and the floating doll-like spirit seemed to lose some motivation, quickly falling to the ground. Then, it immediately turned to dust and vanished. This made Ryan, who was about to attack, shake his head helplessly. He had just been gathering power to use the Annihilation Hammer again. But unexpectedly, the opponent was so decisive and escaped immediately. What he used just now was the Shattered Spirit Impact, stacked with 10 layers of soul energy. It ignored defense. True damage was perfect for fighting spiritual beings like this evil spirit. He had wanted to use it on this little evil spirit last time, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough soul energy stacked up. As for why he didn't use Shattered Spirit Impact on Freeman, his old acquaintance, that's simple. He does not deserve it. Paladin Brandon last saw Rain and thought this young Empire sword bearer was very strong. But now, it seems the word strong can't fully describe him. He understood Rain's first hammer strike as a top-level secret technique of hammer weapons, pushing the vibration power to its limit, creating a force that seemed capable of crushing everything. However, he truly couldn't understand the second hammer. Its power was so great it seemed like a divine strike. Duke's advisor Minor Levin was even more stunned. From his expression, it looked like a certain fixed belief was collapsing. At this moment, Freeman was like he had fallen into an icy pit. He was able to scare back the summoned evil spirit. Could he really be human? Whoosh! Freeman immediately turned and ran. He sprinted toward the distance, black energy swirling quickly around his legs. Slow spell. But Freeman forgot that his opponent, besides Rain, also had a second-level liquid mage, the Duke's advisor, who immediately cast the slow spell, hindering his movement. Paladin Brandon and Rain almost attacked him at the same time, with two hammers striking toward his back. If he was hit, he would be finished. Freeman made a bold decision, fiercely throwing the painting Gaze of the Gaze at the two of them. Boom! A fierce explosion suddenly appeared between Rain's hammer and the painting. In that instant, the painting Gaze of the Gaze was pierced through the center by Rain's annihilation hammer. The painting seemed to deflate like a leaking balloon, releasing hundreds of soul shadows with long tails of flames, shooting straight into the sky from the breach. Multiple shockwaves swept around. Even Rain and Brandon had to adopt defensive stances, using their skills to block the overwhelming surge of soul energy. When the dust settled, Freeman had used the shockwave to run far away, reaching several hundred meters away. For Rain, this distance wasn't far. He immediately planned to chase after him. This guy had luck last time, escaping during Meister's attack. But this time, suddenly, everyone looked back toward the city peak, the location of the Minsider Administrative Hall. They saw the 5 black light pillars, which had been extinguished before, suddenly reignited, and the intensity grew stronger and stronger. Clearly, someone is restarting the evil magic array. Such good luck. Another escape. Ryan looked at the distant figure in the black robe and shook his head slightly, speaking softly. He naturally understood what was more important. The evil spirits that could threaten his family have been destroyed. Now, the most urgent task is to stop the Black Flame cult's ritual from starting. After all, no one knows what disastrous consequences might follow once the evil magic array is activated. But who is the one restarting the evil magic array? Is it the backup of the Black Flame cult, or that legendary figure called Ixter, mentioned by Duke Minster? Huh? Ryan looked down at the dark double-handed war hammer in his hand. He was surprised to find that after smashing the strange oil painting with his war hammer just now, 10 parts of soul energy had instantly refilled. This means he can use the Soul Shatter impact again. Meanwhile, in the Minster Administrative Hall, complex black lines, arcs, and semicircles glowing with dark light appeared on the floor, forming a large, intricate, and mysterious pattern. The 4 people who had been pulled away from reality by the Mirror of Fluctuations had now returned to the center of the hall. All 4 were in poor condition. The most injured was the female priest of the Goddess Church, lying on the ground and struggling to get up. In the center of her chest was a fist-sized penetrating wound, almost draining her life force. General Edward was also badly hurt, kneeling on one knee, holding his sword with one hand. Part of his armor and flesh on one side of his abdomen was missing, with a semicircular wound bleeding heavily. Duke Minster's serpent armor was also shattered in several places, with visible bone injuries. Your strength is surprisingly strong. Duke Minster pointed at Ixter, his eyes showing shock and regret. Compared to him, Ixter's wounds were numerous but not fatal. In fact, he was the least injured. Meanwhile, black air currents on the ground spiraled up from his feet, quickly covering his wounds. His wounds visibly healed at a rapid speed. It looks like I've won this time. Ixter looked around and noticed that Burgess and his elite subordinates were not present, which made him feel a bit confused. Although the planned sacrifices have escaped, your 3 are enough. And the effect will surely be better than all of theirs combined. Thinking of something else, a smile appeared on Ixter's face. He continued, by the way, I want to share a thought with you. In the face of absolute strength, any trick is meaningless. Great Hunter God, you are eternal light, the newborn sun, bringing dawn and hope to the world. As Ixter recited, the evil magic circle suddenly erupted with powerful energy waves. This energy was so strong that Duke Minster and General Edward's faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly retreated outside the magic circle. At this moment, dense footsteps sounded outside the main hall door. Although most of the awarded barons and viscounts had just evacuated with their families after the attack, there were still many skilled guards inside the hall. After defeating most of the Black Flame mages, the guards returned to the hall. Seeing the injured Duke Minster and General Edward, the guards were shocked and quickly ran forward to help. But as soon as they stepped into the core area of the magic circle, it was as if they had fallen into a swamp. The strong resistance almost made them unable to move. They had to use all their strength to lift their legs and stretch out their hands, taking dozens of times longer than usual. Suddenly, these guards in the magic circle seemed to be moving in slow motion. But this was not the worst part. The most terrifying thing was that black mist, like snakes, emerged from the ground, winding around their calves and quickly spiraling upward. In an instant, these elite guards, roughly at the level of knights, began to tremble all over. They seemed unable to control their bodies, as if their blood had gained a mind of its own, being drawn by some invisible force. At this moment, the guards trapped in the evil magic circle had blood slowly oozing from their ears, noses, mouths, and even their eyes. The blood floated in the air like tiny snakes and quickly gathered toward where Ixter was standing. This terrifying scene made everyone cry out in shock. Quickly retreat. Those who are not at the Grand Knight level, do not come in. Duke Minster waved his hand urgently at the guards rushing over, his face anxious, shouting loudly. Right now, Duke Minster and General Edward were closer to the core of the evil magic circle. The air around them felt heavy, as if filled with mud. Although they could control the blood flow inside their bodies, it seemed as if 1,000 hands were grabbing at their feet. Even with their strength, retreating was very difficult because of their serious injuries, and their movements were slow. Great God of the Hunt, please accept my humble offering. Ixter's chant grew louder and more passionate, his face increasingly wild and excited. He first focused his gaze on a dying female priest of the Church of the Goddess. He stretched out his right hand, forming a vague fist. In an instant, the other person was surrounded and infiltrated by a vast amount of black energy, standing upright with arms wide open. The next second, the priest, who had been exuding a holy and calm aura, suddenly trembled like a sieve, with her eyes rolling back. With a final scream, she exploded. Blood, broken organs, and shattered bones from the priest splattered in all directions, covering the center of the evil magic circle. This triggered the ceremony to reach its. It seemed that the high priest's call inspired the remaining black flame cultivators who had been scattered. They reappeared from hidden doors, their faces full of fanaticism as they knelt in the center of the magic circle and loudly prayed. Compared to Duke Minster and General Edward's shocked expressions, Ixter's face was filled with immense excitement and joy. He had worked extremely hard and endured great difficulties to reach the level of a third-rank crystallized wizard. But this was the limit of his talent. Opportunities like this could not be controlled. Without external help, he believed that his strength would never improve significantly in his lifetime. But the god of hunting gave him another choice. In the next moment, a powerful black energy like a tornado appeared out of nowhere around Ixter, lifting him slowly into the air. Black lightning flashed around him briefly. An indescribable, terrifying aura spread out. It seemed that a high-level being was paying attention here. Ixter's aura suddenly surged. Aha! Ixter found that his wounds healed instantly, and a huge amount of energy filled his body. This feeling was unlike anything he had experienced before. Meanwhile, in the trade zone at the Evil Spirit battlefield, 2 Griffin Knights arrived to support. Seeing the battle situation, they quickly circled down from the sky. This knight was Fisher. Fisher, who had just dismounted from his griffin, looked anxious. He hurried forward and slightly bowed to Rain and the others, saying, Lord Rain, Lord Brandier, Lord Minor, the situation at the administrative hall is not good. We urgently need your support. You can ride our griffins and go immediately. Rain and the others exchanged glances and nodded. They quickly stepped forward and mounted the griffins. Minor wanted to ask about the secret of Rain's powerful strike, but now was not the time. As the griffin soared into the sky, Fisher, who was controlling the griffin ahead, quickly said, Lord Rain, the situation is very serious. The leader of the Black Flame cult is extremely strong. Even Duke and General Edward were defeated and seriously injured when they fought him together. Really? Things are that bad? Rain frowned. Both Duke Minster and General Edward seemed to be slightly stronger than him based on their recent aura, and there was also a more powerful monk supporting him. In this situation, even the 3 of them together were defeated? This made Rain feel uneasy. Yes, Lord Rain. The one who activated the evil magic array again is him. Fisher nodded quickly. He admired Rain very much. Although Rain was younger than him, his strength was much greater. Since the time he saw Rain stand up to the ancient hero, Fisher had replaced his idol from Viscount Filk to Rain. The administrative hall. At this moment, reinforcements from the Sword Bearers Division arrived and rushed into the hall. Leading them was Batista, a familiar face to Ryan, along with Ramir and others. This team was the highest-ranking unit currently on leave within the Sword Bearers Division. Since Rossby County and Mister County were still at war with the Sea Tribes, most of the Sword Bearers teams had already been dispatched. On the other side of the hall, the large door suddenly swung open. Leading the group was a punishment knight who looked very similar to Brander, also wielding a silver 2-handed hammer. Behind him were over 5 bishops and dozens of holy knights. This meant that the support force from the goddess church had also arrived. Seeing this scene, Duke Minster forced himself to stay upright and shouted, "Quick! Interrupt his promotion!" Both reinforcements immediately noticed Ixter, floating in the air with his breath steadily rising. Various magic and divine spells, like fireworks during a ceremony, densely shot towards Ixter, who was surrounded by dark mist. However, these colorful energy attacks were blocked by the vast amount of black mist swirling around Ixter, which spun like a tornado just a few meters from his body. Close-range attacks were nearly impossible. 7 or 8 holy knights and sword-bearers, armed with swords and shields, had just stepped into the evil magic circle. They looked like flies caught in flypaper, unable to move. Fortunately, their teammates quickly pulled them out. In the core of the evil magic circle, fighters below the level of great knights couldn't control their blood or fluids. It was almost like they were being sacrificed one after another, becoming fuel for Ixter's promotion ritual. Batista and the Punishment Knight were the only two able to rush into the evil magic circle and remain relatively unaffected. "Batista, don't worry about us. Hurry and stop his promotion." Edward, the general, supported himself as he spoke solemnly to Batista, who was trying to rescue him. "Exactly. If he completes his promotion, he will become an epic-level stronghold. No one in Minster will be able to stop him," Duke Minster said with a heavy expression. Batista nodded firmly. From behind, he took out a replica of the Emperor's scepter and threw it like lightning toward the large black vortex floating in midair. Instantly, the replica scepter released a powerful and majestic aura, clashing fiercely with Ixter's black energy flow. However, as a third-level crystallized wizard, Ixter's strength was far greater than that of the main priest of the county city. Even with the replica scepter, he couldn't break the defense of the black tornado. After hitting it and creating a dent, his energy was exhausted, and the scepter fell to the ground. But this strike by Batista also drew Ixter's attention away from targeting Duke Minster. Ixter raised his palm, aiming it at Batista. Suddenly, a large black beam, about the size of a bowl, shot straight at Batista. Boom! In an instant, Batista, holding a shield, was knocked back 10 meters. His shield was shattered after just one hit, and his entire left hand was almost completely broken. In one, a peak-level knight was defeated. This power was almost despairing. Suddenly, Ixter's previously joyful expression changed drastically. "Not good. This power. No. Great Hunt God, you cannot." Ixter let out a scream and lost control. The orderly black energy suddenly became wild and violent. He spun rapidly in midair, and the suction force intensified. Although Ixter could normally control the rhythm of the ritual, it seemed that a mighty presence had cast a fragment of power onto this evil magic array, and that power had been projected onto him. Even as a third-level crystallized wizard, Ixter couldn't withstand such a mighty force. Perhaps he overestimated his willpower. Under the influence of whispers and powerful energy, he lost himself and overabsorbed. At this moment, a gentle flow of blood essence suddenly increased at least tenfold. The corpses around, which had not yet been dealt with, were now all turned into ritual offerings. In the next second, not only the blood essence but also those weaker individuals within the evil array, whose skin and flesh were entirely absorbed, were taken by Ixter. This terrifying scene caused the Black Flame monks nearby, who were participating in the prayer ceremony, to feel afraid and keep retreating. "Not enough. All of you, be embraced by me." With Ixter's loud, almost inhuman roar, the red light of the ceremony suddenly expanded and engulfed all the surrounding Black Flame monks. In the next moment, these monks screamed as their flesh and skin were drained away, leaving only bloody skeletons on the ground. It seemed to reach a critical point. The red light stopped spreading and began to shrink rapidly. Ixter, who was spinning, now floated quietly in the air. A deep, strange, and terrifying sound came from his mouth as he spoke oddly. Such a disgusting aura. With a gentle point, a thick black beam of light shot straight into the goddess church's defensive formation. The leading Punishment Knight shouted angrily, but his hammer was a bit slow to block. The black beam instantly pierced through his chest armor and came out his back. The shockwave also hit several Paladin Knights behind him, piercing through them as well. Ugh! This Punishment Knight, very similar to Brandier, coughed blood heavily and knelt on the ground. But he still struggled to hold himself up with his double-handed warhammer, trying not to fall. In the air. "Lord Ryan, be careful. I am landing now." Fisher shouted and quickly controlled his griffin, swooping down rapidly. Suddenly, Ryan and the others, who were about to land, saw the 5 black beams of light around the administrative hall, which seemed to be attracted by some force, rapidly gathering in the middle. In the next second, they merged into a huge black beam several times thicker than before. The beam instantly pierced through the top of the hall, shooting straight into the sky. At the same time, the powerful energy and terrifying aura coming at them made everyone in the air feel it clearly. The Griffin Knights, using all their strength, managed to prevent their frightened griffins from losing control. "Not good. Faster," shouted Brandier, another Griffin Knight, who seemed to have an idea and urged his mount. From the broken top of the hall, Ryan could clearly see the scene inside, like a slaughterhouse, and his own forces clearly at a disadvantage. Brandoer's pupils suddenly shrank, because he saw his brother, the Punishment Knight Branner, kneeling with both knees on the ground. His chest had a blood hole about the size of a basin, yet his body remained upright, supported by the other person holding a 2-handed war hammer tightly from start to finish. Brandoer showed no hesitation. Filled with grief and anger, he immediately leapt down from a height of over 10 meters. A nearby Duke's advisor spoke at the right moment, confirming Ryan's guess. "That is Brandoer's younger brother, and his only living family member." Ryan's expression grew serious, and he nodded. The two of them fell silent for a moment before quickly following after Brandoer, who was rushing forward, seeing his loved one, even his only family, dead in front of him. That feeling. Lord Brandoer. The remaining members of the church saw Brandoer coming and hurriedly stepped forward, excited. "Everyone, the goddess is watching everything here. Now is the time to prove your courage. Facing a strong enemy, fearlessness, not worthy of the goddess's grace." As Brandoer loudly chanted, the knights of the temple, their faces full of emotion, also began to sing loudly. With each of Brandoer's chants, his aura grew stronger. 5 church elders nearby exchanged looks and nodded solemnly. Then, they began to cast spells together. They held their palms outward, and about half a meter in front of them, a thick blue energy gathered. In the next second, 5 beams of blue energy shot out simultaneously, illuminating Brandoer. Suddenly, Brandoer's aura surged dramatically, leaping from near-legendary to legendary level. This immediately attracted the attention of the high-level being occupying the body of Eekster. The other's cold eyes glanced at Brandoer and said icily, "Just a slightly stronger ant. You're asking for death." The words came from the other in a cold, unfamiliar tone, as if a strange creature was mimicking human speech, giving a chilling and terrifying feeling. This made Ryan instantly think of the uncanny valley effect from a previous life. Reen looked at the scene before him and then surveyed his injured allies around him, Admiral Edward, Batista, Ramir, and others. He knew he couldn't retreat now. If he didn't want to see his family fall in a pool of blood like Brandier did, he had to do something. Because if that creature, whether human or evil god, completed the ritual, most of Minsider might not survive. A thought crossed Reen's mind. As if he heard a call, his loyal battle dog, Cookie, the swift black horse, Little Black, and the blood-feathered eagle Bloodfeather in the sky all rushed toward his position. Reen drew his double-handed war hammer and stared directly at Exter. Most of his opponent's attention was on the legendary Brandier. Brandier was surrounded by a strong blue glow, like solid amber. When the black beam of light attacked, he held his silver war hammer in front of it at the last moment. Boom. 1 black, 1 blue, 2 powerful energies clashed. Despite the praise from many temple knights and the divine magic of 5 archbishops, Brandier's situation was still very dangerous. Bang, bang. Every sharp sound meant a temple knight had fallen heavily. Faced with such fearless scenes, Exter clearly focused all his attention on him. Now's the chance. In an instant, the ground beneath Reen shattered. He shot forward like a silver lightning bolt straight into the center of the evil magic circle where Exter was. With the power of his strength and while shining brightly, Reen's war hammer forcefully struck into the swirling energy of the evil circle. Annihilation Hammer. Reen's dark, double-handed war hammer slammed into the black dragon vortex, opening a small gap. Huh. Exter turned his head in surprise, showing an expression of shock. He hadn't expected anyone to break through his outer defenses. Spirit Shatter Impact. Suddenly, an invisible wave hit him directly. In an instant, the opponent let out a terrible scream, sharp and full of pain, as if severely hurt. But a counterattack came immediately. The opponent's hand shimmered with a strong black glow and suddenly struck at Ryan's chest. The enchanted silver shield used in the metal barrier spell was shattered in an instant. The mithril-engraved breastplate also broke at the touch. Even Ryan's final, advanced steel body could not withstand this. Ryan's chest bone was completely broken, and a large bump the size of a bowl appeared on his back. He was instantly thrown several dozen meters away. After launching this attack, Esther also seemed to become strange. His body twitched as if shaking like a sieve, and his majestic aura appeared to slowly fade under the impact of the shattered spirit. Although the opponent's aura disappeared along with Ryan's strike, Esther was not dead but was in a strange, unstable state. How to describe it? A rather odd balance. As a third-level crystallized wizard, his soul strength was not weak, but he was suddenly overwhelmed by a projection from a higher realm, making him unable to fight back for a moment. However, just now, Ryan's strike shattered a fragment of the higher realm projection and severely damaged Esther's original soul. This left him somewhat confused, but Esther was still influenced by an indescribable powerful force. Flesh and blood. He kept murmuring, flesh and blood. He swelled up like a balloon and acted purely on instinct, grabbing at the survivors around him. One guard was unlucky enough to be caught. In an instant, only a pile of bones remained, blood, flesh, and skin all absorbed and consumed. Esther now looked incredibly strange. His face was unrecognizable, and his entire skin was swollen, as if unable to hold so much flesh and blood, yet he kept forcing it in. After a bizarre transformation, in front of everyone appeared a huge, overweight figure, 4 meters tall and 3 meters wide. At that moment, in a corner of the hall, where Ryan was thrown, a large silver-plated glove reached out from the rubble, grabbing the suddenly appearing giant spirit hound. In an instant, a green lightning arc, about the thickness of a child's arm and jumping like a squirrel, traveled from the lengthy war dog to Ren's palm. Next, a second green arc appeared, coming from a strong black oryx that had just entered. Finally, a loud eagle cry echoed in the sky, and a third green arc appeared. At once, 3 visible green lightning arcs, like high-voltage currents, connected the 3 fierce beasts and Ren's body. Ren slowly stood up, and small stones rolled off his body. That hurt so much. He looked down at the dent in his chest. This was the first time he had suffered such serious injuries. Fortunately, he had acted early and had his 3 battle pets arrive ahead of time. After using his signature Beast Sacrifice skill, Beast Vitality LV.3, active, Ren felt 3 powerful, surging hot flows coming from his 3 battle pets, flowing quickly through his chest. This hot flow had the dual effect of restoring energy and healing wounds. Ren squinted his eyes, feeling the itching sensation from his chest. His injured bones and muscles were rapidly repairing and healing. A few seconds later, at the cost of his 3 battle pets being exhausted, Ren stood up again, full of energy. Meanwhile, at the sword holder division, although non-sword holders are usually forbidden from entering due to a serious cult attack, the division allocated the first floor of the administrative building to shelter some refugees. At this moment, the beautiful woman Jennifer was also placed in the Support Enhancement Department's office, together with Deputy Director Melanie. Now that the lady is settled, should we go support the captain? Vieri asked seriously. I agree. Evelyn was the first to agree. I also agree. We can't let the captain fight alone, Angus nodded. Yes, but we still need to do something, Neo added. This time, our enemy is a cult. Let's go to the exchange hall and rent a replica of the Emperor's scepter. I've heard it does great damage to cult strongmen. Exactly. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry, let's go exchange. Inside the administrative hall. At this moment, Ryan, still hiding in the corner, did not choose to join the battle immediately. Instead, he quickly observed the beast-like Ixter. Since the high-level aura disappeared, Ryan sensed that this creature seemed to have lost its mind. Ixter, extremely bulky, raised his left hand, and several black, spherical flames suddenly appeared above his palm. In the next second, he launched these flames toward all living beings around him. Even the remaining black flame mages were attacked. Several of them fell to the ground, screaming and turning into ashes, confirming Ryan's suspicion. This meant that Ixter's attack at this moment had no specific target. His only goal was to kill and devour flesh. His indiscriminate attack made him seem more like a wild beast than a person. However, after experiencing a sudden death during his promotion ritual, Ixter's body strength had become extremely exaggerated. He was probably among the top-tier beings even in the legendary realm. Ryan saw that colorful first-level magic struck him, but there were no visible wounds on his skin, an incredible defense. For those below the level of a great knight, Ixter was a nightmare. Despite his bulky body, he moved incredibly fast. Great knights could barely react and dodge by rolling. But weaker fighters would be easily hit or injured just by brushing against him. Hurry. Everyone else, retreat. Those below Great Knight level, stay here is just asking for death, shouted the badly injured General Edward. Not the official mages and Great Knights. Everyone else, retreat, added Ramir loudly. Seeing this, Ryan knew he had to act now. If he didn't step forward to hold him back, the situation might quickly become uncontrollable. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately used his attribute points to increase his strength, restoring his stamina to its peak. He then clenched his hardened gold-forged warhammer with both hands. In the next second, the marble floor beneath his feet suddenly shattered like a spider web. A silver line suddenly shot out from Rain, rushing quickly toward the out-of-control Ixter. The surrounding air rippled like water waves, and a strong gust of wind spread in all directions. An opponent who has lost their mind is easier to deal with than before. Despite the attack from Rain, Ixter, who had lost his senses, still showed some instinct. It seemed he knew Rain was the main cause of his failure to advance, and he also understood that Rain was not easy to defeat. Ixter quickly grabbed a long sword left on the ground by someone else and fiercely swung it at Rain. Even if Rain could transform his shield at any time or use the magic metal barrier to block, he had no intention of fighting directly right now. His opponent was much stronger than him, and facing head-on was only a last resort. His main goal was to buy time for his team to breathe and prepare. So Rain tapped the ground with his toes, quickly moved to Ixter's left side, and launched an attack. But Ixter reacted very quickly. Suddenly, he slammed the hilt of his long sword into the ground. Boom. Immediately, a visible shockwave shattered the marble ground within a 4 or 5 meter radius around him into pieces. The power of this casual strike was as strong as a top-level knight unleashing a high-level technique. However, Rain was not fighting alone at this moment. Because Rain had attracted the enemy's attention up front, the Duke's advisor Miner and Rammel, among others, began to cast magic again to attack. A dazzling array of spells hit Ixter's large, bloated body and exploded loudly. Although Ixter's tough physique meant most spells didn't cause much damage, they still troubled him. The many explosions of magic caused pain and blocked his vision. This made Ixter even more irritated. Meanwhile, the Holy Knight Brander seized the opportunity, gathering his last strength and rushing forward. His silver two-handed war hammer suddenly shone brightly, and a giant hammer shadow several meters long struck heavily behind the overweight Ixter. Boom! A legendary charge strike immediately created a large, open wound on Ixter's back, about the size of a basin. Although faint black mist tried to repair the wound, the thick blue energy attached to it blocked healing. This caused Ixter to roar in anger and pain. Counterattack came instantly. A circular black flame shockwave suddenly hit Brandoer, knocking him 10 meters away and causing him to fall heavily to the ground. During the recent battle, the elite Holy Temple Knights of the Goddess Church were almost all injured or fallen, including 5 bishops who cast a sacrificial divine spell and collapsed. This caused the dense, almost tangible blue glow on Brandoer to slowly fade. His strength quickly dropped from legendary to quasi-legendary level. The divine spell that gathered everyone's power and greatly increased their strength had serious side effects. Now, after being knocked back, Brandoer seemed unable to get up easily and was struggling to stand. Did he really kill them all? Rain noticed with his peripheral vision that all the Black Flame warriors had been killed by this guy. This forced him to abandon his plan to use 10 times the soul energy and cast spirit-shattering impact again to wipe out the opponent in one move. Captain, keep going. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from outside the hall. Neo and Angus rushed into the hall, and Angus threw a replica Imperial scepter toward Rain. The white scepter traced a curve in the air and landed steadily in Rain's hand. Next to them, Neo shouted, "Captain, release it. We still have more." The remaining few pulled out replica Imperial scepters and waved them toward Rain. This made Rain smile. These guys. Could it be that they brought back all the stock from the Sword Holder division? Maybe now. We don't have to fight so hard. Without hesitation, seeing Ixter angrily charging at Brando again, Rain's hardened gold instantly transformed into a three-sided kite-shaped shield, swirling around him. Rain held a replica of the Emperor's staff and quickly charged toward Brander. He couldn't let a fearless hero die in front of him. Clang! In a flash, Rain took a quick step forward and blocked Brander's attack with a heavy strike of Ixter's battle blade, resisting the three hardened gold eagle-shaped shields controlled by metal barriers were stacked together. But they were still shattered in an instant, with only one shield remaining. Rain barely managed to hold off the attack with that last shield, but his legs below the knees sank into the hard marble floor. Hammer of Oblivion! Rain's muscles bulged as he shouted loudly, swinging the replica Emperor's staff toward Ixter's swollen abdomen and stabbing hard. Boom! The power of Oblivion combined with a hint of royal energy inside the staff created a double effect. A large, basin-sized wound appeared across Ixter's waist and abdomen. This single strike caused serious injury. Even in a dazed state, Ixter's face showed pain, and he staggered backward several steps. "Captain, keep going. It wasn't over yet." Rain caught the second replica Emperor's staff thrown by Neo-Ro, spun quickly, and moved to Ixter's left side for another strike. Boom. This time, two basin-sized holes appeared in Ixter's waist and abdomen. Dark energy didn't have time to heal the wounds. Rain's continuous knocked Ixter to his knees. Seizing the opportunity, Rain gathered more strength to recover his stamina, then leapt high into the air. His hardened gold shield transformed rapidly into a double-handed war hammer, and he struck Ixter, who was wailing in pain, with a heavy smack. A crisp sound of skull cracking echoed. The dark, hardened gold war hammer hit Ixter's forehead. A large, jelly-like white substance, mixed with red liquid, shot out from the back of Ixter's head in a wide fan shape, splattering onto the ground. No matter how tough the skull, it couldn't withstand the top-tier technique Hammer of Oblivion. Instead, its hardness made the sound exceptionally sharp and clear. The entire hall echoed with this sound. Ryan still held his hammer with both hands, swinging it downward. His breathing was a bit quick, as if he hadn't fully come out of his intense battle state. As Exeter's corpse decayed, a strange aura began to spread from around it. This aura felt vast, grand, and majestic. Ryan also felt a faint sense of familiarity. It seemed to be the same energy signature as the high-level projection he had just destroyed with the spirit-shattering impact. Could it be that I will gain some talent points again this time? This familiar scene made Ryan's heart move slightly. At that moment, the system confirmed his guess. Ding! Unknown high-quality, absorbable energy detected. Would you like to absorb it? Note: absorbing this high-quality energy can directly convert into talent points. Sure enough, seeing the system prompt, Ryan was immediately happy. Since the last time he defeated the Black Flame cult leader and the ancient hero, Ryan had encountered situations where he could convert energy into talent points. He summarized it briefly afterward. It seems only enemies with some connection to gods might give him talent points. And this was the third time. For now, this judgment seems accurate. What made Ryan even happier was that this aura was thicker than the previous two times. Naturally, he immediately chose yes. In an instant, the strange aura that was gradually dispersing was absorbed completely, like a stream flowing into a river, into Ryan's body. The system then prompted again. Ding. Converted 4 talent points. Please choose to upgrade one of the following talents: Basic Weapon Mastery, passive; Basic Supernatural Insight, passive; Intermediate Strength, active; or Advanced Steel Body, passive. Wow. For talent points. Seeing this system message, Ryan's smile became even brighter. This meant he could upgrade even a high-level talent this time. Of course, he still needed to carefully consider which talents to improve. But now was not the time to think about points. General Edward was shocked as he watched the scene before him. Although he had already learned from reports that Ryan's strength was greater than what he had shown during the sword-holder test, he didn't know exactly how much stronger. Reports on paper could never be as impressive as witnessing it in person. At first, Ixter was seriously injured when the three of them attacked together, but once that high-level projection was partially possessed, the enemy's injuries quickly healed. Ryan was able to strike directly and send that projection back to another dimension. Even top-tier techniques couldn't do that. This made General Edward a bit suspicious, but he didn't plan to ask. With his experience, he knew everyone had secrets. As long as he was sure Ryan supported the Empire, that was enough. If Ryan also fulfilled his duties as a sword holder well, he would support him fully. Meanwhile, Duke Minster was utterly shocked. Unlike Edward, this was his first time seeing Ryan fight. He, usually calm, was now wide-eyed and slightly open-mouthed, staring at the scene. After a while, he turned to Edward and said, "Old friend, I didn't expect you to hide such a secret weapon." He then suggested, "Maybe you should consider having Ryan work in the administrative department." But Edward quickly stopped him, frowning and waving his hand. "Stop, Farila, Duke Minster's real name. Don't even think about it." He silently muttered to himself, "I haven't even dared to promote his level to magic iron because I'm afraid the imperial capital might call him away. And now you're trying to poach him?" To avoid Farila bringing up this topic again, Edward changed the subject. This time, Minster probably suffered a big loss. Upon hearing this, Duke Munster immediately thought of something and looked around with a darkened expression. He nodded slowly and said in a serious tone, "It's not small, it's very large. However, the losses suffered by the Goddess Church are even greater than ours in the Empire. It's a pity about Brother Muger the Ascetic, his remains weren't even preserved." Duke Munster sighed. "Yes, we expected the enemy might attack and set up an ambush, but we didn't think they could gain such attention from that existence." General Edward nodded in agreement. "If it weren't for your subordinate, we might have been completely overturned. In that case, Munster would face a huge disaster. Farella, if we can be noticed by that kind of being, what about the imperial capital?" Edward hesitated, unable to finish. Duke Munster's face grew serious, and he nodded. "Of course, we are under close watch. But I believe His Majesty the Emperor is not unprepared. It's just that, alas, facing such beings, and more than one at that, no matter how much we prepare." "Captain, you're amazing." At this moment, Vieri and the others excitedly ran over to Ryan, bringing him back to his senses. Ryan slowly transformed his double-handed war hammer back into metal fragments, which then covered his armor again. "Why did all of you come?" Ryan smiled, feeling warm inside seeing his team members risking danger to come to him. After a few words, Brando, a paladin from the Judgment Knights, struggled to stand and approached sincerely. "Lord Ryan, thank you." Ryan admired Brando greatly. He was a true Templar. "You're welcome, Lord Brando. We fought side by side last time, didn't we?" Ryan smiled and held out his right hand. Brando also smiled slightly and extended his large hand to shake Ryan's. The Goddess Church suffered heavy losses, and Brando's younger brother had also fallen. Soon, Brando left. Meanwhile, General Edward and Duke Munster approached, and Nero and others bowed in greeting, stepping back a little. "General Edward, how is your health?" Ryan asked with concern, looking at the badly injured Edward. "Not a big problem." Admiral Edward waved his hand with a smile. "Rain, if it weren't for you, the situation might have been worse." Duke Munster stepped forward. "I thank you for everything you've done for the Empire, Munster, and the Bavaria family." "Your Grace, this is what I should do as a sword-bearer of the Empire." Rain slightly bowed. "You are a humble and capable young man. I will handle the immediate matters first, and I will discuss your reward with Admiral Edward. I promise you won't be disappointed." "Thank you very much, Your Grace." After a short while, Rain, Neo, Angus, and others left the administrative hall. Back at his residence, after comforting his mother Emma and other family members, Rain quickly went to the sword-bearer division to pick up the beautiful woman Jennifer. Once everything was settled, he finally had time to rest in his room. At this moment, Rain looked out the window of the third-floor study and saw the street. A line of busy security guards and city guards was passing by on the tree-lined avenue outside the division's entrance. Clearly, the casualties and damage caused by the cult attack in the trade district and the administrative hall were not small. Moreover, in the short term, the ordinary people of Munster would surely feel anxious and scared. After all, this attack was different from the last one, which happened at night and caused less damage. This time, it was in broad daylight, and the impact was much greater. Probably, Duke Munster has a lot to deal with now. Next, the division's assigned tasks will likely increase too. Rain furrowed his brow and sat down at his desk, thinking. At the same time, he pulled up the interface and carefully checked the system notifications after the battle ended. Meanwhile, in Mace County, Shining Gold Town, in a lush forest, suddenly a large antlered deer burst out. The large antlered deer is a creature with a pair of huge antlers, about 3 meters long, with a shoulder height over 2 meters, and quite strong in combat. But this particular large antlered deer seemed a bit different. A pair of bright, lively eyes looked around with curiosity, showing a very human-like satisfied smile. Suddenly, the large-horned deer underwent a quick and dramatic transformation. In about 2 seconds, it changed into a slender woman supporting herself with both hands and feet. She quickly stood up, dusted off her palms, and muttered to herself. Transforming into a large-horned deer and rushing through the forest is pretty fast. Too bad I haven't learned to transform into a cheetah yet. I could be even quicker. I wish I could learn to transform into an eagle someday. The girl looked up at the sky, her beautiful eyes filled with envy. Then she turned her head toward Shining Gold Town. Her face showed surprise as she said, The houses in Shining Gold Town look like they've been damaged quite a bit. This made Anna feel a pang of worry. Her first thought was, it seems Shining Gold Town has been attacked. As the deputy security officer, Ryan might be hurt, or even. One important reason she came back was to see Ryan and Mint. Anna's graceful figure quickly ran toward Shining Gold Town. However, after taking a few steps, she suddenly remembered something and stopped immediately. With a crisp, short spell, a spark of light flickered across her face. Her slightly pointed ears gradually became indistinguishable from those of a human. Her fair, clean face now had some freckles, and her skin tone darkened a little. Now, Anna looked just like an ordinary girl. After completing the spell, Anna continued rushing toward Shining Gold Town. This time, she chose not to transform into a large horned deer, since in a crowded human area, animal transformations would be too noticeable. Soon, Anna reached the outskirts of Shining Gold Town. As expected, she was not mistaken. Although some time had passed since the attack by the Black Flame cult, the streets had been mostly cleaned up. However, due to a large decrease in population, many houses remained collapsed and appeared abandoned. The whole town looked desolate. Anna's expression changed. According to her memory of where Ryan's new house in Shining Gold Town was, she quickly ran there. A few minutes later, she stood silently in front of a large pile of ruins, staring blankly with a dazed expression. She muttered to herself, how is this possible? No way. Reen is so strong. Nothing bad should have happened. But the scene before her seemed to tell her that this world is full of dangers, so even if something unexpected occurred, it wouldn't be surprising. Actually, when the Black Flame cult attacked, the town hall was one of the main targets, and many surrounding buildings were damaged. The house next to the town hall, which was Reen's new home, was also affected. After a brief moment of panic, Anna calmed herself down. She decided to ask someone nearby. Looking around, she saw that there were few pedestrians on the street, mostly strangers hurriedly passing by. Fortunately, she soon spotted a patrol team of 3 security guards. She ran over quickly, looking a bit anxious, and asked, Hello, may I ask about the former deputy security officer, Reen? Anna didn't finish her sentence but pointed to the ruins instead. The leading guard looked at Anna with surprise and curiosity. He wondered why this girl, if she was a relative or friend of Reen, wouldn't know that he had already left Silver Gold Town. But since her eyes were clear and her demeanor friendly, he thought she probably wasn't an evil cult spy. So he replied, Reen? He hasn't lived here for a long time. Oh, he doesn't live here anymore? That's good. Anna breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened. It seems he just moved. Then, may I ask where he moved to? Do you know? I am. His friend, Anna asked again after thinking. Another young guard, who seemed to idolize Reen, looked at her with admiration and said, Reen is quite something now. I heard he moved to the provincial capital, Minster. But the Baron seems to have a residence in the county city. You can go ask there. Baron? Anna's beautiful eyes widened, her mouth slightly open in surprise. Did she hear that right? Baron? Reen is already a noble of the Empire? Anna's heart suddenly surged with shock. Although she had watched Reen's strength improve rapidly over time, she never expected that in just 3 months, he would become a Baron. Reen's promotion was too quick. Really? You're friends with Lord Rain, right? Don't you know he was promoted to Baron a long time ago? How long has it been since you last came back? The young security officer looked at Anna with surprise. I haven't been back for quite a while, Anna explained shyly. But even as she said this, she felt a bit confused. 3 months, is that really a long time? Thank you very much, Anna said politely to the 3 security officers. By the way, did the attack happen in Flash Gold Town? Since she now knew Rain's whereabouts, Anna's anxiety eased, and she turned to ask about Flash Gold Town. Yes, you haven't been back for a while, so you might not know. Flash Gold Town is just. The officers were happy to answer her questions. After a lively conversation, Anna finally understood what had happened in Flash Gold Town during her absence. Hearing the names of familiar people, some had sacrificed, others had gone missing, made her heart tighten. Fortunately, Rain, Mint, and the others are safe. No wonder Aunt Drina strongly opposed me going out, saying the outside world is very unstable, and I just reached the level of a formal druid, so my fighting strength isn't very strong. Actually, after successfully becoming a formal druid, Anna hurried from the druid circle in Ferdinand Forest to Flash Gold Town, thinking she could help Rain. In the past, she watched Lagri and Rain go together to Jaeger Forest to eliminate evil, feeling very envious. Now, she had enough strength to stand with Rain. Besides, there was another important reason for her visit. While her Aunt Drina was away, Anna was tidying up her study when she happened to find a secret letter. The contents of the letter surprisingly involved her missing mother. Unfortunately, the letter was vague, only suggesting that her mother's disappearance might be connected to the Axon auction house, which had influence across the entire empire. This made Anna feel both excited and nervous. After thinking for a long time, she decided to quietly leave the druid circle. She didn't know why Aunt Drina hadn't told her this news. Maybe she was worried that once Anna knew, she wouldn't be able to resist coming to investigate. Of course, before leaving, Anna also left a letter for Aunt Drina. In the letter, she simply mentioned that she was returning to Silver Town and planned to stay for a while, so she shouldn't worry. Now, I should go to Maze Hire and ask where Ryan has moved to, Anna thought. I should be able to see Ryan and Mint soon, she said with a small smile, looking into the distance. This time, she felt much more confident than before.